I Became the Rich Second Chapter 671 to Chapter 755. Xianxia Cottage was a famous resort in Shanghai. It was also the property of the Qin clan. Wang Haoran, Qin Huaiming, Qin Yunhan, and the others were all staying there. Wang Haoran and Qin Huaiming arrived at the restaurant in Xianxia Cottage. After waiting for some time, they saw Long Qianshan and the 3 people from the Zhuqiu clan. "Senior Zhuqiu, how have you been?" Wang Haoran greeted old man Zhuqiu with a smile. "Young friend, please don't make me feel bad. I can't accept it." Old man Zhuqiu waved his hand nervously. Wang Haoran smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan, who were nervous. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have a seat." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan recovered from their shock and smiled. They didn't dare to recognize him just now. Who was Long Qianshan? That was the second person on the Earth leaderboard whose name shook the world 10 years ago. He was like a celestial being who defeated Yi Shantian at the spring Xinjiang River. Long Qianshan was already someone they looked up to. How terrifying would the person who was addressed as teacher by Long Qianshan be? The 2 of them thought highly of Wang Haoran's strength. However, they felt that they had underestimated him. Old man Zhuqiu, Zhuqiu Qinyu, and Zhuqiu Luoyan sat down. After Long Qianshan brought them in, he left quietly and didn't disturb them. "I'm Qin Huaiming, also Haoran's girlfriend. Nice to meet you." Qin Huaiming introduced herself and took the initiative to express her friendliness to the Zhuqiu sisters. On the way here, she had chatted with Wang Haoran. Naturally, she knew that the 2 of them were the emperor's concubines in their previous lives. Since they were sisters, they would spend a lot of time together in the future. Qin Huaiming wanted to build a good relationship with them. Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan looked at each other and greeted Qin Huaiming in a friendly manner. As for the addition of another sister, the 2 of them were not very surprised. When Zhuqiu Qinyu had approached him, she had already mentally prepared herself. Zhuqiu Luoyan had grown up in the Tsang province and had come into contact with many matters of the hidden Jianghu. It was very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. She was used to it and did not reject it. After exchanging friendly greetings, Qin Huaiming's tone gradually became warmer. He first spoke to Zhuqiu Qinyu. "I'm 21 this year. You should be a little older than me. I'll call you sister from now on." After saying that, he turned to Zhuqiu Luoyan and said, "I will address you as little sister. You calling Qinyu elder sister is not wrong, but calling Luoyan younger sister is wrong." Wang Haoran interjected with a smile. "What's wrong? Luoyan doesn't look more than 14 years old. Could it be that she's older than me?" Qin Huaiming joked. Clang. Wang Haoran was about to correct him. Zhuqiu Luoyan suddenly said, "I'm only 13 years old. It's not wrong to call me little sister. Just call me that." Hearing that, Zhuqiu Qinyu could not help but roll her eyes. She secretly ridiculed her little sister for pretending to be young and shameless. "Alright, I'll call you little sister from now on." Qin Huaiming did not understand the reason, so he naturally did not feel that there was a problem. He continued, "This Xianxia cottage is my family's property. Elder sister and little sister have come all the way from the Tsang province. Why don't you stay in Shanghai for a while and let me be a good host?" Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan immediately agreed. It was not easy for them to meet Wang Haoran. They were unwilling to return to the Tsang province just like that. The next day, old man Zhuqiu set off for the Tsang province alone. Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan temporarily stayed in Shanghai. Old man Zhuqiu was not worried. With Wang Haoran by their side, no one could harm them. Other than old man Zhuqiu, the martial artists who came to Shanghai to watch the battle also returned to where they came from. The news of the battle between Long Qianshan and Yi Shantian quickly spread throughout the hidden Jianghu. At the same time, the Bai Shaoxing organization that had been passed down for a long time announced a new list, the Heaven List. Long Qianshan and Yi Shantian were both on the list. The former was ranked 9th while the latter was ranked 10th. Wang Haoran was not surprised at all when he heard the news. When he heard about the Earth List, he had already guessed that there was a Heaven List above the Earth List. Sure enough, the Heaven List had really appeared. However, other than Long Qianshan and Yi Xuantian's names, the top 8 people did not reveal any information about them. Not even their names were revealed. Many people in the hidden Jianhu suspected that the Bai Shaoxing was deliberately mystifying things. In fact, the top 8 people on the heaven list did not exist. However, Wang Haoren, who knew the tricks, knew that the top 8 people on the heaven list definitely existed. When Yi Xintian fought with Long Qianshan, his cultivation level was at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. The strength that Long Qianshan used to defeat Yi Fan was at the peak of the 9th level of the qi refining stage. According to this speculation, the top 8 people on the heaven list were at least at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, this was only the name in the immortal cultivation world. It might not be the same on the Cerulean planet. There might be another name. However, it was just a name. It was not important. What was important was that the top 8 people on the heaven list were definitely not simple. Wang Haoren's current cultivation level was at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. He did not know what level he would be on the heaven list at this level. However, Wang Haoren estimated that he would not be in the top 3. However, this was only for the time being. After learning about the existence of the heaven list, Wang Haoren was eager to improve his strength. Moreover, the conditions allowed him to do so. Wang Haoren used the tried and tested method to trick Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan again. The 2 sisters had already accepted the fact and planned to follow Wang Haoren from now on. After learning that Wang Haoren was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, they became even more determined. Everything was ready. Wang Haoren also entered the process. However, Wang Haoren looked at Zhuqiu Luoyan's petite appearance and could not do it. Only Zhuqiu Qinyu was left alone in the heaven-splitting tower. Ding, the host has captured the female lead Zhuqiu Qinyu for the first time. Received 6,000 villain points. Zhuqiu Qinyu's female lead halo -300. Host's villain halo +300. Ding, the female lead Zhuqiu Qinyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 70. Unchanging affection, ding, congratulations to the host's villain halo for breaking through the 40,000 mark. The system is beginning to calculate the reward. Please wait for a moment. Wang Haoren was not surprised by the first 2 messages. However, the last one shocked him. The last time he received the reward was when his halo broke through 20,000. After that, the halo points continued to accumulate and there was no movement. Wang Haoren thought that there would not be any more in the future. Who knew that the villain halo would only be calculated when it reached 40,000? This gap was really a bit big. However, it was because of the 20,000 gap that Wang Haoren was looking forward to it. What kind of magical reward would it be this time? Wang Haoren waited for a while. Soon, he received another message from the system. Ding! Dylan Halo has exceeded 40,000 points. Reward calculation completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Background Activation card. Wang Haoren was delighted. He immediately communicated with the system and checked his backpack. Super Background Activation card, worth 4,000,000 villain points. After activation, the host will have a super strong background. There were only a few words in the introduction, and it was difficult for Wang Haoren to guess what it was. However, just by looking at the description that it was worth 400,000 villain points, it must be something good. Wang Haoren clicked to use it. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Wang Haoren guessed that the Super Background Activation card might take some time. He could only temporarily suppress his thoughts and focus on Zhuqiu Qinyu. After staying in Shanghai for a few days, Wang Haoren, Qin Huaiming, Qin Yunhan, and the beauties of the Zhuqiu family returned to Qingling. After arriving at Qingling, Wang Haoren helped Qin Huaiming and the beauties settle down. Then, he went to the small village at the edge of Qingling. When he arrived at the blessed cave, he refined all the spiritual liquid that had accumulated in the chaos bottle. After consummating with Zhuqiu Qinyu, Wang Haoren was already at the late stage of the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. After refining the spiritual liquid, his cultivation entered the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. At the same time, Wang Haoren suddenly received a call from Wang Xiang. "My dear son, where are you?" Come home quickly. Wang Xiang's voice sounded very anxious. Dad, what happened? Wang Haoran asked. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Just come home quickly. This concerns the future of the Wang family, Wang Xiang said solemnly. Hearing Wang Xiang's tone, Wang Haoran's expression turned serious. He wondered if his cheap dad and mom had offended the main character again. Didn't he tell them not to stir up trouble? I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoran rushed back to the Wang family. However, what surprised Wang Haoran was that when he walked into the hall, he saw Wang Xiang and Zhenli smiling. They didn't seem to be in danger at all. In addition to Wang Xiang and Zhenli, there was also an unfamiliar old man with a white beard. My dear son, you're finally back. Come here. Zhenli waved at Wang Haoran excitedly. Wang Haoran heaved a sigh of relief and walked into the hall through the door. My dear son, come and greet your great-grandfather, Wang Xiang said to Wang Haoran as he gestured to the old man sitting in the hall. Great-grandfather? Wang Haoran raised his eyebrows. He sized up this old man, and soon perceived an extremely strong fluctuation of spiritual aura. His heart suddenly shook. This old man's spiritual power was actually not much weaker than his own. Good. 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 The old man also sized up Wang Haoran. Suddenly, he was startled and said good 3 times. Wang Xiang and Zhenli looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder. They saw the old man stand up from his seat and excitedly walk over to Wang Haoran. Good. As expected of the flesh and blood of my Wang family. His bones are exquisite and 1 in a million. He's really a good material for cultivation. The old man looked at Wang Haoran with fiery eyes and exclaimed. Grandpa, do you mean that Haoran is suitable for cultivation? Wang Xiang asked with joy. That's right. The old man said to Wang Xiang, he's simply a genius. It would have been better if I had come to you earlier. However, it's not too late now. Haoran's bone age is less than 20 years old. It's not too late. It's just that I've spent a lot of resources on cultivation. Wang Haoran always kept a low profile, so he deliberately hid his cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher, no one would be able to tell that he was hiding his strength and would only think that he was an ordinary person. As for the old man's amazing bones, it was probably because Wang Haoran had been reborn after cultivating the demon emperor's internal scripture. Naturally, he was different from ordinary people. When Wang Xiang and Zhenli heard that their son was suitable for cultivation, they were happy for him. The former said to Wang Haoran, why are you calling him? Hurry up and call him great-grandfather. Wang Haoran felt very strange. Looking at the old man who had suddenly appeared, he really couldn't call him great-grandfather. However, he didn't doubt the old man's identity, because he could feel that there was a connection between him and the old man's blood. They must be related by blood. The old man's appearance was most likely because of the super background card. Judging from the current environment on the cerulean planet, the old man could be considered a very strong backer. Wang Haoran searched his memory for information related to the old man. There was very little information. Wang Haoran only knew that the old man's name was Wang Wanli. He knew this name because it was written on the ancestral tablet enshrined on the Wang family's spiritual altar. The old man looked at Wang Haoran dotingly and said to Wang Xiang and Zhenli, Haoran has never seen me before and feels that I'm a stranger. It's normal that he can't call me great-grandfather. Take your time. Don't be impatient. How did you meet? Wang Haoran asked curiously. Wasn't it your grandfather's life sacrifice yesterday? Your mother and I went to Qingling Mountain to pay our respects and saw someone in front of the tomb. I went over to take a look and immediately recognized that it was your great-grandfather. At that time, your mother and I were shocked. Later, we found out that it was your missing great-grandfather, Wang Xiang explained. Actually, I didn't go missing. I just went to the sacred realm, the old man explained. Wang Haoran's eyes lit up when he heard this new title. This must be an advanced map on the cerulean planet. Was there a protagonist on this advanced map? Wang Xiang and Zhenli had already heard this term, so they weren't very surprised. What is the sacred realm? Wang Haoran asked. It's the world of cultivators, Wang Wanli replied. Wang Haoran had already vaguely guessed before he asked. After hearing Wang Wanli's answer, he nodded and was about to ask more questions. However, Wang Wanli suddenly asked first, "Is Haoren married?" "Grandpa, Haoren isn't even 20 yet. He's still in college," Wang Xiang answered. "Ah, I've been in the sacred realm for too long. I'm a little confused. In the secular world, Haoren is still a few years away from being married." Wang Wanli reacted and immediately said. "However, in the sacred realm, Haoren should have been married long ago. The Wang family has very few descendants. Haoren is so talented that he should start a family as soon as possible," Wang Wanli said. "Grandpa, Haoren has a few girlfriends," Wang Xiang said. "Women in the secular world are just for fun. How can they be worthy of Haoren's children? Only the most beautiful girls in the sacred realm are worthy of Haoren. There is no lack of beautiful girls in the sacred realm. I'll find a few to be Haoren's wives and concubines," Wang Wanli said. "Grandpa, don't you need to discuss it? Will they agree?" Wang Xiang asked in surprise. Wang Wanli proudly said, "To be the wife and concubine of a descendant of the Wang family is their great fortune. It doesn't matter if they're willing or not." When he heard this, Wang Haoren immediately labeled Wang Wanli as a villain. At the same time, he smelled the scent of a trap. This rotten old man was going around trying to find beautiful girls to be his wives and concubines. No matter how he looked at it, he would draw the hatred of the protagonist. His current identity was that of a villain with a powerful background. In other words, he was the best stepping stone for the protagonists to make a name for themselves. "Grandpa, Haoren has the talent for cultivation. Are you going to take him to the sanctuary?" Wang Xiang was happy for a while because of his son's aptitude. However, he soon realized something and immediately frowned. Zhenli also thought of the same thing, and she couldn't help but frown. "That's right. I'm going to take him to the sanctuary. Haoren is a genius and he's a good material for cultivation. It's useless to leave him in the mortal world," Wang Wanli replied. Wang Xiang and Zhenli became sadder when they heard this. "I'm not interested in cultivation. Why don't I not go?" Wang Haoren interjected. He didn't know where the sanctuary was, but it definitely wasn't close. It might be inconvenient to travel there. Wang Haoren didn't feel safe leaving Qingling with so many female leads. "Haoren, why do you have such thoughts? If you cultivate the Tao, you will be able to live forever in the future. Moreover, you will have the power to move mountains and overturn seas. Don't you want to have all these?" Wang Wanli asked patiently. "No." Wang Haoren shook his head. Wang Wanli was stunned. Wang Xiang and Zhenli became anxious when they heard their son's unambitious words. Although they didn't want their son to leave them, they still hoped that he could have a better future. "My dear son, are you reluctant to leave your girlfriends? Didn't your great-grandpa say that there are many beautiful women in the sanctuary? You can also live a carefree life there." Wang Xiang guessed his son's thoughts and tried to persuade him. "Haoren, I can guarantee you that as long as you go to the sanctuary, you can get any woman you like. Even if you want 1,000 or 10,000, I will satisfy you," Wang Wanli said, following Wang Xiang's train of thought. "How about this? I'll go to the sanctuary in a year or so," Wang Haoren said. He definitely had to make a trip to the sacred region, but he didn't really want to go now. "It's already very late for you to start cultivating now. You still have time to awaken your bloodline in the ancestral land before your bone age reaches 20. In a year or so, your bone age will exceed 20. This is cutting off your own future. You must not." Wang Wanli said anxiously. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard the words bloodline awakening in the ancestral land. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't too sure what was going on, he knew that it would be beneficial to him. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoren relented and said, "Then, let's go to the holy region." Although there were many female leads in Qingling's camp, his legs were his. If he wanted to come back, he could just come back. It shouldn't delay anything. Hearing Wang Haoren agree, Wang Wanli was overjoyed. At the same time, he also gained a better understanding of this great-grandson of his. This great-grandson of his was a lecher. For Qingling's girlfriend, he was willing to give up his future. When he heard that Wang Wanli would find him many beauties when he went to the holy region, he relented. If this wasn't lecherous, then what was? However, Wang Wanli didn't think that this was a bad thing. The Wang family had few descendants and needed to expand. The more lecherous his great-grandson was, the better. If he could find more wives and concubines, he would be able to produce a large number of descendants for the Wang family. Okay, Haren, we'll set off in 3 days. Take advantage of this time and do whatever you need to do in Qingling as soon as possible, Wang Wanli said decisively. In the next 3 days, Wang Haren went to find Tang Bingyun, Yang Jingwan, and the other female leads whom he hadn't seen in a long time. At the same time, he told them that he was the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Then, he cultivated with them. After cultivating, they were no longer weak women who couldn't even truss a chicken. Instead, they were able to protect themselves. However, when Wang Haren went to find Fang Xian, he didn't find her. Fang Xian's adoptive parents said that Fang Xian's biological parents had taken her away. They didn't know where she had gone. In fact, Wang Haren had already expected this. When he found that Fang Xian had a jade pendant that was related to her identity, he suspected that Fang Xian's background was not simple. However, Wang Haren didn't expect that Fang Xian would leave without even saying goodbye. Of course, Wang Haren didn't think that Fang Xian deliberately didn't say goodbye to him. Instead, there must have been some other reason. That was why Fang Xian didn't inform him when she left. Fang Xian was the female lead. As for Fang Xian's background, Wang Haren, who was well versed in the plot, had 2 speculations. First, Fang Xian was the long-lost daughter of a leader in the secluded Jianghu. Secondly, Fang Xian was the long-lost daughter of the leader of a force in the Saint Domain. Wang Haren was going to the sanctuary this time, so he could personally inquire about Fang Xian. As for the secluded Jianghu, Wang Haren asked Long Qianshan to inquire about it. When he came to Qingling, Long Qianshan followed him. Wang Haren found Long Qianshan and taught him some rudimentary immortal martial arts. He also instructed him to inquire about whether there was any leader in the secluded Jianghu who had suddenly found his long-lost daughter. Long Qianshan obeyed immediately as if he was receiving an imperial edict. 3 days later, Wang Haren and Wang Wanli set off. Wang Wanli's cultivation was comparable to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, so he could fly. He wrapped Wang Haren in his spiritual energy and flew towards Nanjiang. When they arrived at the depths of Nanjiang's 100,000 mountain range, they descended from the sky. In the depths of Nanjiang's 100,000 mountain range, primitive scenes could be seen everywhere. There were even some wild beasts that were unheard of in the outside world. In short, it was extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person came here, they would definitely lose their life. Wang Wanli brought Wang Haren to an area with distorted space. Wang Haren could sense some spiritual energy faintly seeping out from this distorted space. The richness of the spiritual qi was comparable to that of the blessed enclave in the mountain behind Qingling's little village. This is the entrance to the sanctuary, Wang Wanli said to Wang Haren. Immediately, he used his spiritual energy to protect him and brought him into the distorted space. It was dark all around, and they could hear the terrifying tearing sound of the space storm. It was as if they were in a pitch-black narrow passage. After about half an hour, there was some light at the front of the passage. As they continued to move forward, the light became brighter. Not long after, they finally passed through the passage. The surrounding scenery quickly entered Wang Haren's vision. It looked like it was surrounded by a forest. However, the trees in the forest were too tall. The shortest one was at least 100 meters tall. In the forest, there were some unknown huge birds resting on the trees. Even the air was filled with spiritual energy. Wang Haren suddenly had the illusion that he was in the immortal cultivation world. This is the sanctuary, a space opened by several powerful saints. The area is vast, and with the ocean and forest, it is larger than the total area of the cerulean planet, Wang Wanli suddenly said. After Wang Haren heard Wang Wanli's words, he fell into deep thought. On the blue planet, the realm above the human immortal realm was called the Sage Realm. The so-called Sage Realm was actually an immortal cultivator. According to the 10 major realms of immortal cultivation, to open a space in the void, one must at least reach the 7th stage, the Dongshu stage. In other words, there used to be more than one Dongshu stage powerhouse on the blue planet. Although the seventh stage of the Dongshu stage was far from the ninth stage of the tribulation stage, it was still very strong. The water on the blue planet was indeed very deep. Going back and forth between the sacred realm and the secular world consumed a lot of my energy. I will need a long time to recover. If you want to go back, you will have to wait at least 3 years. Wang Wanli suddenly coughed a few times and said to Wang Haoren. Hearing this, Wang Haoren secretly cursed this old man. There was a space storm in that space passage. When going in and out, one would need to use a large amount of spiritual energy to protect one's body and resist the space storm. But to say that it would take 3 years to recover was too exaggerated. Wang Wanli was obviously bullying him for not understanding. Furthermore, Wang Wanli had said it when he entered the saint level, and not before. This was obviously intentional. This old man was afraid that Wang Haoren would suddenly change his mind and not go to the sacred realm. However, Wang Wanli was thinking too much. Even without him, Wang Haoren would have been able to pass through the passageway on his own. Although it would also consume some energy, Wang Haoren brought the chaos bottle with him to the sacred realm this time. No matter how much energy he consumed, he could instantly recover his MP with a mouthful of spiritual liquid. Going back and forth between the secular world and the sacred realm was very difficult for Wang Wanli, but for Wang Haoren, it was actually very simple. Wang Haoren immediately relaxed. Before, he was worried that the sacred realm was too far away and it would be inconvenient for him to go back to Qingling. But now it seemed that this problem was not a problem at all. The spiritual energy in the sacred realm was rich, and the chaos bottle could quickly absorb it and turn it into spiritual liquid. As long as there was enough spirit liquid in the chaos bottle, it would not be difficult for Wang Haoren to go back and forth dozens of times a day. Haoren, take things as they come. I said that I'll find you a lot of beauties, and I'll definitely do it. I'm not lying to you. When Wang Wanli saw that Wang Haoren didn't speak, he only thought that Wang Haoren was worried. If you fancy any beauty in the sacred region, just snatch her away. If you see someone you don't like, just kill them. You can do whatever you want. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. When Wang Haoren heard such arrogant words, he could not help but feel strange in his heart. Because he really doubted whether Wang Wanli had the strength to protect him. Could a cultivator at level 5 of the Foundation establishment stage really dominate the sanctuary? Are you ranked number 1 in the Saint Realm? Wang Haoren couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? Wang Wanli's face twitched, and he quickly shook his head. Then why are you still saying that? Aren't you asking me to die? Wang Haoren said. Haoren, you don't know. Above me, there's still the Wang family's ancestor. As long as the ancestor makes a move, there's nothing in the sacred region that can't be settled. But under normal circumstances, no one dares to go against our Wang family. I'll make a move. You can rest assured. Wang Wanli explained. Wang Haoren suddenly understood. He himself was at level 5 of the Foundation establishment stage. After having a great-grandfather at level 5 of the Foundation establishment stage, he didn't feel that he was riding on his coattails. Because of this, he was a little disappointed in the super background card. But now it seems that this super background card worth 400,000 was not just a name. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't dare to do as Wang Wanli said and do whatever he wanted in the sacred region. The Wang family seemed to be able to do whatever they wanted in the sacred region, but don't forget, there was still the main character. The Wang family was so strong, wasn't it used to set off the main character, to let the main character show off? Wang Haoren was more and more certain that there was a main character in the sacred region. Wang Haoren thought of Feng Xian's matter, so he asked Wang Wanli, oh right, have you heard recently that a leader of a certain force in the sacred region suddenly found his long-lost daughter in the secular world? The sacred region is vast, and there are countless forces. Do you know this woman's name? Wang Wanli asked. Wang Haoren opened his mouth, wanting to say Feng Xian, but before he could say anything, he closed his mouth again. Feng Xian followed her adoptive parents' surname. Feng Xian's biological parents most likely didn't have the surname Feng. And let's not talk about Feng Xian's Feng. Feng Xian might not even be called Feng Xian. I don't know her name. Wang Haoren replied. Then it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wang Wanli spread his hands helplessly, then said, "But I'll do my best to use the Wang family's spies to find out which forces leader in the sacred region found their long-lost daughter in the secular world." Wang Haoran nodded. Wang Wanli rested for a moment, recovering his spirit energy, then took Wang Haoran into the air, leaving the forest and heading towards a majestic ancient city. The Wang family was located in this majestic ancient city. The Wang family's mansion occupied an extremely large area, and was extremely luxurious, comparable to the imperial city. The Wang family had many members, but only a small portion of them were collateral relatives. The rest were all outsiders who changed their surnames to join the Wang family. Wang Wanli was the only direct descendant of the Wang family, apart from the Wang family's patriarch. Of course, there was also Wang Haoran now. After Wang Wanli brought Wang Haoran back to the Wang family, tens of thousands of Wang family members gathered in the main square to pay their respects to the new young master. In short, Wang Haoran was as impressive as he could be. After the ceremony of succeeding the young master, Wang Wanli brought Wang Haoran to the Wang family's ancestral land. In the ancestral land, there was a pool that was dozens of feet wide. The bloodline awakening was in this pool. The water in the pool contained a strange power. After the sacrifice in the ancestral land, Wang Haoran entered the pool according to Wang Wanli's instructions. After a moment, Wang Haoran's body shone brightly, dazzling and eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Wang Wanli's wrinkled old face revealed a look of ecstasy. Wang Haoran only felt that a strange power in his body was triggered. At the same time, the surrounding spirit energy crazily surged into his body. In the sky above the ancestral land, there was even a cyclone with a radius of 100 feet. The cyclone sucked in a vast amount of spirit energy, and finally poured into Wang Haoran's body. Even the other factions within a 100-mile radius were alarmed by this strange phenomenon. When the phenomenon ended, Wang Haoran directly entered the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage from the 5th level. This kind of improvement was actually not particularly big for Wang Haoran, who cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal scripture. But where Wang Haoran benefited was not the increase in spirit energy cultivation, but the change in his physique. Wang Haoran could clearly feel that even if he didn't do anything, the surrounding spirit chi would automatically enter his body and be converted into spirit chi cultivation. Innate spirit body. This is an innate spirit body. I really didn't expect that a descendant of my Wang family would have an innate spirit body. An old man with white hair and a youthful face walked into the ancestral land excitedly. Ancestor. Wang Wanli saw the white-haired old man walk into the ancestral land and hurriedly called out respectfully. This old man was undoubtedly the Wang family ancestor who was in seclusion. After noticing the commotion in the ancestral land, he came out of seclusion to check on the situation. Wang Haoran, who was still soaking in the pool, looked at the ancestor and found that he couldn't see through his cultivation. At the same time, the Wang family ancestor also looked at Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran kept most of his spirit energy and only revealed a cultivation of Qi refining stage level 6. The reason why he revealed so much was because after absorbing the mystical energy in the ancestral land, his physique changed and he absorbed a lot of spirit energy. Wang Haoran estimated the amount of spirit energy, which was why he revealed so much of his cultivation. When the Wang family ancestor was sizing him up, Wang Haoran was a little worried that the Wang family ancestor would see through his cultivation. However, after the Wang family ancestor stared for a while, he only maintained the ecstasy he had when he came in and didn't reveal any strange emotions. Obviously, the Wang family ancestor didn't see through Wang Haoran's true cultivation. Wang Haoran secretly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, whether it was Wang Wanli or the Wang family ancestor, Wang Haoran believed that they wouldn't harm him, but he was afraid that they would be too high profile. If his cultivation of foundation establishment stage level 6 was announced, it wouldn't be good. Wang Haoran had dealt with so many protagonists and knew the importance of hiding one's trump card. If the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli knew that he was a foundation establishment stage level 6, the entire sacred realm would know. Naturally, the protagonists of the sacred realm would be included. This was definitely not what Wang Haoran wanted to see. Haoran, this is our Wang family's old ancestor. Wang Wanli made a simple introduction. Greetings, ancestor. Wang Haoran greeted him symbolically and then pretended to be confused. What is an innate spirit body? After copying Yi Fan's memory, he obviously knew what an innate spirit body was. However, as a person of the secular world, he shouldn't know these things, so he purposely asked. Cultivators have different levels of innate talent. Disregarding perception and cultivation methods, the only thing that causes the difference is their affinity with spiritual qi. For example, a person with a spiritual qi affinity of 20% would definitely cultivate much faster than a person with a spiritual qi affinity of 10%, explained the Wang family's patriarch. That is to say, the higher the affinity with spirit body establishment stage, innate spirit body establishment stage, the faster cultivation speed. The innate spirit body is a unique top-notch cultivation physique. Its affinity with spirit qi is infinitely close to 100%. Even if you don't actively absorb spirit qi to cultivate, the spirit qi will automatically enter your body and strengthen your cultivation. At this point, the Wang family ancestor was so excited that his old face flushed red. The heavens are really protecting my Wang family. I didn't expect that our Wang family's direct bloodline is so small, but we actually produced such a monstrous genius. It sounds very powerful. Wang Haoran pretended to be surprised, but in his heart, he was thinking. Speaking of which, he shouldn't have the innate talent for cultivation, but after awakening in the ancestral land, he suddenly had an innate spirit body. This should have something to do with the super background card. This was something Wang Haoran didn't expect, and it was a pleasant surprise. He already had the sky-splitting tower, the chaos bottle, and the demon emperor's internal scripture, and now he had an innate spirit body. Wanli, inform the sacred region that our Wang clan has an innate spirit body. Our Wang clan is going to have a supreme saint in the future. The Wang clan ancestor ordered. Yes, ancestor. Wang Wanli said excitedly. Also, inform all the major and minor forces in the eastern domain to send all their unmarried beauties to the Wang clan so that Haoran can choose his concubines. The Wang clan had very few descendants. The Wang clan's old ancestor was the same as Wang Wanli, wanting to change this situation. And this heavy responsibility undoubtedly fell on Wang Haoran's shoulders. Yes, ancestor. Wang Wanli nodded. There's no need to be so high-profile. Won't this offend all the forces in the eastern region? Wang Haoran wanted to persuade. My Wang family has the final say in the entire eastern region. It's their honor to send the beauties of their forces for you to choose. Wang family ancestor said proudly. Wang Haoran was speechless. This Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli were the same. However, the Wang family was a nest of villains, and it would be strange if the Wang family ancestor was a reasonable person. Haoran, don't be embarrassed. Didn't you come to the sacred region because you know there are many beauties here? I won't blame you, so don't pretend. Wang Wanli thought he saw through Wang Haoran, so he smiled. Okay, then do it as soon as possible. Especially those beauties who came to the sacred region from the secular world, such as the beautiful daughter of the leader of a force who just came back from the secular world. You must send them to me. Wang Haoran didn't hesitate. He came to the sacred region for 3 purposes. One was to inquire about Feng Xian's whereabouts, the second was to search for the female lead, and the third was to attack the protagonist. The Wang family ancestor asked all the forces in the eastern region to send their unmarried beauties for him to choose from. This move was too hateful. Among these unmarried beauties, there was likely to be the female lead. What's more, there might even be Feng Xian among them. And if the villain had designs on the female lead, the protagonist would most likely appear. Although the Wang family ancestor's proposal was arrogant, it was in line with Wang Haoran's several purposes of coming here. In case the situation went wrong and he kicked an iron plate, he could run away alone. Wang Wanli thought about the Wang family ancestor and Wang Haoran's words, and immediately rushed out of the ancestral land to do things. The next day, all the famous forces in the eastern region of the sacred region received the news from the Wang family. Among these forces, some were happy, while others were sad. Those forces who wanted to climb up the social ladder felt that this was a great opportunity. And those forces who didn't like the Wang family's style were gloomy. Women in the sacred region got married very early. When they reached the right age, some elders who liked to interfere in their daughter's marriage would choose to arrange a marriage for their daughter of equal social status, and then they would get married according to the situation. Other elders were more open-minded and let their daughters freely choose their future partners. But whether they were already engaged or free to choose their sweetheart, they were all in a bad mood after hearing the news. For the forces who wanted to climb up the Wang family was heaven, and for the forces who didn't want to climb up the Wang family was a fire pit. Who would be willing to push their daughter into the fire pit? In the eastern region, a force called the Flying Cloud Pavilion was facing such a dilemma at the moment. The Flying Cloud Pavilion was a first-class force in the eastern region, but compared to the Wang family, it was still much weaker. Therefore, they had to treat the Wang family's order with caution. The pavilion master of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, Su Ao, was frowning at the moment. He had 2 daughters. The elder daughter was called Su Xianxia, who was lost in the secular world and was only found not long ago. The younger daughter was called Su Qingtong, who was 18 years old and unmarried. But whether it was the elder daughter, Su Xianxia, or the younger daughter, Su Qingtong, they both had sweethearts. The Wang family's sudden order naturally made Su Ao worried. The Flying Cloud Pavilion had been established for many years. As the master of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, Su Ao was very clear about the situation in the eastern region. He had seen with his own eyes what the Wang family had done all these years. In short, the Wang family was definitely not a good person. Su Ao did not want his 2 daughters to enter the fire pit. Su Ao had always felt that he owed these 2 daughters. When his eldest daughter, Su Qingxian, was a few months old, she was accidentally left outside. It was not long ago that he found her. And his youngest daughter, Su Qingtong, was not by his side for a long time. The reason was that he had a conflict with his wife and said something that he should not have said. In a fit of anger, his wife took his youngest daughter away to the secular world. About a year ago, his wife forgave him, and his youngest daughter, Su Qingtong, returned to his side. But in contrast, Su Ao felt the most sorry for his eldest daughter. His eldest daughter was accidentally left behind and was adopted by a poor family. Her life was relatively poor. His youngest daughter had his wife by her side. His wife ran a business in the secular world, and it was very good. Her assets were close to 10 billion, and his youngest daughter had been living the life of a rich young lady. When his 2 daughters returned to his side, Su Ao hoped to protect them so that they would have no worries in the future. However, he never expected that the Wang family in the eastern region would suddenly send such news. But no matter what, Su Ao did not plan to send his 2 daughters to the Wang family for the Wang family's young master to choose. Of course, Su Ao was not a brainless person. Of course, he knew that with the strength of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, there was no way they could resist the Wang family. Therefore, he had the idea of calling for external help. In the eastern region, the Flying Cloud Pavilion had some allies. If it was not related to the Wang family, these allies would not get involved in this mess. The only external help that Su Ao could think of now was his daughter's lover. His eldest daughter's lover was from the secular world. According to his eldest daughter, he was a rich young master in the secular world. However, how could a rich young master from the secular world interfere in the affairs of the holy region? Therefore, Su Ao directly ignored his eldest daughter's lover. What was left was his youngest daughter, Su Qingtong's lover. Su Ao had seen this person before. His name was Su Xian, and he was from the secular world. He was once a bodyguard that his wife found for his youngest daughter, Su Qingtong. He was not old, just over 20 years old. After coming to the sanctuary from the secular world, he quickly made a name for himself in the sanctuary. A month ago, a great opportunity had appeared in the eastern region. Su Xian had suppressed the geniuses of all the major forces in the eastern region and became the #1 person among the younger generation in the eastern region. Su Ao knew that he might not be Su Xian's opponent now. With Su Xian's help, the Wang family would definitely think twice. After thinking it through, Su Ao sent someone to inform Su Xian. At this moment, in one of the observation towers of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, 2 exceptionally beautiful women were chatting while looking at the scenery of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. These 2 women were Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong. If Wang Haoran was here, he would definitely recognize that this young Miss Su Qingxian of the Flying Cloud Pavilion was actually Feng Xian. "Sister, I've never heard you mention your sweetheart before. Tell me more about him. What kind of person is he?" Su Qingtong asked her sister. "How should I put it? He's not a good person, but he's not particularly bad either, Su Qingxian said. You like him even though he's not a good person? Su Qingtong asked in surprise. He's indeed not a good person, but to me, he's the light in my life. He's the hope he brought to my life. I love him very much. Su Qingxian looked at the sea of clouds in the distance as if she wanted to penetrate the barrier of space and look somewhere in Qingling. Her eyes were full of tenderness as she murmured, so, I plan to go back to Qingling to look for him. After I succeed in my cultivation. From now on, it's my turn to protect him. I want to be the light in his life. I really want to see what this bad guy that my sister likes looks like. Su Qingtong was very curious. Anyway, he's very good-looking. He's the most good-looking man I've ever seen. Su Qingxian smiled. That's because you haven't seen Su Xian. Su Qingtong was a little unconvinced. Really? Su Qingxian smiled and didn't argue with her sister. Instead, she said, tell me about you and Su Xian. In the beginning, I actually hated him. When I was in the secular world, my mother offended some people in her business. So, she was worried that I would be hurt, so she found me a bodyguard. Su Qingtong was lost in her memories. You don't know. When I first saw Su Xian, I was stunned. I really didn't expect that there would be such a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. If I let such a person follow me as a bodyguard, wouldn't I be laughed at by my classmates? So, I tried all kinds of ways to drive Su Xian away, but I didn't get what I wanted. Then, I met with danger. After listening for a while, Su Qingxian suddenly said, after he saved you a few times, you fell in love with him? Su Qingtong blushed and nodded. Actually, this guy is very good-looking. If you dress him up, he's really handsome. It's just that he's a little. At this point, Su Qingtong suddenly paused. Just what? Su Qingxian asked. It's just that he's a little dull in some aspects. Not exactly dull. How should I put it? I don't know how to put it. Su Qingtong said vaguely. How far have you guys developed? Su Qingxian saw something from her sister's expression. At most, we've only held hands. Su Qingtong said strangely. Only held hands? It seems that he's a very pure and loyal person. That's good. Su Qingxian praised. Nonsense. This guy has other women besides me. Su Qingtong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then do you know how far he's developed with those women? Su Qingxian frowned and asked. Sister, I know what you want to ask. You actually want to ask, is he not interested in me? At first, I thought so too. But later, I asked them, and they said that at most, they've only held hands with Su Xian. Some of them haven't even held hands with him. Su Qingtong explained. So that's how it is. Then, is he? Su Qingxian hesitated. Is he what? Su Qingtong didn't understand. Nothing. Su Qingxian smiled and waved her hand. Oh, I understand. Sister, you want to ask if there's a problem with Su Xian in that aspect? Su Qingtong understood in hindsight. Yes. Hearing her sister's words, Su Qingxian also nodded. There are so many women around him, but he's only holding hands with them. This is not like a normal man at all. Sister, is it normal for two people to do that kind of thing when they're together? Su Qingtong was a little confused. With a curious mind, she asked Su Qingxian for advice. I'm not saying that kind of thing is normal. It's just that when a relationship reaches a certain level, it's not strange for that kind of thing to happen. Su Qingxian responded to her sister's words and immediately asked, then do you think that your relationship has reached the point where something can happen? More or less. I'm even mentally prepared, but Su Xian, sigh, let's not talk about it. Su Qingtong shook her head. Does Su Xian have a problem in that area? Su Qingxian questioned. I don't think so. His cultivation is so high, it's impossible for there to be any problem with his body. Su Qingtong shook her head. I'm not talking about his body, but his mind. Su Qingxian corrected her. Mind? Sister, do you mean that he likes men? Su Qingtong was shocked, but she quickly shook her head. That's impossible. He can't walk when he sees a beauty. How can he like men? That's strange. If there's nothing wrong with his mind and body, how can he leave so many women around him and not touch any of them? Su Qingxian found it very strange. Sister, from what you're saying, you and your boyfriend have already. Su Qingtong began to gossip. No, we're only at the level of holding hands. Su Qingxian immediately denied. However, the blush on her pretty face had already betrayed her. You're still denying it? Why are you blushing? There must be. Su Qingtong said affirmatively. As long as you know, don't talk nonsense. Su Qingxian knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she warned. Of course, this is a secret between us sisters. How can I talk nonsense? Su Qingtong promised solemnly, and then with a curious attitude, she asked again, Sister, how did you feel when you and your boyfriend did that? Su Qingxian was speechless for a while and didn't know how to answer. Sister, tell me, I won't tell anyone. Su Qingtong grabbed her arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. You'll know in the future. I won't talk about this with you. Su Qingxian was too ashamed to talk about this. No, tell me first so that I can be mentally prepared. Su Qingtong insisted. Then promise, you won't tell anyone. Su Qingxian saw that her sister was so curious, so she relaxed. Of course. How could I tell anyone about this? Su Qingtong said. Su Qingxian hesitated for a moment before whispering something into Su Qingtong's ear. Su Qingtong's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do you understand now? Su Qingxian asked as she straightened her body after whispering into his ear. Su Qingtong's expression kept changing. She was filled with anticipation and fear. She was speechless for a moment. When Su Qingxian saw her sister's expression, she just smiled and didn't say anything. The scene fell into a short period of silence. Not long after, a few disciples came to the observation tower. They were still discussing. Have you heard? The new young master of the Wang family is actually an innate spirit body. Of course I've heard of such a huge matter. The Wang clan even intentionally announced it. When the new young master awakened his bloodline in the ancestral land, he directly stepped into the saint realm from a mortal. Unlike us, who have only just entered the saint realm after cultivating for more than 20 years. What is the name of the new young master of the Wang clan? Anyway, my surname is Wang. Isn't that obvious? Although I don't know what his name is, everyone in the eastern region now knows that the new young master of the Wang clan is a lecher. That's right. All the forces in the eastern region sent their unmarried beauties to the Wang clan for the new young master to choose from. He's really something. Hey, don't talk about it. First miss and second miss are there. The disciples walked up to the observation tower while discussing. When they saw Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong, they quickly shut up. However, the discussion was so loud that Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong heard it all. The two sisters looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They hadn't been in the sacred region for long, but they had heard of the Wang clan in the eastern region. The entire eastern region was almost ruled by the Wang clan. Whoever didn't listen to the Wang clan would be prepared to face the Wang clan's wrath. Even if Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong didn't have someone they liked, they wouldn't want to go to a place like the Wang clan. Su Qingxian originally had a good impression of the surname Wang, but now she hated it. Where did this new young master of the Wang clan come from? Su Qingtong was puzzled. Who knows? But the problem now isn't where he came from, but what should we do? Su Qingxian frowned. Don't worry, father won't send us to the Wang clan, Su Qingtong said. Of course I understand, but the Wang clan won't let it go. Su Qingxian looked worried. Don't worry. With Su Xian here, the Wang clan won't be able to do anything to us. After a brief moment of worry, Su Qingtong quickly relaxed and comforted her sister. Is Su Xian so powerful that he can compete with the Wang clan, the overlord of the eastern region? Su Qingxian asked in surprise. Anyway, since I've known this guy, there's nothing he can't handle. This time is no exception. Su Qingtong looked confident. Hearing this, Su Qingshuan's worry didn't lessen. In her opinion, her sister was completely overconfident in Su Xian. No matter how powerful Su Xian was, he was still alone. How could he compete with the Wang clan, at the same time? On a mountain somewhere in the eastern region, spiritual qi shone brightly and shot straight into the sky. A powerful aura quietly bloomed. This strange phenomenon lasted for a few minutes before it stopped. At the top of the mountain, there was a pool of water. A handsome man was soaking in it. After the strange phenomenon disappeared, the man slowly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of ecstasy. Not long ago, an opportunity appeared here. This mountain was connected to the ley lines, and the spiritual qi of the ley lines was constantly accumulating and gathering in the pool at the top of the mountain. When the geniuses of the various forces in the eastern region fought for the top spot, this man stood out and obtained this opportunity. However, now the spiritual qi in the pool had been exhausted. It would take at least 3 years to gather the spiritual qi again. After 3 years, there would definitely be another fight here. However, that was a story for later. This man was Su Xian. With my current cultivation, even if I face Wang Wanli of the Wang clan, I don't have to be afraid of him. Su Xian clenched his fists and felt the powerful strength in his body. He muttered to himself. Not long ago, when fighting for the opportunity, the young master of the Wang clan was defeated and kicked out by him. He even suffered serious injuries, which was likely to affect his future cultivation. At that time, Wang Wanli said that he wanted Su Xian to join the Wang clan and work for the Wang clan. However, how could Su Xian agree to such a thing? This grudge was formed just like that. Well, not bad. I actually stepped into the first level of the foundation establishment stage. If I use all my trump cards and means, it's unlikely that I can defeat Wang Wanli, but I won't suffer any losses. The ring on Su Xian's finger suddenly flashed with a ray of light, and the shadow of a beautiful woman in red appeared in the air. Master, you're finally awake. Su Xian looked at the figure in red, and his handsome face was filled with ecstasy. At that time, Su Xian seriously injured the young master of the Wang family and refused Wang Wanli's olive branch. Wang Wanli was naturally furious and wanted to kill Su Xian with thunderous means. Fortunately, Su Xian relied on his master's power to barely resist Wang Wanli's attack. The woman in red had consumed too much energy and therefore fell into a deep sleep. Wang Wanli attacked a junior and failed to hurt Su Xian. In addition, there were so many eyes present, so Wang Wanli was too embarrassed to attack again. Su Xian escaped from the disaster. During the time you were absorbing the spiritual qi here, I also benefited a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so quickly. The woman in red explained. Great. Now even if I meet Wang Wanli, I don't have to be afraid of him. It's even possible to kill him. Su Xian said coldly. I'll definitely pay him back. Don't forget that there is an ancestor of the Wang family above Wang Wanli. Don't be complacent. The woman in red reminded him seriously. Master, you're right. Su Xian smiled. However, you don't have to worry too much. With the help of the spiritual qi here, my divine soul has been repaired to a certain extent. Even if the ancestor of the Wang family really attacks you, I have a way to protect you. The woman in red was afraid that her disciple would be worried, so she added. Really? That's great. Congratulations, Master. Su Xian was overjoyed. Her master was once a powerful immortal cultivator. She was plotted against by her enemy and almost died. Fortunately, she had an acquired treasure called the Sumuru ring. After her death, the Sumuru ring preserved her divine soul and existed as a divine soul. By chance, Su Xian obtained the Sumuru ring. The woman in red saw that Su Xian's talent was good, so she accepted him as her disciple. Su Xian did not disappoint, and his cultivation progressed rapidly. The woman in red could actually reincarnate, but she was not a crossing calamity stage immortal senior. After reincarnation, she might not be able to awaken the memories of her previous life. She was plotted against by someone close to her, so she vowed to take revenge. She accepted Su Xian as her disciple with a hope in her heart. That was, she hoped that Su Xian's cultivation would succeed and rebuild her body in the future. In that case, she wouldn't have to exist in the form of a divine soul. And this kind of alternative reincarnation could preserve all memories to the greatest extent. I must congratulate you as well. You've finally reached the next level of mastery in the profound single chi technique, and your cultivation base has truly entered the foundation establishment stage. You're no longer a beginner cultivator. The woman in red also revealed a somewhat charming smile. Of course, she didn't do it on purpose. She just let it slip. Seeing this, Su Xian's heart suddenly burned. She actually had some special thoughts about this master of hers, but she didn't dare to express them. It's all thanks to master's teachings, Su Xian replied with a smile. At the same time, he quickly thought of another matter. The Taishan single chi technique was a supreme technique. In the early stages of the technique, there were some drawbacks. One could not get too close to women. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. But now, his Taishan single chi art had improved greatly, and he was no longer in the early stages. This drawback was gone. Su Xian actually had many women around him. But because of the drawback of the Taishan single chi technique, he had always kept a distance from them. The closest he could get to was just holding hands. In other words, Su Xian could finally do what he had always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. How could he not be excited? Someone's coming. The woman in red suddenly said. Then, she turned into a stream of light and entered the ring on Su Xian's finger. Not long after, a male disciple wearing the uniform of the Flying Cloud Pavilion appeared at the top of the mountain and walked towards Su Xian. When Su Xian was absorbing the spiritual chi of the earth vein, there was a natural boundary here to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. But as the spiritual chi of the earth vein was exhausted, the natural boundary automatically disappeared. Su Xian had seen this person before. He was a disciple of the Flying Cloud Pavilion and was trusted by his future father-in-law, Su Ao. Young Master Su, the pavilion master invites you to the Flying Cloud Pavilion, the male disciple said respectfully to Su Xian. I was just about to go, Su Xian said with a smile. The person he liked the most was the eldest miss, whom he first met. After the drawbacks of the Taishan single chi technique disappeared, the first person Su Xian wanted to take revenge was the eldest Mississippi. When he was the bodyguard of the eldest miss, he had been looked down upon and bullied by so many people. Now, he could finally take revenge. Young Master Su, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately, the male disciple said eagerly. Did something happen in the Flying Cloud Pavilion? Su Xian saw something from the expression of the male disciple. A new young master of the Wang family came out of nowhere and went to the ancestral land to awaken. He even has the legendary innate spirit body, the male disciple explained. I don't know if the new young master of the Wang family is a reincarnation of a pervert. He actually asked all the forces in the eastern region to send unmarried beauties to the Wang family for him to choose. The eldest miss and the second miss are unmarried, so they are naturally included. The pavilion master is worried about this, so he wants to discuss it with you, young Master Su. Su Xian nodded. A cold light flashed in his bright eyes. He and the Wang family had already formed a deep grudge. Now, the new young master of the Wang family even wanted to take his woman. He was simply courting death. The new young master, is it? No matter who you are, you dare to take my woman. Only death awaits you. Su Xian snorted coldly and directly jumped out of the pool. He used spiritual chi to evaporate the water stains on his body. Then, he waved his hand and said to the male disciple, let's go. A gust of genuine chi wrapped the male disciple and flew quickly in the direction of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. The male disciple was in a trance for a moment. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already in midair. The trees and other things below seemed very small in his field of vision. In his heart, he could not help admiring Su Xian. Young Master Su's cultivation was more than one level higher than before. After all, he was just over 20 years old. Comparing oneself to others was truly exasperating. However, this was a great thing for the Flying Cloud Pavilion. It seemed that the crisis of the Flying Cloud Pavilion could be resolved this time. The second miss, Su Qingtong, really had good taste. She actually found such an excellent person. On the other hand, the eldest miss, Su Qingxian, had worse taste. She actually fell for a rich second generation in the secular world. In the secular world, rich second generations were rich and of course, they could do well. However, in the sanctuary, it was all about who had the biggest fist. Rich. Second generations were nothing compared to bullshit. How could they be worthy of the eldest miss of the Flying Cloud Pavilion? In the Flying Cloud Pavilion, many disciples had this idea. He was not the only one. However, these disciples only dared to think these words in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. Achoo! Wang Haoran, who was in the Wang family, suddenly sneezed. Wang Haoran, who was looking at the scenery from a tall tower in the Wang family, touched his nose, feeling very depressed. He didn't know how many times he sneezed today. Needless to say, there must be a lot of people cursing him behind his back. And the reason, Wang Haoran himself also understood. In the message that the Wang family sent to the major forces in the eastern region, asking them to send unmarried beauties, the wording and comments all indicated that it was the new young master's idea. Now, the people in the eastern region probably all thought that he was a reincarnated pervert. When Wang Haoran thought of this, he couldn't wait to beat Wang Wanli up. He really didn't know whether this old guy did it on purpose or not. This was clearly the Wang family's idea, but the wording of the message became the new young master's idea. Those who were dissatisfied with this would definitely put the blame on him, the new young lord. Cursing him behind his back was a very normal thing. Wang Haoran was even sure that he was targeted by the protagonist, and that the protagonist had made up his mind to kill him. In such a big place like the eastern region, there must be a female lead. His behavior was equivalent to stealing the protagonist's woman. How could the protagonist not be anxious? But then again, he did come to the sacred region to steal the female lead, so it was inevitable that he would run into the protagonist. The protagonist wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill the protagonist. Everyone was the same. Who is it? Come out. Wang Haoran sensed that someone was hiding behind the obstacle behind him, so he said lightly. As the voice fell, soon footsteps sounded. Wang Tong greets the young master. Behind him, a young man's voice sounded. Wang Haoran turned around slightly, sizing up this Wang Tong. He saw that his figure and appearance were outstanding, only one grade lower than himself. He could be considered a handsome man with an excellent image. But such an image, coupled with his original identity, undoubtedly attracted the protagonist's hatred. And the facts proved it. This Wang Tong became the protagonist's stepping stone not long ago. I heard that you were the previous young master of the Wang family? Wang Haoran slightly narrowed his eyes. Yes, young lord. Wang Tong nodded. You lost the position of young master for no reason. Are you dissatisfied? Wang Haoran looked at him deeply. Young lord, you are a direct descendant of the Wang clan, and you have awakened the innate spirit body in the ancestral land. You are a genius, and you deserve to be the young lord of the Wang clan. I respect and admire you wholeheartedly, said Wang Tong respectfully. The reason why I hid in the shadows earlier was because I wanted to see your elegance. However, I was afraid that I would disturb your mood, so I didn't dare to show myself. Hearing this, Wang Haoran smiled. When Wang Tong said this, Wang Haoran did not sense any abnormality from Wang Tong. Clearly, what he said was true. However, it was completely normal for Wang Tong to be like this. Wang Tong's image and background were completely that of a villain. Wang Haoran's villain aura had already reached over 40,000 points. Subduing a villain was a simple matter. By the way, I heard that you were defeated in a fight for an opportunity not long ago, and you were seriously injured. What's the name of the person who hurt you? What's his background? Wang Haoran only knew some things about Wang Tong, but he did not know much about him. Now that he saw Wang Tong in person, he took the opportunity to ask. His name is Su Xian. He is from the secular world and is close to the Feiyun Pavilion. He is in a relationship with Su Qingtong, the youngest daughter of the Feiyun Pavilion's leader, Su Ao, replied Wang Tong. Wang Haoran pondered. Su Xian? The name sounded like a protagonist, and he was from the secular world? It seemed that Su Xian was not the kind of protagonist who only cultivated immortality, but a protagonist who cultivated immortality in the middle and late stages. Most of the protagonists Wang Haoran had met before were protagonists who were still in the early and middle stages of the story, but Su Xian's story was obviously in the middle and late stages. As for Su Qingtong, she was undoubtedly the female protagonist. Do you know how Su Xian and Su Qingtong met? How long did they last? Wang Haoren continued to ask. Most of the female protagonists who were in the middle and late stages of the story were mostly taken by the protagonist. Wang Haoren only asked this because he wanted to know if Su Qingtong had been harmed by the protagonist. I don't know much about this. I only know that Su Ao's youngest daughter, Su Qingtong, used to follow her mother in the secular world. About a year ago, Su Qingtong returned to the sacred region. Wang Tong recalled and continued. Not long ago, during the fight for the opportunity, the master of the Feiyun Pavilion, Su Ao, and Su Qingtong stopped him. Only then did I know that Su Xian and Su Qingtong were in a relationship. I don't know how long this relationship lasted. After hearing this, Wang Haoren immediately determined that Su Xian and Su Qingtong met in the secular world. It seemed that Su Qingtong had most likely been taken by the protagonist. Wang Haoren sighed in his heart, and the thought of killing both Su Qingtong and Su Xian rose in his mind. You said that Su Qingtong is the youngest daughter of the Feiyun Pavilion's master, so Su Ao must have an elder daughter? Wang Haoren asked again. Yes, Su Ao has an elder daughter named Su Qingxian. She was lost in the secular world and just returned to the Feiyun Pavilion not long ago. Wang Tong said. Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. Because Wang Tong's words reminded him of someone, Fang Xian. Fang Xian's biological parents had a complicated background. Su Qingshuan's situation was more compatible with Fang Xian's situation, and both of their names had the word Xian in it. Send a message to the Feiyun Pavilion in my name and ask them to send me the portraits of Su Qingtong and Su Qingxian. Wang Haoren ordered. Just the portraits? Why not just ask them to come here in person? Wang Tong was a little confused. Do as I say. Wang Haoren did not explain further. The reason why he only asked for the portraits was because he felt that Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong would not be so obedient and come to the Wang family for him to identify them. It was still possible to ask for the portraits. Wang Haoren just wanted to see if this Su Qingxian was Fang Xian and how beautiful that Su Qingtong was. The portraits already satisfied these 2 points, so there was no need to ask them to come here in person. If the portraits were sent and confirmed that Su Qingxian was Fang Xian, then he would go to the Feiyun Pavilion personally. Yes, sir. Wang Tong did not dare to say more and left to do his work. After Wang Tong left, Wang Haoren checked the attributes on the interface with the system. The villain attribute had reached 512,700 points. With so many villain points, it was time to spend a wave of them. When he was in Shanghai, Wang Haoren had the idea of upgrading the charm halo after he failed to use it on Qin Huaiming. The female supporting characters or the female lead of the Immortal Cultivation School had relatively high charm halos, and the intermediate charm halo was already out of the question. Now that he was in the Holy Realm, it was inevitable that he would meet the female lead of the Immortal Cultivation School. It was necessary to upgrade the charm halo. Wang Haoren gritted his teeth and spent 200,000 villain points to upgrade the intermediate charm halo to the advanced charm halo. Ding, the host has consumed 200,000 villain points and has successfully upgraded the intermediate charm halo to advanced charm halo. Wang Haoren quickly received a message and immediately checked the changes brought by the advanced charm halo. The advanced charm halo was the same as the intermediate charm halo. It had a passive and active effect. The passive effect was to directly raise the charm attribute to 999 points. After reaching 999 points, it would be easy to gain the affection of female characters. When wooing a female character, the success rate was 99%. The active effect could be used on the female lead, female supporting lead, and other female characters. The cooldown was 72 hours. When used on the female supporting lead and other female characters, it would ignore the female supporting lead aura and directly raise their affection towards the host to 100 points. When used on the female lead, there were 2 situations. There's a 30% chance that the unattached female lead's favorability towards the host will increase to 100 points. There is a 30% chance that the female lead will fall in love with someone else, and the female lead's favorability towards the host will increase to 70, undying affection. The advanced charm halo was quite unreasonable. For the female supporting lead, it was a trump card. But for the female lead, it depended on the probability. Things like probability were really hard to predict. Wang Haoren had already seen this point. But even so, the passive effect of the halo raising the charm to 999 points was still very useful. As long as he took the initiative to woo the female lead, there was a 99% chance of getting her. It would just take some time. All in all, the 200,000 villain points were well spent. Wang Haoren wanted to try out the effects of the charm halo. At this time, a Wang family disciple came to pass on a message, saying that some factions had already sent beauties over. When Wang Haoren heard this, he excitedly followed the disciple to the living room. In the living room, there were about 20 to 30 beauties dressed in ancient clothing. Some of them were talking about something, making the living room very noisy. "The young master has arrived, silence." A Wang family disciple spoke up to maintain order. In the living room, the chatter quickly stopped. The beauties stood in a row in the living room. These beauties all turned their gazes towards the immortal-like man who walked into the hall. Their gazes were fixed on him after a single glance. Wang Haoren sat down at the head of the table in the living room. He wanted to take a look and see if there was anyone who looked like the female lead. However, before he could take a few glances, a bold beauty introduced herself and expressed her willingness to be his wife. With someone taking the lead, the others also scrambled to be the first to follow suit. They even flocked to Wang Haoren's side and took the initiative to flatter him. Wang Haoren had never encountered such a situation before. Although his identity as the young master of the Wang clan was impressive, it wasn't enough for these beauties to be so passionate about him. Obviously, this was the effect of the Advanced Charm Aura's passive effect, which increased charm by 999. It was just that he couldn't handle the enthusiasm of these people. It was one thing for these women to flirt with him, but they even tried to take advantage of him. How preposterous, Wang Haoren immediately shouted and asked everyone to stand quietly. Seeing that Wang Haoren was angry, these beauties didn't dare to cross the line and stood obediently. Wang Haoren looked at them one by one and found that none of them were stunning beauties. Needless to say, there was definitely no female lead among them. Since they came to him so quickly, they were probably the kind who wanted to climb up the social ladder. Wang Haoren wasn't interested in these kinds of women, so he wanted to send them away. When the beauties heard Wang Haoren's words, the living room was soon filled with sorrowful cries. Some of them expressed their willingness to be maids in the Wang clan, as long as they could stay in the Wang clan. However, these women all had a certain background and status. They all had a certain status in their respective factions. They were either the daughters of the leaders of the forces or the daughters or granddaughters of the elders in the forces. The people from their respective forces who accompanied them forcibly took them away. It was fine to be the wife of the young master of the Wang clan, but to be a maid of the Wang clan was really embarrassing. Although the young master of the Wang clan had a rare cultivation physique, he had never cultivated in the secular world before, so it was hard to say whether he had the ability to comprehend. What if the young master of the Wang clan didn't have the ability to comprehend and sat on a mountain of treasures without being able to dig for them? Wouldn't that be a loss for their daughters or granddaughters? After all, it was only being a maid of the Wang clan. Did it sound very honorable? If the young master of the Wang clan was the strongest person in the younger generation of the eastern region, then it was fine. Flying Cloud Pavilion. Su Xian and the disciple who sent the message rushed to the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Su Ao brought Su Qingtong, Su Qingxian, and some important members of the Flying Cloud Pavilion to personally welcome them. "Uncle Su, there's no need to make such a big scene, right?" Su Xian said to Su Ao with a smile. "You're the future son-in-law of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. It's only right." Su Ao looked at Su Xian with satisfaction. He quickly sensed that Su Xian's spiritual energy cultivation had increased a lot compared to the last time they met. "You're already in the 11th level Sage Realm? With such a great opportunity, it would be a joke if I didn't reach the 11th level Sage Realm," Su Xian said half-jokingly. According to his master, the 11th level Sage Realm was the first level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. After reaching this level, one would be no longer in the category of entry-level cultivators. "Congratulations." Su Ao looked at Su Xian with a smile. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. After greeting Su Ao, Su Xian looked around and quickly found Su Qingtong's figure in the crowd. He walked over to Su Qingtong. You haven't seen me for so long. Did you miss me? Su Xian teased. I eat and sleep well every day. Why would I miss you? Su Qingtong said coldly. Su Xian smiled. He was already used to Su Qingtong's attitude. She was just pretending to be cold. In her heart, she missed him very much. She was just too embarrassed to say it. Su Xian wanted to continue teasing her, but a beautiful woman beside him attracted his attention. After looking at her for a while, Su Xian even saw some tears at the corner of her mouth. Su Qingxian frowned. Hey, what are you looking at? This is my sister. Her name is Su Qingxian. She has a boyfriend. Give up. Su Qingtong saw Su Xian's lecherous look and knew what he was thinking. She has a boyfriend. Su Xian's joy faded a lot. He was very regretful. However, he quickly pulled himself together and said to Su Qingxian. Sister, do you mind changing your boyfriend? I mind. Su Qingxian said coldly. May I ask who your boyfriend is? Su Xian continued to ask. Su Qingxian didn't answer. She couldn't be bothered with him. Su Qingtong said, sister's boyfriend is also from the secular world. He's a very handsome rich young master. Oh, a rich second generation. Su Xian sighed. He hated rich second generations the most. There were at least 8 of them who had died in his hands. Sister, I've seen a lot of rich second generation heirs. I can tell you for sure that none of them are good. You should leave him as soon as possible and be with me. I'm very reliable. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qingtong. Su Xian tried to persuade her. You're so rude. If it weren't for the fact that you're my sister's lover, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. Don't push your luck. Su Qingxuan's pretty face turned cold. I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you still angry? Su Xian curled his lips. Su Xian, that's enough. Su Qingtong heard Su Xian's words and felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but scold him. Okay, I won't say any more. Seeing that Su Qingtong was really angry, Su Xian hurriedly said. But after he finished speaking, he added, I'll say one last thing. Sister, my words are always effective. If you regret it, you can come to me. You can rely on my arm at any time. Su Qingxian frowned and turned to leave. Sister? Su Qingtong called, but Su Qingxian acted as if she didn't hear her. Su Xian, are you crazy? It's fine if you talk nonsense to other women, but how can you talk nonsense to my sister? Su Qingtong complained. I'm doing this for her own good. Rich second-generation heirs are really bad. Don't you know how many times you've been targeted by rich second-generation heirs? If she wasn't your sister, I wouldn't have said this. Su Xian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his words. Even if he's not a good person, my sister likes him. That's enough. You don't have to worry about it. Su Qingtong scolded. I'm just afraid that your sister will be abandoned. It's really out of good intentions. Su Xian explained. Come on, I think you're just lusting after my sister's beauty. Are you thinking in your heart that you want us sisters to serve you together? Stop dreaming. Su Qingtong snorted. Su Xian was secretly surprised that his thoughts were exposed. Okay, don't stand outside. Please come in. Su Ao came out to smooth things over. To be honest, he was actually very dissatisfied with the lover of his eldest daughter, Su Qingxian, but he respected his eldest daughter's wishes and didn't interfere. Relatively speaking, he was actually more willing to let his eldest daughter follow Su Xian. It was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Su Xian was now the number 1 of the younger generation in the eastern region. His future was limitless. If his eldest daughter followed him, she would not be bullied. However, Su Ao did not intend to voice out these thoughts. At that time, he felt that it was natural for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He wanted to take in concubines, so his wife ran away in anger. If he said those words and his wife found out, he would be in big trouble. Although his wife had allowed his daughter to return to his side, his wife was still in the secular world. Clearly, she was still angry. Su Ao was still hoping to reconcile with his wife. Being alone in an empty bed for so many years, it was really quite lonely. Su Ao invited Su Xian into the living room of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. As soon as the maid served tea, a disciple reported that the Wang family's envoy had arrived. Su Ao was a little nervous, but he still asked the disciples to invite the Wang family's messenger in. However, to Su Ao's surprise, the Wang family's messenger did not come to take Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong to the Wang family. He just asked for their portraits according to the instructions of the Wang family's young master. Su Ao did not know what he meant, but he still did as he was told. He was going to find a painter to draw a portrait of each of his two daughters and let the Wang family's messenger bring it back to the Wang family's young master. However, before Su Ao could speak, Su Xian directly attacked and killed the Wang family's messenger. Su Xian, aren't you completely falling out with the Wang family by doing this? Su Ao was shocked. Uncle Su, then I want to ask, are you going to send your two daughters to the Wang family? Su Xian asked. Of course not. Su Ao said decisively. Since you won't, isn't that falling out with the Wang family? Uncle Su must know the Wang family's style better than I do. Su Xian said. After hearing this, Su Ao nodded in agreement. It was actually a matter of time before they completely fell out with the Wang family. Su Xian just brought this matter forward. In fact, the difference was not big. Su Ao took a deep breath and immediately summoned the disciples. He ordered everyone to guard the mountain gate to prevent the Wang family from sending people to attack. Uncle Su, you don't have to worry too much. Since I dared to kill the Wang family's messenger, I'm not afraid of the Wang family causing trouble. Su Xian said calmly. Oh? Su Ao's eyes lit up. Of course, he could hear the confidence in Su Xian's words. Based on his understanding of Su Xian, he knew that Su Xian was not a boastful person. Since he said so, he must have something to rely on. It seemed that Su Xian was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. But the Wang family's ancestor. Su Ao wanted to test Su Xian's bottom line, so he said tentatively. Even if the Wang family's ancestor comes personally, I have the law to check and balance. As for Wang Wanli, leave it to me. Uncle Su, you deal with the other experts of the Wang family. Su Xian said. When Su Ao heard this, he was relieved. If the Wang family's ancestor and Wang Wanli were restrained, then the rest of the Wang family would not be able to stop him. At that time, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The Wang family would definitely suffer heavy losses and return in defeat. In the end, I underestimated you. Since you said so, then let's go all out and fight with the Wang family. The Wang family has been domineering in the eastern region for so long. It's time for them to pay the price. Su Ao was relieved and said loudly. After seeing Su Ao's attitude, Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the Wang family's emissary who was lying on the ground and had his head crushed by his palm. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. Wang family. Wang Wanli was telling Wang Haoran about some matters related to cultivation. Wang Haoran listened in all kinds of ways. Master, young master, Flying Cloud Pavilion sent something over. Wang Tong carried a box and walked forward to report. What's inside? Wang Haoran asked with a frown. He asked Flying Cloud Pavilion to send the portraits of Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong, but this square box clearly did not look like it was used to store portraits. I've already checked, inside is. Wang Tong wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing him dilly-dallying, Wang Haoran was too lazy to ask and directly used his X-ray vision to take a look. When he saw clearly what was inside the box, he could not help but be shocked. What did Flying Cloud Pavilion send? Wang Wanli asked in confusion. Wang Tong opened the box and faced Wang Wanli's position. What does Flying Cloud Pavilion mean by this? Why did they send a head over? Also, who is this person? Wang Wanli still did not know about the portraits. Master, this person is a disciple of the Wang family. He went to Flying Cloud Pavilion on behalf of the young master to ask for the portraits of Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong. Flying Cloud Pavilion just sent someone to deliver the box, saying it's a gift from Su Xian to the young master. Wang Tong explained with a trembling voice. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. Damn it, he had not even met this Su Xian yet, and he had already sent such a gift. How much did Su Xian hate him? How preposterous. The soaring cloud pavilion is simply going too far. Wang Tong, pass on my order, gather people to flatten flying cloud pavilion and tear Su Xian to pieces. Wang Wanli was furious and smashed the tea table beside him into pieces. Yes, sir. Wang Tong immediately responded and couldn't wait to gather his men. Not long ago, he was defeated by Su Xian in the fight for the opportunity. He also suffered some serious injuries, which might affect his future cultivation progress. Naturally, he hated Su Xian very much. Now that there was such a good opportunity for revenge, Wang Tong was very excited. Wang Haoren looked thoughtfully at Wang Tong, who excitedly left to gather people, and Wang Wanli, who was still in a violent rage. According to the normal routine, Wang Wanli and Wang Tong would most likely not get any benefits from the flying cloud pavilion. There was even a certain possibility that they would not come back alive. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoren suggested to Wang Wanli. I think it's better to call the old ancestor. It's safer. It's just the flying cloud pavilion. I'll go personally with many experts of the Wang family. It's absolutely safe. There's no need to trouble the old ancestor. Wang Wanli said confidently. Wang Haoren saw the old man's face and felt depressed. In the past few days in the Wang family, he also learned a lot of things. In the previous fight for the opportunity, Wang Wanli actually failed to kill Su Xian after attacking in anger. This proved that Su Xian definitely had a trump card. If Wang Wanli led the team, it was impossible to win. I heard from Wang Tong that in the last fight for the opportunity, you only slightly injured Su Xian. You couldn't kill him in one fell swoop. Is that true? Wang Haoren said. Yes. Speaking of this, I also feel strange. Although I used 50% of my cultivation, it's reasonable to say that Su Xian can't resist. Wang Wanli heard Wang Haoren mention this matter and suddenly calmed down a little. This Su Xian is not simple. If you go, you probably won't get any benefits, not to mention there's also Su Ao. Wang Haoren reminded. No matter how powerful Su Xian is, he's just a fledgling boy. As for Su Ao? What is he? Even if the two of them come together, I'm confident that I can kill them. Wang Wanli became arrogant again. Wang Haoren frowned and wanted to scold this old man. No wonder the villains were always unable to deal with the protagonists. Not only were they not very bright, but they were also very prideful and arrogant. In that fight for the opportunity, after Wang Wanli's attack on Su Xian did not achieve the desired result, he was actually afraid of being ridiculed, so he stopped. If Wang Wanli had been a little more ruthless at that time, Su Xian would not have jumped like this now. Now that Su Xian had obtained that opportunity, his strength would definitely soar. According to Wang Tong's description, Su Xian was already in the 9th heaven true saint realm at that time. It wasn't strange for him to reach the 11th heaven true saint realm with this opportunity. The 11th level sage realm was the first level of the foundation establishment stage in the immortal cultivation realm. Su Xian's strength had undergone a qualitative change. Coupled with the fact that the main character was able to fight beyond his level, Su Xian's true combat power was probably comparable to that of a level 5 foundation establishment stage cultivator. He could even fight evenly with Wang Wanli. What's more, Wang Wanli might not even be able to beat Su Xian. It was the same for Su Xian and Yi Fan. The reason why Wang Haoren was so sure of this was because after he replicated Yi Fan's memories, he was also able to fight above his level. Yi Fan's memories contained all of Yi Fan's cultivation methods and immortal arts. With these, Wang Haoren, who was only at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, could compete with ordinary cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Although Wang Wanli was at level 5 foundation establishment stage, it was still a question whether he could not deal with Su Xian. Coupled with Su Ao, if Wang Wanli really led the team to the Flying Cloud Pavilion, Wang Haoren felt that he could really prepare a coffin for this old man. Call the patriarch. I want to go too. Otherwise, I won't be the young master anymore. Wang Haoren couldn't be bothered to persuade this old man and directly threatened him. Haoren, you. Wang Wanli was stunned. I have a feeling that this matter won't be so simple. Moreover, even a lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Don't let your guard down and fail miserably, Wang Haoren said. This? All right. Wang Wanli agreed. In a pavilion in the Flying Cloud Pavilion. After Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong heard that Su Xian killed the Wang family's messenger, they also knew that the Flying Cloud Pavilion and the Wang family would fight. At this moment, they were worried. Although the two of them hadn't been in the eastern region for long, they had heard of the Wang family's tyranny from many disciples of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. It was hard to say whether the Flying Cloud Pavilion could survive this disaster. Sister, there's no trouble that Su Xian can't solve. Nothing will happen. Su Qingtong was also worried. These words were to comfort Su Qingxian and herself. I hope so. Su Qingxian sighed. Qingtong, so you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Su Xian walked over from afar. He came to the pavilion and smiled at Su Qingtong. The Wang family is about to come to our door. How can you still smile? Su Qingtong complained. Why are you looking for me? I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Su Xian looked mysterious, and a wretched look flashed across his eyes. Su Xian had this idea before, but because of the drawbacks of the Taishan single qi technique, he had been forcibly restraining himself. Now that his cultivation had improved, the drawbacks of the Taishan single qi technique were gone. Su Xian naturally had this idea. It was still daytime, but he already couldn't hold back. Do you want to take me to see the scenery? But I'm really not in the mood now. Let's talk about it after the Wang family's matter. Su Qingtong didn't see through Su Xian's real thoughts. I told you, don't worry about the Wang family. Didn't I solve every crisis in the past? This time is no exception. Trust me. Come with me, I'll take you to a good place. Su Xian insisted. Su Qingtong hesitated and looked at her sister. I don't need you to accompany me. If you want to go, then go. Su Qingxian also thought that Su Xian was taking her sister to see the scenery or something. Naturally, she wouldn't stop him. Well, I'll go with Su Xian. Sister, don't think too much. Su Qingtong stood up. After speaking to Su Qingxian, she prepared to leave the pavilion with Su Xian. But just as she took a few steps, a horn suddenly sounded, echoing inside and outside the Flying Cloud Pavilion. This is the signal of an enemy invasion. Su Qingtong stopped and listened for a few seconds. She was shocked. The Wang family came quite quickly. Su Xian was annoyed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that the Wang family wouldn't act so quickly, so he wanted to trick Su Qingtong into going to a deserted place and then eat her. But the Wang family was too annoying. At this time, they actually disturbed his good fortune. Su Xian could only temporarily dismiss the idea of taking Su Qingtong to a deserted place. Anyway, Su Qingtong was his, and she wouldn't run away. There was no need to rush. Qingtong, you and sister find a place to hide. Don't wander around. I'll go out and fight the enemy, Su Xian instructed. Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong were both in the secular world and didn't cultivate much. Their cultivation was still lacking, and they didn't have much strength. In this confrontation with the Wang family, they couldn't help. Not causing trouble was the greatest help. At the Flying Cloud Pavilion's gate, a large group of Wang family members had gathered. The Flying Cloud Pavilion's disciples were all pale. The Wang family's strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. The Wang family suddenly gathered a large group of people, and it looked like they were going to destroy the Flying Cloud Pavilion. These Flying Cloud Pavilion disciples were naturally very worried. But fortunately, no one ran away. They still braced themselves and stood at the gate. At the front of the Wang family members, Wang Wanli lowered his voice and asked Wang Haoren, Haoren, why don't you just attack and catch them off guard? I think the source of this is Su Xian. If we can kill Su Xian, perhaps we won't have to start a war with the Flying Cloud Pavilion. After all, if we really do fight, casualties are inevitable. You don't want to see the Wang family members get killed, right? Wang Haoren explained in a low voice. That Su Qingxian might very well be Feng Xian. Wang Haoren naturally wouldn't let the Wang family members start a war with the Flying Cloud Pavilion directly. What if Su Qingxian was Fang Xian? Wouldn't that be very awkward? Moreover, there was no enmity between him and the Flying Cloud Pavilion. He only wanted to deal with the main character, Su Xian. Wang Haoren spread out his perception and quickly discovered that there were some factions watching them from afar. Wang Haoren could completely guess that if the Wang family was defeated in this battle with the Flying Cloud Pavilion, then these factions would definitely join the Flying Cloud Pavilion's side and destroy the Wang family together. Similarly, if the Flying Cloud Pavilion was defeated, these factions would join the Wang family's side and fight against the Flying Cloud Pavilion in order to gain the Wang family's friendship. In short, these were fence-sitters. Not long after, Su Ao and Su Xian hurried to the gate. Su Ao, how dare you allow Su Xian to kill my Wang clan's emissary? Wang Wanli shouted. Wang, so what if I killed him? I'll kill every Wang family member I see. Su Ao was about to reply, but Su Xian interrupted him. Preposterous. Disciples of the Wang family, listen up. Trample the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Wang Wanli was furious and was about to give the order. You are Su Xian? Wang Haoren interrupted Wang Wanli's words. Wang Wanli was startled. Only then did he remember what Wang Haoren had just said. It was best to target Su Xian alone. After being interrupted, he did not continue to speak. Su Xian looked at the person who spoke and couldn't help but be surprised. In his entire life, this was the first time he had seen such a good-looking man. It was as if an immortal had descended upon the world. But after being surprised, Su Xian suddenly felt displeased. Of course, he hated men who were more handsome than him. What are you? The new young master of the Wang family? Su Xian sneered. Impudent. You're not allowed to insult our young master. Wang Tong angrily rebuked. Loser, you have no right to speak here. Su Xian's face was full of disdain. You. Wang Tong gnashed his teeth. Wang Haoren laughed in his heart when he heard Su Xian's words. This Su Xian was young and impetuous. He was not as steady as Yi Fan at all. He was much easier to deal with than Yi Fan. Wang Haoren ignored Su Xian for the time being. He looked at Su Ao and said. Senior Su, I suspect that your eldest daughter Su Qingxian is my lover in the secular world. I spread the news and asked the forces in the eastern region to send over their beauties just to find her. After clearing his name, Wang Haoren continued. Later, I learned that she was most likely the eldest daughter of the Feiyun Pavilion, so I sent someone to ask for the portrait. Was it your idea to kill the messenger of the Wang family? Or Su Xian's idea? Hearing this, Su Ao looked at the new young master of the Wang family and was also stunned by his appearance. But what surprised him more was the words of the new young master of the Wang family. When he learned that the new young master of the Wang family asked the forces in the eastern region to send over their beauties, he did not have a good impression of the new young master of the Wang family. But when he heard the reason behind it, he was naturally quite surprised. Uncle Su, do you believe this kind of words? He must be lying. Su Xian said to Su Ao. Su Ao did not immediately respond to Su Xian. As the pavilion master of the Feiyun Pavilion, Su Ao had his own way of doing things, unlike Su Xian who was completely unscrupulous. If what the new young master of the Wang family said was true, then this was simply a misunderstanding. You know my eldest daughter Qingxian? Su Ao asked. May I ask if her original name is Fang Xian? She has a younger brother named Fang Heng who is now in a mental hospital. Wang Haoren said. Yes, you are the one Qingxian likes, the rich young master? Su Ao nodded. I came to the sacred region from the secular world for a few days. When I was in the secular world, I was indeed a rich young master. Fang Xian was my mother's secretary. If you still don't believe me, you can ask Fang Xian to come out and meet me. Wang Haoren said. Hearing this, Su Ao was almost convinced. He was ready to send a disciple to ask his eldest daughter to come out. Uncle Su, you mustn't. This guy must have heard about Qingxian from somewhere, so he wants you to call Qingxian out. When the time comes, he can control Qingxian and use her to blackmail you. Su Xian hurriedly tried to persuade him. But I can see that this person's words are sincere. He doesn't seem to be lying. Su Ao was quite good at reading people. In all these years, he had never misjudged anyone. Moreover, this new young master of the Wang family's appearance really made people have a good impression of him. Such a good-looking person couldn't be a bad person, right? All is fair in war. This young master of the Wang family is obviously not a good person. You can't believe his words. Su Xian insisted. Hearing this, Su Ao frowned. Because Su Xian's words were obviously a little extreme. He was deliberately targeting the new young master of the Wang family. Wang Haoran continued, Senior Su, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. But you're Fang Xian's father. I respect you very much. Bringing the Wang family's people to the Flying Cloud Pavilion this time, it's not targeting the Flying Cloud Pavilion, let alone targeting you. As long as I want to find Su Xian to demand justice, there are so many pairs of eyes in the eastern region watching. Right and wrong, there will naturally be a public opinion. Hearing this Wang family's young master speak appropriately, Su Ao's favorable impression of him increased greatly in his heart. As a faction in the righteous camp, Su Ao was still very reasonable. If what Wang Haoran said was true, then it was completely Su Xian who was in the wrong. After all, Su Xian did not even ask clearly at that time and directly killed the Wang family's envoy. A Wang family's envoy, why is there a need to muster so many people? Why not turn hostility into friendship? Su Ao really wanted to mediate the conflict. This Wang family's young master was most likely his eldest daughter's lover. Like Su Xian, he might be his son-in-law in the future. Su Ao could not side with either side and could only mediate. Senior Su, is that Wang family's envoy's life not a life? Isn't he born and raised by his parents? Wang Haoran asked rhetorically. Su Ao was suddenly speechless and could not refute. Seeing this, Su Xian was annoyed with Su Ao in his heart. Immediately, he said to Wang Haoran, you said so much, isn't it just to drive a wedge between Uncle Su and me? Now you've achieved your goal. Even if I'm alone, why should I be afraid of your Wang family? Don't worry, we won't bully you with numbers. Wang Haoran smiled faintly. Kid, give me your life. Seeing that Wang Haoran had resolved the conflict with the Flying Cloud Pavilion and isolated Su Xian, Wang Wanli attacked Su Xian. Old fart, bring it on. Facing Wang Wanli's attack, Su Xian was not afraid at all. He rose into the air and met Wang Wanli's palm in the air. The two palms collided, and there was an explosion. With the two as the center, the area within a radius of a few miles was turned into a real zone. The strong wind caused by the turbulence of the air blew the corners of the clothes of the people below. At the same time, Wang Wanli stepped into the void and took 3 steps back. On the other hand, Su Xian took 5 steps back. Wang Wanli could not help but turn pale with fright. Although he had the upper hand, he could have easily defeated Su Xian not long ago. He did not expect that Su Xian would have the strength to fight him in such a short time. Kid, I should have killed you at that time. Wang Wanli regretted. Old fart, it's too late to say that now. Su Xian smiled proudly. It's not too late to kill you now. Wang Wanli sneered. Spiritual energy and divine light emerged from his body as he attacked Su Xian. Su Xian was not afraid and stepped forward to meet the attack. The 2 streaks of light collided in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a loud bang. The people below were all dumbfounded. Wang Wanli was a top expert in the eastern region who had been famous for a long time. He was also in the 16th Heaven Saint realm. Su Xian had emerged in the eastern region in less than a year, but he was actually on par with Wang Wanli. Wang Haoran also raised his head slightly and looked at the battle in the air. There was no change in his expression. He had long expected such a situation. As the protagonist, Su Xian fighting above his level was a normal thing. After the 2 people in the air fought for a while, they suddenly retreated and stood at opposite ends of the air. Wang Wanli's face was full of shock. He had almost used all his strength, but he could not do anything to Su Xian. Su Xian's growth was too fast, and Wang Wanli felt a strong threat. Wang Wanli felt some admiration for his great-grandson's foresight. If he had only brought people here to destroy the Flying Cloud Pavilion, it seemed that he would most likely die here. Fortunately, he listened to Wang Haoran and called the strongest battle force of the Wang family. However, before Wang Wanli could ask for help, an ethereal sigh sounded in the void. Sigh, I really didn't expect such a genius to appear in the eastern region. How great would it be if he was a disciple of my Wang family? As the voice rang out, a figure slowly appeared in the air. This person's hair and beard were all white, but his face was that of a young man. Wang Haoran's face darkened when he heard this. The meaning behind the Wang family's ancestors' words was clearly that he felt that no one in the younger generation of the Wang family could compare to Su Xian, which was why he sighed. However, Wang Haoran was not in a hurry to prove anything. Because he guessed that Su Xian still had another trump card. He would let the two old men go first and figure out Su Xian's background. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after confirming that Su Xian wasn't a threat to him. If things went south and the two old men couldn't win, and he couldn't change the situation, then he would have to run away alone. After thinking it through, Wang Haoran quietly observed the situation. Wang family patriarch. Someone below recognized the old man and immediately cried out in shock. Su Ao's pupils also shook. The Wang family's ancestor had been in seclusion for many years and hadn't appeared in front of others for a long time. Unexpectedly, he actually came in person this time. No matter how powerful Su Xian was, he couldn't be a match for the Wang family's ancestor, right? Thinking so, Su Ao said to Wang Haoran. Su Xian is Qingtong's lover, and you are also Qingshuan's lover. In the future, you might be a family. Why make things so tense? Is there no room for negotiation? Since Senior Su said so, of course I have to give this face. However, this depends on Su Xian's intention. Wang Haoran replied. Tell me about it. Su Ao hurriedly asked. If Su Xian is willing to wear mourning clothes for the Wang family's disciple who died tragically and keep vigil for 7 days, this matter can be written off. A life is gone, and you only want Su Xian to do such a thing. This isn't too much, right? Wang Haoran said something that Su Xian would never agree to. He said that he was giving face to Su Ao, but he never thought of letting Su Xian go. He was just giving face to his future father-in-law. Su Xian, what do you think? Su Ao felt that this was a turning point, so he asked Su Xian who was in the air. Absolutely not. Su Xian said firmly. Su Ao was stunned. Senior Su, you heard it, right? Wang Haoran said. Su Ao sighed and no longer said anything to dissuade him. This young master of the Wang family was his eldest daughter's lover, and Su Xian was his youngest daughter's lover. He was caught in the middle and couldn't help anyone. All he could do was mediate the conflict. Now that he couldn't mediate, there was nothing he could do. He could only stay out of it and not help either side. Young man, if you are willing to join the Wang family and change your surname, I can consider not killing you. I will even nurture you. What do you think? The Wang family's ancestor floated in the air and looked at Su Xian, who was dozens of feet away. I can consider it, but I have a condition. Su Xian sneered. What condition? The Wang family's ancestor asked subconsciously. Su Xian pointed at Wang Haoran's position below. Kill him and I will consider joining the Wang family. The Wang family's ancestor's eyes flashed coldly. Young man, you are playing with me. Old man, you guessed it right. Su Xian grinned and called for help. Master, if you don't come out, I might be beaten to death. As Su Xian's words fell, a stream of light flew out from Su Xian's ring and condensed into the image of a beautiful woman in red in the air. A powerful divine soul fluctuation floated out from the illusory woman's figure. Wang Haoran was stunned for a few seconds when he saw it. Su Xian's trump card was actually a portable grandpa? No, it should be a portable grandma. It didn't seem accurate because this illusory woman was too beautiful. She was most likely the female lead. Su Xian respectfully called him master, but his filial piety must have changed. The Wang family's ancestor looked at the illusory woman's figure and felt the powerful divine soul fluctuation from her body. His face turned serious. No wonder you were able to withstand my attack last time. It turns out that you had the help of this divine soul. Wang Wanli saw this scene and suddenly remembered something. Old man, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Su Xian teased. You brat, I will tear you into pieces. Wang Wanli said ruthlessly, but it was just a show of strength. He didn't attack immediately but looked at the Wang family's ancestor. Young man, you really make me feel threatened. Since you are not willing to join the Wang family, I will not let you live. The Wang family's ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. This person is very strong. My divine soul is not suitable for a long battle. Find a chance to run. The illusory woman said to Su Xian. Got it, Su Xian replied via voice transmission. At this moment, the Wang family's ancestor and Wang Wanli both attacked. The mysterious woman in red blocked the Wang family's ancestor while Su Xian fought with Wang Wanli. Su Xian should be out of trump cards, right? It's my turn to fight. Wang Haoran said in his heart. In midair, Su Xian remembered his master's instructions. Although he looked like he was going all out with Wang Wanli, he found a gap. After exchanging palm strikes with Wang Wanli, he took advantage of the momentum and flew towards the Wang family disciples below. Haoran, dodge. Wang Wanli was shocked and instantly determined what Su Xian wanted to do. This brat wants to take Wang Haoran as a hostage. Wang Haoran, who was looking for a chance to attack, found it funny. In an instant, Su Xian was already in front of Wang Haoran. Wang Tong's reaction was the fastest. He pulled out his long sword and blocked in front of Wang Haoran. However, he was pushed back by Su Xian's palm, and the long sword in his hand was knocked away. Su Xian bent his fingers into a claw, wanting to grab Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran's lips curled up slightly, and his hand clenched. Suddenly, he shouted. Sword, come. Wang Tong's long sword flew into Wang Haoran's hand. Spiritual energy rose like a mountain, rushing to the sky. A dazzling sword light slashed towards Su Xian. After Su Xian pushed Wang Tong away, he was only 10 steps away from Wang Haoran. It sounded far, but at his level, 10 steps could be covered in an instant. Su Xian thought he was about to succeed, and a smile appeared on his face. However, the resplendent sword light that came slashing down caused the smile on Su Xian's face to instantly disappear. Instead, it was replaced by a terrified expression. Because Su Xian could feel the danger of death from the sword light. In a hurry, Su Xian did not have time to use any immortal technique, so he could only throw out all the defensive talismans in his ring. A series of defensive formations were formed, blocking the oncoming sword light. However, the sword light tore through the layers of defenses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, heading towards Su Xian. Although the defensive talismans could not stop the attack, they gave Su Xian some time to catch his breath. Su Xian dodged to the side, avoiding his vital parts, and the sword light flew past him. At the same time, Su Xian grunted. After the sword light flew past Su Xian, it slashed at a cliff behind Su Xian, and flattened the top of the cliff. Su Xian half knelt on the ground, blood flowing out of his body. Wang Haoran saw this and sighed in his heart. He used all his strength and used one of his most powerful immortal techniques. The technique just now was called World Separation Sword. In Yifan's previous life, he was able to cut a planet in half with this technique when he was in the soul formation stage. It was an extremely powerful killing technique. Wang Haoran was only in the foundation establishment stage, so the power he could use was limited. But even so, the power was still terrifying. The cliffs that had been cut off were the best proof. Unfortunately, he still could not kill Su Xian. But it was not a big problem. Wang Haoran raised his sword and was ready to attack again. Ding! The host caused Su Xian to lose his manhood. Gained 18,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -900, the host's villain aura +900. The sudden news made Wang Haoran stunned for a moment. He used his X-ray vision to check Su Xian and found that Su Xian was injured. Wang Haoran was slightly stunned. The sword did not cut Su Xian in half, but only injured him. Just now, Wang Haoran did not notice where Su Xian was hurt. At this moment, he took a closer look and realized that the sword light that had passed Su Xian had shaved off half of a certain part of Su Xian's body. This was a complete coincidence. Su Xian! Haoran! Just as Wang Haoran was distracted, 2 voices came from the disciples of the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Su Qingtong and Su Qingxian squeezed their way out of the crowd, wanting to walk towards the battle. Su Ao raised her hand to stop them. Su Ao had seen everything that had happened earlier. Su Xian thought that Wang Haoren was a pushover and wanted to hold him hostage. However, he never expected that Wang Haoren's cultivation would be so strong, far above Su Xian's. Among these two people, one was the older daughter's sweetheart, and the other was the younger daughter's sweetheart. To prevent the situation from becoming even more chaotic, Su Ao really didn't want Su Qingxian and Su Qingtong to get involved. Su Ao took a deep look at the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli. The Wang family really hid their strength well. When the Wang family ancestor and the red-robed woman saw the situation below, they immediately stopped fighting. On the other side, Wang Wanli, who wanted to rush over to save Wang Haoren, was also dumbfounded. When Wang Haoren had used the Sword of Separation, his spiritual qi cultivation had inadvertently revealed 16th level Sage Realm, compared to Su Xian, who was at the 11th level Sage Realm, it was a full 5 levels higher. Good. As expected of a direct descendant of the Wang family. Looking at the history of the Saint Realm, such talent can be counted on one hand. Wang Wanli was unusually excited. The Wang family ancestor didn't say anything, but the joy on his face couldn't be concealed. The red-robed woman hadn't noticed Wang Haoren before, as all her attention was on the Wang family ancestor. The unforeseen event below made her notice Wang Haoren's existence. The immortal-like figure of the man was reflected in her eyes, and she was dazed for a moment. She had lived for a very long time and had seen many people, but this was the first time she had seen such a good-looking man. However, this kind of admiration was quickly suppressed by her. This person had injured her disciple, Su Xian, and was her enemy. How could she have a good impression of her? Enemy? Wang Haoren looked around the battlefield, and his gaze fell on Su Qingxian. He immediately recognized that she was Fang Xian. Then, his gaze shifted to the peerless beauty beside Fang Xian, who looked somewhat similar to her, and he was suddenly stunned. This Su Qingtong was beautiful, but Wang Haoren had seen beauties like Feng Xuanzu, Tan Tai Yaoyue, and Fang Yorua, so he wouldn't be stunned. What made Wang Haoren stunned wasn't that Su Qingtong was too beautiful, but that Su Qingtong was actually a blank piece of paper. Wang Haoren, who had learned the Devil Emperor's internal scripture, was very skilled in distinguishing whether a woman was a blank piece of paper or not. Basically, he could tell with a glance. Su Xian was obviously a protagonist in the middle and late stages of puberty. He had known Su Qingtong in the secular world. Logically speaking, Su Qingtong shouldn't be a blank piece of paper. Could it be that this Su Xian was one of those evil protagonists in the legends, the kind that wouldn't push the female lead no matter what, and would crazily keep people in suspense until the end? The protagonist was still a virgin, Wang Haoren secretly guessed. The woman in red rushed to the side of Su Xian, who was half kneeling on the ground, to protect him. The Wang family's ancestor and Wang Wanli also landed on the other side, and together with Wang Haoren, they surrounded the woman in red and Su Xian. It seems that us master and disciple are going to be buried here. The woman in red looked at the three people who were eyeing her covetously and smiled bitterly at Su Xian. You despicable villain. Su Xian looked at Wang Haoren and gritted his teeth. You took the opportunity to come over and kidnap me, and you said that I was despicable. Don't you think it's funny? Wang Haoren said. You have such a high cultivation, why are you pretending to be weak? Su Xian said hatefully. I never said that I was weak. You just think that I'm easy to bully. Wang Haoren said. Then why didn't you attack earlier? Su Xian asked. I said first that I wouldn't bully you with numbers. You 2 against 2, that's fair. It's just that you're too shameless. You were fighting well, but you ran to me, so I was forced to attack. Wang Haoren said. I want to ask you, who's the despicable one here? Su Xian was suddenly a little speechless. He wanted to say something to refute, but he couldn't. His face turned red. Ding, the host has damaged Su Xian's mentality, gained 6,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura -300, host villain aura +300. This Su Xian was too easy to take advantage of, right? Wang Haoren secretly rejoiced. He originally planned to kill Su Xian and end it once and for all, but now he suddenly changed his mind. This Su Xian's temperament was not enough, and he still lacked experience. Leaving him to take advantage of was more beneficial than killing him directly. If Su Qingtong and Su Xian did something, Wang Haoren would not be interested, but Su Qingtong was a blank piece of paper. If he took Su Qingtong away, how upset would Su Xian be? Besides Su Qingtong, Su Xian's master was also very good. Su Xian must have some strange thoughts about this master. If Su Xian's master fell into his arms, what should Su Xian call him? What should the disciple call the beautiful master's man? Besides, Su Xian's main plot had developed to the middle and later stages. Besides Su Qingtong and the woman in red, there must be other female leads. These female leads might even be with Su Xian, but just like Su Qingtong, Su Xian had not touched them. I didn't expect that I would fall here today after dominating the celestial spirit star zone. Seeing the situation, the woman in red had almost given up resisting and could not help but sigh. Hearing this, Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. There was information about the celestial spirit star zone in Yifan's memory. If the star zones were divided into 9 levels, the celestial spirit star zone was the second level. The star zones in the first level were basically celestial primes in the tribulation passing stage. To be able to dominate the second level of the celestial spirit star zone, one needed to be at the great vehicle stage. The great vehicle stage was only below the tribulation passing stage celestial primes. They were considered very strong cultivators. It seems that you feel very wronged. A great vehicle stage cultivator with only a remnant soul left. Do you think you're very powerful? Wang Haoren said telepathically. Hearing this, the woman in red looked at Wang Haoren in shock. But don't worry, I won't bully a remnant soul in the great vehicle stage like you, Wang Haoren said again. Who are you? The woman in red was shocked and asked through telepathy. The past is like smoke. Let's not talk about it. My name is Wang Haoren now, Wang Haoren said lightly. Hearing this, the woman in red quickly made some judgments in her heart. If she guessed correctly, this person must be a reincarnated cultivator who remembered his previous life. Only celestial primes in the tribulation passing stage could reincarnate with their previous life's memories. Since he claimed to be an immortal emperor, he must have been an immortal emperor from some galaxy in his past life. After coming to this conclusion, the way the woman in red looked at Wang Haoren changed. Ding! Gu Hongyi's favorability towards the host has increased to 45. Current favorability is 45, very friendly. Wang Haoren inwardly rejoiced, but for the time being, he ignored Gu Hongyi. He looked in the direction of the Feiyun Pavilion and waved at Feng Xian. Seeing this, Su Ao did not stop him. Su Qingxian was overjoyed. She ran toward Wang Haoren and threw herself into his arms. Su Qingtong also stepped out from the crowd and walked towards Su Xian. Su Xian, are you all right? Su Qingtong came to Su Xian's side, wanting to help him up. I'm fine. You don't have to help me. Su Xian raised his hand and gestured. His wound was very awkward, so he deliberately covered it up, not wanting Su Qingtong to find it. Su Qingtong saw a lot of Su Xian's blood on the ground. She naturally did not believe his words and wanted to continue asking with concern. However, her gaze suddenly inadvertently glanced at the young master of the Wang family who was hugging her sister. Su Qingtong did not see it clearly because they were too far away. Now that she was closer, she could finally see it clearly. Her sister was right. Her lover was really very good looking. It was simply rare in the world. He was better looking than all the men she had seen before. In terms of appearance, Su Xian was far inferior to her sister's lover. Su Qingtong's gaze froze after taking a look. She even forgot to say the words of concern for Su Xian. Su Xian saw this scene with his eyes. A surge of anger quietly rose in Su Xian's heart. His blood and qi surged, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Received 8,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400. Host's villain aura plus 400. Ding! Su Qingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 45. Current favorability is 45, very friendly. Greedily smelling the familiar warmth, Su Qingxian was unwilling to let go for a long time. But thinking that there were so many pairs of eyes watching, she finally let go with a red face. Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes stared at Wang Haoren. She only felt that her lover had become more and more charming after not seeing him for a long time. For a moment, she was stunned. After a moment, she reacted and asked, "How did you come to the sacred region and become the young master of the Wang family?" Wang Haoran explained, "The Wang family of the eastern region is my ancestor. Not long ago, the head of the Wang family, Wang Wanli, who is also my great-grandfather, went to the secular world to find me. He found that I had the talent for cultivation, so he brought me to the sacred region. When I left Qingling, I missed you very much, so I went to find you. But I found that you had left with your biological parents. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? When I heard the news, do you know how sad I was?" "I'm sorry." Su Qingshan whispered, "I was afraid that after seeing you, I wouldn't bear to leave. I originally wanted to come to the sacred region and cultivate well. When I'm strong in the future, I'll go back to find you." Speaking of this, Su Qingshan smiled, "You told me before that if I become rich, I'll protect you in the future. I've always remembered." Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment. Only then did he understand that she left without saying goodbye because of what he said before. "By the way, how did you know I was at the Flying Cloud Pavilion?" Su Qingshan asked curiously. Wang Haoran continued, "I've always guessed that your background isn't simple. After you left, I sent people to the secular world to inquire about you, and I came to the sacred region to find you. Unfortunately, the eastern region is so big that I couldn't find you. So I thought of a way, which was to send a message to the forces in the eastern region and have them send beauties to find you. Later, by chance, I learned that the master of the Flying Cloud Pavilion had just found his daughter in the secular world, so I sent a disciple of the Wang family to the Flying Cloud Pavilion to ask for a portrait, but, as Wang Haoran spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked at the embarrassed Su Xian, but this person didn't even ask and directly killed the disciple of the Wang family. Sigh, that disciple of the Wang family was the only son in the family. He had an old father and mother, and a child who wasn't even a month old. When the family heard the news of his death, they cried their hearts out. The wife of the Wang family disciple even jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Such a good family was destroyed just like that. When I heard the news, I was extremely angry, so I brought the people of the Wang family to seek justice." "I see." Su Qingshan nodded in realization, and then looked at Su Xian with incomparable disgust. Su Qingtong glanced at Su Xian and couldn't help but frown. The others around also heard Wang Haoran's words and looked at Su Xian. Originally, everyone thought that the young master of the Wang family was a reincarnated lecher, but it turned out that there was another reason. All of this was caused by the young master of the Wang family, who was looking for his lover. However, because of Su Xian's intervention, things became serious. Some of the surrounding people even began to point at Su Xian in low voices. Their voices were not loud, but Su Xian could still hear quite a bit. Su Xian did not believe the Wang clan young master's words. He wanted to refute, but just as he was about to speak, his master Gu Hongyi shook her head at him. Su Xian immediately came to his senses. His life was currently in the other party's hands, how could he reason with them? Besides, even if he tried to reason, he would not be able to win against the Wang clan young master. Wang Haoran held Su Qingshuan's waist and continued to chat with her. Soon after, he looked towards Su Xian and said, "You've dodged my attack and managed to survive. On account of little sister Qingxian, I won't kill you. This matter will be written off. After all, we may be family in the future. How about we go to Flying Cloud Pavilion to drink and chat? Don't pretend to be a good person, I won't accept your kindness." Su Xian angrily retorted. "Su Xian, you were the one who went overboard when you killed the Wang clan disciple. Now that the other party has decided not to pursue the matter, why are you being so fierce instead?" Su Qingtong somewhat unhappily said. "What, you've only just met him and you're already speaking on his side. Whose woman are you?" Su Xian questioned. "Are you crazy? What are you talking about?" Su Qingtong was annoyed. "Are you angry because I've hit the nail on the head?" Su Xian seemed to have lost his mind. "You. I can't be bothered with you." Su Qingtong's pretty face turned red with anger. Gu Hongyi secretly sighed as she watched from the side. Su Xian had never lost to someone of the same age as him ever since he started cultivating. To think that he would lose control of his emotions after tasting defeat for the first time. Gu Hongyi knew that Su Xian would not benefit from staying here any longer. Hence, she spoke to Wang Haoren. Thank you for showing mercy. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Please. Wang Haoren said. Gu Hongyi nodded and used her spirit power to lift Su Xian, preparing to leave with him. Wait. Wang Haoren suddenly called out. Master, look, I knew he wouldn't let us go. Su Xian said in a low voice. Gu Hongyi sighed, thinking that her disciple had really lost her mind. If they wanted to kill you, they would have done so just now. Why would they go back on their words? Gu Hongyi calmly turned around and looked towards Wang Haoren. This is for you. Wang Haoren tossed an inch-tall bottle to Gu Hongyi. Gu Hongyi received it and opened the bottle in confusion. She immediately smelled a rich spiritual energy, and the spirit power she had expended earlier had recovered a little. This small bottle actually contained spirit liquid. Even in the immortal cultivation world, spiritual liquid was extremely precious. It was also a kind of hard currency that could be used to buy all kinds of things. Furthermore, spiritual liquid was a hard currency, and the unit of measurement was calculated in drops. There were at least 50 drops of spiritual liquid in this small bottle. Its value was extraordinary. This is too precious, and I feel ashamed to accept it, Gu Hongyi said fearfully. It's rare to meet neighbors. It's just a small gift. Take it, Wang Haoren said. Gu Hongyi was probably the only one present who could understand what he was saying. She had previously unintentionally mentioned that she was from the Heavenly Spirit Star domain. It seemed that this reincarnated great being was from one of the first-tier star domains around the Heavenly Spirit Star domain. They were indeed neighbors. Then I shall accept it. Gu Hongyi paused for a moment, but still accepted it in the end. The spirit liquid in the small bottle was extremely beneficial to her spirit, so she was naturally very tempted. She had declined earlier because she felt embarrassed. Gu Hongyi would remember this favor, and secretly planned to find a chance to repay it in the future. Ding! Female customer Gu Hongyi's favorability towards host has increased by 10. Current favorability, 55. Adoration, right, I'm called Gu Hongyi said before she left. Gu Hongyi. I'll remember it. Wang Haoren nodded and smiled at her. Gu Hongyi's mind was in a daze for a while, afraid that someone would notice something, so she did not dare to stay for long. Gu Hongyi used her spirit power to sweep up Su Xian, turned into a red streak of light, and flew into the air. Seeing that things had settled down, Su Ao let out a slight sigh of relief, and invited Wang Haoren, the Wang family ancestor, and Wang Wanli to Flying Cloud Pavilion. Wang Haoren and Su Xianxia were close, and the two families would be in-laws in the future. Maintaining a friendly relationship was extremely important. Before the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli came here, they had not expected this at all. They had originally planned to flatten Flying Cloud Pavilion. However, the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli were shrewd people, and after seeing Su Ao's goodwill, they responded warmly, as if nothing had happened. After exchanging pleasantries, the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli did not plan to go to Flying Cloud Pavilion. Instead, they used the excuse that the Wang family had important matters to attend to as an excuse to return to the Wang family. Before leaving, they still had some things to say to Wang Haoren. Seeing this, Su Ao led the people of Flying Cloud Pavilion up the mountain. At the mountain gate, only the Wang family remained. Su Xian hates the Wang family, and will definitely be a big problem for our Wang family in the future. When he grows up, he will be a big problem. The Wang family ancestor did not interfere just now out of consideration for Wang Haoren's wishes, but in his heart, he was actually willing to let Su Xian go. That's right. Wang Wanli agreed. Su Xian's life is in my hands. If I want him to die, I can do it at any time. Wang Haoren sneered slightly. When he injured Su Xian just now, he took the opportunity to take Su Xian's blood source and stored it in the sky-splitting tower. As long as Wang Haoren was willing, he could use the blood source curse to kill Su Xian from afar. Whether it was strength or temperament, Su Xian was far inferior to Yi Fan. He needed a long time to train. The current Su Xian was not a threat. If he held Su Xian's life and left Su Xian to harvest, Wang Haoren would benefit more. Moreover, Su Xian was injured now, and some important things had been cut off. Although a foundation establishment cultivator could regrow a severed limb. But with Su Xian's cultivation, it would take at least a year for him to recover. What did you do to him? The Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli were very curious. Facing the two's doubts, Wang Haoren only smiled and did not say anything. The Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli looked at each other and did not continue to ask. They knew that no matter how mysterious and powerful Wang Haoren was, he was a member of the Wang family. The Wang family would definitely rise under the leadership of Wang Haoren in the future. After asking a few more questions, the Wang family ancestor and Wang Wanli prepared to take their people back to the Wang family. Before they left, Wang Haoren suddenly said, "Although Su Xian has been released, we can't let him live too comfortably." "Send someone to secretly kill Su Xian?" Wang Wanli asked. "I just said in front of people that I won't pursue Su Xian. If the Wang family people went to kill him and found out, wouldn't I go back on my words?" Wang Haoren smiled and then asked, "Su Xian has been in the East region for almost a year. He should have offended more than just the Wang family, right?" "Su Xian has offended many forces," Wang Wanli answered instinctively. He immediately understood and a sinister smile appeared on his old face. "I know what to do." The crowd at the entrance of the Flying Cloud Pavilion quickly receded. It would not be long before Su Xian would be chased like a rat across the street. Su Xian had been in the sacred region for a year, and he had been showing off and slapping faces the whole time. He had trampled on small factions, middle factions, and then major factions. And the Wang family was undoubtedly the biggest boss of the eastern region in Su Xian's main storyline. Su Xian was so pretentious that he wanted to compete with the Wang family. He must have trampled on many forces in the eastern region. If Su Xian could keep showing off while his strength continued to grow, those factions would naturally not dare to find trouble. But now Su Xian was seriously injured and had almost lost his fighting strength. Although Gu Hongyi, who could contend against the Wang family's ancestor, was protecting him, Gu Hongyi was still just a spirit. She could use her spirit well, and her fighting strength was also very strong, but the biggest problem was that it consumed a lot of spirit in battle, and it was difficult to fight for a long time. Moreover, the consumed spiritual energy was not like spiritual energy, which could be recovered in a short period of time. Without some secret medicine to recover the spirit, it would be very difficult to recover in a short time. Gu Hongyi could drive away a few waves of people who came to find trouble, but she could not always protect Su Xian. The spirit liquid Wang Haoren gave Gu Hongyi was very beneficial to the spirit, but it could not recover spirit in a short time. Of course, Wang Haoren did not think that those factions could kill Su Xian. After all, Su Xian had a protagonist aura, and was not something that ordinary villains could deal with. But as long as the Wang family spread the news, Su Xian would definitely be in a lot of trouble. Wang Haoren thought for a while, then went up the mountain to the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Su Ao held a banquet to entertain Wang Haoren. During the banquet, Su Qingxian was in high spirits, and the smile on her face did not disappear. Su Qingtong was a little absent-minded. Su Ao and Wang Haoren were chatting about some things when she suddenly noticed the look on her daughter's face. Su Xian has a mysterious woman with a powerful spirit, he will be fine. Su Ao guessed that her daughter must be worried about Su Xian, so she comforted her. "I'm not worried about him, it's best if he dies." Su Qingtong snorted. Her words were obviously said in a fit of pique. Seeing this, Su Ao could not help but sigh. This younger daughter had been spoiled by his wife and had a bad temper. Su Xian was angry with her in front of others. It would be strange if Su Qingtong was not angry. However, Su Ao was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Xian's words and actions. Su Xian's injury had nothing to do with Su Qingtong. Venting his anger on Su Qingtong was a little strange. Before this incident, Su Ao had always thought that Su Xian was a steady person, but now it seemed that Su Xian's temperament was still lacking. When the journey was smooth, Su Xian's flaws were not obvious. But when he encountered setbacks, the flaws in his character were exposed. On the other hand, Su Qingshuan's sweetheart had an innate spiritual physique, and his cultivation had reached the 16th heaven true saint realm. Although he appeared calm and indifferent, he was decisive in handling matters. He was definitely someone who would accomplish great things. More importantly, Su Ao could tell that his eldest daughter, Su Qingxian, liked Wang Haoren very much. Her eyes were filled with him. Su Ao was a little jealous. Su Xian won't die. He's just injured. Wang Haoren suddenly interrupted, taking over Su Qingtong's words. Where is he injured? Su Qingtong couldn't help but ask. This. Wang Haoren wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak. Why aren't you saying anything? Su Qingtong asked. Yeah. You can just say it. Su Ao didn't see where Su Xian was injured, but he saw that Su Xian had bled a lot. He could only judge that Su Xian's injury was not light. Su Xian wanted to hold me hostage. I instinctively struck back and cut off that part of Su Xian's body. Wang Haoren pretended to hesitate before telling the truth. Su Qingxian and Su Ao instantly understood. What part? Su Qingtong didn't understand. The part where men and women are different. Wang Haoren explained. Su Qingtong was stunned. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect to hurt him there. Wang Haoren looked apologetic. It's not your fault. Su Xian overestimated himself. Su Qingtong was a little angry at Su Xian, but she didn't care. In fact, when Su Qingtong heard that Su Xian was injured there, she wasn't particularly affected. With Su Xian's cultivation, he could regrow a severed limb, but it would take a little longer. But Su Xian didn't need it anyway. It didn't matter if it took a little longer. After the banquet, Wang Haoren and Su Qingxian were alone. What happened during this time was naturally not for outsiders to know. When night fell, Su Qingxian was a little tired and went to bed early. Wang Haoren went out for a walk alone. Su Qingtong was in the pavilion, staring at the moon in a daze. Wang Haoren came to the pavilion, sat down beside Su Qingtong, and looked at her. After a while, Su Qingtong realized that someone had come. You. When did you come? Su Qingtong asked in surprise. I've been here for a while. How come you're in the mood to admire the moon here alone? Wang Haoren casually found a topic to talk about. Aren't you the same? You're also here to admire the moon. Su Qingtong smiled. What attracted me here wasn't the moon, but the scene of a beauty admiring the moon. Wang Haoren also smiled. Su Qingtong was stunned. Her eyes met his, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Wang Haoren maintained his handsome smile, but secretly communicated with the system, and gave an order. Ding. The host has successfully used Advanced Charm Halo on the female lead Su Qingtong, causing Su Qingtong to fall in love with someone else. Su Qingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, undying affection. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Received 16,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura -800, host villain aura +800. The first time he used it, his luck was pretty good. Wang Haoren was secretly happy. Su Qingtong liked Su Xian, so her heart belonged to someone else. The Advanced Charm Halo only had a 30% chance of causing the female lead to fall in love with someone else. However, it was still bumped into by Wang Haoren. This saved him a lot of trouble, because if he pursued Su Qingtong forcefully, there was a high chance that she would fall in love with someone else, but it would take some effort and time. You. Don't talk nonsense. If sister finds out, it won't be good. Su Qingtong only felt her heart beat fast. She nervously looked away, not daring to continue looking at Wang Haoren. I'm just saying that you're beautiful. This is a fact. It's nothing shameful. Wang Haoren smiled. Su Qingtong heard this, and her heart calmed down a lot. She immediately smiled. It wasn't the first time she was praised for being beautiful, but it was the first time she was so happy because of it. Right, how did you and Su Xian meet? Wang Haoren suddenly asked. When I was in the secular world, my mother offended some people in her business. She was worried that they would harm me, so she hired a bodyguard for me. Su Qingtong recounted. This bodyguard is Su Xian? Wang Haoren suddenly asked. Yes. Su Qingtong nodded. When you found out about this, were you against it? Wang Haoren guessed. How did you know? Did my sister tell you? Su Qingtong was surprised. Wang Haoren smiled strangely. How could he not know about this kind of cliché? He had even seen it with his own eyes. To some extent, Qin Yunhan and Su Qingtong were the same type of female protagonists. Both of them were daughters of rich families. Their parents were worried that they would be hurt, so they hired bodyguards. However, Qin Yunhan's bodyguard, Xiao Feng, was unlucky and encountered a strong villain. On Su Xian's side, the villain at the beginning of the plot was a little weak. He must have been killed by Su Xian. Yes, your sister told me. Wang Haoren slowly replied to Su Qingtong. Sigh, I actually thought Su Xian was pretty good before, but today's incident made me re-evaluate him. I didn't do anything to him. Why did he throw a tantrum at me? Su Qingtong complained. Only useless men throw tantrums at women, Wang Haoren commented, then continued, there's something I don't know if I should say. Just say it, Su Qingtong said. I don't think this Su Xian is good enough for you. You're so beautiful and have such a good personality. You should find a better half. Wang Haoren said. No, my temper is actually very bad. I often throw tantrums. Su Qingtong was a little embarrassed by the praise and laughed at herself. Girls with a bit of temper are more cute. This is your strength. Wang Haoren said seriously. Do you think so? Su Qingtong was surprised. Yes. Let's not talk about the distant. Let's talk about your sister. She's too easygoing. I feel like she's lacking a bit of emotion. When two people are together, it's more interesting to bicker and mess around. Wang Haoren spoke nonsense in a serious manner. It was the first time Su Qingtong had heard such words. She was delighted for a while and said mischievously, aren't you afraid that I'll tell my sister about this? Don't mess around. Don't tell your sister these things. Wang Haoren waved his hand, pretending to be afraid. In fact, Su Qingshuan's favorability towards him was already full. She was extremely indulgent towards him. Even if Su Qingtong went to say it, Su Qingxian would not take it to heart. At most, he would pretend to be angry on the surface for Su Qingtong to see, but in his heart, he would not take it seriously. Haha, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Su Qingtong smiled. This is our secret. Okay. Wang Haoren smiled and nodded, staring at her. Su Qingtong's smile suddenly disappeared. She did not dare to look at him and whispered, why are you looking at me like that? Yes. Who asked you to be so beautiful? I'm just looking at you a little longer. Wang Haoren smiled and then said, but don't think too much. I just treat you as a sister. I don't mean anything else. I just admire you. Su Qingtong could not help but feel disappointed when she heard this. But soon, she realized that the person in front of her was her future brother-in-law. She secretly warned herself not to think too much. She liked Su Xian. She should be loyal. However, the more Su Qingtong thought about it, the more confused she became. Because she found that she suddenly lost the romantic feelings she had for Su Xian. For a few moments, she wanted to get rid of Su Xian. Su Qingtong knew that this was wrong. She was not a bad girl. She could not be like this. It's late. Go to bed early. Wang Haoren saw Su Qingtong's complicated gaze and could roughly guess what she was thinking. He did not continue to tease her. Instead, he wanted to give her some time alone to think. After saying that, he suddenly stood up and walked away, leaving Su Qingtong with a handsome back. Wang Haoren wandered around the flying cloud pavilion for a while before returning to Su Qingshuan's room. With a thought, Wang Haoren entered the sky-splitting tower. The tired Su Qingxian had rested enough and had already woken up. Wang Haoren went out for a walk. It was about an hour, but 10 hours had passed in the sky-splitting tower. After resting for so long, Su Qingxian was full of energy again. When he was alone with Su Qingxian, Wang Haoren also told her some things. Su Qingxian already knew that Wang Haoren was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Have you rested well? Wang Haoren asked. Yes. Su Qingxian nodded. As if she understood, she reached out to untie the belt around her waist. She had not seen Wang Haoren for a long time. Naturally, she missed him a lot and wanted to spend some time with him. Besides, she could also cultivate. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Su Qingshan was very happy. Wang Haoren saw Su Qingshuan's actions and did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he had other things to do and did not intend to take advantage of the situation. He suddenly asked, "What do you think of Su Xian?" When Su Qingshan heard that, she realized that she had misunderstood. She felt awkward for a moment. Then, she thought about Wang Haoren's question and replied, "I had a good impression of him. My previous impression of him was not bad. However, after today's incident, I have gained a deeper understanding of him." "Because he lost his temper at your sister?" Wang Haoren asked. Su Qingshan nodded and sighed. "If Qingtong really marries him in the future, I'm afraid she will suffer. Qingtong's temper is really not something that ordinary people can tolerate. Su Xian has a good temper and can be magnanimous. The two of them can get along well. However, from today's matter, this Su Xian is a little narrow-minded. More importantly, this Su Xian has other women besides Qingtong." "Actually, I think so too. Su Xian is not suitable for Qingtong." Wang Haoren agreed. Then, he asked tentatively, "For this sister of yours, as her elder sister, don't you plan to do something? You mean to let them break up?" Su Qingshan asked in surprise. "If you don't want to see your sister wash her face with tears in the future," Wang Haoren said. "You seem to be very concerned about my sister." Su Qingshan looked at him meaningfully. "She is your sister, which is also my sister. Shouldn't I be concerned about her?" Wang Haoren smiled. "Is it really just concern?" Su Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. "Are you suspecting that I have some impure thoughts about her? Don't you know what kind of person I am? How could I have such thoughts?" Wang Haoren casually explained. However, when he said this, even he felt that it was not convincing enough. "You may have forgotten how we got together in the beginning, but I haven't. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Su Qingshan pouted. "Alright, I admit that I did have some thoughts, but it's purely because she looks like you that I couldn't help but have those thoughts," Wang Haoren said. "I know you're coaxing me, but why do I still feel happy?" Su Qingshan ridiculed herself, then said seriously, "I actually don't blame you. Relatively speaking, I'd rather Qingtong be with you than with Su Xian. But the problem is that Qingtong likes Su Xian a lot. It's probably difficult for me to interfere in this matter." "That might not be the case." Wang Haoren smiled mysteriously. "What do you mean?" Su Qingshan was puzzled. "Don't you believe in my charm?" Wang Haoren asked with a smile. "I'm dazzled by you, but you can't get anyone, right?" Su Qingshan was in disbelief. "What if I can?" Wang Haoren said. "If you can, then Qingtong and I will be at your disposal. What else can we do?" Su Qingshan walked in front of Wang Haoren, reached out and hooked her arm around his neck, and said with a smile. "Alright, but you can't just do nothing, right? Go to your sister's ear and blow some wind," Wang Haoren said. "Isn't this cheating?" Su Qingshan said mischievously. Wang Haoren interacted with Su Qingshan for a while, but at the critical moment, he suddenly stopped. "Go, come back and continue." Su Qingshuan's heart felt empty, and she said helplessly, "You, Sai, I'm afraid of you." Wang Haoren brought Su Qingshan out of the heaven-splitting tower. The latter tidied up her messy hair and clothes before leaving. Su Qingshan followed the path and arrived at the pavilion. Su Qingtong was in a daze when she suddenly heard footsteps. She turned her head and saw that it was Su Qingshan. "Sister, why are you here? Has anyone else come besides me?" Su Qingshan said casually and sat down on a stool in the pavilion. "No, no one has been here." Su Qingtong felt a little guilty, as if she had a guilty conscience, so she corrected herself. Su Qingshan was suspicious. Just now, she had talked to Wang Haoren and knew that Wang Haoren had come to find her sister. But why did her sister hide this matter? Could it be that something had happened that her younger sister felt that she should not let her elder sister know about? However, Su Qingshan did not pursue this issue. Instead, she remembered the purpose of her visit and suddenly said, "Qingtong, you've been spoiled by your mother since you were young. You have a bad temper. If you don't change it in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get along with Xian. I'm not going to change. That's my temper. If I can take it, then I'll take it. If I can't take it, then so be it, Su Qingtong said angrily. Sigh, if you're like this, not to mention Su Xian, any man would find it hard to tolerate you. Su Qingxian frowned. Although he didn't object to Su Qingtong following Wang Haoran, he didn't want Wang Haoran to be bullied by his sister. Even if Wang Haoran could tolerate it, she would feel sorry for him. She couldn't wait to give him all the gentleness in the world. How could she allow him to be bullied by others, even if this person was her own sister? Hearing her sister's words, Su Qingtong suddenly lowered her head and fell silent. Qingtong, I know you may not like to hear these words, but it's the truth. You have to face it in the future. Su Qingxian said earnestly. Sister, I'm not a child. In fact, I've thought about these things. I can also be a good wife and mother. It's just that I don't like Su Xian enough, so I don't want to change for him. Su Qingtong raised her head and said to Su Qingxian. Then I sincerely hope that you can meet such a person. But this Su Xian is really not suitable for you. Su Qingxian said. Sister, do you think so too? Su Qingtong's heart was in a mess, but after hearing Su Qingxuan's words, her eyes lit up. Su Xian is narrow-minded. It's hard for him to tolerate your temper, and you won't change for him. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. I can only advise you to separate from him as soon as possible. Su Qingxian said solemnly. Actually, I was thinking about these problems just now, but I couldn't make up my mind. Since you said so, I'll do it. Su Qingtong was no longer conflicted. It's good that you can think it through. Su Qingxian smiled. But I still need to talk to Su Xian face to face. Su Qingtong said. You should. Su Qingxian nodded. After thinking for a while, she said, Father is the pavilion master of Flying Cloud Pavilion. It's inconvenient for him to leave Flying Cloud Pavilion. Let your future brother-in-law accompany you to find Su Xian. His cultivation is so high, he can guarantee your safety. Okay, let's do that. Su Qingtong hurriedly agreed. Sister, will you go with me? I won't go. Su Qingxian shook her head. That's great. Su Qingtong was overjoyed and blurted out. Su Qingxian looked at her suspiciously. Sister, what I mean is, with my future brother-in-law protecting me, I won't be in danger. That's great. Su Qingtong hurriedly explained. Su Qingxian was not stupid. Of course, she did not believe her. At this point, how could she not see that her sister had feelings for Wang Haoran? No wonder she had been here without telling Wang Haoran. It was because she was guilty. After Su Qingxian came to this conclusion, she secretly sighed. Her man's charm was a little too strong. It seemed that he had only met her sister today. How could he steal her heart away like that? And the key was that her sister used to like Su Xian. Now, she had fallen in love with Wang Haoran. That was really fast. Then it's settled. I'll go back to my room. Su Qingxian saw that her mission was completed and did not stay. Take care, sister. Su Qingtong nodded. Su Qingxian got up and could not wait to go back to her room. Her mission was complete. It was time for her reward. The next morning, Su Qingtong went to her sister's room to look for her, but it was Wang Haoran who opened the door for her. Su Qingtong was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Her sister had told her before how far she and Wang Haoran had progressed. It was normal for Wang Haoran to come out of her sister's room early in the morning. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time. Your sister told me. Wang Haoran said first. Su Qingtong nodded and said shyly, then I'll have to trouble you to escort me to Su Xian. Do you know where to find Su Xian? Wang Haoran asked. That guy must be hiding at that vixen's place to recuperate. Su Qingtong curled her lips. Who's the vixen? Wang Haoran asked in surprise. That's Su Xian's other girlfriend. She's the personal disciple of the leader of a force in the eastern region. That force is full of women. From the disciples to the sect leader, they're all vixens. They're the best at seducing men. Su Qingtong complained. Oh, is that so? Wang Haoren's interest was piqued. What's the name of the faction? What's the name of the vixen you mentioned? It's a first-rate faction in the eastern region called the Inua sect. The vixen's name is Hua Jiao. She's the only direct disciple of the sect master, Hua Feishuan. She's almost the same as the young sect master, Su Qingtong said with disdain. Everyone in the Inua sect, from the sect master down, takes pleasure in seducing men. Who knows how many families they've destroyed? They're simply a bunch of demonesses. At this point, Su Qingtong suddenly gritted her teeth. My mother took me away from the holy region because the sect master of the Inua sect, Hua Feishuan, seduced my father. My father wanted to marry Hua Feishuan. Wang Haoren was stunned. His curiosity was piqued. What happened after that? Did your father marry Hua Feishuan? After my mother left in a fit of anger, Hua Feishuan dumped my father. My father only regretted it after that. This Hua Feishuan is deliberately destroying other people's families, Su Qingtong said hatefully. Did your father have that kind of relationship with this Hua Feishuan? Wang Haoren asked. Su Qingtong blushed for a while. She whispered, no. My father didn't even hold Hua Feishuan's hand. Wang Haoren was secretly shocked. This Hua Feishuan was really something. She didn't take advantage of Su Ao. Instead, she made Su Ao fall head over heels for her. Wang Haoren was even more interested in this Inua sect that was full of demonesses. From the incident with Hua Feishuan, this Inua sect seemed to be a bunch of evil demonesses, but they actually had a bottom line. They were pure demonesses. To put it bluntly, they were the kind who ran away after seducing a horse and didn't give the horse anything. This kind of woman was really evil. However, it was precisely because of this that they were the faction of the protagonist. If they were really the kind of sect that messed around with men and women, as the protagonist, Su Xian would definitely not mix with them. Su Xian's lover, Hua Jiayu, must be one of the female protagonists. Hua Jiayu's master, Hua Feishuan, could also be the female protagonist. Master and disciple killing each other, this was one of the most common tricks of the Gong sect. With that in mind, Wang Haoren asked, is that Hua Feishuan married? Or have you hooked up with anyone else after destroying the relationship between your parents? When Hua Feishuan destroyed the relationship between my father and mother, she was only the first disciple of the Inua sect. Not long after that incident, Hua Feishuan inherited the position of sect master, Su Qingtong said. After becoming the sect leader of the Inua sect, I haven't heard of Hua Feishuan seducing anyone. Instead, she has become unusually cold. Now, when people in the eastern region talk about her, the first thing that comes to mind is not the men she used to seduce, but the fact that she kills without batting an eye. Wang Haoren nodded. After comparing it to the routines he had seen, he could roughly understand the reason. After Hua Feishuan became the sect master, her status was no longer the same as when she was still a disciple. That cold look might be Hua Feishuan's true face. This character setting sounded very difficult to conquer. But it was precisely because it was challenging that the protagonist, Su Xian, was so awesome. Obviously, this Hua Feishuan was probably one of the female protagonists. Master and disciple. Interesting. Wang Haoren laughed for a while, but soon he realized a problem and asked Su Qingtong. Why are you so sure that Su Xian will go to the Inua sect? The Inua sect is not only famous for seducing men, but they are also very good at healing. Core disciples and above all cultivate the Inua demonic technique. The spirit chi cultivated by this technique is very helpful in healing injuries, Su Qingtong explained. I see. Wang Haoren nodded. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's go. Okay, Su Qingtong replied. Wang Haoren reached out and held Su Qingtong's waist. He could clearly feel that Su Qingtong trembled. Your cultivation is still lacking, so you can't fly. If not, do you want us to walk to the Inua sect? Wang Haoren said. That's true. Hearing this, Su Qingtong finally understood Wang Haoren's intention. She calmed down a lot and said with some shyness, then let's go. A streak of light flew towards the sky. On the other side, Gu Hongyi and Su Xian had just been chased and fled to the Inua sect's mountain gate. These bastards. Wait until my injuries are healed. I'll kill them all. Su Xian said with hatred. Gu Hongyi's figure dimmed and became transparent. It was obvious that she had used up too much of her spirit qi. Now that we're at the Inua sect, those forces shouldn't dare to chase us. With your relationship with Hua Jieyu, she should protect you. She can also treat the injuries on your body. Gu Hongyi weakly said. Master, you've worked hard, Su Xian comforted. My spirit qi can slowly recover. At worst, I'll just sleep for a while, Gu Hongyi said. These people must have been ordered by that Wang clan's young master. I knew that he wouldn't let me go so easily. He put on an act in front of others, but secretly sent people to kill me. Su Xian's pale face flushed with anger. These people had a grudge with you in the past. Knowing that you're in trouble, it's normal for them to come after you. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Gu Hongyi did not agree with Su Xian's words and immediately retorted. Master, he pretended to be nice and gave you a little favor. Do you also think that he's a good person? Su Xian asked unhappily. It's just that our standpoints are different. It's not good or bad. Also, I don't think that he has any ulterior motives for giving me these things. At his level, he doesn't need anything from me, Gu Hongyi said. Wang Haoren and Gu Hongyi had a conversation through sound transmission. Only the two of them knew about it, and no one else knew about it. Su Xian was naturally confused and did not understand the reason. Isn't he just a 16th level Sage Realm expert? He's only 5 levels higher than me. Give me some time and I'll definitely catch up to him. I'll remember that he hurt me. I'll definitely pay him back tenfold in the future. Su Xian said somewhat unhappily. You're too narrow-minded. His current cultivation is indeed at the 16th Heaven Sage Realm, but he... Gu Hongyi suddenly stopped speaking. She felt that since he had transmitted his voice to her, he probably did not want to reveal his true identity. If she told Su Xian, wouldn't she be going against his wishes? What about him? Su Xian asked. Nothing. In short, don't treat him as an opponent. The two of you aren't on the same level. Your cultivation will grow, and so will his. Moreover, it will be much faster than yours. The more time passes, the greater the gap between the two of you. Gu Hongyi advised. So listen to Master. Don't take this matter to heart. He's already showing mercy by sparing your life. Don't be ungrateful. Su Qingtong spoke up for that Wang Haoren, and now you're speaking up for Wang Haoren. What's going on between you two? Am I the one you're close to, or is Wang Haoren the one you're close to? Su Xian was burning with jealousy as he said unhappily. Sai, I know you're unwilling to lose to Wang Haoren, but there's really no need for that. You're not even on the same level. It's not shameful for you to lose. Gu Hongyi sighed. Master, do you understand what I'm saying? Su Xian asked loudly. Then do you understand what I'm saying? Gu Hongyi asked back. The master and disciple looked at each other and suddenly fell into silence. This was the first time the master and disciple had argued. Su Xian then realized that he shouldn't have spoken so loudly to his master. His master had contributed a lot to his success. However, just as Su Xian was about to apologize, Gu Hongyi said, "Someone's here." Then she turned into a stream of light and entered Su Xian's ring. Soon, a beautiful woman wearing the Inua sect's uniform came to the gate and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Su Xian." Su Xian introduced himself. "Oh, it's young Master Su." One of the Inua sect's disciples had seen Su Xian before and knew that he was the young Master Hua Jieyu's partner. "I'm here to find Hua Jieyu. Please lead the way." Su Xian said. "Young Master Su, please." The Inua sect's disciple led the way for Su Xian. Su Xian followed behind. Thinking that he was about to see Hua Jieyu, his heart couldn't help but burn. At this moment, in a hall of the Inua sect, there were 2 people in the hall. A woman was lazily leaning on the seat of the head of the hall. Her enchanting figure and beautiful face were enough to make countless women jealous and countless men infatuated. This graceful woman was the Inua sect's master, Hua Feishuan. In the eastern region, the Inua sect's overall strength was only below the Wang family. Hua Jiu stood not far away from Hua Feishuan. She was standing quietly and was reporting something. Compared to Hua Feishuan, Hua Jiu was less graceful and more seductive. However, just like her master, she was the kind of woman who could easily turn the world upside down. The new young master of the Wang family is actually at the 16th heaven true saint realm? After listening to her disciple's report, the laziness on Hua Feishuan's face dissipated a little and a look of astonishment appeared on her charming face. This is absolutely true, Hua Jiu said. Our Yingyue sect received this news a little late. I thought Su Xian was the number one of the younger generation in the eastern region. I didn't expect a new young master of the Wang family to appear out of nowhere. Interesting. Hua Feishuan said with interest. Her rosy lips curled into a charming smile. But soon, she recalled that she had not done this kind of thing for many years. Things like harming young talents should be left to the disciples of the Yingyue sect. How old is the Wang clan's young master? Hua Feishuan asked. I don't know. He should be older than Su Xian, right? Hua Jiu said uncertainly. If the Wang clan's young master is over 25 years old, his potential is actually not as good as Su Xian, even if he has an innate spiritual body. Hua Feishuan said. That's true. Su Xian also has an extraordinary cultivation physique. It's not inferior to an innate spiritual body. Moreover, Su Xian's comprehension is high. Hua Jiu nodded in agreement. She paused for a moment and said, there's another news. Su Xian is severely injured and is being hunted by some forces. You want to bring people to save him? Hua Feishuan asked. He's the only man I admire among all the men I've met so far. It'll be a pity if he dies. I just feel that he has great potential. That's why I'm maintaining a relationship with him in name. Hua Jiu said calmly. Although she was together with Su Xian in name, she was far from liking Su Xian. I'm afraid that you'll burn yourself if you play with fire. Hua Feishuan reminded. Master, I was taught by you personally. How can I fall in love so easily? Hua Jiu smiled seductively. The Yingyue demonic art, was very special. During the early and middle stages of the art, one must not fall in love. Once one fell in love, it would be easy to go astray and lose one's cultivation. Therefore, almost all the cultivators of the Yingyue demonic art cultivated their emotions. In short, it was to improve one's resistance. Before the disciples of the Yingyue demonic art, they would go to the underworld to gain experience and get to know all kinds of people. They especially got to know those outstanding young men and even flirted with them. If they didn't fall in love after traveling for a year, it proved that their state of mind was strong enough to start cultivating the Yingyue demonic art. However, outsiders didn't know the situation and thought that the disciples of the Yingyue demonic art were seducing people on purpose. Therefore, the Yingyue demonic art had a bad reputation. However, the people of the Yingyue demonic art never explained anything. Nothing is absolute in this world. Don't be so sure. Hua Feishuan became serious. If Su Xian really has the ability to make me fall in love with him, then I'll give in. But master, you may have to find another disciple. Hua Jiu covered her mouth and chuckled. Hua Feishuan glared at her. Hua Jiu was her favorite disciple. She spent a lot of time and effort to cultivate her. Hua Jiu also lived up to her expectations. She was not even 20 years old, but her Yingyue demonic art was about to reach the great accomplishment realm. Once the Yingyue demonic art reached the great accomplishment realm, even if one fell in love, it wouldn't affect anything. Hua Jiu was only one step away from reaching the great accomplishment realm. Hua Feishuan didn't want anything to go wrong at this juncture. Master, young master, Mr. Su is here. He's waiting in the side hall. A female disciple of the Yingyue demonic art walked into the hall and reported. He's not stupid. He knows to come to me. Hua Jiu chuckled and asked the female disciple. Where's Su Xian's injury? I don't know. Anyway, his face is very pale. It seems that his injury is not light. The female disciple said. Hua Jiu said to Hua Feishuan, Master, I'll go take a look. Go. Hua Feishuan nodded and reminded her, remember what I said. The man who can make me fall in love with him hasn't been born yet. Master, don't worry. Hua Jiu smiled confidently and followed the female disciple to the side hall of the Inua demonic art sect. Su Xian sat in the side hall and waited for a while. He was a little absent-minded because he regretted arguing with his master. After some time, he felt a gust of fragrant wind. He looked up and saw Hua Jiu standing in front of him. She was leaning forward slightly. Although Hua Jiu was wearing tight clothes, from Su Xian's angle, her curves were really mesmerizing. However, Su Xian only felt that it was spectacular. He didn't have any strange reaction. After all, he was injured. Of course, he wouldn't be interested like a normal man. Hua Jiu saw that Su Xian's eyes did not waver. She was surprised and slowly straightened up. The seductive look on her face faded a little. I received news that you lost to the new young master of the Wang family. Where are you hurt? Hua Jiu asked with seeming concern. Just an internal injury. Su Xian was afraid of being laughed at, so he did not say it directly. Just an internal injury? But I see that your qi and blood are weak. You obviously lost a lot of blood. Hua Jiu looked at him and said again. It's really just an internal injury. Su Xian insisted on his words. Hua Jiu could not help but be suspicious. Her beautiful eyes continued to scan Su Xian. Suddenly, she noticed that there was some blood somewhere on Su Xian's clothes. Hua Jiu suddenly understood. So he was hurt there. No wonder he was so calm just now. It was his problem. I thought my charm had faded. Su Xian was a little uncomfortable under Hua Jiu's scrutiny. He urged, give me some spiritual qi of the Inua demonic arts to help me heal. The spiritual qi of the Inua demonic arts is very precious. How do you plan to repay me in the future? Hua Jiu asked with a chuckle. You are my woman. How else can a man repay his woman? Su Xian threw Hua Jiu an ambiguous look. You're so bad. Out of habit, Hua Jiu laughed. Her face blushed a little, but she thought to herself, you're useless. What can you do? Moreover, she was far from being able to give herself to him. Even until now, she had not even let Su Xian hold her hand. Su Xian was indeed excellent enough to look down on his peers in the eastern region. But he was far from enough to make Hua Jiu fall for him. Hurry up. I need you to heal me. Su Xian urged. Before Hua Jiu could respond, a female disciple suddenly walked into the side hall and reported, Young master, the second miss of the Feiyun Pavilion, Su Qingtong, is here. Su Qingtong? Hua Jiu was slightly stunned. Su Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. Needless to say, Su Qingtong must be worried about him, so she asked around for his whereabouts and came to find him. Although this young lady had a bad temper, she still cared about him. Otherwise, she would not have come all the way here. How many people did Su Qingtong bring? Hua Jiu asked her disciple. She and Su Xian had the same thought. They both thought that Su Qingtong was worried about Su Xian, so she brought people from the Flying Cloud Pavilion to protect Su Xian. Only one person, the female disciple replied. Alone? Is it Su Ao, the leader of the Feiyun Pavilion? It's not Su Ao. It's a young man. He's very good-looking. It's my first time seeing such a good-looking man. The female disciple thought for a moment, and a look of infatuation appeared on her face. As a disciple of the Inuit clan, you can only seduce men. How can you be seduced by men? Your punishment is to clean the mountain gate for a month. Young sect master is right. But that man is really too good-looking. You really can't blame me. Can you give me a way out? The female disciple pleaded. If you don't repent, I'll add another month, Hua Jiu said expressionlessly. The female disciple was shocked. She opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but she was afraid that Hua Jiu would add another month, so she could only shut her mouth. Beside her, Su Xian's face was a little gloomy. This was because when he heard the female disciple's words, he immediately thought of a person. That person was most likely Wang Haoren. Although Su Xian hated him, he had to admit that this Wang Haoren's appearance was really too perfect. Jiu, let them in. Su Xian also wanted to see Su Qingtong. At the same time, he wanted to confirm everything. Was the man beside her that Wang Haoren? Hua Jieyu did not object and ordered the female disciple to bring them over. Outside the mountain gate of the Inuit clan, Wang Haoren and Su Qingtong were waiting. We're already here. Are you thinking of running away? Wang Haoren noticed that Su Qingtong was very nervous, so he smiled faintly. No. I just feel that if I do this, it makes me feel like a bad woman. After all, Su Xian was just injured, and I suddenly came over to break up with him, Su Qingtong said with a complicated expression. There's no right or wrong when it comes to relationships. You don't like him anymore. Do you still want to be with him? You were just a couple before. You're not married. Wang Haoren explained. I understand that. But at this juncture, isn't it a little? Su Qingtong was still a little worried. If that's the case, then I'll take you back to the Flying Cloud Pavilion. Wang Haoren was too lazy to persuade her and said directly. Sigh, don't. We're already here. Su Qingtong was unwilling to leave. That's it? Since we're already here, then let's just take things as they come. Wang Haoren was just pretending. Even if Su Qingtong changed her mind and wanted to leave, he would not take her with him. Okay. Su Qingtong nodded and replied softly. The Inuit clan was on high ground and there was a strong wind at this time. When the cold wind blew, Su Qingtong, who was wearing thin clothes, could not help but shiver. Seeing this, Wang Haoren took her into his arms. Su Qingtong was shocked, but she did not struggle. She only said in a panic, You. What are you doing? The mountain wind is cold. I'm keeping you warm. Wang Haoren explained solemnly. Then he asked, Do you feel warmer? Warm. It's a little warmer, but are you really just protecting me from the cold? Su Qingtong wasn't a fool, and she naturally saw through his intentions. She raised her head slightly and looked at him timidly with her beautiful eyes. Sigh, I can't help it. Wang Haoren sighed. What do you mean by that? Su Qingtong vaguely guessed something, but she was afraid that it was not, so she wanted to ask more clearly. I want to protect you for the rest of my life. Are you willing? Wang Haoren stared at her. Su Qingtong was stunned. She was looking forward to it, but it was a little too fast. She could not react in time. I was rude. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Wang Haoren saw that she did not respond and suddenly pushed her out of his arms. Losing the warm embrace, Su Qingtong immediately felt empty in her heart. At the same time, she felt that the mountain wind was getting colder. You already said it. How can I pretend that you didn't say it? Su Qingtong hurriedly said. Then what do you think? Wang Haoren asked. Su Qingtong lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. She said nervously, as long as sister has no objections, I have no objections. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me. There won't be a problem. Wang Haoren smiled and opened his arms. Su Qingtong suddenly felt guilty when she remembered that she and Su Xian had not separated yet. But the mountain wind was really cold. She hesitated for a moment, then went back into Wang Haoren's arms with a red face. While waiting, Wang Haoren was a little bored and wanted to do something. However, they were outside the Inuit sect after all, so he was still a gentleman. After all, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Su Qingtong had never experienced it before. At first, she was like a block of wood and did not know what to do. However, after being guided, she slowly learned a little and began to respond to him. At this moment, a figure walked over from the Inuit sect's mountain gate. Wang Haoren sensed it and hurriedly let go of Su Qingtong, returning to his serious appearance. Su Qingtong was too immersed and instantly left the state. She immediately felt a little lost. Dear guests, our young sect master invites you. A female disciple of the Inuit sect came to the entrance and said with a smile. She then led the way. After a while, they came to a side hall. Su Xian and Hua Jieyu were waiting in the side hall. Su Xian saw the person beside Su Qingtong. It was indeed Wang Haoren. His face became gloomy, but he didn't immediately lose his temper. Su Ao was the pavilion master of the Feiyun Pavilion. He couldn't leave the Feiyun Pavilion to escort Su Qingtong here. It was also very Possible that Wang Haoran had offered to send Su Qingtong to her house. No matter what, Su Xian still believed that Su Qingtong cared about him. Qingtong, I know you're worried about my safety, but there's one thing I need to remind you. Su Xian said and coldly glanced at Wang Haoran. He reminded Su Qingtong seriously, you'd better stay away from this person. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy. I don't need you to care about my business. And whether you're happy or not has nothing to do with me. Su Qingtong heard Su Xian's words and said angrily. What do you mean? Su Xian frowned. Su Qingtong took a deep breath. I mean, we'll walk our own paths in the future and have nothing to do with each other. Su Xian was very unhappy, but Wang Haoran made him feel threatened, so Su Xian could only accommodate Su Qingtong. He said, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I apologize. Don't throw a tantrum. Su Qingtong looked serious and didn't say anything. Su Xian was stunned. He realized that Su Qingtong wasn't throwing a tantrum. She was serious. Why? Because of the person beside you? Su Xian was burning with jealousy and shouted. Su Qingtong was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Wang Haoran reached out and held her back. He put his hand on her shoulder and said softly, don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Su Qingtong looked at him with her beautiful eyes and smiled. She nodded at him. Seeing this, Su Xian's face twisted ferociously. Ding. The host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. The reward is 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 500, the host's villain aura plus 500. Su Qingtong, I didn't expect you to be such a fickle woman. I was wrong about you. How long have you known him? You actually got together with him. Su Xian said angrily. Whatever you say. Anyway, I like him. Su Qingtong didn't care what Su Xian thought of her. Anyway, she wouldn't have any interaction with Su Xian in the future. You bitch. Su Xian wanted to curse. Go on if you want to die, Wang Haoran said. Su Xian was shocked. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Although I've spared you, I can change my mind at any time, so you'd better watch your words, Wang Haoran said calmly. Su Xian was startled, but he soon realized his current situation and regained his confidence. This is the Inua sect. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. Then, Su Xian looked to the side. Jiayu, am I right? Hua Jiayu didn't answer. She just stared blankly at Wang Haoran and Su Qingtong. Su Xian didn't think that Hua Jiayu was stunned by Su Qingtong. Jiayu? Su Xian was annoyed and called out. Ah? What's wrong? Hua Jiayu came back to her senses and asked Su Xian blankly. Seeing Hua Jiayu's reaction, Su Xian was even more annoyed. Although Wang Haoran is handsome, you don't have to stare at him like that, I'm still here. Don't you care about your man, Ding? The host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. The reward is 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 300, the host's villain aura plus 300. Su Xian coldly glanced at Wang Haoran and Su Qingtong and said to Hua Jiayu. I don't want to see these two people. Please ask them to leave. Hua Jiayu didn't respond to Su Xian. She swayed her slim waist and walked toward Wang Haoran. She stopped 1 meter away from him and looked at him with a smile. You're really handsome. How should I address you? Su Qingtong saw that Hua Jiayu was flirting and looked at her warily. She subconsciously held Wang Haoran's hand tightly, as if she was declaring her sovereignty. My surname is Wang. Wang Haoran wanted to see how the demoness seduced people, so he acted very seriously. Oh, you're the new young master of the Wang family. I've heard a lot about you. Hua Jiayu covered her mouth in surprise. There was some admiration in her beautiful eyes and she smiled sweetly. The Wang family released a message to the major forces in the eastern region, asking them to send their beauties. I wanted to go to the Wang family to see if I could win your favor. But there were many things to do in the sect and I couldn't get away at the time. That's why I was delayed. I didn't expect to meet you here today. This little girl is truly honored to be able to meet young Master Tianyan. It's just because I want to find my lost lover. The Wang family also released a new message and explained it. You should know, right? But. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but please forgive me for not being able to enjoy it. Wang Haoren waved his hand. Who in the eastern region doesn't know what kind of people the Inua sect is? He won't talk to you. Su Qingtong said to Hua Jiyu proudly. Hua Jiyu ignored Su Qingtong and said to Wang Haoren, you misunderstood me. I'm 19 years old and I haven't even let a man touch my hand. Hua Jiyu, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Don't pretend to be innocent. Su Qingtong curled her lips. Wang Haoren smiled secretly. Hua Jiyu seemed to be frivolous, but he could see that she was still a pure girl. Sir, I'm telling the truth. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Hua Jiyu swore. Hua Jiyu, that's enough. Don't you care about me at all? Su Xian couldn't stand it anymore and said furiously. You're injured. Be quiet, or you'll worsen your injury. Hua Jiyu reminded him kindly, but her face was expressionless. I don't want to see them. Ask them to leave. Su Xian ordered Hua Jiyu. Be quiet. Hua Jiyu reminded him again. I told you to ask them to leave. Su Xian said loudly with a straight face. Sigh, why? Hua Jiyu suddenly sighed and said to Su Xian coldly, we're done. What do you mean? Su Xian was shocked. I mean, you've been dumped for the second time today. Hua Jiyu looked indifferent. She didn't have any feelings for Su Xian. She just admired him. Now that Su Xian had jumped up and ruined her plans, and even ordered her around, of course she couldn't stand it. Hua Jiyu, you witch. Su Xian said angrily. Yes, I'm a witch. Witches are fickle and heartless. Hua Jiyu said matter-of-factly. Hua Jiyu spoke so matter-of-factly that Su Xian was rendered speechless for a moment. After a while, Su Xian said to Hua Jiyu, I was blind and misjudged you. Don't say it like you've been wronged. You have a lot of women. I'm the one who's wronged, Hua Jiyu argued. You're right. Su Qingtong agreed with Hua Jiyu. Su Xian was speechless and wanted to leave. However, he still had to rely on the Inua sect for his injuries, so he could only hold back his unhappiness. A man knows when to yield and when not to. This grievance was nothing. He would get back at her in the future. Su Xian couldn't help but say, Hua Jiyu, I hope you won't regret what you did today. He snorted and then looked at Su Qingtong. And you, woman? Wang Haoren was listening. He thought Su Xian would say something like, life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully a poor young man. However, it seemed that he was overthinking. But then again, Su Xian's words were similar to life is full of ups and downs. Su Xian clearly thought that he could become a top master in the future and crush Wang Haoren, making the woman who left him regret. Unfortunately, Su Xian was too naive. His life was in Wang Haoren's hands. As long as Wang Haoren wanted, he could kill him with the blood curse even if they were thousands of miles apart. Su Qingtong saw that the purpose of this trip was achieved. She held Wang Haoren's arm and said with a smile, let's go back to Feiyun Pavilion. Ding. The host damaged Su Xian's mentality. Gained 6,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura -300, host villain aura +300. Su Xian looked at Su Qingtong's gentle, obedient, and sweet smile and felt very uncomfortable. When Su Qingtong was with him before, she had never shown such an expression. Most of the time, she had the temper of a princess. Su Xian had suffered a lot. But now, after being with Wang Haoren, not only was she not arrogant, but she also seemed to have changed. All right. Wang Haoren nodded. Sir, please wait, Hua Jiyu stopped him. What's wrong? Do you still want us to stay here? Su Qingtong curled her lips. That's exactly my intention. Hua Jiyu nodded with a smile. The second lady of the Flying Cloud Pavilion has come from afar. Of course, I have to do my part as a host. Otherwise, if others knew, they would laugh at the Een Moon clan for not knowing how to treat guests. Forget it. I don't want to be associated with your Inua sect. Su Qingtong hurriedly said. Since Miss Su wants to leave, I won't keep you. Hua Jiu didn't force her and turned to Wang Haoren. The Wang clan is the overlord of the eastern region. Since young Master Wang is here, if you don't stay here and let our Inua sect play host, the Wang clan will think that our Inua sect doesn't respect the Wang clan. Therefore, I would like to ask young Master to stay for at least a day or two. Our Inua sect's scenery is beautiful, and there are many wonders. I can take you to have a look. I guarantee that young Master will feel that this trip is worth it. The Inua sect is full of women. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for me to stay. Let's forget it. Wang Haoren pretended to be embarrassed and waved his hand. Young Master, please stay. Hua Jiu smiled and repeated. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -300, host's villain aura +300. Su Xian secretly gritted his teeth, but he forced himself to endure and turned his head away from Hua Jiu's flirtatious look. I won't stay. Wang Haoren shook his head and pretended to leave with Su Qingtong. Hua Jiu panicked and blocked in front of Wang Haoren with her body. She winked at him and said again, Young Master, please stay. Miss, if you stop me again, I will be rude. Wang Haoren said seriously. Okay, then young Master, you can be rude to me. Hua Jiu was not only not afraid but also proudly walked closer to Wang Haoren. Seeing this, Wang Haoren had the urge to use his ultimate move, Dragon Claw. However, to prevent the image of a gentleman that he had painstakingly created from collapsing, he forced himself to suppress this thought. Wang Haoren pretended to be indifferent and took a step back. Miss, please respect yourself. Wang Haoren said seriously. Sir, you're so handsome that I couldn't help myself. Hua Jiu sighed and said something that was half true and half false. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -300, host's villain aura +300. Although Su Xian turned his head, he could still hear Hua Jiu's voice. Just by listening to this soft and flirtatious voice, he could imagine what kind of expression Hua Jiu would have. If Su Xian's injury did not require the treatment of the Inuit clan, he would have already left. Hua Jiu, do you think I am invisible? Su Qingtong said jealously. Don't worry, I won't fight with you. We can coexist. You don't have to be nervous. Hua Jiu smiled sweetly. Don't be delusional. Can't you see that my boyfriend doesn't want to talk to you? He doesn't have feelings for you. Don't think too much. Su Qingtong snorted. Hua Jiu looked away from Su Qingtong and back at Wang Haoren. Young Master doesn't like me now. It's okay. I will try my best to make young Master like me. Miss, please don't joke. Wang Haoren sighed. I'm not joking. I'm serious. If young Master doesn't believe me, you can touch my heart. Hua Jiu pointed at her heart. Ding. Host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Received 6,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura -300, host villain aura +300. Wang Haoren subconsciously glanced at it and only felt that it was a spectacular sight. However, on the surface, he acted like he did not see anything inappropriate and waved his hand. Men and women should not touch each other. You can't do that. Miss, please don't stop us. We really have to go. After saying that, Wang Haoren pulled Su Qingtong around Hua Jiu and pretended to walk towards the door of the side hall. Hua Jiu blocked his way again. When Wang Haoren walked to the left, she also walked to the left. When Wang Haoren walked to the right, she also walked to the right. Miss, if you continue like this, I will really do it. Wang Haoren warned. Okay, young Master, please do it. I promise I won't resist. Hua Jiu looked like she was ready for him to do whatever he wanted. Wang Haoren's heart fluttered. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a shameless witch. It was really interesting. He had many female protagonists around him, but none of them were like Hua Jiu. No wonder there were so many heroes who were bewitched by this demonic woman. It was not without reason. However, Wang Haoren was still very clear about one thing. It was true that Hua Jiu had a great affection for him, but it was not because she loved him. The reason why she kept pestering him was that she wanted to win him over. She was not really infatuated with him and could not control her feelings. Wang Haoren knew very well that Hua Jieyu's enthusiasm was mostly fake. If Hua Jieiyu used this kind of attack to deal with a gentleman, it would definitely be successful. However, Wang Haoren was not such a person. "Miss, if that's the case, please forgive me for offending you." After Wang Haoren finished speaking, he reached out his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. When Hua Jieiyu came to her senses, she already felt that she had been caught. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and even her fake smile froze. Su Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, what followed was a strong sense of jealousy. Ding! The host has damaged Su Xian's mentality and gained 8,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400. The host's villain aura plus 400. Although Hua Jieiyu was frivolous, in fact, during the time they were together, Su Xian had never even held Hua Jieyu's hand. However, Hua Jieiyu was now. This scene did not affect Su Xian at all. Hua Jieiyu was also dumbfounded. Wasn't he a gentleman? Why did he use such a dirty trick? Wang Haoren pretended to be shocked and deliberately stopped his hand. Then, he felt that it was hot and withdrew his hand. "Miss, why didn't you dodge? You attacked so quickly. How could I dodge in time?" Hua Jieiyu complained in her heart. However, since she had already been taken advantage of, she could only bite the bullet and continue to pretend. She smiled and said, "Master, didn't I just say that I will not resist? I will not resist." Su Qingtong saw Hua Jieyu's shameless look and was furious. She whispered in Wang Haoren's ear. "Just use violence. Restrain her and then we will leave. No, this is the Inuit clan's territory. If we really fight, we will be the ones at a disadvantage." Wang Haoren replied through telepathy. When Su Qingtong heard this, she felt that it was very reasonable, so she didn't say anything more. She signaled with her eyes to Wang Haoren to decide what to do. Wang Haoren pretended to think for a moment, then said to Hua Jieiyu, "Since you are so kind, Qingtong and I will stay here for a few days. If we have disturbed you in any way, please forgive us." "How could it be? Our Inuit sect is honored that young master is willing to stay. You can treat this place as your home. You don't have to be reserved. You can go anywhere in the Inuit sect." Hua Jieiyu paused for a moment and then winked at him. "Even if you want to come to my room, there is no problem. If you continue to fool around, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Wang Haoren snorted in his heart, but on the surface, he said seriously, "Miss, please be more serious." "Sir, I welcome you at any time, even if you come late at night." Hua Jieiyu blinked and then said to a female disciple who was waiting in the side hall, "Find 2 of the best guest rooms for our 2 distinguished guests." "Yes, young master." The female disciple obeyed and led the way for Wang Haoren and Su Qingtong. Not long after, Wang Haoren and Su Qingtong left Hua Jieyu's sight. Hua Jieiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She only felt cold sweat on her back. She had always dealt with men with ease, but when facing Wang Haoren, she was extremely nervous. Fortunately, Hua Jieiyu forcibly hid this emotion. Hua Jieiyu looked in the direction Wang Haoren left. Her white and slender hand subconsciously covered her heart. She seemed to feel some residual warmth that didn't belong to her. She could even vaguely feel a vague feeling of being grasped. Hua Jieyu's heart rippled, and her pretty face gradually turned red. And this scene was seen by Su Xian, who was next to her. Ding! The host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist halo minus 500, the host's villain halo plus 500. Shameless witch. Su Xian gritted his teeth and snorted. Although his voice was low, Hua Jieiyu still heard it. Hua Jieiyu came back to her senses and ordered another female disciple who was waiting in the corner, "Find a guest room and let Mr. Su stay. Then ask Granny Yu to find time to treat Su Xian's injuries." After that, Hua Jieiyu looked at Su Xian and said calmly, "You helped the Inuit sect a little before. I'll find someone to treat your injuries as a return." Hearing this, Su Xian felt extremely unbalanced. She let Wang Haoren stay in the best guest room, and when it was his turn, she found a guest room casually, but the difference in treatment was too obvious. And more importantly, she asked an old granny to treat his injuries. Su Xian didn't expect Hua Jiyu to treat his injuries personally, but at least find a beautiful female disciple of the Inua sect. What did she mean by finding an old granny? However, under the eaves, he had to lower his head. Su Xian could only acquiesce to Hua Jiyu's arrangement, because he was in no position to negotiate. However, Su Xian would remember this deeply in his heart. Every dog has its day. Today, Hua Jiyu betrayed me, but one day, I, Su Xian, will make you regret it, and that woman Su Qingtong, when he was her bodyguard, he suffered a lot. He originally thought that after the drawbacks of the Taishan single chi technique disappeared, he could finally take revenge on Su Qingtong, but who knew that Su Qingtong fell in love with someone else too quickly. You all wait and see, Su Xian roared in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't say anything and left with the female disciple who led the way. Seeing that there were no outsiders, the female disciple who brought Wang Haoren and Su Qingtong in from the gate and was punished by Hua Jiyu to clean the gate for 2 months suddenly came to Hua Jiyu respectfully. Young lord, I was right. This young master is really good-looking, just like an immortal from heaven, the female disciple said. Hua Jiyu heard the hidden meaning in the female disciple's words and continued to look at her, waiting for her to continue. The female disciple hesitated for a moment, then carefully said, Young lord, can you make an exception for me to clean the gate? No, as a female disciple of the Inua sect, you must not be charmed by men. I punished you to make you remember, Hua Jiyu said seriously. Young lord, you're still talking about me. Didn't you lose your composure in front of that young master just now? The female disciple muttered bitterly. I was seducing him. Hua Jiyu hurriedly corrected her. Is that so? Young lord, was your action just now completely fake, or did it have some true meaning? The female disciple asked tentatively. Hua Jiyu heard this and was shocked. She could only feel cold sweat on her back. Because she asked herself honestly, she really did have some special emotions when she went in just now. Hua Jiyu had just been taken advantage of, and it was the first time she had such contact with a man. If it was another person, Hua Jiyu would have killed him directly. But Hua Jiyu didn't do that. There were 2 reasons. First, Hua Jiyu knew that she was no match for Wang Haoren. Second, Hua Jiyu was taken advantage of, so she was more shy than angry. For Hua Jiyu, who had not fully mastered the Inua devil art, this was definitely a dangerous signal. Hua Jiyu felt her heart was in a mess, and she was a little out of her wits. She couldn't calm down for a while. After taking a deep breath, Hua Jiyu left the side hall and prepared to ask her master, Hua Feishuan. Her master's cultivation was profound, and she had never fallen in love with a man before. She must have a solution. Su Xian was silent the entire way as he followed the Inua sect female disciple to a guest room. The female disciple left after bringing Su Xian here. Su Xian touched the table in the room and felt a handful of dust. It was obvious that this room had not been cleaned for a long time, as there was a faint musty smell in the air. Su Xian recalled what had happened in the side hall, and his pent-up anger erupted as he smashed the table with a palm. A streak of red light shot out from the ring on Su Xian's finger, condensing into Gu Hongyi's stunning figure in the air. Since it has already come to this, there's no point in being angry. Gu Hongyi consoled. Although she was hiding in the ring, she was aware of what the people outside were saying. Master, Wang Haoren stole someone's love. He's a despicable person. Do you see him clearly now? Su Xian complained. It's hard to tell who's right and who's wrong when it comes to relationships. Since Su Qingtong doesn't like you, it's her freedom to separate from you. Gu Hongyi sighed. Wang Haoren must have seduced Su Qingtong, or she wouldn't have had a change of heart. Su Xian insisted that Wang Haoren was at fault. Su Qingtong doesn't love you enough. If she truly loved you, why would she have a change of heart? Su Qingtong didn't break up with you because of him. Gu Hongyi retorted. Moreover, you have many women. It's understandable that Su Qingtong doesn't want to be with you. Su Xian was even angrier when he heard this. His obsession with Su Qingtong was still very deep. After all, when he was Su Qingtong's bodyguard in the past, he didn't know how much she had bullied him. Su Xian had always dreamed of the day when he could truly subdue this willful young miss, both physically and mentally. But now, his dream had been shattered. Besides this obsession, there was something else that made Su Xian very unhappy. If Su Qingtong had broken up with him because of another man, and not Wang Haoren, Su Xian would not have felt so bad. Master, I've realized that you can't tell right from wrong. This Wang Haoren is a despicable person. Why do you keep speaking up for him? Su Xian was unhappy that Gu Hongyi was defending Wang Haoren. Su Xian, you're prejudiced against him. You're jealous of him. Gu Hongyi was also a little unhappy and directly called out Su Xian's name. Su Xian was at a loss for words, but the unhappiness in his heart did not lessen. The scene fell into silence again. Su Xian had originally planned to properly apologize to his master, but now, because of his anger, he had already thrown this matter beyond the highest heavens. Gu Hongyi did not say anything else. She turned into a streak of light and flew off, her destination unknown. Su Xian was in a bad mood. He left the room and went for a walk. In the main hall of the Inua sect. You went to see Su Xian? Hua Feishuan was half leaning on a bench in the hall, pretending to be asleep. When she sensed Hua Jiayu's arrival, she didn't open her eyes and just asked softly. Yes. Hua Jiayu nodded and said, Flying Cloud Pavilion's second Miss Su Qingtong and the Wang family's new young master are also here. It's normal for Su Qingtong to come, but why is the Wang family's new young master here? Hua Feishuan slowly opened her cold eyes and was slightly surprised. The Wang family's young master escorted Su Qingtong here. Hua Jiayu said. Although it was just a simple sentence, the wise Hua Feishuan deduced some things from it. Is there a problem in the relationship between Su Qingtong and Su Xian? Hua Feishuan asked. Master's guess is correct. Su Qingtong and Su Xian have already separated. Hua Jiayu said. Hearing this, Hua Feishuan was not surprised. If Su Qingtong cared about Su Xian, she wouldn't have let a man escort her alone. Wouldn't this make Su Xian unhappy? This could only prove that Su Qingtong did not care about Su Xian. There was nothing strange about them separating. After Su Qingtong left Su Xian, she went into the arms of the Wang family's young master. Hua Jiayu continued to report, but then she corrected herself. But actually, it's more likely that Su Qingtong and Su Xian separated because she liked the Wang family's young master. This Wang family's young master is more outstanding than Su Xian? Hua Feishuan was slightly interested. This person's bone age is less than 20, slightly younger than Su Xian. Whether it's potential or current cultivation, Su Xian can't compare to him. When Hua Jiayu said this, she was overjoyed. Bone age less than 20? Hua Feishuan was even more interested. She smiled inexplicably. This second daughter of Su Ao is quite picky. At first, I thought that she came from the secular world and was willful and unreasonable. She didn't know how to weigh the pros and cons. It seems that Su Ao taught her well. I'm afraid that Su Qingtong's motive is not for the benefit of the Flying Cloud Pavilion, but she really fell in love with the Wang family's young master. Hua Jiayu said. Oh? This Wang family's young master, other than his cultivation, is there something else that's outstanding about him? When Hua Feishuan heard her disciple's words, she was surprised and asked. This person's appearance is the most outstanding among all the men I've seen, Hua Jiayu said with a smile. But after that, she felt that her description was not enough, so she added. Or to put it another way, in terms of appearance, there's probably no man in the world who can compare to him. It's hard for a woman not to be moved by him. It's normal for Su Qingtong to fall in love with someone else. When Hua Feishuan heard this, she could not help but frown. This was because she could see that her disciple was a little out of sorts. Jiayu, your heart is in a mess, Hua Feishuan said in a low voice. I've disappointed you, master, but I really can't calm my heart. Please guide me, master, Hua Jiayu said in shame. She came here to report to Hua Feishuan, but more importantly, she wanted to ask for guidance. There's no good man in the world. They're all lustful. No matter how good-looking they are, their hearts are full of filth. Why can't you see through them? Hua Feishuan sighed. To be honest, she was really disappointed in Hua Jiayu. Hua Feishuan could understand if Hua Jiayu had some feelings that she should not have because she had spent too much time with a man. However, Hua Jiayu had only met the Wang family's young master today. Hua Feishuan could not understand why she was moved by his appearance. I know that there's no good man in the world, but I still. Hua Jiayu suddenly stopped halfway and lowered her head in shame. Sigh, before you fall too deep into the mud, don't get involved with this Wang family's young master. If you want to rope him in, I'll find another beautiful disciple of the Xianxia sect, Hua Feishuan said. Master, Hua Jiayu subconsciously wanted to object. Jiayu. Hua Feishuan interrupted Hua Jiayu with a deep voice. Hua Jiayu was shocked. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and replied with difficulty. Disciple. Disciple obeys. Silly girl, I'm doing this for your own good. Hua Feishuan sighed when she saw Hua Feishuan's reluctance. I understand. Hua Jiayu bowed her head. By the way, how did you deal with Su Xian? Hua Feishuan asked as she recalled something. I asked someone to arrange a guest room for Su Xian. I also promised him that I would send an old woman from the Xianxia sect to treat his wounds. It can also be considered as repayment for his help to the Xianxia sect. Hua Jiayu explained. She suddenly paused, hesitated for a moment, and continued. Also, I drew a line between Su Xian and me. Hua Feishuan frowned. Even if Su Xian's potential is not as good as the young master of the Wang clan, you don't have to draw a line between you and him so quickly. No one can be sure about the future. Su Xian's talent is not bad. If he catches up and even surpasses the young master of the Wang clan in the future, what will you do? Wouldn't the Xianxia sect lose a great helper? Hua Feishuan scolded. I didn't think so much at that time and didn't handle it well. Please forgive me. Hua Jiayu lowered her eyes. Sigh, it's not that you didn't think so much. You just wanted to win the favor of the young master of the Wang clan. That's why you suppressed Su Xian. Hua Feishuan saw through her disciple's thoughts. I was wrong. I failed master's teachings. Please punish me. Hua Jiayu was ashamed. She knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Go to the Wuliang cliff and meditate. Come down when you can think it through. Hua Feishuan ordered. Yes, master. Hua Jiayu answered and walked out of the hall. Her slender shadow was cast by the light that shone into the hall. She looked very lonely. After Hua Feishuan watched Hua Jiayu leave, she slowly got up from the bench. The palace dress that dragged on the ground outlined her exquisite figure as she walked out of the hall. She wanted to see what kind of person this man was, who had made her disciple, whom she had painstakingly taught, lose her mind. Hua Feishuan learned about Wang Haoren's residence from her disciple. Thus, she headed towards Wang Haoren's residence. However, she saw a familiar figure on the way. It was Su Xian, who was out for a walk in a bad mood. Young Master Su, there are many paths in the Yin Moon sect. It's very easy to get lost. If you want to take a look around, I can ask a disciple to lead the way for you. Hua Feishuan said calmly. Hearing this, Su Xian recovered from his trance. His eyes reflected Hua Feishuan's peerless and graceful figure, and his heart trembled. He hurriedly saluted and said, Greetings, Sect Master Hua. Compared to Hua Jiayu, Su Xian was actually more attached to Hua Feishuan. A woman like Hua Feishuan held a high position and was the sect master of a sect. Su Xian really wanted to see Hua Feishuan's indescribable charm under her nobility. However, Su Xian also understood that he was far from qualified. No need to stand on ceremony. Hua Feishuan waved her hand and said, Jiayu's actions were very inappropriate. I have already punished her. Young Master Su, please don't take it to heart. Also, I'll find another disciple to find a better place for young Master Su, and have the core disciples of the Dark Moon sect treat your injuries as soon as possible. Of course, Hua Feishuan had her own considerations. Even if Su Xian's potential wasn't as good as the young master of the Wang clan, she still couldn't treat him too coldly. Hua Feishuan didn't expect to win Su Xian over, but at least she didn't want Su Xian to hate the Dark Moon sect. Thank you, Sect Master Hua. Su Xian's mood finally improved after hearing Hua Feishuan's words. At the same time, his impression of Hua Feishuan also improved greatly. She still had the demeanor of a sect master, unlike Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu who were ruthless. When they saw the young master of the Wang clan, they shamelessly went up to him, wanting to draw a clear line between them. Su Xian secretly noted down Hua Feishuan's importance and secretly thought that he must repay her in the future. He heard that Hua Feishuan didn't have a partner and must be very lonely. So, he reluctantly became her partner. This could be considered as repayment, right? Hee. Su Xian thought in his heart. Hua Feishuan was very good at reading people. She could roughly guess some things from the changes in Su Xian's eyes. Hua Feishuan secretly sneered, but she didn't expose him. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. Hua Feishuan bade farewell and walked away in a certain direction. Su Xian looked at Hua Feishuan's exquisite figure and was stunned. Outside of Wang Haoren's guest room, many female disciples of the Inua sect had gathered. They were chattering and trying to see clearly what the person in the room looked like. When Wang Haoren arrived at the Dark Moon sect, he was seen by some female disciples of the Dark Moon sect. These female disciples were confused and couldn't help but tell the people around them about it. The news spread like wildfire and many disciples of the Dark Moon sect knew that a man like a banished immortal had come to the Dark Moon sect. Everyone wanted to take a look at his face and see if he lived up to his name. Wang Haoren sat in the room and pretended to read a book. However, his attention wasn't on the book at all. Instead, he was looking at the group of girls outside the room. The Dark Moon sect was simply a gathering place for beauties. Any random female disciple was as beautiful as a flower. More importantly, the Dark Moon sect's corporate culture was quite special. Every female disciple's words and actions were somewhat provocative. After looking at their faces, Wang Haoren wanted to see more clearly. Therefore, he couldn't help but use his X-ray vision. In the blink of an eye, everything that was blocking his vision disappeared. Wang Haoren only took a few glances and felt his blood rushing to his head. How was this a cultivation sect? This was heaven. However, before Wang Haoren could continue to feel, he suddenly felt a soul fluctuation. Who is it? Wang Haoren shouted. The room's window suddenly closed automatically, blocking the view of those who were peeking. In midair, a beautiful red-clothed figure appeared. It was Su Xian's master, Gu Hongyi. Thank you for the spirit liquid. This little girl left in a hurry and didn't have the chance to thank you properly. This time, I've specially come to thank you. Gu Hongyi said. Hearing Gu Hongyi refer to herself as little girl, Wang Haoren was slightly taken aback. Gu Hongyi was at least a few hundred years old, right? However, Wang Haoren quickly reacted. Gu Hongyi thought he was an immortal emperor, so she naturally thought his real age was older than hers. There was nothing wrong with her referring to herself as little girl in front of him. It's a small matter, no need to thank me, Wang Haoren said generously. In fact, there was a hidden soul imprint on the small bottle that contained the spirit liquid. Wang Haoren had given Gu Hongyi the spirit liquid to win her favor, but at the same time, he had held back. If the soul imprint was triggered, Wang Haoren would know Gu Hongyi's location. If he knew Gu Hongyi's location, he would naturally know Su Xian's location. Of course, Wang Haoren would only know Gu Hongyi's location when the soul imprint was triggered. And once it was triggered, Gu Hongyi would definitely sense it with her soul. Frankly speaking, this was a one-time location. Wang Haoren did not need to use it at the moment. The reason why he had left this soul imprint was because he was afraid that Su Xian would leave the effective range of the blood origin curse when he wanted to kill him. After all, Wang Haoren's current cultivation was limited, and the range of his technique could not be as large as the blue planet. If Su Xian was too far away, the blood origin curse would not be able to kill him. It's a small matter to you, but a big one to me. Anyway, I still have to thank you. Gu Hongyi smiled. Good, then I've received your thanks. Wang Haoren nodded, as if he was asking her to leave. Wang Haoren had not seen enough of the group of beauties outside. Gu Hongyi was naturally a hindrance to him by staying here. But after Wang Haoren finished speaking, Gu Hongyi did not leave, and instead looked hesitant. If there's anything else, you can speak frankly. Wang Haoren saw her hesitant look and said. The matter between you and Su Qingtong. Gu Hongyi probed. After her quarrel with Su Xian, she had calmed down. Su Xian was biased against Wang Haoren, but she was also speaking from Wang Haoren's perspective. From an objective point of view, stealing someone's love was indeed not very honorable. The matter between me and Su Qingtong. Wang Haoren could vaguely guess what she wanted to ask, and asked with a faint smile, "Do you also think that I'm a despicable person who stole someone's love?" "I don't think you are, but I want to know the reason. Can you tell me?" Wang Haoren was silent for a while, thinking about how to make up a story. Several seconds later, he had an idea, and suddenly sighed. "In your eyes, I'm stealing someone else's love, but you don't know who Su Qingtong was to me in her previous life." "Su Qingtong's past life?" Gu Hongyi was surprised. "In my previous life, Su Qingtong was my concubine. In my previous life, I encountered a great enemy. Before we both died, we promised to meet again in our next life. But Qingtong's cultivation was not high enough, so she was unable to retain the memories of her previous life." Wang Haoren's eyes were blurred, as if he had sunk into his memories. "After I reincarnated, I've been looking for her everywhere. This is what I promised her. But what I didn't expect was that Su Xian would intervene. But it was fate. After I met Qingtong for the first time, she fell in love with me. This was not an accident, but our unfinished fate. It was something that was destined long ago." Gu Hongyi was enlightened after hearing this. "I see, I've misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. I don't care what others think. However, I don't want anyone else to know about this," Wang Haoren warned. "Of course. This little girl will never speak carelessly," Gu Hongyi solemnly said, the confusion and gloom in her heart instantly disappearing like smoke in the wind. Although she had somewhat lost her mind in trusting him, she had not made a mistake. Gu Hongyi's mood also improved a lot. Existing in the form of a soul is extremely restrictive, and you will not be able to recover your former strength. "Have you ever thought of rebuilding your body?" Wang Haoren suddenly asked. "I was assassinated, and there is not a moment when I don't want to rebuild my body and take revenge." Hatred surfaced in Gu Hongyi's beautiful eyes. Wang Haoren did not find this strange at all. Gu Hongyi's misfortune had clearly drawn Su Xian's hatred. In Su Xian's story, he would definitely show off because of this matter. Simply put, Su Xian wanted to take revenge for his master. "It will be very difficult for you to rebuild your body," Wang Haoren said. "Although I took Su Xian as my disciple because I felt that his talent was pretty good, part of the reason was that I hoped that he would be able to grow and rebuild my body." Gu Hongyi did not hide anything. "If you want to wait for Su Xian to do this, it will take a very, very long time," Wang Haoren reminded. "Of course I understand, but this matter cannot be rushed," Gu Hongyi said helplessly. "That might not be the case." Wang Haoren smiled mysteriously. Gu Hongyi was taken aback. She could not help but become excited, but she was too embarrassed to say it. "I can help you," Wang Haoren volunteered. Ever since he had reached Foundation establishment, the second floor of the sky-splitting tower had automatically opened. The second floor of the sky-splitting tower was where he refined pills. There were countless pill recipes and tools for refining pills. If the first floor of the sky-splitting tower was a cheat for time, then the second floor was a cheat for refining pills. As long as he had enough materials, Wang Haoren could refine all kinds of pills on the second floor of the sky-splitting tower and become the strongest alchemist in the cultivation world. Wang Haoren could even refine pills for tribulation transcending immortal venerables on the second floor of the sky-splitting tower. It was completely possible for an alchemist to rebuild Gu Hongyi's body. Gu Hongyi had the preconceived notion that Wang Haoren was an immortal emperor, so she naturally did not doubt Wang Haoren's claim that he could rebuild her body. However, in her understanding, this was something that required a lot of energy and time. Gu Hongyi did not dare to accept such a great favor, so she said fearfully, "You and I have only known each other for a short period of time. I am ashamed to accept such a great favor. I have already spoken, and there is no reason for me to take it back." Wang Haoren's expression showed some pride. Immortal emperors do not joke. Gu Hongyi was flattered. "Why are you so good to me? Why am I so good to you? You're just an illusory spirit without a body. Even if I managed to woo you, what could I do?" Wang Haoren inwardly complained, but on the surface, he spoke in an enigmatic manner. There is a line of marriage between us in the future. I am merely going with the flow, but whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. Gu Hongyi's cultivation was still far from reaching the level of peeking into the heavenly Tao, but she did not doubt Wang Haoren's words. After all, the fact that she had fallen in love with him was the best proof. I am but a mere spirit, how could I dare to defy the heavenly Tao? Gu Hongyi blushed as she tactfully replied. In other words, she was accepting Wang Haoren's favor and was willing to accept the fruit of marriage. Then from today onwards, you will be one of this emperor's concubines, Wang Haoren said with a smile. Greetings, Emperor. Gu Hongyi's figure floated in the air and gently bowed as she said in a soft voice. No need for formalities. Wang Haoren nodded, before hinting, although this emperor can help you reconstruct a body, I am still lacking the materials, and I am also busy with other matters. Leave this matter to me and Su Xian, Gu Hongyi hurriedly said. She was only a spirit, and could not stay in the outside world for too long. Most of her time was spent recuperating in the ring, and the things she could do were limited. Naturally, she needed Su Xian's help. That would be great. Wang Haoren gave an indifferent response on the surface, but he was secretly delighted. He had said this because he wanted Su Xian to be the coolie. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is best not to mention this matter to Su Xian. At the very least, do not mention me. I do not want others to know my true identity. Wang Haoren warned. I will tell Su Xian that I was the one who thought of a way to reconstruct a body. Gu Hongyi thought of a good reason. Why are all of you so free? Don't you need to cultivate? An icy voice sounded from outside. Gu Hongyi could sense that the person who spoke had an extremely high cultivation base, and was afraid that she would be exposed. Hence, she said, Emperor, I shall take my leave first. Go. Wang Haoren nodded. Gu Hongyi turned into a streak of light and flew out from a place where the people outside could not see. Outside the door, Hua Feishuan was reprimanding the many female disciples who were watching outside the room. The female disciples were as quiet as cicadas in winter as they listened to her lecture. After Hua Feishuan reprimanded them for a while, she chased them away. Then, she looked at the tightly shut door not far away. Hua Feishuan was very displeased at this moment, and she was secretly blaming her disciples for being so disappointing. Her direct disciple, Hua Jieyu, was distracted, and the many beautiful female disciples of the Xianxia sect were here to watch like love-struck fools. All of them were incredibly foolish. Hua Feishuan came to the door of the room and knocked on the door with a resentful expression. Knock, knock. After he knocked on the door, a soft creaking sound of the door opening could be heard. The figure of a peerless and otherworldly man was reflected in a pair of beautiful eyes. Hua Feishuan was instantly stunned. Ding! Congratulations to host's luck for meeting the female lead Hua Feishuan for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first-class Pledge of Love effect. Ding! The female lead Hua Feishuan's favorability towards host has increased to 80, unchanging feelings. 1. Haoren received 2 messages in a row. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed in his heart. When he heard the commotion outside, he knew that Hua Feishuan had come. He was still worrying about how to deal with her. As the leader of the witches of the Xianxia sect, Hua Feishuan's cultivation was definitely not simple. It would be difficult to deal with her. Who knew that when he opened the door and met Hua Feishuan face to face, he would suddenly receive such an unexpected surprise? After Wang Haoren laughed for a while, Hua Feishuan still hadn't recovered from her shock and was still looking at him in a daze. Miss? Miss? Wang Haoren waved his hand in front of Hua Feishuan's eyes and called out to her. Hua Feishuan recovered from her shock and realized that she had lost her composure. An awkward expression appeared on her face, but this awkwardness only lasted for a short while before she suppressed it. Greetings, young master. I am the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Hua Feishuan. I heard that young master has come to the Xianxia sect, so I came to see you. Hua Feishuan said in a gentle voice. So it's sect master Hua. Wang Haoren pretended to be enlightened and said politely, Greetings, sect master Hua. Young master, please don't stand on ceremony. Otherwise, it would be too much for me. Hua Feishuan covered her mouth and smiled. She looked at Wang Haoren with her beautiful eyes and said in a sweet voice. Wang Haoren inadvertently exchanged glances with her and felt a surge of emotions in his heart. He suddenly had the urge to embrace her in his arms, and even had the thought of ruthlessly ravaging her. However, when this emotion just rose, the heaven-splitting tower in his sea of consciousness suddenly buzzed and instantly dispelled this strange feeling of Wang Haoren. When Wang Haoren reacted, he was secretly shocked. His self-control was not bad, so it shouldn't be like this. Wang Haoren was surprised for a few seconds before he quickly came to his senses. This was because of Hua Feishuan's charm technique. As the leader of the Inuus ex-demonesses, this Hua Feishuan was indeed not simple. No wonder the Flying Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master, Su Ao, had fallen. Wang Haoren replied calmly, "Sect Master Hua is on the same level as my Wang family head. You are my senior. I should be courteous and respectful." When Hua Feishuan saw Wang Haoren's calm demeanor, a trace of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself, is it because I haven't used this kind of technique for a long time that I've become rusty? Or is it because my charm is no longer the same as before? I can't even charm a young man in his 20s. However, Hua Feishuan quickly refuted such doubts. Her appearance was no different from when she was roaming the sacred region many years ago. However, after becoming the sect leader, her temperament had changed a little, and she was more attractive to men. Hua Feishuan didn't believe that she wasn't as charming as she used to be. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Hua Feishuan giggled, "Sir, are you not going to invite me in?" "Sect leader Hua, this way please." Wang Haoren wanted to see the seductive methods of this demoness. Naturally, he wouldn't chase her away. Instead, he moved aside and made an inviting gesture. Hua Feishuan smiled faintly and walked into the room with Wang Haoren close to her. A faint fragrance entered Wang Haoren's nose. Wang Haoren immediately felt a little restless, but he hid it well on the surface. After entering the room, Wang Haoren and Hua Feishuan sat opposite each other. "Is Sir satisfied with this residence?" Hua Feishuan asked softly. "Luxurious and elegant, very good." Wang Haoren praised. "It's good that Sir is satisfied. Then, are you willing to stay here for a long time?" Hua Feishuan smiled and looked at Wang Haoren with anticipation. "What does sect leader Hua mean? I don't understand." Wang Haoren had a puzzled look on his face. "What I mean is, are you willing to treat this place as your home?" Hua Feishuan said ambiguously. I still don't understand." Wang Haoren continued to pretend. "My Inuus sect is willing to be on good terms with the Wang family and form a marriage alliance. There are many beauties in the Inuus sect, are you not interested in any of them?" Hua Feishuan maintained her identity as the sect leader and didn't mention her true intentions. Instead, she changed her approach. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. However, I already have a partner. I don't want to waste her time." Wang Haoren tactfully declined. "The Wang family has few descendants. Sir, you're the only son. In the future, you'll have to bear more children for the Wang family. The more partners you have, the better." Hua Feishuan argued. Sect leader Hua seems to know a lot about the Wang family. Wang Haoren was surprised. "These things aren't secrets in the eastern region." "Of course, I know." Hua Feishuan said with a smile. "Sect leader Hua really wants to form a marriage alliance with the Wang family?" Wang Haoren asked with certainty. "I'm not lying." Hua Feishuan replied affirmatively. "Sir, if you're interested in anyone in the Inuus sect, just say it. I believe everyone, all the disciples will be happy." Hua Feishuan subconsciously included herself in the conversation, but she quickly corrected herself in order to maintain her status. "I still need to think about it," Wang Haoren said. "This is a big deal. You should think about it." Hua Feishuan wasn't in a hurry. She suddenly looked at the sky outside and continued. "The Inuus sect has beautiful scenery and many wonders. It's rare for you to come here. Why don't I show you the way and admire it?" "That's too much trouble, sect leader Hua." Wang Haoren said politely. "It's no trouble at all. I'm honored to be able to travel with you." Hua Feishuan smiled and stood up. "Sir, please follow me." Wang Haoren nodded. After leaving the room, Wang Haoren and Hua Feishuan walked side by side, talking and laughing. Along the way, the disciples who passed by were shocked. In their impression, Hua Feishuan was a high and mighty sect leader. Most of the time, she was cold and aloof. When had she ever smiled in front of others? Moreover, she was smiling in front of a man. After walking for a while, Hua Feishuan brought Wang Haoren to a cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking out, there was a sea of clouds in front of him. It looked beautiful. Sect leader Hua, you're right. It's really a wonder. It's like a paradise on earth. Wang Haoren praised. This place is chosen by the seniors of our Inua sect. We juniors are just blessed by them. Hua Feixian's beautiful eyes stared straight at Wang Haoren as she continued to talk about the previous topic. Since you like it, sir, you can treat this place as your home. After saying that, Hua Feishuan threw away some of her dignity as a sect leader and continued. Anyone in the Inua sect, no matter who you want to marry, you can marry them. Sir, are you really not interested? Towards the end, Hua Feishuan's voice even had a hint of bewitchment. Upon hearing Hua Feishuan's words, Wang Haoren pretended to be confused and said involuntarily, anyone. Does that include sect leader Hua? Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Hua Feishuan pretended to be startled. Her face blushed a little as she apologized. I misspoke just now. After a pause, she changed the topic and said shyly, but if young master doesn't mind my humble appearance, I will do as young master says. Sect master Hua, are you serious? Wang Haoren hurriedly asked. How would I dare to play tricks on young master? Hua Feishuan pretended to be terrified. Then, she stretched out her jade-like hand and took off a hairpin from her hair. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and boundless charm appeared on Hua Feishuan's rosy face. Soon, the belt around her waist and her palace dress fell to the ground one after another. Then, Hua Feishuan's voice sounded. This is my sincerity. Young master, do you believe me now? Wang Haoren was stunned. He didn't expect Hua Feishuan to be so unrestrained. In an instant, an indescribable impulse rose from his heart, and it seemed to cover all his reason. But at this moment, the heaven-splitting pagoda in his sea of consciousness buzzed, and Wang Haoren came back to his senses. At this moment, Wang Haoren looked in front of him again. He saw Hua Feishuan in her palace dress. Her hair was in a bun, and it didn't fall down. It was just like when he first saw her. Wang Haoren realized that what he saw just now was an illusion. The leader of the demonic women was really something. If it weren't for the heaven-splitting pagoda, he might have fallen for her trick just now. Seeing that Wang Haoren was in a daze and didn't do anything, Hua Feishuan was puzzled. Young master, why aren't you saying anything? Do you think my sincerity isn't enough? Sincerity? Haha, I'm sincerely discussing this matter with Sect Master Hua, but Sect Master Hua treats me like a fool. Is this sincerity? A cold smile appeared on Wang Haoren's face as he exposed the truth. Sect Master Hua, you are clearly dressed appropriately. Do you think that you are completely unrestrained? Upon hearing this, Hua Feishuan opened her rosy little mouth in surprise. Only now did she realize that the illusion she created did not confuse Wang Haoren. Young master. Hua Feishuan grew nervous. She wanted to explain herself. There's no need to say any more. Wang Haoren raised his hand to stop her. I've seen the scenery here. Thank you for your good intentions, Sect Master Hua. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned around and left. Young master, please wait. Hua Feishuan was shocked. She stood in front of Wang Haoren and said, I was muddle-headed and wanted to test young master's willpower, that's why I used a little trick. I didn't mean to tease young master. Wang Haoren suddenly revealed an affectionate look and sighed. The first time I saw Sect Master Hua, I was so moved that I wanted to be a celestial couple with Sect Master. It's just that I don't dare to express my feelings because there's a gap between our identities. When I saw Sect Master Hua say that you're going to listen to me, I was so happy. Alas, Sect Master Hua's heart isn't pure. You just want to cultivate me into a puppet tool. When he reached the end of his sentence, the affectionate look on Wang Haoren's face had turned into pain. Hua Feishuan saw this and felt her heart ache. However, it was soon followed by a sense of ecstasy. She asked gently, "Young master, do you really like me?" "Yes, I did. However, now." Wang Haoran did not continue. He snorted coldly and walked past Hua Feishuan. Hua Feishuan did not stop him. She merely looked at Wang Haoran's handsome back as he left. She was in a daze. After Wang Haoran left Hua Feishuan's sight, he was bewildered. Of course, he was just putting on an act earlier. He did not know if Hua Feishuan had seen through his act. After all, a demoness like Hua Feishuan was the best at reading a man's mind. However, Hua Feishuan was bewitched by love. Her judgment would be affected, right? Coupled with his outstanding acting skills, it was possible that Hua Feishuan did not see through his act. Moreover, he had deliberately confessed his feelings. This would affect Hua Feishuan's judgment even more. Next, it was up to Hua Feishuan to see if she would be serious. Wang Haoran walked with light steps towards Su Qingtong's residence. He did not know if Hua Jieyu had purposely arranged for Wang Haoran and Su Qingtong's residences to be far apart. However, Wang Haoran's feet were on his body. No one could stop him from going wherever he wanted. Ding! The host has captured the female lead Su Qingtong for the first time. Obtained 16,000 villain points. Su Qingtong's female lead aura -800. Su Xian's protagonist aura -800. Host's villain aura +1600. Ding! The female lead Hua Jieyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 15. Current favorability is 60. Admiration, Wang Haoran received 2 messages in a row. He completely understood what the first one meant, but what about the second one? What did his interaction with Su Qingtong have to do with Hua Jieyu? Wang Haoran thought for a while. He could not figure it out. The next day. At dawn, there was a knock on the door of the sect master's residence. It was followed by Hua Jieyu's voice. "Master, it's me. Come in." Hua Feishuan's voice came from the room. Hua Jieyu pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Hua Feishuan sitting at the table in the room. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded. "Master, didn't you rest last night?" Hua Feishuan asked in confusion. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, one did not necessarily need to rest to recuperate. Diligent cultivators usually squeezed out their rest time to cultivate. However, the cultivation method of the Xianxia sect was special. Even in sleep, one could cultivate. Therefore, the female disciples of the Xianxia sect, except for those who took turns to guard the sect, would rest after a certain time. Even the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Hua Feishuan, was no exception. Moreover, Hua Jieyu knew that her master's habit was deeply ingrained and would not be broken easily. The quilt on Hua Feishuan's bed was neat and untouched. The female disciples who tidied up Hua Feishuan's room had not woken up yet. Obviously, Hua Feishuan did not rest last night. "Didn't I tell you to reflect at the immeasurable cliff? Why did you come down?" Hua Feishuan did not answer her disciple's question. Instead, she frowned and asked. "Master, disciple suddenly came down." "It's understandable." Joy filled Hua Jieyu's face as she circulated the Xianxia devil art. Spiritual qi circulated, and a wave of fluctuation spread out. Hua Feishuan could feel the richness of this spiritual energy, and a look of surprise flashed across her graceful and elegant face. "When did your Xianxia devil art enter the grand completion stage?" "Not long ago." Joy filled Hua Jieyu's face. After the Xianxia devil art entered major completion, Hua Jieyu's cultivation had also entered the 11th heaven true saint realm. Disregarding Wang Haoran, Hua Jieyu was like Su Xian. With her cultivation at the 11th heaven true saint realm, Hua Jieyu was one of the most outstanding talents in the eastern region. According to Hua Feishuan's original estimation, Hua Jieyu would need at least 2 to 3 years to enter the 11th heaven true saint realm. Who would have thought that it would be so early? Hua Feishuan pondered for a moment and felt both happy and worried. She had asked Hua Jieyu to reflect at the immeasurable cliff because she wanted her to sever the strands of love and prevent her cultivation from going berserk. However, Hua Jieyu had used another method to resolve this crisis. After reaching major completion in the Xianxia devil art, even if she fell in love, it would not affect her cultivation. There was no longer the danger of cultivation going berserk. Hua Feishuan was happy for her disciple. She smiled brightly, but her smile soon disappeared and she frowned. Hua Jieyu's sudden breakthrough at such a critical moment was obviously related to her falling in love. Not only did Hua Jieyu not sever her feelings, but she also fell deeper. She broke through the Inuit demonic art and reached the great accomplishment realm. This was an extreme method. Some disciples with average cultivation talent in the Inuit sect would also use this method to break through when they reached a certain age. However, looking at these examples, this method was too dangerous. It was almost impossible to survive. Hua Jieyu was obviously imitating her predecessors. She was lucky to break through. If she was just a little bit worse, she would have died. Jieyu, do you know how dangerous this is? Hua Feishuan scolded. Hua Jieyu was her only disciple. She had high hopes that Hua Jieyu would be able to support the Inuit sect in the future. However, Hua Jieyu used such a method to break through. It was too extreme. As the successor of the sect master, this was definitely not right. Moreover, Hua Feishuan had watched Hua Jieyu grow up. She had a deeper affection for her. Hua Jieyu did such an extreme thing. How could Hua Feishuan not be angry? Master, it was a little dangerous, but I'm fine now, Hua Jieyu said weakly. You. Hua Feishuan was very angry. She raised her hand and wanted to slap her disciple. However, she could not bear to do so. Master is the best. Hua Jieyu shrunk her neck. When she saw her master put down her hand, she giggled and hugged Hua Feishuan's arm. Jieyu, don't gamble with your life like this in the future, Hua Feishuan reminded her. I was too hot-headed at that time. After thinking about it, I still feel scared. However, the result is still good. Hua Jieyu smiled and then asked tentatively. Master, have you thought about who you want to rope in young Master Wang? Hearing this, Hua Feishuan's face showed a strange expression. How could Hua Feishuan not know Hua Jieyu's thoughts? This silly disciple risked her life to break through. Wasn't it because she could not let go of her feelings? If the Inuit demonic art had not reached the great accomplishment stage, this foolish disciple would most likely be seeking his own death by approaching Wang Haoren, and would die from the backlash of the Inuit demonic art. But now that the Inuit demonic attack had entered the realm of large success, even if he was aroused, it wouldn't have any effect. Hua Jieyu's question was obviously a hint. If Hua Feishuan had not gone to see Wang Haoren, she would have agreed with Hua Jieyu. But now, Hua Feishuan had mixed feelings and did not answer Hua Jieyu's question. Instead, she said slowly, I went to see Wang Haoren. Yesterday. Oh, is that so? What kind of person do you think he is? Hua Jieyu asked. This person's willpower isn't bad, but he's definitely not a gentleman. However, he's not an extreme lecher either. Hua Feishuan said, if we really want to rope him in, the average female disciples of our Inuit sect won't be able to do it. The more Hua Jieyu listened, the happier she was. She continued to hint, I also think that if we want to rope this Wang Haoren in, we'll need at least a core disciple or above. He won't be interested in the average disciple. Her words almost implied that she, the sect master's only direct disciple, would be the one to do it. This person isn't simple. I'm afraid that even the core disciples won't be able to handle him. Hua Feishuan looked solemn. Hua Jieyu was overjoyed. She smiled and waited for her master to continue. Hua Feishuan paused for a moment and continued, so. I've decided to do it myself. Alright, I'll definitely not disappoint you. I'll seduce Wang Haoren's soul and make him loyal to the Inuit sect. Hua Jieyu said happily. But halfway through, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Master, what did you just say? Hua Jieyu was stunned. This person isn't simple. Even you might not be able to seduce him. Also, this person isn't a good person. He might have other women around him. You're my good disciple. I don't want you to be wronged. So, let me do it. Hua Feishuan felt guilty, but she put on a righteous expression. Master, I think I can do it. I'll definitely be able to seduce him. As for having other women around him, I might feel wronged, but it's not like I can't accept it. For the future of the sect, I'll sacrifice myself. Hua Jieyu said hastily. No, the future of the Inuit sect depends on you. I'm afraid that you'll fall too deep. If that Wang Haoren harms the sect in the future, and you listen to him, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the sect. Hua Feishuan said with a serious expression. Hua Jiyu was stunned, but she still wanted to fight for it. However, before she could say anything, Hua Feishuan suddenly said in a serious tone. Ninth generation disciple of the Inua sect, Hua Jiyu, listen to me. Yes, master. Hua Jiyu saw how serious her master was, so she knelt respectfully. Hua Feishuan took out the Inua sect's sect master's token. I'll now pass the position of sect master to you. From now on, you'll be the ninth sect master of the Inua sect. After saying that, Hua Feishuan stuffed the sect leader's warrant into Hua Jiyu's hand. Then, she helped Hua Jiyu up and let her sit on the chair. Then, Hua Feishuan bowed respectfully, greetings, new sect master. Hua Jiyu was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. Master, I can't do this. I can't bear such a great responsibility. Please take back your order. I've already given you the token. There's no reason for me to take it back. I'll discuss with the elders and find an auspicious day to hold the sect master's inauguration ceremony. I'll pass the position of sect master to you. Hua Feishuan said. The reason why she didn't sleep last night was because she was worried about love. The Inua demonic art of the Inua sect was very special. Once one fell in love, it would be hard to free oneself. Moreover, the sensitivity of the Inua demonic art was several times higher than that of ordinary women. After having that kind of intimate relationship with the person you fall in love with, you will feel a kind of attachment that you can't let go of, and you will completely fall into it. After leaving the Cloud Sea Wonder, Hua Feishuan wanted to give up her heart and become a couple with Wang Haoren. However, as the sect master of the Inua sect, she had to consider some things. If she really got together with Wang Haoren and their relationship progressed to such a level, she would definitely listen to him in the future. If Wang Haoren wanted to harm the Inua sect, it would be a disaster for the Inua sect. Hua Feishuan was conflicted between the responsibility of the sect and love. But now, Hua Jiyu had mastered the Inua demonic art and was qualified to take over the position of sect master. As long as she passed the position of sect master to Hua Jiyu, she would no longer be conflicted. If she lost the position of sect master, she would lose her power and her cultivation would be crippled by more than half. Even if what she was worried about really happened in the future, the disaster she could cause to the sect would be much smaller. Hua Feishuan's idea was beautiful, but unfortunately, she had the same idea as Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu was even considering finding an opportunity to resign from the position of sect master. How could she take over the position of sect master? Master, I refuse to take over the position of sect master. Hua Jiyu handed the sect master's token back to Hua Feishuan and said with a determined look. Hua Feishuan saw her disciple's reaction and said earnestly, Jiyu, you are my direct disciple. In the future, the Inua sect will need you to succeed. You are not even 20 years old, but you have mastered the Inua demonic art. In the past records of the Inua sect, this is enough to rank you in the top 5. You are a genius. After a pause, Hua Feishuan's expression became solemn. The heavy responsibility of bringing the Inua sect to greater heights will fall on you. After that, Hua Feishuan handed the sect master warrant back to Hua Jiyu. Master, I am in love with someone else. I can't take the position of the sect master. Moreover, it is clearly written in the sect's ancestral teachings that if the sect master falls in love but can't cut it off, she can't be the sect master. Hua Jiyu directly mentioned the ancestors of the Inua sect and questioned her seriously. Master, are you going to go against the ancestral teachings? The past sect masters of the Inua sect are watching from the heavens. Jiyu, it is good that you remember the ancestral teachings. The reason why I want to pass the position of sect master to you is because of this ancestral teaching. Hua Feishuan was not frightened at all and said calmly. Hua Jiyu was stunned for a while. When she came back to her senses, she said, Master, you also like the young master of the Wang family? Sigh, back then when I roamed the sacred region, I had seen countless young talents, but I had never been moved by any of them. Who would have thought that I would fall in love with a man today, and even be unable to extricate myself? Perhaps this is my fate. Hua Feishuan let out a long sigh. This Wang Haoren is probably my nemesis. After sighing, Hua Feishuan patted Hua Jiayu's shoulder solemnly and said, "You are not in love. You haven't fallen too deeply. Everything is still not too late. I believe that you will definitely be able to cut off your feelings." "Master, I really can't do it." "Master, your cultivation is profound. It should be easier for you to cut off your feelings." Hua Jiayu refused to give up. "I have tried. I really can't do it. So, you should take over the position of sect master." Hua Feishuan played the emotional card and said softly, "I have painstakingly cultivated you. I have never asked you for anything. Now, I only ask you to take over the position of sect master. Promise me, okay?" Hua Jiayu struggled for a moment before shaking her head at Hua Feishuan. "Master, I can promise you anything else, but not this. Jiayu, if you continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry." Hua Feishuan frowned. "Master, you can hit me and scold me all you want, but I will never agree to take over the position of the clan leader." Hua Jiayu held her head high. The master and disciple looked at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. It wasn't that the two of them hadn't thought of coexisting, but apart from the two of them, no one else in the Inua sect had the qualifications or cultivation talent to succeed the position of sect master. Both master and disciple understood that one of them had to be the sect leader. Even if they couldn't bring the Inua sect to greater heights, they couldn't let it decline. After looking at each other for a while, a sorrowful look appeared on Hua Feishuan's face. "Jiayu, I've actually been very lonely all these years. I've worked so hard to raise you, and I still have to take care of the clan. It's really tiring. Now that I've finally met a man that I'm interested in, can't you fulfill my wish? Let me live a leisurely life in the future." "Master, this method might work on men, but don't use it on me." Hua Jiayu didn't fall for it at all. Hua Feishuan's face stiffened, and she immediately put away the pitiful look on her face. "Jiayu, what exactly do you want? Tell me what you think." "I don't dare." Hua Jiayu whispered. "Speak." Hua Feishuan said sternly. "Master, it's impossible for you to withdraw from the competition. If that's the case, please forgive me for being disrespectful." Hua Jiayu mustered up her courage and said sharply, "I want to compete with you fairly. You unfilial disciple." Hua Feishuan was shocked and slammed the table. Hua Jiayu shrunk her neck and muttered, "Master, you're the one who asked me to say this." Hua Feishuan was stunned, and her eyes flickered. Although Hua Jiayu's suggestion was bold and absurd, it was still a feasible plan. Moreover, she was the one who taught Hua Jiayu those skills. Hua Feishuan didn't think that she would lose to her disciple. With that thought in mind, Hua Feishuan said, "All right. All right, whoever is the first to become his partner will be the winner. And the loser will become the patriarch of the Yin Moon sect. Then it's a deal. Let's slap each other's hands as an oath." Hua Jiayu was overjoyed and proposed. "Are you afraid that master will go back on her words?" Hua Feishuan raised her eyebrows. "If master doesn't want to, why would she be afraid of a slap?" Hua Jiayu asked with a smile. "As you wish." Hua Feishuan snorted coldly and slapped her disciple's hands 3 times. "I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Hua Jiayu said and left in a hurry without waiting for Hua Feishuan's reply. Hua Feishuan curled her lips in disdain. It wasn't a competition where the faster one would win. At dawn, Wang Haoran left Su Qingtong's residence and was about to return to his own residence. But when he arrived at the door, he bumped into Hua Jiayu, who was about to knock on the door. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Hua Jiayu turned around and smiled. "Young master, you woke up so early?" "The scenery of the Inuit clan is so beautiful, so I woke up early to take a look around. I want to know the difference between the morning scenery and the rest of the day." Wang Haoran casually found an excuse to deal with it, but he was afraid that Hua Jiayu would be troubled by it, so he changed the topic and asked, "Young master, you woke up early as well?" "Miss, you've also woken up quite early. Furthermore, are you here to look for me?" Hua Jiayu covered her mouth and smiled. She said softly, "I thought the same as you. The scenery of the Inuit clan in the morning is especially beautiful, especially the wonder of the sea of clouds. I came here to invite you to enjoy the scenery." "I see." Wang Haoran pretended to be enlightened and nodded. Young master, are you interested? Hua Jieyu asked. It would be rude if I don't accept your invitation. Wang Haoren wanted to see what tricks Hua Jieyu had up her sleeves. Hua Jieyu walked to Wang Haoren and waved her hand. She said softly, in that case, young master, please. Wang Haoren nodded and walked side by side with Hua Jieyu. After walking for a while, they arrived at the wonder of the Sea of Clouds. The wonder of the Sea of Clouds in the morning was indeed more magnificent than the rest of the day. However, Wang Haoren wasn't really there to accompany Hua Jieyu to enjoy the scenery. Hua Jieyu was the same. Young master, you met my master yesterday, right? Hua Jieyu suddenly asked. Yes. Wang Haoren nodded. Then did my master do anything special? Hua Jieyu asked. I stayed here with your master yesterday for a while. But what was the special thing that Miss was referring to? I don't know. Please tell me, Wang Haoren said. That is. When you met my master, did you see anything embarrassing? Or did you experience anything embarrassing? Hua Jieyu asked tactfully. I did see some indecent scenes, but I quickly turned my head away, Wang Haoren replied. Sir, the scenes you saw were just illusions created by my master, Hua Jieyu exposed. Illusions? I see. Wang Haoren pretended to be enlightened. Master wanted to use seduction to control you and make you listen to her. Fortunately, you didn't fall into her trap, Hua Jieyu said with a relieved look. Aren't you afraid that your master will find out that you're talking bad about her? Wang Haoren thought to himself, but said, Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me, Mississippi. I will be careful of your master in the future. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded, but she was still worried. She took a jade scroll tied with a red string from her neck and handed it to Wang Haoren. This jade has the effect of breaking barriers. If you carry it with you, you won't have to worry about my master's seduction. This jade must be very valuable. I don't deserve it, Wang Haoren refused. Sir, please accept it. Hua Jieyu forced the jade into Wang Haoren's hand. This? Thank you, Mississippi. Wang Haoren took the jade and hung it around his neck, wearing it close to his body. There was still some warmth and a faint fragrance on the jade scroll. Hua Jieyu saw Wang Haoren's action and blushed. She wore the jade scroll around her neck and it clung to her proud curves. Now that Wang Haoren was wearing it, wouldn't it be an indirect skin-to-skin contact? Miss, are you not feeling well? Wang Haoren knew what was going on, but he pretended to be curious and asked. Oh, I'm fine. Hua Jieyu quickly put away her wild thoughts and asked tentatively. Sir, have you ever had that kind of thought about my master? I didn't know that your master used seduction. When I saw your master throw herself at me, I rejected her on the spot. Hua Jieyu was overjoyed and added, You're so wise. Don't judge my master by her youthful appearance. She looks like a 20-year-old girl, but she's actually 32 years old. Oh, 32 years old? Wang Haoren was surprised. That's right. But please don't tell my master that I talked about her behind her back and revealed her age, Hua Jieyu said. I'm not a talkative person. Wang Haoren bowed solemnly. Sir, what type of woman do you like? Hua Jieyu asked shyly. It depends on how I feel. I can't describe it with words, Wang Haoren replied vaguely. Then do you think someone like me is your type? Hua Jieyu asked boldly. In terms of appearance alone, I admire you very much, Wang Haoren said. Gongzi, do you mean that you don't like my character? Actually, I'm not that kind of woman. I was just pretending to be flirtatious in the side hall. Hua Jieyu immediately explained. Previously, she was just tempted. In order to win over Wang Haoren, she acted flirtatiously. But after the roots of love were planted, she was very concerned about how Wang Haoren saw her. Therefore, she completely restrained her flirtatious behavior, afraid that it would cause Wang Haoren to dislike her. I'm not talking about that. Weren't you with Su Xian before? When you separated from him, you called yourself a demoness. You were fickle and ruthless. I didn't dare to provoke you, lest I follow in Su Xian's footsteps. Wang Haoren looked as if he was afraid of a tiger. This is different. My feelings for Su Xian were fake, Hua Jieyu hurriedly clarified. Then how can I tell if young lady's feelings for me are fake? Wang Haoran asked in return. Hua Jieyu was stunned. But after thinking about it, she found that his words made sense. In order to ease Wang Haoran's worries, Hua Jieyu thought of a countermeasure and soon came up with one. Her belt and brocade clothes fell to the ground one after another. Gongzi, you're the first person to see me. Are you satisfied with my sincerity? Hua Jieyu asked in a trembling voice. Wang Haoran was stunned. As expected of the master and disciple, they used the same trick. The only difference was that Hua Feishuan was an illusion, while Hua Jieyu was sincere. Miss, you. Wang Haoran pretended not to look at her and turned his head away. Gongzi, I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, I'll die a horrible death. Hua Jieyu thought that Wang Haoran did not believe her, so she swore. Since you're so sincere, if I still refuse, I'll be ungrateful. Wang Haoran agreed. Hua Jieyu was overjoyed. She could not suppress her excitement and hugged him. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Then I'll offend you. Wang Haoran took advantage of the situation to reveal his evil claws. Gongzi, I didn't mean that. Ding. Host has captured the female lead Hua Jieyu for the first time. Received 16,000 villain points, Hua Jieyu's female lead aura -800, Su Xian's protagonist aura -800, host's villain aura +1600. Ding. Female lead Hua Jieyu's favorability towards host has increased by 30. Current favorability is 90, until death. Ding. Host has influenced the plot. Received 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -500, host's villain aura +500. At sunrise, Wang Haoran and Hua Jieyu left the Cloud Sea Wonder and headed towards the Inua sect. On the way, Hua Jieyu held on to Wang Haoran's arm. Her charming face was filled with sweetness, happiness, and pride. Although things were much faster than she expected, she did not have to be the sect leader anymore. Master, you lost. Hua Jieyu laughed inwardly. The cultivation technique we practiced just now is really mysterious. I just entered the 11th Heaven True Saint Realm not long ago, but I'm about to reach the 12th Heaven True Saint Realm. Moreover, it doesn't conflict with the Inua devil art that I cultivate. Hua Jieyu suddenly exclaimed. This is a supreme cultivation technique. Of course the cultivation speed is fast. It can be compatible with many cultivation techniques. Wang Haoran explained simply. If we cultivate every day, won't I surpass Master soon? Hua Jieyu looked forward to it. But the moment she said it, her face turned red. I really didn't expect you to be so thin-skinned. Wang Haoran laughed. Do you believe that I'm faking it now? Hua Jieyu asked. I believe you. However, your current appearance is quite interesting. Wang Haoran said with a hint of yearning. Hua Jieyu understood the thoughts of men very well. When she saw Wang Haoran's expression, she immediately understood. Then next time, I'll definitely show you how frivolous I am. Wang Haoran's heart burned a little, but he suddenly thought of another matter and seriously exhorted. I need to explain to Qing Tong. Don't announce our relationship for the time being. Of course, but you should tell my master about it. Hua Jieyu said. Absolutely not. If you tell your master, it'll be the same as announcing it directly. Qing Tong will definitely know. Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't agree. In fact, Wang Haoran didn't care if Su Qing Tong knew, but he was afraid that Hua Feishuan knew. Because if Hua Feishuan knew, then his plan would be ruined. In fact, relatively speaking, Wang Haoran felt that Hua Feishuan was more important. Hua Feishuan was the sect master of the Inua sect and could mobilize the resources of the Inua sect. Although the second floor of the Kaitian Tower was a cheating tool for alchemy, how could he refine without materials? If he settled Hua Feishuan, then wouldn't he be able to use the resources of the Inua sect as he wished? Although the Wang family was big, one of the two old fellows of the Wang family was not far from the end of his life and spent a lot of resources to break through. The other was afraid that the Wang family would decline after the old ancestor left, so he was also eager to break through. The Wang family's cultivation resources were basically used up by the two of them. There were almost no usable resources in the warehouse. Without counting the Wang family's old ancestor, the Wang family wouldn't be able to hold the position of the eastern region's overlord. Not to mention far, just the Inusex Hua Feishuan's cultivation was a few small realms higher than Wang Wanli. If the Wang family had the resources, Wang Haoran would have started alchemy long ago. Why would he have thought of the Inua sect? Hua Jiayu wasn't very willing to accept Wang Haoran's words, but she cared about Wang Haoran's feelings, so she asked, "How long will it take to appease Su Qingtong?" "Give me 3 days." Wang Haoran thought for a few seconds and set a time limit. Hua Feishuan's current favorability was already 80. If he couldn't settle her in 3 days, then he should just kill himself. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Hua Jiayu agreed happily. After all, it was only 3 days, and it wasn't long. When they were about to reach the buildings of the Inua sect, Hua Jiayu let go of Wang Haoran's arm and kept a certain distance from him. Some of the female disciples passing by saw it, but they couldn't see anything at all. When they reached a fork in the road, Wang Haoran and Hua Jiayu said goodbye and went to their respective residences. Wang Haoran walked a few steps and came to his residence. There was a beautiful figure at the door of his residence. "Young master, where did you go?" Hua Feishuan smiled and asked. "Your disciple, Hua Jiayu, came to see me just now." Wang Haoran did not hide the truth. Hua Feishuan was not surprised at all. Didn't Hua Jiayu leave in a hurry because she wanted to make the first move? However, judging from Wang Haoran's expression, the two of them probably hadn't gotten together yet. Once he succeeded, his good disciple would definitely come over to show off. "I have something to discuss with young master. Can we talk indoors?" Hua Feishuan asked. "We have nothing to talk about." Wang Haoran's face was cold. "Young master, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. After I returned, I blamed myself endlessly. Last night, I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at all." Hua Feishuan lowered her eyes and covered her face with her hands. She sobbed softly as she stared at Wang Haoran with her watery eyes. "Please give me a moment. I have something to discuss with young master." "Is that all right?" Wang Haoran opened the door and walked in first. Hua Feishuan followed him in. Seeing that there was no one behind her, she closed the door behind her. The two of them sat opposite each other in the room. Hua Feishuan spoke first. "What did Hua Jiayu say to young master early in the morning? Or did she do something?" "We went to the Cloud Sea Wonder for a while. She told me." Wang Haoran hesitated. "What did she say?" Hua Feishuan asked. "Sigh, let's not talk about it. I don't want to affect the relationship between you and your disciple. If things go wrong, Sect Master Hua might think that I'm a chatterbox." Wang Haoran waved his hand. Hua Feishuan was surprised and even more curious. She promised, "Young master, please tell me." "I won't say a word." Wang Haoran pretended to hesitate. Then, he said, "She said that you're 32 years old this year. You're an old woman who eats men without spitting out their bones. She told me to stay away from you." Hua Feishuan's pretty face twitched, and she slammed her hand on the table, leaving a deep palm print on the wooden table that was as hard as metal. "What else did she say?" Hua Feishuan's chest heaved as she asked. "She also gave me a piece of jade. She said that it has the effect of breaking barriers and can resist charm arts. This way, I won't fall into your trap." Wang Haoran took out the jade slip hanging around his neck and showed it to Hua Feishuan. "I refused, but she insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice but to accept it." Hua Feishuan was stunned. Her heart was filled with anger. She personally gave the jade slip to Hua Jiayu when she accepted her as her disciple. It represented their relationship as master and disciple. Now, she gave it to someone else? And it was to guard against her master? This traitorous disciple. Hua Feishuan was so angry that she felt dizzy. The so-called fair competition was to slander his master behind his back and speak ill of his master? How preposterous. "Lord Hua, please don't be angry. Don't hurt yourself." Wang Haoran laughed secretly for a while and comforted her. "Sir, Jiayu has been with Su Xian before, and you should know that. When the two of them were together, something must have happened. Sir, you wouldn't like something that has been used by someone else, would you?" Hua Feishuan's words were shocking. Hearing Hua Feishuan slandering her disciple, Wang Haoren was speechless. These two were indeed master and disciple. One was ruining her master's image behind her back while the other was slandering her disciple. However, whether it was Hua Jieyu or Hua Feishuan who said it, it didn't affect Wang Haoren's interest. As a cultivator, Hua Feishuan was 32 years old. She was considered very young. Moreover, she looked no different from a woman in her 20s. It was true that Hua Jieyu was with Su Xian before. However, Wang Haoren had already checked and everything was untouched. Sect Master Hua, aren't you afraid that your disciple will know what you're saying behind her back? Wang Haoren asked in surprise. Hua Feishuan felt that she had lost her composure. She quickly restrained her anger and revealed a gentle expression. She asked softly, "Young master, do you have any thoughts about my traitorous disciple? Your disciple's appearance is rare in the world. Many men would be attracted to her. However, she's a little too young. I still prefer someone more mature." Wang Haoren hinted. Hua Feishuan was overjoyed. She smiled and said, "Young master, are you saying that you like me? I did before. However, after being teased by Sect Master Hua, I don't have such thoughts anymore." Wang Haoren's expression was cold. He gestured at the door and directly asked her to leave. A man and a woman alone in a room. I'm afraid that people will gossip if they know about it. Sect Master, as the sect master of a sect, you should be more careful. Please leave. I'm not going to be the sect master anymore. Let them gossip about me. All I want in my life is you, young master. As soon as Hua Feishuan finished speaking, she reached her hand to her waist. Soon, something fell to the ground. This again? Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. At the same time, Hua Feishuan's soft voice was filled with shyness, anticipation, and nervousness. My traitorous disciple gave you the barrier-breaking jade. Young master, you should be able to tell whether the scene in front of you is real or fake, right? Sect Master Hua, what are you doing? Wang Haoren turned his head to the side. I'm sincere to you, young master. Do you believe me now? Hua Feishuan asked. I believe you, but please don't catch a cold, Sect Master Hua. You should. Wang Haoren tried to be polite, but before he could finish, Hua Feishuan interrupted him. I've long seen that you're not a gentleman. You're obviously interested in me, so why are you still putting on an act? Or are you just a block of wood? You can only look at the grand scene. Hua Feishuan's words were laced with mockery and mockery. Wang Haoren's expression froze for a moment. He turned to look at Hua Feishuan calmly and smiled wickedly. Sect Master Hua knows that I'm not a good person, so why are you still here? Young master is indeed not a good person, but he's not necessarily a heartless person. At the very least, he treats his women well. Otherwise, young master wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to look for young Miss Su Qingxian of Flying Cloud Pavilion, Hua Feishuan said slowly. Besides, I don't like pedantic gentlemen. I admire people like young master more. Are you sure you won't regret it? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. I've never regretted a decision I've made, Hua Feishuan said firmly. Wang Haoren stood up and walked slowly to Hua Feishuan. He held her by the waist and lifted her up. Wait, Hua Feishuan suddenly said. Sect Master Hua, are you going back on your words? Of course not. After you've fulfilled your wish, you'll have to acknowledge me as your woman. I'll need some time. I'll have to appease Su Qingtong and her sister first, Wang Haoren said. No problem. But after you're done, you'll have to inform my disciple, Hua Jieyu, Hua Feishuan said. Why is that? Wang Haoren was puzzled. Hua Jieyu had said something similar before. That traitorous disciple is also interested in young master. She wants to compete with her master fairly, Hua Feishuan explained. When Wang Haoren heard this, he finally understood. No wonder this master and disciple were in such a hurry to express their sincerity. It turned out that they were competing with each other. But why must they compete with each other? Couldn't they be more harmonious? With that thought in mind, Wang Haoren asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid of affecting the relationship between master and disciple? Young master, you actually want to ask why we don't serve you, right? Hua Feishuan explained, sigh, the ancestors of the Yin Moon sect have decreed that if the sect master falls in love with a man, she can no longer continue to hold the position of sect master. Jieyu and I are the only ones in the Yin sect who have the qualifications to assume the position of sect master. Both Jieyu and I had fallen in love, and one of us had to cut off our feelings. After some discussion, we decided to compete. The loser will sever their relationship and become the sect master of the Yin sect. So that's how it is. Wang Haoren finally understood. Hua Feishuan exhaled, I know that young master is also interested in Jieyu, but young master can only take one of them. If young master dislikes this humble one's looks and prefers Jieyu, then please put this humble one down. At the end of her words, she actually began to sob softly. If I put it down now, sect master will definitely change her mind, right? Wang Haoren saw through her and smiled. Hua Feishuan instantly stopped sobbing and praised in a sweet voice, young master, you really have great foresight, but this humble one dares to bet that young master won't put it down. She was only a foot away from Wang Haoren's eyes. She could almost see the passion in Wang Haoren's eyes and could more or less guess Wang Haoren's inner thoughts. Wang Haoren really wanted to throw Hua Feishuan to the ground in anger, but in the end, he couldn't resist Hua Feishuan's gaze. Sect Master Hua won. Wang Haoren sighed. Hearing this, Hua Feishuan quietly let out a sigh of relief, and immediately couldn't help but feel nervous. Ding! Host has captured the female lead Hua Feishuan for the first time. Received 16,000 villain points, Hua Feishuan female lead Halo -800, Su Xian protagonist Halo -800, host villain Halo +1600. Ding! Female lead Hua Feishuan's favorability towards host has increased by 19. Current favorability towards host is 99, until death. You unfilial disciple, you are still too inexperienced to fight with your master. After the matter was settled, Hua Feishuan couldn't help but feel proud. Young master, tell Jieyu about this matter as soon as possible. After that, I will discuss with the elders and set an auspicious date to pass the position of sect master to Jieyu. Hua Feishuan looked forward to it. From now on, no matter where you go, this humble one will be willing to accompany you, young master. Can this matter be delayed for a few days? Wang Haoren asked. Why is that? Hua Feishuan was puzzled. Recently, I have been cultivating and urgently need some cultivation resources, but the Wang family can't provide them. I hope Sect Master can provide them. If Sect Master hands over the position so quickly, I can't ask Hua Jieyu for it, right? Wang Haoren said. Hua Feishuan didn't want Wang Haoren to come into contact with Hua Jieyu, so she quickly said, then this matter can be delayed for a few days. I will give you the Sect Master's token, you can go to the treasury and get whatever you need. Wang Haoren was overjoyed, thank you, Sect Master. I will remember Sect Master's kindness in my heart. Why are you still treating me like an outsider? Hua Feishuan said. Thank you, my wife. Wang Haoren changed his words. Hua Feishuan's heart was filled with sweetness as if a honey pot had been knocked over. She felt that she was willing to die for the man beside her. It was still daytime, so Hua Feishuan didn't stay for long. After giving the Sect Master's token to Wang Haoren, she quickly left when there was no one outside. Wang Haoren looked at the Sect Master's token in his hand and couldn't help but smile. After leaving his residence, he asked a female disciple of the Yin sect for directions and headed to the treasury of the Yin sect. Seeing the Sect Master's token was the same as seeing the Sect Master himself. Wang Haoren could take anything he wanted from the treasury. The treasury of the Yin sect was much richer than the treasury of the Wang clan. Wang Haoren didn't hesitate and moved everything he could use into the sky-splitting tower. Then, he left the treasury and entered the sky-splitting tower. Before coming to the Yin sect, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage, but now, he was close to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, and Hua Feishuan contributed greatly to his rapid improvement. Of course, the spiritual liquid in the chaos bottle was also a great help. After the peak of the foundation establishment stage was the golden core stage. There was only a step between the two stages, but even if Wang Haoren cultivated the Demon Emperor's internal scripture, it would still take a long time to cross this stage. However, as long as there were enough stage 2 breakthrough pills, this problem could be solved perfectly. It was just that this kind of pill was incomparably precious and could only be refined by high-level alchemists. However, Wang Haoren, who had the cheat of refining pills, could refine it with his foundation establishment stage cultivation. The only thing he needed was the materials. And the treasury of the Xianxia sect happened to have these materials. After Wang Haoren entered the sky-splitting tower, he began to study the recipe of the stage 2 breakthrough pill in the sky-splitting tower. When he felt that he had studied enough, he began to refine it. On the second floor of the heaven-splitting tower, there were a total of 99 cauldrons, divided into Tier 1 to Tier 9, corresponding to Tier 1 to Tier 9 pills. There were a total of 11 cauldrons for each tier. The tier of the medicinal cauldron was used to refine the tier of the pill. As long as the materials for refining the pill were sufficient, these cauldrons could automatically adjust the ratio of various materials and automatically control the flame in the cauldron to the most suitable temperature to refine the perfect pill. The reason why this place was called a cheating device for refining pills originated from this. What Wang Haoren needed to do was to provide power for the medicinal cauldrons. To put it bluntly, it was to inject spiritual energy into the medicinal cauldrons. With Wang Haoren's current foundation establishment cultivation, it was only refining Tier 2 pills. He could completely afford this consumption and even maintain the supply of spiritual energy for 2 Tier 2 medicinal cauldrons. In other words, he could refine 2 Tier 2 pills at the same time. And if the spiritual energy was excessive, there was still the chaos bottle. With a mouthful of spirit liquid, the spiritual energy would quickly recover. To be honest, this did not require any skill at all. It was nothing more than guarding the heaven-splitting tower and continuously injecting spiritual energy, which was a little boring. Wang Haoren chose 2 Tier 2 pills to refine. One was the Tier 2 breaking mirror pill, and the other was the foundation establishment pill. Needless to say, the Tier 2 breaking mirror pill's effect was to greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. And the foundation establishment pill could increase the spiritual energy cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. Wang Haoren was now close to the peak of the foundation establishment realm. If he took some foundation establishment pills, he could truly reach the peak of the foundation establishment realm. At this time, taking the Tier 2 breaking mirror pill to break through to the next realm would have a higher success rate. After Wang Haoren prepared the corresponding materials for these 2 pills, he threw them into the 2 Tier 2 medicinal cauldrons and then began to inject spiritual energy into the 2 medicinal cauldrons. The medicinal cauldrons also began to operate. The foundation establishment pill was not a particularly high grade among Tier 2 pills, and it was relatively simple to refine. One cauldron could be refined in 10 days, and one cauldron was 100 pills. Including the defective pills, about 90 of them could be used. This seemed to be a flaw in the otherwise perfect, but in fact, a success rate of 90% was already very terrifying. This was because it was already very impressive for an ordinary high-level alchemist to have a success rate of 50%. Wang Haoren had even figured out how to distribute the 90 foundation-building pills from the first batch. If he wanted to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, 3 pills would be enough. As for the remaining 87 pills, he would give 50 to Hua Feishuan and keep the remaining 37 for himself. After all, he felt rather embarrassed that he had taken so many things from the Dark Moon Sect's treasure pavilion. These 50 foundation establishment pills could be considered as repayment to Hua Feishuan. Hua Feishuan could be considered to have profited greatly. Based on the total value of the resources that Wang Haoren had taken away, it was at most 10 foundation establishment pills. There were no alchemists in the Xianxia sect. When they used those resources, they simply swallowed them. Wang Haoren refined these resources into pills, multiplying the benefits by countless times. This was the reason why alchemists had such a high status in the cultivation world. As for the breaking mirror pill, it was considered to be at the top of the Tier 2 pills. It was more difficult to refine, and it also took a long time. There were only 10 pills in one batch, and it would take 49 days. As for the Tier 2 breaking mirror pill, Wang Haoren had yet to figure out how to distribute it. This thing was more precious than the foundation establishment pill. However, alchemy was really dull and boring. Fortunately, the time in the sky-splitting tower was much slower than the outside world. 49 days in the sky-splitting tower was only about 5 days in the outside world. However, during these 5 days, many things had happened outside. Wang Haoren went to the sky-splitting tower to refine pills and began to refine them excitedly. He couldn't get away halfway, so he naturally couldn't explain anything to the people around him. To the outside world, Wang Haoren had been missing for 5 days. Su Qingtong couldn't find Wang Haoren and was anxious. She looked everywhere but couldn't find Wang Haoren, so she ran directly to Su Xian to question him. Su Xian, open the door. Su Qingtong came to Su Xian's residence and angrily kicked the door open. The thudding sound frightened Su Xian, who was applying medicine to his wounds, so much so that he almost fell to the ground. Su Xian's injuries had been hidden from others. Even Gu Hongyi didn't know. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Hongyi had just left to secretly apply medicine. Hearing the noise outside, Su Xian naturally knew that it was Su Qingtong. He quickly tidied up and went to open the door. Su Xian, Wang Haoren is missing. Did the two of you do something to him? Su Qingtong seemed to have lost her mind and shouted. Wang Haoren is missing? Su Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, but when he saw Su Qingtong's murderous look, he quickly restrained himself and shrugged. You're mistaken. I haven't seen Wang Haoren in the past few days. If the two of you didn't do anything to him, how could he be missing? Su Qingtong said angrily. His feet are on his body. He can go wherever he wants. You're looking for me when he's missing. What a joke. Su Xian said. Impossible. If he went somewhere, why didn't he tell me? Su Qingtong retorted. If he went to fool around with some woman, why would he tell you? Of course he's hiding it from you. Su Xian crossed his arms and said sarcastically. If he wanted to find another woman, he could have just gone. I don't have any objections. Why wouldn't he tell me when he suddenly left? Su Qingtong questioned. Hearing this, Su Xian's face twitched. He was extremely jealous. Wasn't Su Qingtong a bit too generous? Ding. Host indirectly damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 4,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 200. Host's villain aura plus 200. Wang Haoren went missing in the Inua sect. The first thing you should ask is the Inua sect's people, not me. Su Xian didn't want to argue with Su Qingtong, so he changed the topic. I'll go, but if Wang Haoren's disappearance has anything to do with you, I'll definitely kill you. Su Qingtong's beautiful eyes revealed a fierce light. Su Xian's heart trembled. He wasn't afraid of Su Qingtong taking revenge on him, but Su Qingtong cared about Wang Haoren so much that he was really jealous. Ding. Host indirectly damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 6,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 300. Host's villain aura plus 300. What's so good about Wang Haoren? Why is Su Qingtong so dead set on him? The jealousy in Su Xian's heart continued to rise. At this time, Su Qingtong had already turned around and left. It seemed like she was going to find the Inua sect's people. Su Xian hesitated on the spot for a moment before following her. He also wanted to know whether Wang Haoren was dead or alive. If he was really dead, that would be great. In the Inua sect's meeting hall, Hua Feishuan gathered the disciples and ordered them to search the Inua sect to see if there was any trace of Wang Haoren. After the disciples left, Hua Feishuan rubbed her temples, her face full of worry and melancholy. After Hua Feishuan stayed in the hall for a while, a female elder who was in charge of the Inua sect's treasury rushed in. Sect Master, I have something important to report. Is there news about Wang Haoren? Speak. Hua Feishuan was delighted and urged. No. The female elder shook her head. Hua Feishuan was disappointed and didn't want to deal with other matters. No matter what it is, let's talk about it later. Sect Master, this is an urgent matter and we have to deal with it. The female elder hesitated for a moment before reporting, the precious cultivation resources in the treasury are almost empty. What? Hua Feishuan was shocked. Without my permission, even Jiu can't touch the treasures in the treasury. How can it be empty? I've already checked it. It's really empty. the female elder said with certainty. Hua Feishuan was already very irritable, and her mood became even worse after this commotion. Many of the precious cultivation resources in the treasury were accumulated by generations of ancestors and were used to cultivate the top disciples of the Inua sect. This was especially important to the Inua sect as it was related to the future of the Inua sect. Now that it was empty, it was undoubtedly a disaster for the Inua sect. You were guarding the treasury. How could you let the treasury be stolen? Hua Feishuan stared at the female elder coldly. The female elder knelt down and said in fear, "Sect master, I'm loyal to the Inua sect. How could I steal from the treasury? Then why are the treasures in the treasury gone?" Hua Feishuan questioned. I check the treasury every 7 days and count the items in it. The last time I checked, everything was fine. However, not long ago, when I went to inspect the treasury, I discovered that almost all of the precious cultivation resources were gone. The female elder paused for a moment before continuing, "That's right." The female elder paused and continued, "The last person who entered the treasury was the young lord of the Wang family, Wang Haoren. He had the sect master's token, so I didn't dare to stop him. I gave him the sect master's token." Hua Feishuan didn't deny it. With so many things missing from the treasury, it must be related to someone. The female elder insisted. "If that's the case, why didn't you report to me 5 days ago?" Hua Feishuan questioned. At that time, when the Wang family's young master left the treasury, he didn't bring anything with him. In addition, this person had the sect master's warrant, so he must have obtained the sect master's trust. Thus, this subordinate didn't deliberately check the treasury. The female elder guessed, but now it seems that the Wang family's young master was carrying an extremely rare storage item like a spatial ring. That's why he was able to secretly take away the items in the treasury. After hearing this, Hua Feishuan also felt that this was very likely. This female elder was a senior figure of the Yin Moon sect. She was very loyal to the Yin Moon sect. When the previous sect master was still in power, he had sent her to guard the treasury. There would be no problem with reliability. From the looks of it, Wang Haoren must have taken away the things that were missing from the treasury. And Wang Haoren's disappearance was probably because he was afraid of being exposed, so he ran away. After sorting out her thoughts, Hua Feishuan was furious. She wanted to give the order to hunt down Wang Haoren, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. You can leave first," Hua Feishuan said helplessly. "Sect master, since we've confirmed that the Wang family's young master stole the items in the treasury, are we just going to let it go like this?" The female elder was puzzled. "Leave." Hua Feishuan raised her voice. When the female elder saw this, she didn't dare to say anything and quietly left. Just as the female elder left the hall, Hua Jiu hurried over again. "Master, we've searched everywhere, but we couldn't find him. We've sent people to the Wang family to ask for news, but they said that he didn't return to the Wang family." Hua Jiu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She said helplessly, "What should we do now? There's no need to search anymore. He must have left the Yin Moon sect long ago and returned to the Wang family. As for the Wang family's response, it's all fake." Hua Feishuan felt that she had seen through everything. "Master, why are you so sure?" Hua Jiu was puzzled. Almost all the precious cultivation resources in the treasury were stolen by him. If he didn't hide in the Wang family to seek protection, where else could he hide? Hua Feishuan sighed. "The treasury has a barrier left behind by our ancestors, and there are elders guarding it. How could he have stolen so many things?" Hua Jiu said. I gave him the sect master's warrant." Hua Feishuan's voice was filled with regret. "Master, he's not from the Yin Moon sect. Even if he is, you can't just give him the sect master's warrant." Hua Jiu was shocked and blurted out. Soon, she realized something and had a bad feeling. "Master, you gave him something as important as the sect master's warrant. Could it be that it's all my fault? At that time, he told me that he needed some cultivation resources. I wanted to please him, so I gave him the sect master's token in a moment of carelessness. I never thought that he would secretly take away all the precious resources in the treasury." Hua Feishuan blamed herself and regretted it. This guy. Hua Jiu's face was pale. She said sadly, Master, we were all fooled by him. Jiayu, you too. Hua Feishuan shuddered. Hua Jiayu's expression was sad. She told her everything about Wang Haoren. After Hua Feishuan heard it, her pretty face was as pale as a sheet. The two of them schemed against each other to win Wang Haoren's approval. In the end, they were defeated by Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren had even taken away so many precious resources. From the treasure pavilion. Where did you hide my boyfriend? Hand him over. Su Qingtong came to the main hall and asked loudly as if she had lost her mind. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiayu looked at each other and saw the sadness and regret in each other's eyes. After Wang Haoren stole all the treasures in the treasury, he ran away and left Su Qingtong here. Was he not afraid that the Yin Moon sect would kill Su Qingtong to vent their anger? Clearly, Wang Haoren did not care about Su Qingtong's life at all. This guy could be said to be heartless to his own woman to the extreme. Hua Feishuan had long felt that Wang Haoren was not a good person. However, she did not expect him to be so heartless. At this time, Su Xian also came to the main hall. The atmosphere was a little strange. Su Xian did not know what was going on. He remained silent and did not say anything. Hua Jiayu, say something. Su Qingtong saw that no one said anything, so she asked Hua Jiayu. Hua Jiayu looked at Su Qingtong and felt that she was very pitiful. You still care about him? Don't be an idiot. That guy cheated me and my master of our chastity, and he even stole the treasures of the Inua sect's treasury and fled by himself. He left you here and didn't care about your life or death. Su Qingtong wanted to refute Hua Jiayu's words. However, when she saw Hua Feishuan's silence, she was stunned. Su Qingtong gradually regained some of her rationality. As the sect master, Hua Feishuan's reputation was extremely important. As a disciple, if Hua Jiayu was a fake, how could she defame her master? Hua Feishuan did not say anything, which was equivalent to admitting to it. In an instant, Su Qingtong understood a lot of things. Her face gradually turned pale. Beside him, Su Xian's lips began to tremble. However, his focus was different from Hua Feishuan and the others. There was only one thought in Su Xian's mind, and that was that the three beauties here had all been killed by Wang Haoren. Ding. Host has damaged main character Su Xian's mentality. Reward, 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's main character Halo -300, host's villain Halo +300. Ding. Host has damaged main character Su Xian's mentality. Reward, 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's main character Halo -300, host's villain Halo +300. Ding. Host has damaged main character Su Xian's mentality. Reward, 6,000 villain points, Su Xian's main character Halo -300, host's villain Halo +300. In a remote area of the Inua sect, a tiny speck of dust on the ground glowed. With a ripple, Wang Haoren appeared. The 3 consecutive system notifications left Wang Haoren stunned. While Wang Haoren was dazed for a few seconds, a red streak of light flew over from the distance and turned into Gu Hongyi's image in front of Wang Haoren. Emperor, you've finally appeared. It's been hard for this servant to find you. Gu Hongyi sighed. While Wang Haoren had been missing, Gu Hongyi had also been looking for him. However, Gu Hongyi was not worried about Wang Haoren's safety at all. She believed that as the reincarnation of an emperor, Wang Haoren would not be in danger so easily. Gu Hongyi had come to find Wang Haoren because she wanted to know exactly what materials were needed to reconstruct a body. This would make it easier for her and Su Xian to find them. I suddenly had some matters to attend to and had to leave in a hurry, so I didn't have time to tell you, Wang Haoren explained. Gu Hongyi nodded, but then she sensed something and paled in fright. Emperor, your cultivation. Wang Haoren had just come out of the heaven-splitting tower and did not expect Gu Hongyi to suddenly appear, so he did not deliberately hide his cultivation. With Gu Hongyi's powerful divine sense, she naturally sensed it. That's right. I've just stepped into the golden core stage. Wang Haoren did not hide it, and there was no need to hide it from Gu Hongyi. This servant congratulates Emperor. Gu Hongyi bowed and congratulated. No need for formalities, Wang Haoren smiled and then told Gu Hongyi about the materials needed to reconstruct her body. After Gu Hongyi memorized everything, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded him. Your Majesty, while you were gone for a few days, a lot of things happened in the Inua sect. Su Qingtong was so worried that she almost went crazy. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiu also knew that your Majesty took advantage of them and, Gu Hongyi's expression became a strange look on her face. In order to find Wang Haoren, she had expended a lot of soul energy to spread her perception to every corner of the Inua sect. This was why Gu Hongyi had immediately rushed over when Wang Haoren's aura appeared in the vicinity of the Inua sect. Gu Hongyi. Was Shingu. SS concubine is? S? My beloved concubine is truly clever. Wang Haoren praised, tacitly agreeing with Gu Hongyi's words. As expected. Gu Hongyi nodded in understanding. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she felt her consciousness gradually fade, and her figure also dimmed significantly. Wang Haoren could tell that Gu Hongyi had used up her spirit, so he put her into the first level of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the main hall of the Inua sect, Su Xian was jealous and resentful. He had his own ideas about the three women in his field of vision, but Wang Haoren had done all of them. Su Xian felt his heart ache. At the same time, he felt that Hua Feishuan, Hua Jiu, and Su Qingtong were fools. They had been fooled by Wang Haoren. However, now was not the time to criticize them. Sect Master Hua, Wang Haoren stole so many valuable things from the Inua sect. We should send people to capture him. Su Xian suggested. Hua Feishuan glanced at Su Xian with a mournful expression, but ignored him. Wang Haoren was probably hiding in the Wang clan. Should the Inua sect ask the Wang clan for him? Would the Wang clan hand him over? Of course not. If they didn't hand him over, what could the Inua sect do? Attack the Wang clan? The Wang clan's ancestor was still alive. That was no different from courting death. Furthermore, Hua Feishuan didn't blame Wang Haoren. She blamed herself for loving Wang Haoren too much. She actually gave Wang Haoren the sect master's token. Hua Feishuan was heartbroken, and she made a decision in her heart. She turned to Hua Jiu and said, Disciple, the position of sect master of the Inua sect will be passed to you. Master, please take back your order. Disciple really can't take over the position of sect master. Hua Jiu felt like dying. How could she be in the mood to be the sect master of the Inua sect? The precious resources in the treasury were used to nurture disciples in the 10th heaven true saint realm and above. They could have protected the Inua sect for 300 years, but they're all gone now. It's all because of me. Hua Feishuan blamed herself. I've let down the past sect masters of the Inua sect. I can't continue to be the sect master of the Inua sect. I can only atone for my sins with my death. However, the Inua sect must be passed down. Currently, only you are suitable for the position. Master, don't take it too hard. Hua Jiu exclaimed. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say more. Hua Feishuan was determined. Hua Jiu knew that it was impossible to persuade her master, so she spoke of her thoughts. Master, disciple still can't let go of him. If he comes back and sweet-talks me, I might forgive him. At that time, if he wants to do something to the Inua sect, I'm afraid I'll make the same mistake as you. Hua Feishuan was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. In the end, she could only sigh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He won't abandon me. Su Qingtong finally recovered from her shock. However, she didn't believe Hua Feishuan's words. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiu exchanged a glance. They pitted Su Qingtong and themselves. They were deceived by that guy, but they couldn't hate him. In fact, they even missed him. Are the three of you crazy? Su Xian listened for a while and felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't understand the three women's thoughts at all. Wang Haoren did such a thing. Shouldn't the three of them kill him? Hua Feishuan put the blame on herself. Hua Jiu still couldn't forget Wang Haoren. Su Qingtong was deceived, and she still foolishly chose to believe that Wang Haoren wouldn't abandon her. Wang Haoren hadn't known them for long, but they were so loyal to him. Could it be that because of their relationship, they had reached the deepest level? Su Xian suddenly remembered that a famous female author once said that the closest path to the depths of a woman's heart was. This was probably why Hua Feishuan, Hua Jiu, and Su Qingtong were so loyal. Su Xian suddenly hated the Taishan single-breath technique that he cultivated. If it weren't for the drawbacks of this technique, he would have taken Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, and even Hua Feishuan. Why would Wang Haoren still exist? Hua Feishuan, Hua Jieyu, and Su Qingtong didn't know what Su Xian was thinking, nor did they care. Hua Feishuan felt guilty towards the sect and sad because she was abandoned. She had nothing left to live for. She just wanted to go to the sect's ancestral hall and apologize with her death. Hua Jieyu didn't want her master to do that, so she tried her best to stop Hua Feishuan from leaving. Just as they were arguing, footsteps sounded outside the hall. A handsome figure slowly walked into the hall. In the main hall, 4 pairs of eyes looked over with a swoosh. The 4 of them were stunned. Among them, Su Xian was the first to react. He sneered and said, "Wang Haoren, how dare you? You stole so many precious things from the Inua sect, and you still dare to come back. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your injuries have healed a lot. Does that place still hurt?" Wang Haoren smiled meaningfully. Ding. Host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Received 3,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 150, host's villain aura plus 150. Su Xian's face twitched. It was fine if Su Xian didn't mention it, but now that Su Xian mentioned it, he felt a little pain. It wasn't just physical pain, but also mental pain. Although he could regrow broken limbs, it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. Ever since Su Xian's Taishan single chi technique's drawbacks disappeared, he had been looking forward to getting rid of the title of a virgin. But now, he had to wait for so long. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Su Qingtong was overjoyed as she jumped into Wang Haoren's arms. "I had something urgent to do and left for a while. I didn't have time to tell you. I'm sorry for making you worry." Wang Haoren explained simply. Su Qingtong looked up at him and smiled sweetly. "It's okay," she said nonchalantly. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jieyu looked at each other and stopped arguing. Hua Feishuan's expression was a little complicated. "Did you take away the precious resources in the treasure pavilion?" "I was the one who took it." Wang Haoren did not deny it. "Do you know that those precious resources are related to the future of the Inua sect?" "You." Hua Feishuan wanted to vent her anger, but when she looked at Wang Haoren's face, she couldn't bring herself to do so. In the end, she could only sigh and say, "How do you want me to explain this to the people in the sect?" "Yeah, it doesn't matter if you lied to me or my master, but those resources are too important to the Inua sect. Can you return them?" Hua Jieyu asked gently. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 8,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400, the host's villain aura plus 400. When Su Xian saw the reaction of the master and disciple, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Su Xian not only deceived them, but he also stole something so important from the Inua sect. It was fine if they didn't want to kill him, but how could they be so gentle? What were they thinking? "I've used up all of those resources," Wang Haoren said honestly. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jieyu's faces turned pale as their only hope was extinguished. Without those resources, the future of the Inua sect was also gone. "Sigh, I trusted you too much and gave you the sect master's warrant. I don't blame you. I'll take responsibility for this. If there's a next life, I just hope I don't meet you again." Hua Feishuan was not angry. She just felt sad. "Take Su Qingtong and leave. You. I don't want to see you anymore." Hua Jieyu was not as strong as her master. After she endured the pain in her heart, tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished yet." Wang Haoren was stunned for a moment. He quickly prepared a bottle and threw it to Hua Feishuan. "This thing is enough for you to explain to the sect." Hua Feishuan subconsciously reached out to catch it. She opened the bottle and sniffed. Immediately, she smelled an extremely dense spiritual qi. She felt refreshed. She looked through the bottle and immediately recognized it. Surprised and happy, she said, "This is a pill?" "This is a foundation pill. It's a Saint Realm pill. After consuming it, it can directly increase your spiritual qi." Cultivation. Wang Haoren explained. Hua Feishuan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. The Inusek's ancestors also had alchemists. However, there was no one to inherit their skills. Since then, the art of alchemy had declined. Until now, the Innu sect did not even have a single alchemist. However, Hua Feishuan could still recognize the pill. Judging from the spiritual qi emitted from the pill, it was not a low-grade pill. This was because when she smelled some of the spiritual qi of the pills, she felt that her cultivation had increased by a little. Although the increase was very small, it was only because she smelled the spiritual qi emitted from the pill. Hua Feishuan was certain that if she consumed one pill, her cultivation would increase significantly. She was currently at the 19th level Saint Realm. According to her estimation, she only needed to consume 5 pills to reach the 20th level Saint Realm. Then, she could try to break through. If she consumed half of the precious resources in the treasury, she could also reach the same level. However, Hua Feishuan was unwilling to do so. She was more willing to consider the future of the Innu sect. In other words, these 10 pills were comparable to the cultivation resources that Wang Haoren had taken away. There were 50 pills in the bottle. Was Wang Haoren returning it 5 times over? You're an alchemist? Hua Feishuan asked in surprise and joy. Yes. Wang Haoren nodded. I took the resources in the treasury to refine pills. However, I was too anxious and did not inform you. I was also afraid that you wouldn't agree, so I acted on my own. You won't blame me, right? Why would I blame you? I love you so much. Hua Feishuan was overjoyed. She did not care about her image as the sect master anymore. She walked towards Wang Haoren and threw herself into his embrace. Ding. Host caused Su Xian's mental state to be damaged. Reward, 8,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura -400. Host's villain aura +400. Hua Feishuan snuggled up to Huang Xiaolong for a while. Suddenly, she felt a little unreal. Are you really giving these pills to me? Of course. I took the resources of the Innu sect to refine these pills, so I should give them to you. I refined more than 50 pills in total. I used a small portion for myself. The rest are all here. I'll give them all to you. Wang Haoren said generously. In fact, Wang Haoren had refined 2 batches of foundation establishment pills from the Innu sect's resources. Excluding the waste pills, there were a total of 180 pills. Giving Hua Feishuan 50 pills was not a big deal. However, Wang Haoren would not tell Hua Feishuan such a big truth. However, Hua Feishuan did not know the situation. She would never have thought that Wang Haoren's success rate would be so high. According to some records about alchemy that Hua Feishuan had read in the sect's ancient records, the resources that Wang Haoren had taken away could at most be used to refine 50 to 60 pills. Therefore, Hua Feishuan did not doubt Wang Haoren's words. I didn't entrust it to the wrong person. Hua Feishuan looked at Wang Haoren affectionately and sighed. Aren't you angry that I lied to you and Jiu? Wang Haoren asked curiously. What's the use of being angry? I can't bear to beat you or scold you, but I can't leave you. I can only forgive you. Hua Feishuan said with a hint of helplessness. When Wang Haoren heard that, he couldn't help but rejoice. A mature woman was indeed different. She was too sensible. He thought that he would need to spend a lot of effort to convince Hua Feishuan to let this matter go. Who knew that Hua Feishuan had already thought it through? Among the resources I took, other than refining the Saint Realm pellets, there are also breaking mirror pellets. I'll give them to you. Seeing that Hua Feishuan was so sensible and obedient, Wang Haoren wanted to reward her. Hence, he took out a small bottle from his pocket. Wang Haoren refined a cauldron of breaking mirror pills. There were a total of 10 pills. His luck was pretty good. Not a single one of them was a waste. He had used 3 of them to successfully break through to the Golden Core realm. Now, he only had 7 left. If Hua Feishuan's luck wasn't too bad, 7 breaking mirror pellets would be enough for her to break through. Hua Feishuan's cultivation was at the 19th heaven True Saint Realm, which was equivalent to the 9th level Foundation Establishment Realm. The 20th heaven True Saint Realm was equivalent to the perfect Foundation Establishment Realm. If she cultivated normally, she didn't know how long it would take for her to break through. With the Saint Realm pellets and breaking mirror pellets, Hua Feishuan could easily break through to the 20th Heaven True Saint Realm. She could even break through to the 21st Heaven True Saint Realm and officially become a Third Order True Saint Realm expert. These things are too precious. Are you really willing to give them to me? Hua Feishuan asked in disbelief. The things Wang Haoren gave her were enough to raise her to the Third Order True Saint Realm. There was a qualitative difference between the Third Order True Saint Realm and the Second Order True Saint Realm. Currently, in the Eastern region, other than the only Third Order True Saint Realm expert, the Wang family's ancestor, there was no one else. If Hua Feishuan entered the Third Order True Saint Realm, the Eastern region's power structure would change. The Wang family's status would be threatened. One had to know that the Wang family's ancestor was already several hundred years old and was facing the end of his life. If the Wang clan's patriarch died, then the position of overlord of the Eastern region would change. I know what you are thinking, but since I am giving it to you, just accept it. I believe that you will not threaten the Wang family, Wang Haoren said. In terms of perception alone, Hua Feishuan was far inferior to Gu Hongyi in her soul form, and with Wang Haoren deliberately concealing his cultivation, Hua Feishuan was unable to see through Wang Haoren's foundation. Naturally, he didn't know that Wang Haoren was already in the Golden Core realm, which was equivalent to the Third Order Saint Realm. Ding! The female lead Hua Feishuan's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. Current favorability is 100, unchanging until death. AI, even if you want this concubine to die now, this concubine will listen to you. I promise you that no matter what level I reach in the future, the Wang family's position as the overlord of the Eastern region will never be shaken. My Inua sect will be the first to support the Wang clan, and I will kill anyone who refuses to obey, Hua Feishuan said seriously. Then, if you enter the Third Order Saint Realm, you can't bully me with your strength. Wang Haoren joked. How can this concubine bear to do that? No matter how strong this concubine is, I will only be bullied by you. Hua Feishuan said affectionately. Ding! Host has damaged the main character Su Xian's mentality. Received 8,000 villain points, Su Xian's main character aura minus 400, host's villain aura plus 400. Not far away, Hua Jiyu saw this scene with a complicated expression. Hua Feishuan looked at her disciple and could roughly guess her thoughts. She waved her hand at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu understood and slowly walked over. Her voice was hoarse as she said, Master, you win. Master. No one won or lost. Hua Feishuan shook her head. Hearing this, Hua Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She seemed to have guessed something, but she didn't dare to think about it, so she asked tentatively, Master, have you forgotten the ancestral teachings? Of course I haven't, Hua Feishuan said. The ancestral teachings are only to prevent people with ill intentions from targeting the Inua sect. Our Lang Jun has been so kind to the Inua sect, so why would he harm the Inua sect? Rules are also made by people. I believe that the Inua sect's ancestors in heaven will agree with my actions. Master, you. Hua Jiyu's sad face gradually showed joy. In the future, when there are no outsiders, don't call me master. It might be more appropriate to call me big sister, Hua Feishuan said half-jokingly. Hey, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? Su Qingtong was a little dissatisfied. Second young lady Su, what do you want to say? Hua Feishuan asked. First come, first served. You all have to call me big sister. Su Qingtong snorted. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiyu thought that Su Qingtong was going to make a scene. When they heard her say that, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled. Hurry up and call me big sister, Su Qingtong urged. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiyu didn't say anything, but they inadvertently glanced to the side. Su Qingtong was stunned for a moment before she reacted. The three women all looked at the only extra person in the room. Su Xian understood the meaning in the three women's eyes, and his face couldn't help but twitch a little. Ding! Host caused the protagonist Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Obtained 8,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400. Host's villain aura plus 400. Young Master Su, please keep what happened here today a secret. If any news of it is leaked out in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless, Hua Feishuan warned. Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiu could be shameless, but the Inua sect still cared about their reputation. If the people in the East region knew that the Inua sect's master and young master had given themselves to the same man, the Inua sect would definitely become the laughingstock of the East region. Being threatened like this, Su Xian was angry and uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't immediately respond to Hua Feishuan's words. Young Master Su, my voice was too soft. Didn't you hear it? Do you need me to repeat it? Hua Feishuan's voice suddenly became stern. She regained the dignity of the Inua sect's master. However, if she wasn't nestled in the embrace of a man like a little girl, Hua Feishuan would appear more dignified. I'm not a talkative person. Please don't worry, sect master, Su Xian replied with a stuttering voice. That better be the case. Hua Feishuan said faintly, young master Su's injury has been treated. I believe there should be obvious improvement. Su Xian understood the meaning behind Hua Feishuan's words and felt even more stifled. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Obtained 6,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 300. Host's villain aura plus 300. I'm really sorry for disturbing the Inua sect for so long. I'm here to bid farewell to the sect master, Su Xian said. Go ahead. Hua Feishuan gestured towards the outside of the main hall. How could Su Xian not see that Hua Feishuan was chasing him away? Although he was unhappy, he could only helplessly say, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Su Xian slowly walked out of the main hall, looking back every 5 steps. The 4 people in the main hall didn't even look at him. When Su Xian left the main hall, the last scene in his vision was 3 beautiful figures squeezed in the same embrace. Su Xian felt his heart clench. At the same time, in the depths of a remote mountain, a beam of light suddenly soared into the sky. A frightening fluctuation of spiritual energy was emitted, but it was quickly restrained. Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. I didn't expect that this serious injury would be a blessing in disguise. It allowed me to step into the Foundation establishment stage. After pausing for a moment, a handsome figure appeared in Yi Fan's mind. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Should I thank you or hate you? Yi Fan slowly walked out of the cave and looked at the sky in the distance. His ordinary eyes were shining. I've entered the Foundation establishment stage. It's time to pay you back for that one sword. No, it's 2 swords. After muttering to himself, Yi Fan turned into a stream of light and flew toward the sky. When one reached the Foundation establishment stage, they could fly and break away from the shackles of the earth. Only then could they be called a real immortal cultivator, because those below the Foundation establishment stage were all ants. The so-called peak of the refinement stage was nothing but a slightly bigger ant. After Su Xian left the hall, Wang Haoren, Hua Feishuan and the rest chatted for a while before finding an excuse to leave the trio's field of vision. Wang Haoren had Gu Hongyi come out of the heaven-splitting tower when no one was around. Gu Hongyi seemed to have only been in the tower for a while, but due to the different flow of time in the tower compared to the outside world, Gu Hongyi had actually been inside for quite some time. His originally dim spirit shadow had also become much more solid. Su Xian is preparing to leave the Inua sect. Wang Haoren said to Gu Hongyi. Then it's time for me to go with Su Xian to search for the materials needed to reconstruct my body. Gu Hongyi was somewhat reluctant, but she wanted to reconstruct her body as soon as possible so that she would have a corporeal body instead of an illusory spirit. Be careful, and do what you can. Wang Haoren instructed. I understand. Then I will take my leave. Gu Hongyi nodded, glancing at Wang Haoren a few more times before turning into a streak of red light and flying off. Gu Hongyi quickly found where Su Xian was and burrowed into the ring on his finger. Master, where did you go? Su Xian was puzzled as he used his mind to communicate with Gu Hongyi. I secretly went to the Inua sect's library to take a look, and found a way to quickly reconstruct my body. Gu Hongyi remembered Wang Haoren's instructions and did not reveal his whereabouts. Hence, she made up an excuse. Su Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. Is that so? That's great. He had long been looking forward to Gu Hongyi reconstructing her body. Firstly, Gu Hongyi would gradually recover her former strength after reconstructing her body, and he would be able to rely on her when the time came. Secondly, Gu Hongyi would no longer be an illusory spirit after she had a body. Su Xian's special wish would also have a chance to come true. Su Xian's mood improved a little as he asked, "Master, what exactly do you need?" "Let's go find them as soon as possible. Many of these materials are extremely rare, and will likely be very difficult to find in the eastern region," Gu Hongyi said somewhat worriedly. "If we can't find it in the eastern region, then there must be one in the central region." "Why don't we go to the central region?" Su Xian suggested. "Actually, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just worried that you might not be able to accept it once you reach a place where geniuses gather," said Gu Hongyi. "Master, let's go to the central region," Su Xian said firmly. The entire sacred saint realm was divided into 4 parts: east, west, south, and north. At the intersection of the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions, there was a special place. This place was known as the central region. It was the most prosperous place in the sanctuary, and also the center of the sanctuary. In the central region, there were all kinds of powerful sects and ancient clans. It was the gathering place of the top forces in the holy region. For example, although the Wang clan could dominate the eastern region, in the central region, they could only be considered as the weakest. There were more resources and opportunities in the central region. Su Xian wanted to surpass Wang Haoren, so he naturally wanted to go to such a place. Moreover, Su Xian had an agreement with a young girl. That girl and Su Xian liked each other, but the girl came from a top force in the central region. The girl's elders looked down on Su Xian, so they took the girl away by force. When Su Xian parted with the girl, he swore that he would go to the central region to look for her after he became stronger. The girl also said that she would wait for Su Xian in the central region. She would wait for the day when Su Xian would marry her. After a discussion, the master and disciple left the Yingyue sect and embarked on the journey to the central region. In the mundane world. 2 days after Yi Fan came out of seclusion, he found Long Qianshan. "Where is that person?" Yi Fan had effortlessly restrained Long Qianshan and questioned him coldly. When Yi Fan was injured by Long Qianshan on the spring Xinjiang River, he thought that Long Qianshan was hiding his strength. However, after thinking about it, he immediately realized that the familiar force did not belong to Long Qianshan. Yi Fan judged that the force Long Qianshan used was the young man who injured him in the Feng clan on the Fragrant Island. After Yi Fan left the mountains, he could not find Wang Haoren, so he could only start from Long Qianshan. "I don't know what you're talking about." Long Qianshan vaguely understood that Yi Fan was looking for his master. However, he pretended that he did not know anything about Wang Haoren. "The person who gave you power. Where is he?" Yi Fan repeated in a deep voice. "What do you mean? I really don't understand. If you want to take revenge on me, then just give me a quick death." Long Qianshan was very stubborn. He would rather die than reveal anything about Wang Haoren. "Even if you don't tell me, I have my ways to find out." Yi Fan lost his patience. After a cold snort, he used his divine soul to search Long Qianshan's memory. From the memory, Yi Fan obtained some fragments of the conversation between Wang Haoren and Long Qianshan. "Go to a bustling place," Yi Fan extracted the key information. After Wang Haoren left, he asked Long Qianshan to look for Fang Xian. He casually said that he was going to a bustling place, but he did not mention the specific location. After Yi Fan obtained this information, he quickly thought of something. The most bustling place in the world was the imperial capital. That person went to the imperial capital. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan glanced at the unconscious Long Qianshan. Then, he turned into a ray of light and went straight to the imperial capital. Eastern region. Wang Haoren stayed in the Yingyue sect and lived a carefree life for many days. He had truly witnessed the charm of a demoness. During these days, Wang Haoren was so happy that he almost forgot about the world. After spending some time with Hua Feishuan, Wang Haoren gained a better understanding of the sacred region. The deepest place in the sacred region was the central region. The Wang family's strength was nothing compared to the central region. At this point, Wang Haoren also understood that Wang Wanli, that old fellow, had tricked him. Wang Wanli had said that no matter which woman he liked in the sacred region, he would be able to fulfill Wang Haoren's wish. In reality, it was just a bluff. The Wang family's strength in the eastern region was enough to be the overlord. However, in the central region, it was not enough. After hearing some simple information about the central region from Hua Feishuan, Wang Haoren really wanted to go to the central region to take a look. A place like the central region definitely did not lack protagonists and female protagonists. Wang Haoren really wanted to go there and take a look. However, he had left the mortal world for a long time. The female protagonist there must be resentful after not seeing him for so long. It was time for him to go back and take a look. Moreover, Yi Fan's injury should have healed by now. There was a high chance that he had gone somewhere to show off. Wang Haoren wanted to punish this guy. Judging from the current cultivation protagonists who were still alive, Yi Fan, the reincarnation of an immortal lord, was the biggest threat to him. He could not let Yi Fan show off while developing. If Yi Fan's cultivation base surpassed his, he would be in big trouble. After Wang Haoren made up his mind, he said goodbye to Hua Feishuan and Hua Jiu and left the Inua sect with Su Qingtong. He sent her back to the Feiyun pavilion. After meeting Su Qingxian, he went back to the Wang family. After telling Wang Wanli some things, Wang Haoren stepped on the road back to the mortal world. The space storm in the passage connecting the sacred region and the mortal world was quite powerful. Foundation establishment cultivators could barely pass through it, but it would consume a lot of energy. Wang Haoren was already in the golden core realm, so it was much easier for him to pass through the passage. After returning to the mortal world, he didn't even need to recover his spirit qi. Wang Haoren didn't stop and flew directly to Qingling from the 100,000 mountains in Nanjiang. Everything was normal in Qingling. No main character appeared and tried to take advantage of the female leads. After Wang Haoren returned to Qingling, he asked someone to find out about Yi Fan. He was busy meeting the female leads in Qingling and cultivating. In short, he couldn't rest at all. It was a starry night. After Yi Fan arrived at the imperial capital, he asked around but didn't get any news about Wang Haoren. In a hurry, he covered half of the imperial capital with his divine soul and started to search for Wang Haoren's aura. He wanted to find Wang Haoren. However, Yi Fan didn't search for long before he found an extremely powerful force somewhere in the imperial capital. However, Yi Fan was sure that this person wasn't Wang Haoren. There were two reasons for this. First, Yi Fan remembered Wang Haoren's aura. This aura was completely different from Wang Haoren's. Second, this person's cultivation was far beyond the peak of qi refinement. It was definitely not Wang Haoren. When Yi Fan sensed this person also sensed Yi Fan. Yi Fan quickly sensed that this person was rushing towards him. Yi Fan stayed where he was and didn't plan to leave. Although this person's cultivation was strong, no one could stop Yi Fan if he wanted to leave. Moreover, he was the profound heaven celestial venerable. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, it was impossible for him to flee in panic. Not long after, Yi Fan saw a stream of light coming from afar. It turned into an old man with an immortal aura. The old man's face was initially filled with hostility and vigilance. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Fan's appearance. "Who are you? Why are you spying on the imperial capital?" the old man asked politely. "And who are you?" Yi Fan asked in a calm voice. "My name is Wu Xingtian." The old man introduced himself with a proud smile. "I don't know him." Yi Fan's expression did not change. The old man was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Then have you heard of Yi Wuhan?" "I've heard of that before," Yi Fan said calmly. "I am Yi Wuhan's master, and also the previous leader of the fire dragon army that guards the imperial capital," the old man continued. Yi Fan came to a realization after hearing this. He didn't know much about the imperial capital, but he still vaguely knew some things. He had thought it was strange that Yi Wuhan, who guarded the imperial capital, and Long Qianshan's cultivation level were similar. They were both earth immortals. With this level of cultivation, it would be difficult for them to fight against the real masters of the foreign races. It turned out that other than Yi Wuhan, this old man was also secretly guarding the imperial capital. I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm just looking for someone. Yi Fan felt that there was no need to get into a conflict with the old man, so he simply explained. Looking at your appearance, I can tell that you are from the fire country and not a foreign race. Of course, I believe that you are not here to cause trouble. Wu Xingtian expressed his friendliness and then changed the topic. Since you are from the fire country and your cultivation level is so high, are you interested in helping the fire country? No. Yi Fan's vision was the whole universe, and he did not have a strong sense of belonging to the fire country. The old man wanted him to help, there must be some trouble that he needed him to solve. Right now, Yi Fan only wanted to find Wang Haoren. He had no interest in solving these troublesome matters. Wu Xingtian also did not think that he would be able to get Yi Fan to help him with just one sentence, so he was not surprised when Yi Fan rejected him. It doesn't matter if you are not willing to help. But this old man sees that we are fated and would like to get to know you. Who are you looking for? You can tell this old man. Whether this person is in the imperial capital or somewhere else, this old man will be able to find him. Wu Xingtian's words were very clever. He only mentioned helping Yi Fan to find the person and did not mention anything in return. This made Yi Fan have a good impression of him. However, Yi Fan did not agree to help. Your cultivation level is so high, if it can make you feel troubled, it must be quite troublesome. Yi Fan said. There are many of them, if they split up, I won't be able to stop them all. Wu Xingtian sighed. Who are they? Yi Fan asked. They are from Fusang, M country, India and other foreign races. They are all top 10 on the heaven list. Wu Xingtian said. Yi Fan's interest was aroused. He was now in the first level of the foundation establishment stage, but his actual combat power was far beyond that. Yi Fan had long wanted to become famous and meet Feng Yorua officially, but unfortunately, his plan had been delayed several times. These foreign masters from the heaven list could be his stepping stones. Yi Fan had also heard about the heaven list. Yi Xuantian's name was at the bottom of the heaven list. Yi Fan was quite dissatisfied with this. If he could get rid of these foreign experts at the top of the heaven leaderboard, his ranking would naturally rise accordingly. Among these foreign masters, who was the highest on the heaven list? Yi Fan asked. The second on the heaven list, Xianxia from Fusang. Wu Xingtian said. Only second? Yi Fan was slightly dissatisfied. Who is the first on the heaven list? This old man is ashamed, I am temporarily on the heaven list. Wu Xingtian said. Hearing this, Yi Fan suddenly had the thought of fighting Wu Xingtian, but this thought only lasted for a moment before it was dismissed by Yi Fan. Unfortunately, your time is coming. Yi Fan said with some regret. Although he was anxious to make a name for himself, he would not go so far as to challenge an old man who was nearing the end of his life. You have a good eye. Wu Xingtian sighed. He had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the next level to extend his life. These foreign masters came here to make trouble, they wanted to cause trouble for Wu Xingtian, so that he would not have the time to go into seclusion to break through. Wu Xingtian alone had once suppressed the experts of the other races to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. These foreign masters knew that Wu Xingtian was about to die. How could they let go of this good opportunity? Once Wu Xingtian died, the fire country would have no top forces. In the future, the fire country would be suppressed in all aspects and these foreign masters could be rampant. I can agree to what you said before, but I have a condition. Yi Fan said. Wu Xingtian was delighted and quickly said, please say. Leave that Xianxia from Fusang to me. Yi Fan was not in the mood to fight with Wu Xingtian who was about to die, so he could only settle for the next best thing, the second on the heaven list. This old man can't ask for more. Wu Xingtian stroked his beard and smiled. He was worried that it would consume too much spirit energy and accelerate his time. Yi Fan picked the most difficult one to deal with, of course he was happy. But after being happy for a while, Wu Xingtian restrained himself and reminded Yi Fan seriously. This is Xianxia from Fusang. She is a beautiful woman. If you don't have enough willpower, I'm afraid you will fall into her trap. Hearing Wu Xingtian's words, Yi Fan smiled faintly. He had lived for 1,000 years in his previous life and was still a virgin. What he lacked the most was determination. As a celestial prime, Yi Fan was very popular. There were countless female cultivators who wanted to throw themselves at him, but Yi Fan was unmoved. If Yi Fan would lose his composure because of a woman, then this woman could only be Fang Yorua. It could not be anyone else. No matter how beautiful Qianhezheni from Fusang was, Yi Fan would not be charmed by him. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Fan replied to Wu Xingtian. Since you said so, I will do as you say. Seeing Yi Fan so confident, Wu Xingtian did not continue to persuade him. He made an inviting gesture and said, Sir, please come to my humble abode. Yi Fan nodded and followed Wu Xingtian, turning into a ray of light and heading towards a courtyard somewhere in the imperial city. It was still a starry night. In the pavilion in the courtyard, a woman sat alone with her hand supporting her chin. Her eyes were unfocused and she was in a daze. Two rays of light flew over and turned into Wu Xingtian and Yi Fan. At this time, the woman had not recovered from her daze. Wuhan? Wu Xingtian called. The woman was Yi Wuhan. She was awakened by the sound and quickly responded, Master. Wu Xingtian frowned slightly when he saw her like this. Yi Wuhan had been in a daze since she came back from Shanghai. It was not the first time Wu Xingtian had seen her like this. After Yi Wuhan responded to Wu Xingtian, she immediately noticed the man beside her and could not help but be surprised. Of course, she knew that this man was Yi Xiantian. Yi Xiantian had fallen into the water after the battle with Long Qianshan. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiantian was unharmed when they met again. Yi Wuhan could even feel a terrifying aura from Yi Xiantian that was close to her master's. This made Yi Wuhan very surprised. Wuhan, let me introduce you. This is. Wu Xingtian wanted to introduce, but he quickly realized that he had forgotten to ask for the name. He could not help but think that he was muddle-headed. Master, the famous Yi Xiantian. How could I not know him? Yi Wuhan said. So you're Yi Xiantian. Wu Xingtian was surprised at the same time. He had heard about the battle between Long Qianshan and Yi Xiantian from Yi Wuhan. At that time, Yi Xiantian was not as strong as he was now. It was incredible that Yi Xiantian had made such progress in such a short time. How can a loser be brave? I don't dare to claim that I'm famous. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. Seeing this, Wu Xingtian admired Yi Xiantian even more. The fact that Yi Xiantian was defeated in the battle in Shanghai was known to almost everyone in the reclusive Jianghu. Yi Xiantian was ridiculed behind his back. If it was someone else, they might not be particularly resentful when talking about this matter, but they would definitely not talk about it so casually. Yi Xuantian's temperament could be said to be the most outstanding young man Wu Xingtian had seen in so many years. With your current cultivation level, Long Qianshan is no longer worthy to be your opponent. Wu Xingtian smiled. From the very beginning, I have never placed Long Qianshan in my eyes. The only reason he was able to defeat me was because he borrowed the strength of others, Yi Fan said disdainfully. Oh, this person should be on the heaven leaderboard. Who is he? Wu Xingtian asked in surprise. Yi Wuhan had told Wu Xingtian about the battle in Shanghai. However, because she had a crush on Wang Haoren, she felt guilty and avoided talking about Wang Haoren. Wu Xingtian did not know about Wang Haoren's existence. This person is a man who is not even 20 years old. His appearance is handsome but his actual age is definitely much higher. I guess he must be an old monster who uses spiritual energy to nourish his body. Yi Fan said. May I ask if this person is an outsider? Wu Xingtian asked again. Judging from his appearance, he is not an outsider. Yi Fan said. Wu Xingtian nodded and secretly compared the names on the heaven leaderboard. He could not find anyone who matched his description. The top 10 on the heaven leaderboard, except for Wu Xingtian who was first and Yi Xiantian who was last, were all outsiders. Could this person be an outsider in disguise? Wu Xingtian guessed. To me, whether he is an outsider or not is not important. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. You are looking for this person? Wu Xingtian thought of something. That's right. Yi Fan nodded. I was careless and was injured by this person twice. I will repay the debt of 2 swords. When Yi Wuhan heard this, he looked at Yi Fan with a hostile gaze. Yi Fan's perception was amazing and immediately noticed it. He could not help but look at her. I don't think I have any grudges with you? Yi Fan frowned and asked in confusion. Yi Wuhan was exposed and did not immediately answer. Wu Xingtian felt that he had guessed his disciple's thoughts and smiled. My disciple is very competitive. Seeing that you are so young and your cultivation is so high, it is normal for her to see you as an opponent. She is not worthy. Yi Fan said lightly. You are so rude. Are you looking down on people too much? Yi Wuhan said unhappily. I am just stating a fact. Yi Fan did not feel that there was anything wrong with his words. You. Yi Wuhan was speechless. Wu Xingtian saw the two arguing and could not help but smile. He looked at Yi Wuhan and said, didn't you look down on all the men in the world? Now that you have seen such a powerful young man, do you know that you are short-sighted? Master is also making fun of me? Yi Wuhan said. Of course not. I just want to remind you that you are not young anymore. You should consider finding a partner. If you meet a suitable one, don't miss it. Although Wu Xingtian did not mention a name, he was obviously referring to Yi Xiantian. As Yi Wuhan's master, Wu Xingtian understood his disciple very well. It was not that this disciple did not consider finding a partner, but she looked down on those who were weaker than her. How could she give herself to them, and this Yi Xiantian was younger than Yi Wuhan? In terms of strength, he suppressed Yi Wuhan. Yi Xiantian completely met the requirements and his temperament was excellent. Wu Xingtian naturally felt that Yi Xiantian was a good match for Yi Wuhan. Master, we are facing a great enemy now. Don't make trouble for these things. Yi Wuhan said gloomily. This is also a big matter. I really want to see you find a partner before I enter the Yellow Earth. Wu Xingtian's words were filled with sadness and expectation. He was not married and did not have any children. Therefore, he treated Yi Wuhan as his own child. Hearing his master's words, Yi Wuhan suddenly fell silent. What do you think of my disciple? Wu Xingtian wanted to pull the strings, so he asked Yi Fan. Nothing. Yi Fan's face was cold. Although Yi Wuhan was beautiful, he only had Feng Yorua in his heart. There was no room for other women. When Wu Xingtian heard this, he immediately became anxious. He wanted to praise his disciple to arouse Yi Fan's interest. But before he could say anything, Yi Wuhan spoke first. Master, your disciple's heart already belongs to someone. In this life, I will only marry him. Don't try to matchmake me. Wu Xingtian was stunned. Yi Fan, on the other hand, frowned. In his previous life, the women he had rejected were all desperate. Even if he didn't want them, these women would still wait for him bitterly. Some even shamelessly stayed by his side, just to serve him as a maid. Yi Fan had long been used to this. When Yi Wuhan suddenly said that she would only marry him, Yi Fan instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. When Wu Xingtian heard his disciple's words, he was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly asked, who is this person? Which genius in the capital is he? Yi Wuhan paused and lied, he's not from the capital, nor is he a genius. He's just an ordinary person. She had just heard that Yi Xiantian wanted to take revenge on Wang Haoren. How could she be so stupid as to reveal Wang Haoren's information? Normal people. Wu Xingtian frowned after hearing this. He treated Yi Wuhan as his daughter, so he naturally hoped that Yi Wuhan could find a good husband. Even if he couldn't protect Yi Wuhan, he would at least have enough power to provide some help to Yi Wuhan. After all, the burden on Yi Wuhan's shoulders wasn't small. Wuhan, didn't you want your other half to be stronger than you in terms of cultivation level? Why did you fall for an ordinary person? Wu Xingtian asked doubtfully. A handsome face appeared in Yi Wuhan's mind. She couldn't help but smile gently and murmured, before I met him, I also thought the same. I wanted to set a framework for my future other half. But fate is a wonderful thing. When I really meet this person, all the framework will not be an obstacle. The only thing I want is to be with him. Background and identity are not important. I just like him. When Yi Wuhan first met Wang Haoren, she thought that Wang Haoren was just an ordinary college student. At that time, she had a crush on him. Her words were not fake at all. As an old bachelor, Wu Xingtian didn't understand these things at all. But he could still see that his disciple seemed to be deeply in love. Thinking of this, Wu Xingtian immediately dispelled the idea of matchmaking Yi Wuhan and Yi Fan. But Wu Xingtian still felt very regretful. He was not far from the end of his life. He was afraid that when all the burdens fell on Yi Wuhan, it would be difficult for her to bear them. Wu Xingtian actually hoped that Yi Wuhan could find a partner who would help her, and not a guy who lived off a woman. But Wu Xingtian could not say these words under such circumstances. Yi Fan, who was at the side, listened quietly to Yi Wuhan's narration. The discomfort in his heart intensified. If Yi Wuhan liked a heaven list expert, then he would feel much more at ease. However, Yi Wuhan was only interested in an ordinary person. No, to be precise, he was just an ant. He was just an ant. What was there to like, Yi Fan really couldn't understand. However, with his personality, he would not say such things out loud. He only snorted inwardly and suddenly said to Wu Xingtian, "I want a quiet place to cultivate." Wu Xingtian nodded and let the servant lead Yi Fan away. Qing Ling Wang Haoren sent people to the hidden world to look for traces of Wang Haoren. Long Qianshan knew that Wang Haoren had returned to Qing Ling and hurried over. Long Qianshan reported to Wang Haoren that Yi Fan had interrogated him. "What did you say to Yi Shantian at that time?" Wang Haoren asked. "Master, I did not say a word about Master's whereabouts." "I did not say anything about Master to Yi Shantian," Long Qianshan said. "However, after Yi Shantian failed to interrogate me, he said something like, even if I don't say anything, he will find out. Then, I felt a pain in my head and fainted. When I woke up, Yi Shantian was already gone." After listening to Long Qianshan's description, Wang Haoren immediately concluded that Yi Fan had searched Long Qianshan's memories. When Wang Haoren left the secular world, the words he told Long Qianshan were very vague. It was just a simple mention of a bustling place. After Yi Fan searched Long Qianshan's memories, he did not bother about Long Qianshan anymore. Perhaps he had gotten the answer he wanted. A bustling place. Did Yi Fan go to the imperial capital to look for me? Wang Haoren thought to himself. After chatting with Long Qianshan for a while, Wang Haoren dismissed him. Wang Haoren had long planned to go to the imperial capital. Now that he knew that Yi Fan was most likely in the imperial capital, he decided to go there as soon as possible. In the imperial capital, there was Yi Wuhan who missed him dearly. Regardless of whether he could meet Yi Fan in the imperial capital, he would definitely gain something. It would not be a wasted trip. After all, Yi Wuhan had said that he would look for her when he went to the imperial capital. After making up his mind, Wang Haoren set off early the next morning. Similarly, Wang Haoren did not intend to go alone on this long journey. Instead, he called Munanji and Bian Suwen along. These two female leads had lived in the imperial capital for a long time. They had only stayed in Qingling because of Wang Haoren. Both of them were more familiar with the environment in the imperial capital. Moreover, one of them was a famous geomaster in the imperial capital while the other was a miracle doctor. They had a lot of connections in the imperial capital. With Munanji and Bian Suwen along, it would definitely save them a lot of trouble. After Munanji and Bian Suwen received Wang Haoren's invitation, they naturally agreed without hesitation. Wang Haoren booked a commercial plane and embarked on the journey to the imperial capital with the two of them. After a few hours, the plane arrived at the destination. Wang Haoren, Munanji, and Bian Suwen got off the plane and landed on the tarmac. The tarmac was built at a high place. Standing there, they could look down at the surroundings. It was bustling as far as their eyes could see. There were tall buildings, luxurious cars on the road, and well-dressed people walking on the side of the road. Qingling's side couldn't compare to all of this. Munanji and Bian Suwen had lived in the imperial capital for a long time, so they were not surprised by the scenery. When the three of them arrived at the exit of the airport, they saw some people in military uniforms. There was a flaming dragon symbol on their chest. It was very eye-catching. Moreover, the aura that they exuded inadvertently proved that they were not ordinary people. Why are there so many Flame Dragon Army soldiers patrolling here? Did something happen in the imperial capital? Munanji was surprised. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Flame Dragon Army soldiers, Bian Suwen added. What does the Flame Dragon Army do? Wang Haoren asked curiously. The Flame Dragon Army is a super force that keeps the hidden Jianghu and the foreign tribes in check. Their leader is the famous General Yi Wuhan, Mu Nanji explained. Wang Haoren nodded in realization. I've never heard of anything big happening in the hidden Jianghu. Could it be the foreign tribes? That's highly possible. It seems like the imperial capital won't be peaceful for a while. Bian Suwen sighed. I thought I could bring you around the imperial capital. It seems like my wish is not going to come true. It's okay. We don't have to go out. I'll be happy to chat with you guys in the room. Wang Haoren smiled. Both Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen rolled their eyes at him. After the three of them passed the security check and came out of the airport, Bian Suwen asked Mu Nanji. Do you want to go to your place? Or my place? The two of them had known each other for a long time and were best friends. When they were in the capital, they often stayed at each other's place. Now that Wang Haoren was here, it was not appropriate for Wang Haoren to go to anyone's place alone. The best choice was to go to a place. My place is close to here. Let's go to my place, Mu Nanji replied. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bian Suwen nodded. About half an hour later, Mu Nanji brought Wang Haoren and Bian Suwen to a relatively old-fashioned mansion. While Mu Nanji was away, the servants had gone home for the holidays. The mansion was very cold and cheerless. However, there were no scattered leaves in the courtyard of the mansion. Obviously, someone had cleaned the place regularly while Mu Nanji was away. Not long after Mu Nanji returned, a guest came to the mansion. Mu Nanji went to take a look and saw that it was Xianxia. Junior sister, you're finally back. I thought you were going to stay at Qingling's place forever, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm sorry for offending you earlier. I hope you don't mind, Mu Nanji said apologetically. It doesn't matter. Seeing junior sister's radiant appearance, this senior brother of mine is also happy. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. Mu Nanji was embarrassed for a moment and changed the topic. Thank you for taking care of my house while I was away. It's nothing. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Junior sister, aren't you going to invite me in? Mu Nanji hesitated for a moment, but she still said, Senior brother, please. Xianxia saw that Mu Nanji's expression was a little strange, so he walked into the mansion with Mu Nanji with some doubts. On the way, Bian Suwen suddenly appeared. So the little fairy doctor is here too. But junior sister, you don't have to hide this from me, right? Xianxia joked. Mu Nanji smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. Xianxia had already vaguely guessed something and asked tentatively, Junior sister, are there other guests here? You're thinking too much, senior brother. It's just a casual question, Mu Nanji denied. If it was just the matter between her and Wang Haoren, it wouldn't be a big deal even if it was announced. However, the problem now was that Bian Su was also involved. The two of them had countless suitors in the imperial capital. If news of the two of them giving themselves to the same person were to spread, Wang Haoren would definitely be in trouble. Mu Nanji knew that those people could not hurt Wang Haoren, but she did not want them to bother Wang Haoren. Junior sister, you're treating me as an outsider. Speaking of which, I'm your matchmaker. Could it be that you still want to hide this from me? Xianxia was full of curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of person Mu Nanji's other half was. Mu Nanji hesitated for a moment before giving Bian Suwen a questioning look. Bian Suwen mouthed a few words at her, telling her to make the decision herself. Mu Nanji thought for a while and said, Come with me, senior brother. Xianxia nodded with a smile and followed Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen to the courtyard. There was a handsome figure sitting by the stone table in the courtyard. Xianxia was stunned just by looking at the person's back. However, when the person turned around, he saw a familiar face. Xianxia was suddenly startled. It's you? Xianxia said in a trembling voice. At that time, he accepted the invitation of the god of war Su Lang and went to Qingling to meet Wang Haoren. He knew that if he continued to stay by Su Lang's side, he would die in Wang Haoren's hands. Therefore, he left Su Lang and returned to the imperial capital. At that time, he even swore that he would never go to Qingling. Even when he found out that his master was in Qingling, Xianxia did not rush over. This was because Tianjizi knew that if he went, he would definitely die. Therefore, Tianjizi had a deep fear of Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran was not surprised when he saw Tianjizi. After he became friends with Munanji told Wang Haoran about some things around her, including Tianjizi's existence. You know each other? Munanji asked in surprise. No, he must have mistaken me for someone else. Wang Haoran smiled. Hearing this, Tianjizi came to his senses. This was not Qingling, but the imperial capital. He did not break his promise. Moreover, he was Munanji's lover. Even if it was for Munanji's sake, he would not kill him, right? Thinking of this, Tianjizi's heart calmed down a little. I was blind and misjudged you. Tianjizi did not expose anything. Instead, he pretended not to know him like Wang Haoran. Munanji and Bian Suwen only felt that Tianjizi's expression was strange, but they did not ask much. Then, Munanji briefly introduced Wang Haoran to Tianjizi. However, she only said that Wang Haoran was from a rich family and did not say anything else. Tianjizi knew that Wang Haoran was not simple, but he did not point it out. He only used a lot of flattering words to congratulate Munanji and Little Fairy Doctor for finding a partner. Senior brother, please don't tell anyone about this, Munanji said. Don't worry, junior sister. I will keep my mouth shut. Tianjizi did not have the guts to go out and talk nonsense. After responding, he only felt a little restrained staying here. Suddenly, he remembered something and was about to leave, so he said, by the way, a junior brother is coming to the imperial capital. He should be arriving soon. I'm going to send someone to pick him up. Oh, which junior brother? Munanji asked curiously. His name is Jing Lu. He learned chess from master. When he was in Qingling, he defeated the top chess player of Pickle Country, Jiang Yun'er. Junior sister was in Qingling at that time, so you must have heard of this, right? Tianjizi said. Of course I know. Munanji nodded. Is this junior brother here to play or what? There's going to be an international chess competition in the imperial capital soon. Many top chess players will be there. As the #1 chess player of Fire Country, how can junior brother be absent? Tianjizi said. Wang Haoran heard this and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yun'er was the #1 chess player of Pickle Country. She would definitely not be absent from such a competition. Now that there were foreigners spying on the imperial capital, something big should be happening soon. It was probably a stage created for Yi Fan to show off. But Yi Fan was the female lead and the only person who would have a plot with Yi Fan would be the supporting female lead. And Jiang Yun'er was the female lead. Logically speaking, the two of them should not be related. Jiang Yun'er coming to the imperial capital was not likely to be attracted by Yi Fan's plot. She might be attracted by the plot of other protagonists. So, there were other protagonists in the imperial capital? This storm of foreigners spying on the imperial capital might not be just a stage for Yi Fan to show off. Did the pretentious plots of the two protagonists collide with each other? Wang Haoran secretly guessed. Of course, what needed to be confirmed now was whether Jiang Yun'er really came to the imperial capital. If she didn't come, then all these speculations were nonsense. After Tianjizi left, Wang Haoran left the courtyard and contacted Jiang Yun'er privately. When they were in Qingling, Wang Haoran and Jiang Yun'er had established a relationship. After that, Jiang Yun'er went back to Gua because of some matters. During this period, the two of them kept in touch for a long time. But after Wang Haoran went to the Holy Region, that place was isolated from the modern world and those modern communication devices could not be used at all. After returning to Qingling, he was busy dealing with the female lead of Qingling and temporarily neglected Jiang Yun'er. Counting the time when they last contacted, it had been more than half a month since he last contacted Jiang Yun'er. After Wang Haoran dialed the number, Jiang Yun'er quickly picked it up. I thought you didn't want me anymore. After the call was connected, Jiang Yun'er's voice immediately came from the other side. How is that possible? I just went to a remote place not long ago. There is no signal in that place, so I can't contact you. But I miss you every day. Wang Haoran coaxed. I miss you every day too. I miss you in the morning, at noon, at night, I even dream of you. Jiang Yun'er's voice was no longer bitter and there was a sweet feeling in her voice. By the way, where are you now? Wang Haoran saw that Jiang Yun'er was coaxed so quickly and immediately talked about business. I just got off the plane and arrived in the imperial capital of Yan country. I came here to participate in an international chess exchange. When I'm done, I'll fly to Qingling to look for you. Jiang Yun'er said. After getting the answer, Wang Haoran understood that his speculation was likely to be true. The two protagonists' plots of showing off were very likely to clash. I miss you so much. Why don't I come to the imperial capital directly to look for you? Wang Haoran did not say that he was in the imperial capital at the moment, but casually coaxed Jiang Yun'er again. Jiang Yun'er was overjoyed after hearing that. Okay. If you don't find it troublesome, then come. The chess exchange will be held in 2 days. After the set of procedures, if I want to go to Qingling, it can only be in 7 days. If you are willing to come here, that would be great. Jiang Yun'er hadn't seen Wang Haoran for a long time and couldn't wait to see him. After Wang Haoran ended the call with Jiang Yun'er, he began to think about how to destroy the main character's stage. As for the method, Wang Haoran had 2 in mind. The first was to sneak into the foreign race and pretend to be a foreign powerhouse to slap Yi Fan and the other main character's face. The second was to use his identity as a powerful pugilist from the Fire country to crush all the powerful pugilists from the other races, to prevent Yi Fan and the other main character from being able to do anything. Comparing the 2 methods, Wang Haoran was more inclined to the second method. Although he was a villain, he still had some principles. Although he was dealing with the main character, helping an outsider was really immoral. As for the second method, not only could he stop the main character from showing off, but he could also show off. Why not? However, the flaw of the second method was that it would only cut off the main character's plot. It would only act like the main character was supposed to. It would not cause any substantial harm to the main character. After Wang Haoran thought about it, he decided to combine the 2 methods. First, he would sneak into the foreign powerhouses and slap the main character's face, and then he would crush the powerful pugilists from the other races. After making up his mind, Wang Haoran began the first step of his plan. The first step would naturally be to find the foreign races. Wang Haoran had no news at all. His first thought was to use Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen's connections to find out the whereabouts of the foreign races. But, just as that thought popped up in his mind, Wang Haoran suddenly thought of someone. With her position in the imperial capital, if there was any news of the foreign race's whereabouts, she would definitely be one of the first few to know about it. With that thought in mind, Wang Haoran decided to leave the house and go out to look for someone. But he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura nearby. Wang Haoran activated his X-ray vision and saw a group of people. With a glance, he saw that most of the people in the group were iron-blooded men with resolute faces. However, the leader of the group was a valiant and beautiful woman dressed in military attire. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment, but a smile soon appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he thought of her, she actually appeared. Mu Nanji's residence was surrounded by influential people. If the foreign races wanted to cause trouble, this place would very likely be the target location. Otherwise, with Yi Wuhan's status, he wouldn't bring people here to patrol. Yi Wuhan led his people and passed by Mu Nanji's house. When he saw that the door of the house was half open, Yi Wuhan suddenly stopped and asked the others to continue patrolling. He walked toward the door of the house. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. Then, he came to the courtyard of the house. Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen were chatting and laughing. When they saw Yi Wuhan's figure, the 2 of them were stunned. So it's General Yi. I'm sorry for not coming out to welcome you, Mu Nanji suddenly said in a serious tone after she came back to her senses. Greetings, General Yi. Bian Suwen also said in a serious tone. There are no outsiders here. Yi Wuhan rolled his eyes at the 2 of them and said in a reproachful tone. The seriousness on Mu Nanji's pretty face disappeared. She smiled sweetly and said, Sister Yi, why are you here? I was patrolling here and saw that the door of your house was half open, so I came in to take a look. Yi Wuhan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on a stool in the courtyard as if it was his own house. Sister Yi, is something big going to happen in the capital? Bian Suwen asked with a serious expression. In short, there will be many things happening in the near future. Try not to go out and don't open the door casually, Yi Wuhan reminded them. Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen looked at each other and frowned. In fact, they had already guessed it. After hearing Yi Wuhan's words, they were completely certain. They had lived in the capital for a long time and almost treated it as their home. Now that something like this had happened, they couldn't help but be worried. Yi Wuhan didn't want to add to their worries. After seeing their expressions, he immediately changed the topic. By the way, I heard that you guys went to Qingling one after another. What attracted you guys to Qingling? Why did you guys stay there for so long? Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen looked at each other and exchanged glances. My family is there, so I stayed there for a long time. My master was in Qingling before, so I went there to visit him. Bian Suwen and Mu Nanji replied one after another. I see. Yi Wuhan nodded. Then, he remembered that he had something important to do, so he didn't plan to stay for long. He got up and said, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After the storm dies down, let's go and have a big meal together. Sister Yi, we won't stay in the capital for long. I think we'll go back to Qingling soon, Mu Nanji said. We'll also stay in Qingling in the future, Bian Suwen added. Why do we have to stay in Qingling? Can you guys bear to part with me? Yi Wuhan complained. Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen were his best friends. When they heard that his two best friends were leaving, they couldn't help but feel sad. Sister Yi, all good things must come to an end. We don't want to, but... Bian Suwen wanted to say something but stopped. When we're free in the future, we'll definitely come here to visit you, Sister Yi, Mu Nanji said. You guys. Something's wrong. Yi Wuhan suddenly saw something wrong. He looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. Did the two of you find a man in Qingling? Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen hesitated for a while, then nodded at Yi Wuhan. Who are the two reckless idiots? How dare they steal my woman? Yi Wuhan couldn't help but slap the table. He said with 30% joking and 70% resentment. Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen were shocked when they saw Yi Wuhan's reaction. Tell me who it is. Yi Wuhan asked the two of them curiously. However, neither of them spoke first. Thus, she directly called out their names. Nanji, I've helped you get rid of the flies that annoyed you in the past. You can't hide this from me, right? Tell me, who's the one who kidnapped you? What's his name? What does he look like? Sister Yi, how can I tell you when you're so fierce? Mu Nanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry. How can I hurt the person you love? Just tell me. Although Yi Wuhan's words were comforting, Mu Nanji could see the hostility in her eyes. However, Mu Nanji was not worried about Wang Haoran at all, so she said straightforwardly, he came with us. He's staying here. I think he went to make a call just now. You'll see him when he comes over. Yi Wuhan gritted her teeth when she heard that. Mu Nanji had brought someone over. It was obvious that her relationship with him had developed to a very deep level. Yi Wuhan was very angry. She turned to look at Bian Suwen. Before Yi Wuhan could ask, Bian Suwen said, Nanji has already told me what I wanted to say. Yi Wuhan was dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't immediately understand what he meant. It was only after a long while that he said in a surprised voice. After a while, she said in shock, you two have the same man? Yes. Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen nodded at the same time. Although good friends can share things, they can't share everything. Are you crazy? Yi Wuhan said in shock. It's very complicated. Because of some reasons, I can't tell you too much. In short, we're willing to be with him, and we're very happy with him, Bian Suwen said. Sister Yi, we're very happy. Don't worry. If you really want our best, just give us your blessings, Mu Nanji added. Yi Wuhan could see that the two of them were sincere. She was happy for them, but more than that, she was angry. If Mu Nanji and Bian Suwen were still staying in the imperial palace, Yi Wuhan would not have such a big reaction. However, Bian Suwen had made it clear that she would be staying in Qingling. Qingling was quite far from the imperial capital. In other words, it would be difficult for her to see her two best friends in the future. That person had snatched Munanji and Bien Suwen away from her. Yi Wuhan couldn't take this lying down. He stood up abruptly and shouted loudly. You, hurry up and come out to see me. His voice spread out, causing the house to tremble a few times. Sister Yi, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Bien Suwen quickly advised. The hatred of stealing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, there are two of them. How can I remain calm? Yi Wuhan went crazy for a while, but he was still rational. Suwen, Nanji, I know what I'm doing. I won't hit his face. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Munanji and Bien Suwen looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. They weren't worried about Wang Haoren, but Yi Wuhan. The two of them wanted to say something to dissuade Yi Wuhan, but at this time, a handsome figure slowly walked over to the courtyard. Although Yi Wuhan's back was facing him, with her perception, she could naturally hear the footsteps. Her beautiful eyes flashed with hostility. She clenched her fists and slowly turned around to look at the person behind her. However, the hostility on her face instantly froze, as if she had been petrified. Wang Haoren walked over slowly and stopped in front of Munanji and the others. Bien Suwen and Munanji looked at Yi Wuhan, afraid that she would suddenly attack. However, unexpectedly, Yi Wuhan didn't do anything. The expression on her face was also very strange, as if she was dumbfounded. Munanji and Bien Suwen didn't understand what was going on. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon after we parted in Shanghai. Wang Haoren looked at the dumbfounded Yi Wuhan and said with a smile. Only then did Yi Wuhan come back to her senses. Suddenly, she was at a loss. She didn't look as fierce as before. You know each other? Munanji and Bien Suwen were surprised. Although we've only met once, we're considered friends. Miss Yi also said that I must look for her when I come to the capital, Wang Haoren said. Yi Wuhan became even more nervous when she heard this. Originally, she was very calm about inviting Wang Haoren. However, when she mentioned it in front of Bien Suwen and Munanji, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This was because it made her feel as if she had snatched something from her best friend. Nanji, Suwen, don't think too much. We're just friends. It's not what you think, Yi Wuhan explained. Munanji and Bien Suwen didn't think much of it at first. However, when they heard Yi Wuhan's words, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. This was because Yi Wuhan's words really made them feel like they were trying to hide something. Moreover, Munanji and Bien Suwen had a better understanding of Wang Haoren now. No matter which beautiful woman around them was related to Wang Haoren, they wouldn't find it strange. This was because their man's charm was too strong. Moreover, he was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor and was very powerful. It was hard for women not to be moved when they saw him. Bien Suwen and Munanji also knew about Yi Wuhan's situation. The men in the capital couldn't enter Yi Wuhan's eyes at all. The two of them were worried that Yi Wuhan would be alone for the rest of her life. If Yi Wuhan was really interested in Wang Haoren, they wouldn't object. However, Yi Wuhan was flustered at this moment. She couldn't understand Munanji and Bien Suwen's thoughts at all. After she explained, she felt that she couldn't continue to stay here. Therefore, she said that she had something urgent to deal with and bade farewell to her two best friends. General Yi, I'll send you off, Wang Haoren said since he had something to ask her. Yi Wuhan didn't object when she heard this. The two of them walked out of the courtyard side by side. Yi Wuhan deliberately slowed down her footsteps. She wanted to spend more time with Wang Haoren. General Yi, it doesn't seem to be peaceful here recently, right? Wang Haoren broke the silence and asked. When he mentioned this, the nervousness and shyness in Yi Wuhan's heart lessened. Her expression became more serious as she explained, my master's time is not far away. He was in seclusion to break through to the next realm to prolong his life. Those foreign races who intend to invade the Fire Country are afraid that my master will succeed in his breakthrough, so they want to create trouble and trouble my master, not allowing him to break through in peace. At this point, Yi Wuhan clenched her fists tightly, and a look of shame appeared on her beautiful face. I only hate that my cultivation is too low. If I could fend off these outsiders, then my master wouldn't have to worry about me. My master's time is almost up. If these foreign races can delay my master, once my master's time is up, the fire country's top powerhouses will not be able to fight against the foreign races. When a powerhouse reaches a certain level of cultivation, there are too many things they can do. At that time, I'm afraid. Yi Wuhan was so worried that she couldn't continue. I'm afraid the fire country is in danger? Wang Haoran asked tentatively. After hearing Wang Haoran's words, Yi Wuhan's face turned pale. Obviously, she agreed with what Wang Haoran said. Wang Haoran was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Wuhan's reaction. The seriousness of the matter had actually risen to such an extent. In other words, the stage for showing off was really big. If anyone could defeat these foreigners, it would be hard for them not to become famous. To put it bluntly, this was all a trick. In fact, Yi Wuhan's worries were completely unnecessary. Those foreign experts that seemed difficult to deal with were actually sent to the protagonist to slap his face. Yi Wuhan was worried for a while, but she soon became spirited again. She looked at Wang Haoran expectantly and asked, "Your cultivation is so high. Since your cultivation is so high, I wonder if you can contribute to this. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the Gua family. How can I shirk my responsibility? I am duty-bound to do this," Wang Haoran said righteously. Yi Wuhan was overjoyed when she heard this. She admired Wang Haoran even more and said, "If you are willing to help, that would be great." Her joy didn't last for long before it was gradually suppressed by worry. Yi Wuhan solemnly reminded him, those foreign experts who are spying on the imperial capital are almost all big shots on the heaven list. Each one is harder to deal with than the other. If you encounter them, you must be careful. To be able to help in such a big matter, even if I die, I will die without any regrets. Wang Haoran wanted to continue showing his passion. "Aya, how can you say such inauspicious words?" Yi Wuhan became anxious and hurriedly covered his mouth to stop him from continuing to speak. After doing this, Yi Wuhan immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She felt that her hand was hot and retracted it. "Miss Yi seems to be very concerned about me." Wang Haoran smiled meaningfully. Yi Wuhan met Wang Haoran's gaze and quickly looked away as if she had a guilty conscience. She pretended to be calm and said, "Nanji and Suwen are my best friends, and you are their partner. I should be concerned about you. Don't think too much." "I didn't think too much about it. Nanji and Suwen have mentioned you to me before. They treat you as their elder sister. Of course, I respect you very much. How could I have such thoughts?" Wang Haoran said seriously. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan's face turned pale, and a sense of loss rose in his heart. However, she was never a sentimental woman. She quickly dispelled these negative emotions. Moreover, with Yi Wuhan's character, he would never shrink back when encountering difficulties or setbacks. Instead, he would strive for it with all his might. After thinking for a while, Yi Wuhan suddenly said, "I saw her when I was in Shanghai. There was another woman beside you. Do Suwen and Nanji know about this?" "Of course." Wang Haoran nodded. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan was overjoyed. Her two best friends could even accept other women, so there was no reason why they couldn't accept her, a good sister, right? Of course, the premise was that they had to deal with Wang Haoran first. "Actually, I'm not much older than you. I'm the same age as you. Don't feel that there's any estrangement between us," Yi Wuhan said. "Not much older? How much older are you?" Wang Haoran asked subconsciously. Yi Wuhan was stunned. If it was someone else who asked this question, she would definitely fly into a rage. "Don't you know that it's very impolite to ask a woman's age?" Yi Wuhan smiled and then said calmly, "But there's no harm in telling you. I'm 25. "Oh," Wang Haoran replied to Yi Wuhan. He didn't question him verbally, but in his heart, he didn't believe a single word of Yi Wuhan's self-disclosure of his age. However, in fact, Wang Haoran didn't care about her age at all. Since she was so beautiful, what did it matter if she was a little older? As long as she was beautiful enough, age was just a number. Moreover, no matter how old she was, could she be older than Gu Hongyi? Wang Haoran could even accept Gu Hongyi. Of course, he could accept Yi Wuhan even more. By the way, who else do we have on our side? Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the gate. Wang Haoran didn't have the mood to tease Yi Wuhan for the time being and asked about serious matters. Yi Wuhan paused and said slowly, Yi Xiantian. He really came. Wang Haoren smiled faintly. I didn't ask Yi Xiantian to come here. It was my master who asked him to come here, Yi Wuhan said. Yi Wuhan then said, also, Yi Xiantian is looking for you. He said that he wants to take revenge for the two sword attacks. It seems that his cultivation has improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident, Wang Haoren said. Although I can't see through his specific cultivation, compared to when he was in Shanghai, he's definitely much stronger. I even feel that his cultivation is close to my master's. I really don't know how he cultivates. Yi Wuhan couldn't help but worry about Wang Haoren. Her expression was somewhat solemn. What's your master's rank on the heaven list? What's his cultivation level? Wang Haoren asked. My master's name is Wu Xingtian. He's ranked first on the heaven list. His cultivation level is at the 25th level of the Sage Realm, Yi Wuhan replied. 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Wang Haoren muttered in his heart. He had a rough estimate of Yi Fan's cultivation level. Wu Xingtian, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was probably the current ceiling of the secular world's martial strength. Now that Yi Fan came to the imperial capital to show off, his true combat strength was definitely higher than the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Taking into account the setting that allowed him to fight above his cultivation level, Yi Fan's true cultivation level should be at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage. When he was in Shanghai, Yi Fan was only at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. He had suddenly jumped to the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage. This speed was considered very fast. However, Wang Haoren was even faster. He was already at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage. Not to mention that Wang Haoren could also fight above his cultivation level, even if it was an ordinary 1st level of the Golden Core stage. Yi Fan, who was at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment stage, definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. This was because the difference of a large cultivation level was simply too big. After entering the Foundation Establishment stage, one could use the power of heaven and earth to break free from the shackles of the earth and fly in the sky, becoming a true immortal cultivator. However, a Golden Core stage expert had already cultivated a Golden Core in his Dantian. After entering the Golden Core stage, one could develop a divine power. Wang Haoren's current Golden Core divine power was the power of fire. If he released his Golden Core, it was enough to turn a city into a flaming purgatory and burn everything in it into nothingness. No matter how strong a Foundation Establishment stage expert was, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. This was because this was considered a dimensional attack. Seeing that Wang Haoren didn't speak for a long time, Yi Wuhan thought that he was worried and said, Don't worry. Now that there is pressure from the outside race, even if Yi Xiantian wants to mess around, my master will stop him. When the matter with the outside race is over, I will let my master mediate. You don't have to worry. Wang Haoren didn't explain further. He only turned to Yi Wuhan and asked, Tell me about the outside race. Tell me about those peak-level experts from the other races. Have they already infiltrated the imperial capital? Recently, the entire Yen Dragon army has been mobilized to investigate all kinds of suspicious people. With the help of modern technology, it won't be so easy for the outside race to sneak in, but there are 2 people that we can't stop, Yi Wuhan said. Which 2 people? Wang Haoren asked. These 2 people are from Fusang. One of them is Xianxia, ranked 2nd on the heaven roll, and the other is Yagyu Ichiro, ranked 8th on the heaven roll. These 2 people know a kind of secret art from Fusang that can change their appearance and aura, making it impossible to guard against, Yi Wuhan said worriedly. After hearing this, Wang Haoren immediately realized that Xianxia and Yagyu Ichiro would be involved in a lot of scenes. As for the reason, it was very simple. Looking at the plots that involved foreigners, the villains from Japan were the most hated. As for the reason, everyone knew. Xianxia and Yagyu Ichiro would definitely have a big conflict with the protagonists. Wang Haoren directly turned these 2 guys from Japan into the focus of his attention, so he said to Yi Wuhan, Tell me everything you know about Xianxia and Yagyu Ichiro. This Xianxia is a demonic woman. She's very promiscuous. It's said that she's good at seducing men. If you meet her, you must be careful, Yi Wuhan said. Yaguichiro is a man. He's extremely lecherous and likes to torture women. I don't know how many women have been harmed by him. He's a guy full of evil. After hearing this, Wang Haoren suddenly became thoughtful. He had already judged that there were two protagonists in the capital. In addition to Yi Fan, there was another one. This Qianhezhini was undoubtedly prepared for Yi Fan. He didn't think that Yi Wuhan's description of Qianhezhini was necessarily accurate. Although Yi Fan only had one heroine in the plot, there would be many supporting actresses as his maids. This Qianhezhini might be one of them. Yi Fan was very obsessed with cleanliness. If Qianhezhini was a loose woman, she wouldn't be qualified to be Yi Fan's maid. Qianhezhini might have a bad reputation, but he was still innocent. As for Yaguichiro's evil character, he probably lived up to his name. This kind of lecherous man would most likely extend his evil claws to the heroine, and then the heroine would come out and slap him in the face. In other words, this Qianhezhini should be prepared for the other protagonist. At present, in the capital, Wang Haoren already knew that there were three heroines, namely Munanji, Bian Suwen, and Jiang Yun'er. In contrast, Wang Haoren felt that Jiang Yun'er, who came from afar, was most likely to be chosen as the target. In other words, as long as he kept an eye on Jiang Yun'er, he would be able to see Yaguichiro. Wang Haoren had originally planned to blend in with the foreign experts. Both Qianhezhini and Yaguichiro were fine. The only problem was which one to choose. Yi Fan was an old virgin and was only interested in Fang Yorua. Even if Qianhezhini fell into his hands, he would not do anything to him. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, had the advanced charm aura, which made it easy for him to deal with a female supporting character like Qianhezhini. There was no need to worry about Qianhezhini. But Yaguichiro was different. If he didn't stop her, the protagonist would definitely appear to save the damsel in distress. After some comparison, Wang Haoren directly selected Yaguichiro as his target. The best way to infiltrate a foreign race was to become one of the foreign race's experts. Yaguichiro was a man, and Qianhezhini was a woman. It would be more natural for a man to pretend to be a man. Apart from that, Yaguichiro could draw out another protagonist. Wang Haoren really wanted to know who the other main character was. After that, Yi Wuhan also said goodbye and left. Wang Haoren watched her leave. Then, he set up a defensive barrier outside Munanji's house to prevent outsiders from entering. Once someone tried to attack the barrier, Wang Haoren would immediately sense it. Wang Haoren told Bian Suwen and Munanji not to go out. In this way, nothing would happen to Bian Suwen and Munanji. Then, Wang Haoren left Munanji's house and went to find out where Jiang Yun'er was staying. The reason why he didn't directly ask where Jiang Yun'er was staying was that he was afraid that it would affect the plot and ruin the plot of the hero saving the damsel in distress. Because once Wang Haoren asked, Jiang Yun'er's actions would definitely change. For example, she couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren. If the plot changed, Yaguichiro, who was supposed to appear, might not appear so soon. Therefore, Wang Haoren decided to hide it from Jiang Yun'er for the time being and secretly look for her. As the top chess player in Kimchi country, Jiang Yun'er naturally attracted a lot of attention. It was too easy to find out where Jiang Yun'er was staying. Wang Haoren checked the news and learned that Jiang Yun'er was staying in a 5-star hotel. After confirming Jiang Yun'er's residence, Wang Haoren sneaked into the hotel and used his X-ray vision to find the hotel room where Jiang Yun'er was staying. Then, Wang Haoren found an opportunity to knock out Jiang Yun'er's agent aunt and read her memory. In order to prevent her from saying the wrong thing in front of others, he hid her and changed into her aunt's appearance. After entering the golden core stage, Wang Haoren could change his appearance and body shape. On the surface, he was no different from a hominoid. Only immortal. Cultivators whose cultivation was much higher than his could tell. This was much better than the secret skill of Qianhezhini and Yaguichiro. After Jiang Yun'er settled down in the hotel, she rested for a while. It was almost time for dinner, so she went to have dinner with her aunt. Wang Haoren was really not used to dressing up as a woman. Fortunately, Jiang Yun'er's aunt was an ordinary woman. There was nothing special about her behavior, and walking posture, so it was not difficult to dress up as her. Jiang Yun and Wang Haoren walked side by side, followed by some bodyguards. They went to the hotel restaurant. On the way, Wang Haoren kept looking at Jiang Yun'er. After not seeing her for a long time, Jiang Yun'er's curves were better than when she was in Qingling. There was no extra fat. Wang Haoren learned from Jiang Yun'er's aunt's memory that Jiang Yun'er often worked out after returning from Qingling. These better curves were naturally because of the fitness. Moreover, Jiang Yun'er's flexibility was much stronger. Because from Jiang Yun'er's aunt's memory, Jiang Yun'er often kept a split when she was practicing chess with the AI. In addition, Jiang Yun'er paid more attention to her appearance. Her makeup and clothes were very careful, not as casual as before. Compared to when she was in Qingling, she looked more attractive as a whole. Noticing the strange gaze of her aunt, Jiang Yun'er said something in her mother tongue. Wang Haoren read Jiang Yun'er's aunt's memory and could understand, but he was not used to it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since you are in the fire country, you can speak the local language. Aunt, why are you staring at me? Jiang Yun'er repeated her words in the Yan language. I find that Yun'er is getting more and more beautiful. Wang Haoren praised. Aunt, don't make fun of me. Jiang Yun'er was shy and a little embarrassed. You have a boyfriend. You are really different. Wang Haoren continued to tease. Jiang Yun'er's change was noticed by her aunt and she had asked her about it. Jiang Yun'er told her that she had a boyfriend, but did not say who it was. Her aunt was more open-minded, or it could be said that the atmosphere in their world was more open-minded about such things and did not object to it. Because for someone like Jiang Yun'er who only started dating at 18, it was considered very late. Hearing her aunt's words, Jiang Yun'er blushed. She had a few good female friends around her and they were all experienced in love. After Jiang Yun'er went back, she asked them for guidance on how to make her boyfriend like her more. Her friends then told her things that only mature people would understand. At first, Jiang Yun'er was not happy about it, but she cared too much about a certain someone and she tried to improve herself. But those things, Jiang Yun'er was too ashamed to say them out loud. Wang Haoren saw Jiang Yun'er's bashful look and found it amusing and he wanted to continue teasing her. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a rather strong faint fluctuation of spirit energy around them. His gaze moved away from Jiang Yun'er's side and scanned the surroundings, quickly finding the source. It's actually that boy who delivers treasures. Wang Haoren saw a handsome and familiar face and was slightly startled. This person with a strong spiritual energy cultivation base was none other than Chu Tian, the young master of the Seven Stars sect, the one whose engagement with Yun Churen was broken off. Wang Haoren's heaven-defying cheating tool, the heaven-splitting pagoda, was snatched from Chu Tian. Back then, Chu Tian's meridians were damaged and he could not cultivate. After that, the heaven-splitting pagoda was snatched away. However, Chu Tian's protagonist aura was still there. He did not lose his identity as the protagonist just because he lost the heaven-splitting pagoda. When Wang Haoren left the Seven Stars sect, he communicated with the Seven Stars sect's first elder and asked him to keep an eye on Chu Tian's movements and report to him if there were any special situations. However, there was not even the slightest bit of news from that first elder. Chu Tian now had a strong spiritual energy cultivation base, and he even appeared in the imperial capital. Needless to say, the first elder was definitely done for. To be more precise, the few forces in the ancient city where the Seven Stars sect was located were now following the Seven Stars sect's lead. Otherwise, Chu Tian would not have changed the map and come here. Chu Tian's sudden rise must have been due to other great opportunities. Wang Haoren was filled with anticipation as he communicated with the system to check on Chu Tian. Protagonist, Chu Tian, combat strength, 36,290, 9th level of Qi refinement, charisma, 197, protagonist aura, 33267, skill, golden finger primordial sword. When heaven and earth were first created, it was forged from chaotic Qi. It is the highest level Khanate cardinal treasure. After completely integrating with the primordial sword, one can comprehend the laws of Tao integration. Note, the current integration of the primordial sword is 9%. When the integration reaches 10% or above, it will become unable to be plundered. Chu Tian's latest information quickly appeared in Wang Haoren's mind. Wang Haoren could not help but gasp. Chu Tian was indeed the son of destiny. After the heaven-splitting pagoda was snatched away, the protagonist aura activated and he actually obtained another highest-level Khanate cardinal treasure. The primordial sword's level was not inferior to the heaven-splitting pagoda. It could also help the host reach Dao integration. Based on the protagonist aura alone, Chu Tian's current aura points were much higher than Yi Fan's. Wang Haoran still vaguely remembered that when he first met Yi Fan's main character aura was 29,000. Chu Tian's main character aura was only a little over 20,000 and it was still increasing. Now that the increase had ended, it had reached 33,000. Of all the main characters Wang Haoran had met so far, this was the main character with the highest protagonist aura, and also the main character with the highest destiny. One Khanate cardinal treasure had been snatched away, and yet another one had appeared. However, Wang Haoran was still quite excited about this. Last time, Chu Tian gifted him the heaven-splitting pagoda. Now, he gifted him the primordial sword. How could he not be happy? The fusion speed of the Hong Meng sword was undoubtedly directly related to one's cultivation. Chu Tian's current fusion progress was 9%, which corresponded to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Once the fusion progress reached 100%, he could attempt Dao integration. However, Chu Tian was still far from reaching this stage. He had only integrated for a short while and his progress was only at 9%. The primordial chaos sword wasn't the kind of treasure that would recognize its master by dripping blood on it. It had to be fused with it slowly. In other words, Wang Haoran could snatch the primordial chaos sword and claim it as his own. When Wang Haoran was sizing up Chu Tian also sensed it and looked over. However, Wang Haoran had now transformed into Jiang Yun'er's aunt, so Chu Tian naturally didn't recognize him. He didn't think much about Wang Haoran sizing up. Moreover, after Chu Tian glanced at Wang Haoran, he was instantly attracted by Jiang Yun'er, who was next to him. Chu Tian was a little stunned when he saw this. When Wang Haoran saw this, he snorted inwardly. This Chu Tian's appearance was very clear that he had taken a fancy to Jiang Yun'er. The law of meat buns and dogs was once again demonstrated. However, Wang Haoran didn't continue observing Chu Tian. Instead, he carefully sensed the others around him. Since Chu Tian was already in place, Yagyu should also appear, right? Wang Haoran carefully sensed and didn't miss anyone around him. Soon, Wang Haoran noticed an ordinary-looking man who deliberately concealed his cultivation. Wang Haoran activated his X-ray vision and immediately found that the man's bones, facial bones, muscles, and other places were in a state of compression, making the man look very different from his real appearance. This was the principle of the so-called secret skill of disguise. Wang Haoran changed his appearance. Although the effect seemed to be the same, in fact, there was an essential difference. Wang Haoran's change of appearance was a temporary recombination of the body's cells. He could even imitate the qi movement, making him look real. If one's cultivation wasn't far superior to Wang Haoran's, or if one had other special means of distinguishing, one wouldn't be able to detect it at all. This man was most likely Yagyu. At this moment, he was sizing up Jiang Yun'er and Wang Haoran with a covetous look in his eyes. Wang Haoran suddenly had some goosebumps. Although Jiang Yun'er's aunt was a little older, she was still charming. Yagyu obviously wanted to have both of them. On the other side, after staring at Jiang Yun'er for a while, Chu Tian suddenly noticed something. He immediately came back to his senses and looked in Yagyu direction. Soon, Chu Tian found that something was wrong with Yagyu. Wang Haoran's disguise could deceive Chu Tian, but Yagyu secret skill of disguise was a little worse. Chu Tian saw through it directly. Wang Haoran disguised himself as Jiang Yun'er's aunt and looked harmless. Even though Yagyu was being sized up by Wang Haoran, he didn't take it seriously at all. However, Chu Tian's attention made Yagyu restrain himself and quickly look away from Jiang Yun'er. Jiang Yun'er was unaware of everything around her. After arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Yun'er asked her aunt what she wanted to eat. Wang Haoran replied casually. After a while, Chu Tian came to the table. Jiang Yun'er's bodyguards immediately stepped forward to stop the stranger when they saw him approaching. "Hello, I mean no harm," Chu Tian hurriedly said. Jiang Yun'er didn't like to talk to strangers, so she looked at her aunt and let her deal with it. "Who are you? Are you Yun'er's fan?" If you want an autograph, I can give it to you, but please don't disturb Yun'er, Wang Haoren said from the perspective of her aunt. When Chu Tian heard that, he immediately knew that the beautiful girl's name was Yun'er. He couldn't help but think that the name was really nice. He said, yes, I'm Yun'er's fan, but I'm not here for an autograph. I just want to remind you to be careful when you go out. Chu Tian meant well, but there was ambiguity in his words. Wang Haoren tried to figure out his aunt's personality and showed a displeased expression. Are you threatening us? He asked. If Jiang Yun'er's aunt were here, she would probably say the same thing. Anyway, she just didn't like Chu Tian. When Yaguichiro took action and her aunt and Jiang Yun'er were in danger, Chu Tian would appear to save them. The effect of the hero saving the beauty would be the best. To put it bluntly, it was all a trick. Please don't misunderstand. I really don't mean any harm, Chu Tian explained. We're going to eat. Please leave. Wang Haoren directly ordered him to leave. Seeing the attitude of the woman in front of him, Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh. He didn't continue to persuade her and just walked away silently. However, he was secretly planning in his heart and secretly watching their movements. This way, if anything happened, he could help in time. Wang Haoren could roughly guess what Chu Tian was thinking. While eating, he began to think of a countermeasure. Chu Tian's cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refinement, but with a cheating weapon like the primordial sword, his real combat strength could contend against a foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Haoren estimated that he would be able to fight against an ordinary cultivator at level 5 of the foundation establishment stage. In other words, he was at the same level as Yi Fan. Their real combat strength was just the same as the number 1 on the Heaven Cooking leaderboard, Wu Xingtian's level. If there were no variables and their plots didn't clash, they would definitely be able to show off in this foreign race crisis. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Wang Haoren was the biggest variable. Wang Haoren definitely wanted to take Chu Tian's primordial sword, but he wasn't in a hurry. Because when Wang Haoren judged that Chu Tian's real combat strength was about the same as Yi Fan's, he suddenly had a better idea. That was to cause a conflict between Chu Tian and Yi Fan, causing the two of them to fight to the death. To cause conflict between two men, the best one was undoubtedly a woman. Yi Fan only loved Fang Yorua. To anger Yi Fan, he could only start with Fang Yorua. However, Fang Yorua was far away in Xianxia. In order to provoke conflict between Yi Fan and Chu Tian, he specially called Fang Yorua over. This was a little too troublesome. Moreover, an old monster like Yi Fan wouldn't be so easily fooled. Wang Haoren directly dismissed the idea of starting with Yi Fan. He would definitely use Chu Tian as a breakthrough point. Chu Tian was the protagonist of the annulment. This kind of protagonist was usually more hot-blooded and easily angered for a woman. Compared to Yi Fan, he was much easier to fool. What was even more wonderful was that there was Jiang Yun'er who could provoke Chu Tian's anger. Wang Haoren followed his train of thought and began to formulate a detailed plan while eating with Jiang Yun'er. After the meal, Wang Haoren followed Jiang Yun'er back to the hotel room. After Wang Haoren confirmed that no one was eavesdropping around them, he said to Jiang Yun'er, I have a surprise for you, but no matter what you see later, you must not scream. Calm down, understand? Jiang Yun'er was suspicious, but she still nodded and asked curiously, Auntie, what surprise do you have for me? Watch carefully. Wang Haoren changed back to his original appearance. Jiang Yun'er's first reaction was shock. She had grown up in the secular world, and her perception was completely framed by the secular world. The scene in front of her had shaken her 3 views. Fortunately, Wang Haoren had warned her in advance. Although Jiang Yun'er was frightened, she did not lose control and did not scream. Are you my auntie or my boyfriend? Jiang Yun'er could not tell at that moment. Of course, I'm your boyfriend. Wang Haoren briefly introduced himself to Jiang Yun'er. As for the excuse, it was still the same. Jiang Yun'er was stunned for a long time after hearing that. However, she did not doubt Wang Haoren's words at all. The fear in her heart completely disappeared and was replaced by the joy of reunion. Jiang Yun'er could not suppress the longing in her heart and took the initiative to throw herself into Wang Haoren's arms. The two of them snuggled for a while before Jiang Yun'er asked, Where's my auntie? Why did you change into my auntie's appearance? Someone has bad intentions towards you, so I disguised myself as your auntie to protect you. Your auntie is fine. She's in a safe place. I'll bring you to see her. As Wang Haoren spoke, he and Jiang Yuner disappeared from the spot and appeared in the heaven-splitting tower. Jiang Yuner's auntie was lying quietly in the heaven-splitting tower in a state of deep sleep. I don't want others to know my true identity, so it's best if you don't tell your auntie about this, Wang Haoren explained. I understand. Jiang Yuner nodded obediently and asked, oh, right. Who's the one who has bad intentions towards me? It's the young man who came over to hit on us when we were about to eat, Wang Haoren said. Oh, so it's him. However, with you by my side, I'm not afraid. Jiang Yuner smiled sweetly. Of course, I'll protect you and won't let you come to any harm. However, that guy has bad intentions towards you. We can't let him off so easily. I have a way to deal with him, but I'll need your cooperation, Wang Haoren said. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Jiang Yuner said seriously. This guy found an actor. He wants to play a hero in front of you and win your favor. However, you don't have to expose him. When the time comes, you. Wang Haoren instructed Jiang Yuner. After Wang Haoren finished speaking, he and Jiang Yuner left the heaven-splitting tower. At around 2:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Yuner followed the original plan and took a car to the Go AI training base in the capital to train. Wang Haoren disguised himself as Jiang Yuner's auntie and accompanied Jiang Yuner. There were also several bodyguards accompanying them. When night fell, everyone left the base and prepared to return to the hotel. However, when the two cars passed a remote road without street lights, there was a big rock in the middle of the road that blocked their way. The car stopped. Several bodyguards got out of the car and prepared to move the big rock away. Yagyu, who was hiding in the dark, appeared. Like a ghost, he directly knocked out the bodyguards. Then, he walked toward Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner who were in one of the cars. Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner got out of the car and prepared to run. Yagyu tapped Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner's acupoints from a distance and restrained their movements. Who are you? Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner both tried to pretend to be frightened. I'm the one who can make you happy. Yagyu face was full of desire. His eyes wandered between the beautiful woman and the young girl. He reached out and touched the beautiful woman's cheek. Wang Haoren resisted the urge to slap Yagyu to death. At the same time, he cursed Chu Tian in his heart. Chu Tian was observing in the dark. However, he was dawdling and did not show up. This is the capital. Don't mess around. Wang Haoren could only try his best to pretend to be afraid. When Yagyu heard this, he did not restrain himself. Instead, he went even further. He reached out and wanted to tear off his clothes. At this time, Chu Tian slowly showed up from the dark. Yagyu sensed someone. He stopped and retracted his hand that was halfway toward Wang Haoren. How dare you ruin my plan? Do you want to die? Yagyu stared at Chu Tian gloomily. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to meddle in other people's business. Chu Tian laughed. Boy, I think you're tired of living. When Yagyu saw Chu Tian's expression, his eyes turned cold. At the same time, he quietly channeled his spiritual qi. Chu Tian looked relaxed, but he was secretly prepared to deal with it. The two of them looked at each other a few times and then started fighting. The result was no surprise. Yagyu was injured and then fled in a sorry state. Chu Tian unsealed Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner's acupoints and immediately chased after Yagyu. However, as a Japanese ninja, Yagyu had too many ways to escape. Chu Tian lost him and could only turn back. Wang Haoren and Jiang Yuner were still waiting in the same place. Auntie, I was right. I told you to be careful, Chu Tian said to Wang Haoren with a smile. Wang Haoren forced an awkward expression and did not say anything. Thank you for saving us, Jiang Yuner said to Chu Tian timidly. It's my duty to help when I see injustice. When Chu Tian looked at Jiang Yuner, the smile on his face deepened. You're Yuner, right? Yes, I'm Jiang Yuner. Jiang Yuner remembered Wang Haoren's instructions. Although she did not want to talk to Chu Tian, she still tried to maintain a gentle tone. When Chu Tian saw Jiang Yan'er speaking so gently, he felt that he had met love. Then, he eagerly said that he would send Jiang Yan'er and her auntie back. After arriving at the hotel, Chu Tian said, "I've received some news. It's not very peaceful here recently. That person ran away. He won't come back for us, right?" Jiang Yan'er said worriedly. "That's very likely," Chu Tian said seriously. Jiang Yan'er looked panicked when she heard that. "Don't worry. If you want, I can be your bodyguard temporarily and guarantee your safety," Chu Tian said. "This?" Jiang Yan'er hesitated. "If you think it's difficult, then forget it. You're on your own." Chu Tian scared her. "Then I'll have to trouble you to protect me," Jiang Yan'er said. "No trouble at all." Chu Tian was overjoyed. "I'll help you book a room in this hotel. When Yan'er goes out, I'll have to trouble you to protect her. As for the reward, name a price," Wang Haoren said. "That's up to you. You can decide how much you want," Chu Tian said indifferently. He did not care about money. What he cared about was that he could get close to Jiang Yan'er. When Wang Haoren saw Chu Tian staring at Jiang Yan'er's face without blinking, he secretly sneered. After making arrangements for Chu Tian, Wang Haoren and Jiang Yan'er returned to the room. "Stay here and don't go out. I'll be back soon," Wang Haoren instructed before sneaking out of the hotel. In his plan, he needed to pretend to be Yagyu Ichiro, so he had to deal with the real Yagyu Ichiro. When he had met Yagyu Ichiro before, Wang Haoren had secretly left a spiritual imprint on Yagyu Ichiro. When Wang Haoren triggered the spiritual imprint, he immediately knew Yagyu Ichiro's location. When Wang Haoren found Yagyu Ichiro was still confused about the situation. Wang Haoren did not waste time talking nonsense with Yagyu Ichiro. He directly restrained him and used his spiritual imprint to forcibly read his memories. At this point, Yagyu Ichiro was no longer of any value. Wang Haoren directly burned Yagyu Ichiro into ashes with the golden core fire, leaving no trace behind. After doing all this, Wang Haoren returned to Jiang Yan'er's room in the hotel. He was now pretending to be Jiang Yan'er's aunt. No one thought there was a problem with him staying with Jiang Yan'er. It was night time and the night was long. Of course, Wang Haoren wanted to talk to Jiang Yan'er about life and dreams. Ding. The host has captured the female lead Jiang Yan'er for the first time. Obtain 12,000 villain points, Jiang Yan'er female lead Halo -600, Chu Tian protagonist Halo -600, host villain Halo plus 1200. Ding. The female lead Jiang Yan'er's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 90, until death. At this moment, Chu Tian was in his room, still fantasizing about a romantic relationship with Jiang Yan'er. The next day, Jiang Yan'er went out to the base for training. Chu Tian accompanied her and was very responsible. Jiang Yan'er occasionally smiled shyly at him or gave him a bottle of water. Chu Tian was even more excited. This made Chu Tian feel that Jiang Yan'er liked him too. After 2 or 3 days, Chu Tian could not hold back anymore. He was secretly thinking about confessing to Jiang Yan'er. Wang Haoren didn't stay idle either. During this period of time, he had inquired about Yi Fan's residence from Yi Wuhan and roughly figured out what Yi Fan would do at different times. That night, Chu Tian finally could not hold back the love in his heart and came to Jiang Yan'er's room. After pacing around the door for a while, Chu Tian wanted to reach out and knock on the door, but he found that the door was ajar. In the crack of the door, he could vaguely hear Jiang Yan'er's faint cry for help. Chu Tian realized that something had happened. He pushed the door open and rushed into the bedroom to take a look. He saw that the quilt was moving up and down. Jiang Yan'er's voice was coming from it. Chu Tian felt like he was struck by lightning. As Chu Tian walked in, the person in the quilt was shocked. An ordinary-looking man turned his head and was shocked. He then got out of the quilt, picked up the clothes on the ground, and rushed out of the window. Jiang Yan'er only showed her head. Her face was full of tears, as if she had been tortured endlessly. Chu Tian naturally understood what had happened. In an instant, anger filled his heart and all his rationality was covered. He circulated all his spiritual energy and chased after the person who rushed out of the window. In a quiet and secluded mansion, Wu Xingtian was meditating in the room. Suddenly, he felt a very familiar aura. His wrinkled eyelids slowly opened. His figure instantly left the room and came to the source of the aura. However, the person had disappeared. Wu Xingtian recognized this aura. It was from Yaguichiro from Fusong. Wu Xingtian could completely guess that Yaguichiro wanted to sneak in to inquire about the situation. After sensing danger, he immediately fled. He could also vaguely sense the direction in which the aura escaped. Yaguichiro and Qian Hezhini had the secret technique to change their appearance and could easily sneak into the capital. They were a big problem. Wu Xingtian sensed Yaguichiro's aura and chased after him without hesitation. He wanted to get rid of this big problem. Just a moment after Wu Xingtian left, Chu Tian arrived outside the mansion with a monstrous murderous aura. Chu Tian followed the aura of the ordinary-looking man. However, when the aura reached here, it suddenly disappeared. In the mansion, Yi Fan, who was cultivating in the room, was disturbed by the murderous aura. Yi Fan only knew that it was an outsider who came here to make trouble, so he hurried to the source of the murderous aura. Yi Fan saw a man with a face full of anger. This man's appearance was clearly from the Yan country. He did not match the outsiders on the heaven roll. But what was with this murderous aura? Yi Fan was about to ask when Chu Tian took out the primordial sword and slashed at Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan was prepared, he did not expect the primordial sword's power. The impact caused his qi and blood to surge. A Khanate cardinal treasure? Yi Fan immediately determined the level of the weapon in Chu Tian's hand and was shocked. However, what he wanted to know the most was why this person in front of him attacked him for no reason. Yi Fan did not know the reason, but Chu Tian knew. Yi Fan's appearance and aura were the same as the person who bullied Jiang Yin'er. Why would Chu Tian waste his breath on Yi Fan? Chu Tian was furious. The only thought in his mind was to kill this bastard in front of him. I have never plotted with you, Your Highness. Yi Fan wanted to ask to know the reason. Die, bastard. The primordial sword shone brightly and slashed at Yi Fan again. Seeing the terrifying sword light, Yi Fan's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to summon his natal spiritual sword and circulate his spiritual qi to the maximum. Two dazzling sword lights collided with a loud bang. A terrifying buzzing sound resounded, and the earth faintly trembled. The people within a radius of more than 10 miles were all shocked by this huge commotion. They felt as if an earthquake had occurred. At the center of the collision, a terrifying storm swept out. It destroyed everything in its surroundings as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The door of Wu Xingtian's residence and some of the thick walls were flattened. Chu Tian and Yi Fan grunted at the same time. Although Chu Tian was only at Qi refinement level 9, his combat power had increased tremendously with the primordial sword. Yi Fan was at foundation building level 1 and had just cultivated his natal spiritual sword. However, compared to the primordial sword, it was still a far cry. Both of them did not gain any advantage in this fight. I don't even know you. There must be a misunderstanding. Tell me what happened. Yi Fan realized that Chu Tian was a tough nut to crack. He did not want to continue fighting with him. He wanted to clarify the situation and settle the matter. However, Chu Tian was so angry that he did not give Yi Fan much time to speak after seeing Jiang Yin'er being defiled. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, Chu Tian raised his sword and attacked again. Yi Fan could have chosen to run away and ignore Chu Tian. However, he was the profound heaven celestial lord. If he was not in a life and death situation, he would not run away. Yi Fan braced himself and fought with Chu Tian. However, Yi Fan felt that it was strange. Hence, he did not kill Chu Tian. This caused the conflict to become more intense. Hence, he was more on the defensive. Hence, he was a little restrained during the fight. However, Chu Tian was different. He was determined to kill Yi Fan. He was risking his life by fighting with Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan's cultivation was strong, he was at a disadvantage in this situation. However, he would lose if he kept defending. Chu Tian seized an opportunity and injured Yi Fan's arm. Blood flowed out from Yi Fan's arm and dyed the ground red in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the primordial sword's chaotic sword chi invaded Yi Fan's body and corroded his spiritual chi. No matter how calm Yi Fan was, he was enraged. When had the profound heaven celestial venerable ever been in such a difficult situation? He had endured everything, but Chu Tian's every move wanted to take his life. That sword strike just now had almost cut off one of his arms. You. Search. Die. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent. First, he sealed the chaotic sword chi in his body. Then, he held his natal spiritual sword and charged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian was also not afraid of death as he fought with Yi Fan. The two of them did not hold back at all. After exchanging blows for dozens of breaths of time, both of them had consumed a lot of energy. But Chu Tian had no intention of retreating. Yi Fan was invaded by the Hongmeng sword's chaotic sword chi, and his spiritual chi was constantly being depleted. He understood that if he continued to waste time with Chu Tian, it would be disadvantageous for him, so he wanted to quickly end the battle. While Chu Tian was pushed back, Yi Fan stood in the air and injected his remaining spiritual chi into his natal spiritual sword. A terrifying aura began to accumulate rapidly. Even Chu Tian, who had been blinded by anger, regained some of his rationality at this moment. However, Chu Tian had no intention of retreating. He also channeled his remaining spiritual energy into the Hongmeng sword. The originally dim Hongmeng sword glowed brightly once again. At this moment, Wu Xingtian suddenly rushed over to the side of Yi Wuhan and the Yen Dragon army. Yi Wuhan thought that the battle between Yi Fan and Chu Tian had caused such a huge commotion. Naturally, he rushed over with the Yen Dragon army. However, the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying. Yi Wuhan knew very well that if he rushed over, he might die if he was hit by the aftermath. So, he did not dare to approach. He only stood on a high ground and watched the battle with the Yen Dragon army. What's going on? Wu Xingtian was stunned and confused as he asked Yi Wuhan. I don't understand either. Yi Wuhan also shook his head blankly. I don't know where this expert came from, but he suddenly started fighting with Yi Xintian. After replying, Yi Wuhan asked, Master, where did you go? Yi Wuhan was still wondering why his master did not appear with such a huge commotion. I discovered that Yagyu Ichiro had sneaked into my house, so I sensed his aura and chased after him. Unfortunately, I lost him, Wu Xingtian said regretfully. Then, Wu Xingtian looked at the battle and locked his gaze on Chu Tian. Master, that Yi Xiantian is really unfathomable. He's only at the 21st Heaven Saint realm, but he has so many powerful techniques. He's not weaker than you, Master. Yi Wuhan said some of the information he had gathered from watching the battle. Wu Xingtian had long felt that Yi Xiantian was not simple. After hearing his disciple's words, he was not surprised. He only looked at the person opposite Yi Xiantian in shock. This person is fighting with Yi Xiantian, and he's not defeated? Wu Xingtian was shocked. I don't know where this person is from, but he's not weaker than Yi Xiantian, Yi Wuhan said. Looking at this person, he shouldn't be an outsider. He seems to be from the Yen country. If we're in danger, with the help of these two people, we don't have to be afraid of the outsiders. Wu Xingyun was a little agitated. We can't let them continue fighting. No matter what conflicts they have, I have to reconcile them. After saying that, Wu Xingtian turned into a ray of light and flew towards the battle in the distance. Both of you, please wait. Wu Xingyun shouted. However, at this moment, Yi Fan had accumulated enough power. He wanted to end the battle and avoid being entangled with Chu Tian. He ignored Wu Xingtian's attempt to stop him. He raised his natal spiritual sword and shouted in a low voice. A sword of separation. The terrifying sword light was hundreds of feet long, as if it could cut the world apart. At the same time, the Hongmeng sword also burst out a dazzling light. The two sword lights slashed towards each other. Wu Xingyun, who was between the two, was at the center of the firepower. Wu Xingyun only felt his scalp go numb. He did not dare to persuade them. He immediately channeled all his spiritual energy and fled. The 200-meter-long sword lights collided with each other under the shocked gazes of the surrounding spectators. In an instant, everything in the surroundings seemed to fall silent, and there was no sound at all. This silence lasted for a few seconds before it suddenly erupted. The two sword lights were so dazzling that no one could look at them directly. Everyone's vision was filled with white light. It was as if the whole world had turned into a white light. Boom, there was a terrible explosion that hurt people's eardrums. The earth seemed to tremble. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. People opened their eyes and looked at the battle in the distance again. In the battle far away, smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision and preventing them from seeing what was happening. However, no one dared to go closer to take a look. After all, the commotion just now was too terrifying. It was like a fight between gods. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipated, some scenes appeared. Wu Xingtian's mansion had already turned into a pile of rubble. On the ground, there was a sword mark that was several feet deep and hundreds of feet long. It made people feel as if the earth had been split open. On both sides of the sword mark stood two people. These two people were no doubt the initiators of the terrifying commotion. They were Chu Tian and Yi Fan. The two of them stood facing each other from a distance. No one could tell who had won. However, after a few breaths, Chu Tian's body swayed and he fell to the ground. Yi Fan's body was also swaying, but he did not fall. Yi Xiantian was the winner of this shocking confrontation. Wang Haoran, who was watching from afar, exclaimed, "The Xiantian celestial master is awesome." Yi Fan was indeed the reincarnation of a celestial master. His battle experience was not something that a hothead like Chu Tian could compare with. Although Chu Tian had a heaven-defying weapon like the primordial sword, he still lost to Yi Xiantian. Wang Haoran had hoped that Chu Tian and Yi Fan would die together. Then, he would clean up the mess and take the primordial sword. However, it was a pity that Chu Tian was still slightly weaker than Yi Fan. However, Wang Haoran was still satisfied with this outcome. He and Jiang Yan'er had put on a show to provoke Chu Tian and make him chase after them. They had purposely left some traces of their aura so that Chu Tian could find Wu Xingtian's mansion. Moreover, Wang Haoran had pretended to be Yagyu Ichiro to lure Wu Xingtian away to prevent him from mediating the fight. Although Yi Fan and Chu Tian did not die in this battle, both of them had suffered heavy injuries, especially Chu Tian. Chu Tian was furious for a woman. He did not care about the consequences and used the power of the primordial sword without restraint. Rather than saying that Chu Tian had lost to Yi Fan, it was better to say that Chu Tian had suffered a backlash from the primordial sword. However, since Wang Haoran could see this, Yi Fan could naturally see this as well. The reason why Yi Fan used the world separation sword was because he wanted Chu Tian to overuse the power of the primordial sword, causing the primordial sword to backfire. All in all, the profound heaven celestial venerable was slightly stronger. On the other side, Wu Xingtian looked at the house he had lived in for so many years, turned into a pile of ruins. His lips trembled. However, relatively speaking, what made Wu Xingtian more distressed was not the house. Wu Xingtian turned into a ray of light and flew in front of Yi Fan. He quickly transferred some spirit qi to him. Yi Fan's wobbly body finally stabilized. However, he was only able to stand firmly. "My injuries aren't light. I need to find a place where no one will disturb me to recuperate. I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with those outsiders." Yi Fan's voice was obviously weak. Wu Xingtian almost fainted. They thought that with Yi Xuantian's help, they wouldn't be afraid of the other races. But now, this feeling of giving hope, only to have it extinguished, was truly unbearable. "Why did you fight with someone for no reason?" Wu Xingtian was confused. "This person is crazy. He wanted to kill me when he saw me. I don't even know him." Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He was extremely depressed about this battle. "This?" Wu Xingtian was stunned. "This matter isn't that simple. Maybe someone is plotting against me. I can't stay here for long. I need to find a place to recuperate." After Yi Fan calmed down, he came to a conclusion. "Do you need my help?" Wu Xingtian sighed and could only say so. "No need." Yi Fan didn't trust anyone now. With that, Yi Fan used his last bit of spirit qi to hide his aura and quickly left the place. Wang Haoran saw this from afar. He wanted to chase after Yi Fan and assassinate him. However, for safety's sake, he controlled himself. Although Yi Fan was almost exhausted, the immortal venerable's soul was still intact. If Wang Haoren was careless, he would be discovered by Yi Fan. Wang Haoren didn't want to die together with Yi Fan. Under such circumstances, he could only retreat. But this would undoubtedly alert the enemy and arouse Yi Fan's warning. It would be more difficult to plot against Yi Fan in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Haoren dismissed the idea. Moreover, Wang Haoren was more concerned about Chu Tian. After Wu Xingtian saw Yi Fan leave, he quickly went to check on Chu Tian. Chu Tian's injuries were more serious than Yi Fan's, and he was barely breathing. Although he wouldn't die in a short time, but if he didn't do anything, Chu Tian would really die. Wu Xingtian had a good impression of the Fire Country's cultivators, and he hoped that everyone could work together to fight against the outsiders. Moreover, Wu Xingtian had seen Chu Tian's strength earlier. Wu Xingtian asked himself, if it was him against Chu Tian, his old bones would definitely fall apart. Wu Xingtian had thought that after his time was up, the Fire Country didn't have any top exponents to fight against the outsiders. But the appearance of Yi Xiantian and Chu Tian gave him hope. Wu Xingtian squatted down and immediately injected a lot of spirit energy into Chu Tian to help him stabilize his injuries. After that, he called Yi Wuhan over and asked her to seal the news and not let what happened here spread out. Yi Wuhan also understood the seriousness of the matter. If the outsiders knew that the help here was gone, they would definitely take action. Yi Wuhan suddenly had a bad premonition. But at this juncture, worrying was useless and she could only try her best to seal the news. Wu Xingtian brought the unconscious Chu Tian to the nearest Flame Dragon army stronghold, ready to treat Chu Tian's injuries. Wang Haoren quietly left the place, and then turned back, pretending to be attracted by the huge commotion here. When Yi Wuhan saw Wang Haoren, she immediately went up to him. What happened here? Wang Haoren looked at the mess in the distance and asked Yi Wuhan in confusion. The battle between Yi Xiantian and an unknown exponent caused this. Wu Xingtian had instructed her to seal the news, but Yi Wuhan didn't think that Wang Haoren was an outsider, so she naturally wouldn't hide it. Moreover, Wang Haoren was already here, even if she didn't say anything, he would probably be able to guess it. Oh? Wang Haoren pretended to be surprised. Who won and who lost? Yi Xiantian won by a small margin and the unknown exponent lost. But Yi Fan's condition didn't look good and it wasn't easy for him to win. Yi Wuhan explained, and then said with both joy and worry. For the time being, you don't have to worry about Yi Xiantian finding trouble with you. Yi Wuhan was overjoyed because Yi Xiantian wouldn't be able to take revenge on Wang Haoren for the time being, and worried because Yi Xiantian couldn't even take care of himself and couldn't provide any help to the Fire Country. If the outsiders came, they would be in big trouble. When Wang Haoren saw Yi Wuhan's expression, he could guess what she was thinking. Actually, I'm not afraid of Yi Xiantian at all. It doesn't matter if he's injured or not. It doesn't affect me at all, Wang Haoren said. Yi Wuhan had just witnessed the battle and had a new understanding of Yi Xiantian's strength. Therefore, she thought that Wang Haoren only said that because he wanted to save face. There was another possibility, which was that even Wang Haoren himself didn't know how powerful Yi Xiantian was now. That was why he was so confident. Yi Wuhan didn't say anything. She just squeezed out a smile and pretended to believe him. You don't have to worry. I'll deal with those outsiders. I won't let them do anything rash, Wang Haoren said again. Okay, but you have to be careful too. Do what you can, Yi Wuhan said worriedly. Wang Haoren looked up at the stars and moon in the sky. He seemed to think that the scenery was pretty good. Are you free? Let's go for a walk together? Yi Wuhan wanted to refuse. After all, her master had just told her to block the news. She was really busy now. But on second thought, it wasn't easy for Wang Haoren to invite him. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. If he refused, Wang Haoren might ignore him next time. Okay. But wait a moment. I need to tell my subordinates something. Yi Wuhan thought of a compromise. Although she had to block the news, she didn't need to do it personally. Her subordinates would do it for her. She was only here to oversee things. Leaving this place wouldn't affect her much. Wang Haoren nodded at Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan hurried to tell her subordinates something. After that, she immediately returned to Wang Haoren's side. The two left this place and strolled along a path under the moon. Yi Wuhan's heart was rippling. She was a little nervous and didn't say anything along the way. Wang Haoren invited her to take a walk, which naturally made her imagination run wild. There's no one here. It's convenient to talk about business. When they reached a quiet place, Wang Haoren suddenly broke the silence. Yi Wuhan was startled. Do you have something to discuss with me? That's right. There were too many people watching just now, so it was a little inconvenient. That's why I found an excuse, Wang Haoren explained. Yi Wuhan was secretly disappointed, but he quickly pulled himself together and asked seriously, what do you want to tell me? I'm ashamed to say this, Wang Haoren first sighed, then immediately continued, I have many beauties by my side, but after meeting Mishi for the first time, I couldn't forget her. This time, a large part of the reason why I came to the imperial capital with Suwen and Nanji was to meet Mishi. I know it may be rude, but I still want to ask, is Mishi willing to stay with me forever? Yi Wuhan had been waiting for Wang Haoren to get down to business, but he hadn't expected to hear such words. This really shocked Yi Wuhan. This is serious business? Yi Wuhan was stunned. Marriage is a major event. Isn't it serious business? Wang Haoren asked back. It's a major event. It's also a private matter. Right now. I'm really. Yi Wuhan wanted to say something, but stopped. Forgive me for offending you. Since Mishi doesn't want to talk about private matters now, then just pretend that I didn't say these words. Wang Haoren looked sad. From now on, I will definitely dispel such thoughts. I will only treat Mishi as a friend. I will never have any rude thoughts again. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan was anxious. She hurriedly said, since you said it, how can you pretend that you didn't say it? What does Mishi mean? Wang Haoren asked. Actually, I'm the same. I fell in love with you at first sight. After returning to the imperial capital, I couldn't forget you. I even decided that in this life. I will only marry you in this life. Yi Wuhan lowered her head shyly and whispered. Wang Haoren held her chin and made her raise her head. Then, he slowly moved his head closer to her with deep affection. Yi Wuhan's rationality told her that she shouldn't think about these things now, let alone do them. However, rationality was no match for emotion. Yi Wuhan couldn't help but close her eyes. After a long time, the two of them separated. Yi Wuhan's face was red. She felt sweet in her heart, but at the same time, she felt guilty. With her status, she shouldn't have cared about private matters at this juncture. This feeling of guilt also came from this. However, Yi Wuhan really couldn't refuse. Wang Haoren and Yi Wuhan continued to walk under the moon for a while. When their feelings were strong, they would occasionally continue to interact with each other. When it was close to midnight, Wang Haoren and Yi Wuhan finally said goodbye. Wang Haoren didn't return to Munanji's house. Instead, he changed into Yagyu Ichiro's appearance and went to a foreign contact point outside the capital with the memory he had obtained from Yagyu Ichiro. He then sent a message. After Wang Haoren stayed at the contact point for a while, he soon sensed an aura approaching. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Because with Yagyu Ichiro's ability, he shouldn't have discovered this. Soon, many enchanting beauties appeared in Wang Haoren's field of vision. These beauties were extremely seductive. They put on an indecent posture and even hugged Wang Haoren. Some of Wang Haoren's thoughts were quickly aroused. However, he knew that these were just illusions. However, he naturally had to pretend to be a pervert like Yagyu Ichiro, so he had no choice but to sink into it. Then, at the critical moment when Yagyu Ichiro was about to do something, the illusions around him disappeared instantly. There was a burst of giggling, and an enchanting beauty with a slender waist walked slowly into the room. Lord Xianxia, you don't have to joke with me like this every time, do you? Wang Haoren tidied up his indecent clothes and said gloomily to the enchanting woman in Japanese. This woman was another expert on the heaven list from Japan, Xianxia. Ranked second on the heaven list, Xianxia's status and strength were much higher than Yagyu Ichiro's, who ranked 8th on the heaven list. Weren't you very happy just now? Xianxia suddenly showed an inexplicable smile. Men are all cheap. Wang Haoran cursed one of Qianhe Zhenyi's close relatives in his heart, but he said with a smile, Lord Qianhe, you're right. After Qianhe Zhenyi's arrival, other experts from foreign clans arrived one after another. Including Qianhe Zhenyi and Yagyu Ichiro, there were a total of 7 people, all of whom were top 10 experts on the heaven list. Except for Wu Xingtian, who ranked first on the heaven list, Lan Qianshan, who ranked 9th on the heaven list, and Yi Shantian, who ranked 10th on the heaven list, the rest of the top 10 experts on the heaven list were all here. Yagyu Ichiro, why did you suddenly send us an urgent message and ask us to come here? What's the matter? If you waste my time, I'll twist your head off, the expert from Country M with werewolf blood suddenly said. Wang Haoran resisted the urge to slap the white-skinned man to death. I got some very important information in the city. Are you going to find a woman? Or are you going to ask for information? The expert from Country M had heard a little about Yagyu Ichiro's conduct. Looking for a woman, Wang Haoran said. All the experts on the heaven list, including Qianhe Zhenyi, were now looking at Yagyu Ichiro with an unfriendly look. But this woman is called Yi Wuhan. Wang Haoran showed a wretched smile. He was now in Yagyu Ichiro's appearance. Yagyu Ichiro's real appearance was very wretched, and his smile was even more wretched. Hearing Yagyu Ichiro's words, the other experts on the heaven list present were all stunned. Wang Haoran continued, I've already taken care of Yi Wuhan and coaxed her to poison Wu Xingtian. Although the poison can't kill Wu Xingtian, it can greatly affect his combat strength. Let's sneak into the capital together. Once Yi Wuhan succeeds, we'll swarm up and kill Wu Xingtian. Once Wu Xingtian is dead, I don't think I need to say more about the rest, right? Hearing Wang Haoran's words, the expressions of the experts on the heaven list changed. Wu Xingtian alone had suppressed the other races to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads, for over 100 years. These outsiders hated Wu Xingtian to the core. Now that Wu Xingtian was about to die, no one wanted to let go of this opportunity. If Wu Xingtian broke through the limit, it would be a disaster for these outsiders. They could only rest easy if Wu Xingtian died. Everyone present was moved by Wang Haoran's words. However, they were not fools. They did not believe Wang Haoran's words so easily. What kind of person is Yi Wuhan? How could he be so easily dealt with by you? I think it's more likely that you've been bewitched by Yi Wuhan. You've already defected to the enemy. You want to trick us and let Wu Xingtian catch us all in one fell swoop. A monk from India on the heaven roll looked deeply at Wang Haoran and said. All the experts on the heaven list, including Qianhe Zhenyi, stared at Yagyu Ichiro with unfriendly eyes. I have my ways to deal with women. Since you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything, Wang Haoran said. It's hard for us to believe your one-sided words. Show us some substantial evidence, Qianhe Zhenyi said. I have evidence. If Lord Qianhe wants to see my majesty, I can show it to you. Wang Haoran smiled strangely. Qianhe Zhenyi frowned when he saw his wretched look, but he still said, give it to me. Bring it over, I want to have a look. Wang Haoran got up and turned on Yagyu Ichiro's phone. He opened the photos he had prepared. At first, he showed some photos taken when he and Yi Wuhan were strolling under the moon. However, Wang Haoran's face could not be seen. Only Yi Wuhan's face could be seen. Then, there were some photos that did not show the faces of the men and women, but were very shocking. These photos were not of Wang Haoran and Yi Wuhan, but of Yagyu Ichiro and other women. However, Qianhe Zhenyi had a preconceived notion that the man and woman in the photo were Yagyu Ichiro and Yi Wuhan. When he saw the indecent scenes, he naturally thought that they were Yagyu Ichiro and Yi Wuhan. Qianhe Zhenyi had never done this kind of thing before, but he had seen many such scenes. Although it was dirty to his eyes, he was still calm. The rest of the experts on the heaven roll also came over to take a look. Just like Qianhe Zhenyi, they thought that the man and woman were Yagyu Ichiro and Yi Wuhan. Everyone exchanged glances and began to believe Yagyu Ichiro's words. However, the powerhouse from Country M with the werewolf bloodline looked at Wang Haoran with some disdain. He glanced at a certain part of Wang Haoran's body and said mockingly, Wang Haoran. I've long heard that the men in Fusang are very short, but I didn't expect them to be so short. The powerhouse from Country M spoke in a roundabout way, but everyone present understood what he meant. Wang Haoren wanted to compete with white paper to broaden his horizons, but on second thought, he realized that Yaguichiro was indeed short. Moreover, he was mocking Yaguichiro, which had nothing to do with him. However, Wang Haoren, who was disguised as Yaguichiro, immediately showed an angry look when he heard that. White paper, watch your words. Shorty, I like to say that. What do you want? The powerhouse from Country M seemed to be provoking him. Wang Haoren pretended that he wanted to fight, but he suddenly deflated like a balloon and looked at Xianxia for help. This was Yaguichiro's character. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. As the eighth on the heaven roll, Yaguichiro was the weakest in this group of people. Xianxia hated Yaguichiro, but after all, they were both from Fusang, so he chose to stand on Yaguichiro's side. Therefore, he looked at the powerhouse from Country M and said, Yaguichiro is just an exception. Mr. Smith, please don't insult all the men in Fusang. Hearing that, Wang Haoren mourned for Yaguichiro. Although Xianxia spoke for Yaguichiro, he also insulted Yaguichiro severely. Wang Haoren squeezed out an awkward expression at the right time. The other experts on the scene chuckled. Seeing Xianxia's seductive look, Smith's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but say, from what Miss Xianxia said, it seems that you have seen the real abilities of many men in Fusang. But I'm sure you haven't seen the real world. Oh, Mr. Smith, do you mean the real world? Xianxia said with a charming smile. Miss Xianxia, if you'd like, let's have a competition. Smith hinted. Okay. Xianxia said and walked outside. Smith was excited and left with her. After a while, Xianxia came back with a charming smile. Smith came back later. However, there was no joy on Smith's face. Instead, there were some bruises on his face. Smith said that it was a competition, but Xianxia really wanted to have a competition with him. As the second on the heaven list, Xianxia was very powerful. Although Smith was the third on the heaven list, he could hardly fight back against Xianxia. That was why Smith's face was bruised. Guys, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. The Indian monk looked at Yaguichiro and said. Yi Wuhan is the only disciple of Wu Xingtian. I don't believe she will be easily bewitched by you. Besides the evidence just now, do you have any other evidence? To prove that Yi Wuhan is under your command now. Hearing that, the other powerhouses on the heaven list looked at Yaguichiro and waited for his reply. No. However, I, Yaguichiro, swear to the heavens that if I lie, I will die without a complete corpse. Wang Haoren swore in Yaguichiro's name. Xianxia and the others looked at each other and felt that Yaguichiro's words were not persuasive enough. Look at you guys. Obviously, you don't believe me. I spent so much effort to coax Yi Wuhan into agreeing with me. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I am afraid that it will be dangerous to besiege Wu Xingtian. Wang Haoren stood up and said obscenely. Women are more comfortable on their bellies. I don't care about Wu Xingtian anymore. You guys can do whatever you want. I don't want to stay in this damn place anymore. I am going somewhere else. After that, Wang Haoren whistled and left. However, when Wang Haoren's back was facing the crowd, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Yaguichiro left, the others looked at each other. One of the powerhouses on the heaven list from Jiaoji looked at Xianxia and asked, Miss Xianxia, you and Yaguichiro are both from Fusang. You should know him better than us. How trustworthy do you think Yaguichiro's words are? Yaguichiro is a lecherous man. His head is full of women. I only believe half of what he says, Xianxia said. When the others heard this, they exchanged glances with each other. No one spoke first. They were all hesitant. Xianxia continued, I just sprinkled a kind of tracking powder on Yaguichiro's body. It can let me know his approximate location. If what he said is true, then his next move will be traceable. Hearing this, the hesitation on everyone's faces disappeared. Smith from Country M said, that is to say, this shorty sneaked into the city to report to Yi Wuhan. If he is far away from the capital, then his words can be trusted. Smith said what was on everyone's mind, and everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, the monk from India asked, "What's the matter? Miss Xianxia, where is Ichiro? He is already 50 miles away from the capital." Now he suddenly stopped somewhere. "I don't know what he is doing," Xianxia sensed carefully and replied. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and call him back," Smith urged. The others had no objection. They didn't have a perfect plan to deal with Wu Xingtian. The only solution was to make trouble in the capital and let Wu Xingtian put out fires everywhere. But there was no way to kill Wu Xingtian. Under normal circumstances, no one was sure that they could kill Wu Xingtian if they all attacked together. All he wanted to do was to keep causing trouble. Until the end of Wu Xingtian's life. However, they were afraid that they would be killed by Wu Xingtian during this period. They didn't want to give up the opportunity that Ichiro brought. After seeing everyone's reaction, Xianxia called Ichiro with his mobile phone. After the call was made, it took a while for the other side to pick up the call. However, it wasn't Ichiro's voice, but a woman's. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard the voice. But soon, they felt that it was reasonable. "Come back to the stronghold immediately," Xianxia said. "Master Xianxia, I'm busy." "Let's talk after I'm done," Ichiro replied. "I want you to come back to the stronghold immediately." Xianxia's tone was somewhat commanding. "Lady Chizuru, I can't stop now. Please wait until I'm done." Ichiro's voice was mixed in with the woman's strange voice. "Since you like women so much, I'll find you 8 or 10. Come back to the stronghold now," Xianxia said. "I'm not interested in ordinary women, unless Lord Xianxia can let me." Ichiro's obscene voice came from the phone. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xianxia. "Do you want to die?" "Hee, Lord Xianxia, I was just joking." "Alright, I'll be right back." Following Ichiro's character, Wang Haoran agreed after a short discussion with Xianxia. Wang Haoran hung up. At the same time, he stopped tickling the beauty beside him. "Beauty, thank you for your cooperation," Wang Haoran said to the girl who hit on him on the street. His current appearance was not Ichiro, but his original appearance. Just a casual smile was enough to make this beautiful woman dizzy. "Handsome, were you putting on an act for others to hear?" "Actually, you don't have to," the girl said with a blushing face. "I'm touched by your enthusiasm, but I really have something to do. See you later." Wang Haoran waved his hand and quickly left. The girl wanted to chase after him, but she couldn't. After Wang Haoran left the girl's sight, he changed into Ichiro's obscene appearance and slowly returned to the stronghold. He walked into the meeting room in the stronghold with a joyful expression. Xianxia and the others were all waiting here. "You're too slow." Xianxia had been waiting for a long time and was a bit impatient. When he saw Ichiro, he scolded him. "That woman is not very pretty, so I'm a bit slow. If it was Lord Xianxia, it would have been over in an instant." Ichiro said flirtatiously, but he stopped when he saw the murderous look in Xianxia's eyes. "We've discussed and decided to trust you," Xianxia said. "So?" Wang Haoran asked. "We'll follow your plan," Xianxia said. "I've thought about it, and it's risky. Let's forget about it. Wu Xingtian is about to die, and he doesn't have much time left," Wang Haoran said. "Don't talk nonsense. Just do what I tell you to do. We'll follow your plan and let Yi Wuhan poison him. We'll find a chance to sneak into the city. When Yi Wuhan succeeds, we'll kill Wu Xingtian together," Xianxia said. "There's one more thing. After Yi Wuhan succeeds, Lord Yagyu must kill Yi Wuhan before we take action," the Indian monk chimed in. "I agree," the Heaven Roll overlords from Jiaoji agreed. "You want such a charming woman to die?" "How cruel," Ichiro said playfully. "Yagyu, you've tortured so many women to death." "Yi Wuhan won't be a problem," Xianxia said. This was one of the reasons why she hated Ichiro so much. "I haven't had enough with Yi Wuhan yet." "I don't want to kill her," Wang Haoran said. "To reassure everyone, you must kill Yi Wuhan before you kill Wu Xingtian. As for your loss, I'll make it up to you," Xianxia said. "How do you plan to make it up to me, Lord Xianxia?" Wang Haoran looked interested. "Of course. I'll satisfy your longing for me. Xianxia looked at him flirtatiously. Lord Xianhe, are you serious? Wang Haoren looked doubtful. There are so many people here. Everyone can testify, Xianxia said. In order to make Yaguichiro do what everyone else wanted, Smith and the others immediately expressed their opinions. Wang Haoren was not a fool. He knew that Xianxia was only doing this for the sake of expediency. After everything was done, Xianxia would definitely turn hostile. He would not be able to lay a finger on her. However, Yaguichiro would definitely fall for it. Yaguichiro had no brain at all. Even when he thought about things, he used his lower body. Okay, it's a deal. After Yu Wuhan poisons him, I'll kill her. Then we'll besiege Wu Xingtian and kill him. Wang Haoren said excitedly. Hearing his description, Xianxia and the others were also looking forward to it. They continued to discuss the detailed plan. Then, they opened the champagne and celebrated in advance. After that, they went back to their respective places. It was midnight. After Wang Haoren left the contact point, he returned to the capital city and snuck into one of the Yen Dragon Army's strongholds. The strong warriors of the other races had taken the bait. Wang Haoren only needed to wait. To Wang Haoren, dealing with the other races was secondary. What he was most concerned about was Chu Tian's primordial sword. After Wang Haoren obtained the heaven-splitting pagoda, he deeply understood the power of this heaven-defying cheat. The primordial sword was the highest-grade innate treasure. Of course, he had to take it. After Wu Xingtian brought Chu Tian back to the Yen Dragon Army's stronghold, he began to treat Chu Tian's injuries. He continued until now. No matter how high Wu Xingtian's cultivation was, he still used up a lot of his spiritual energy. His entire body was weak. Now that the other races were watching, Wu Xingtian knew that his current state was very disadvantageous. But Wu Xingtian was thinking on another level. He did not have the slightest confidence that he could break through his limit. Hence, he was willing to use up his spiritual energy to leave behind a glimmer of hope. Chu Tian's injuries were not light. If not treated in time, it would leave behind irreversible damage. It would seriously affect his future cultivation progress. Wu Xingtian's action was to sacrifice his spiritual energy to help Chu Tian. This would accelerate Wu Xingtian's limit. Wang Haoren secretly watched this scene. He sighed at Wu Xingtian's righteousness. But from another perspective, wasn't this Chu Tian's main character aura acting up? When the main character encountered danger, he could often turn it into safety. Chu Tian's current situation was very good proof of this point. After stabilizing Chu Tian's injuries, Wu Xingtian was exhausted. He let the Yen Dragon Army guard Chu Tian outside while he went to rest. Wang Haoren avoided everyone's eyes and quietly snuck into Chu Tian's room. At this time, Chu Tian was still unconscious. In Yifan's 1,000 years of experience, there were too many things that included too many things. Naturally, it included stealing other people's treasures that had not been completely integrated. In his previous life, Yifan had done many things like killing people and stealing their treasures. According to Yifan's memories, Wang Haoren successfully extracted Chu Tian's Hongmeng sword using the method Yifan had used. Ding! The host has taken Chu Tian's primordial sword. The reward is 30,000 villain points, Chu Tian's protagonist aura minus 1,500, the host's villain aura plus 1,500. Ding! Chu Tian has lost the primordial sword. His destiny has scattered. He has lost his main character status. Wang Haoren quickly received 2 messages and was slightly surprised. However, on second thought, he felt that it was normal. Last time, Chu Tian had narrowly missed out on the innate supreme treasure Skysplit Pagoda. This time, he had lost the innate supreme treasure Primordial Chaos Sword. If he were to encounter another great opportunity in the future and obtain another innate supreme treasure of this level, then his protagonist aura would be ridiculously strong. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-splitting pagoda or the primordial chaos sword, as long as he obtained one of them, he would have a high chance of reaching the Dao integration stage. Chu Tian had obtained them one after the other. This kind of luck was already heaven-defying. Chu Tian, who had lost his status as the main character, would no longer have any luck in the future and would become an ordinary character. Even if he regained his Qi refining stage level 9, without the protection of the protagonist aura, he would only be cannon fodder. To Wang Haoran, Chu Tian was no longer a threat. Wang Haoran was too lazy to kill Chu Tian. It would only add to the trouble. After putting away the primordial chaos sword, Wang Haoran quietly left the room and went to the hotel where Jiang Yuner was. That night, Wang Haoran had secretly done many things. Now, he could finally take a breather. Jiang Yuner saw that Wang Haoran had not returned for a long time after leaving. She was a little worried, so she did not rest and waited. After Wang Haoran appeared in the room, Jiang Yuner was finally relieved. "Are you all right?" Jiang Yuner looked at Wang Haoran from head to toe and asked softly with concern. "How could I not be all right? But you, it's so late and you're still not sleeping." Wang Haoran gently pinched her face. "I was worried about you." "How could I sleep?" Jiang Yuner asked with hidden bitterness. "How is it? Did it go smoothly? The person who had designs on you has already been taught a lesson." Wang Haoran said briefly. "That's good." Jiang Yuner nodded. "Do we still have some things to do?" Wang Haoran looked at Jiang Yuner with a smile that was not a smile. Jiang Yuner was stunned for a moment. Then, she reacted and her face instantly turned red. In order to make this scene more realistic, the two of them had made it real. However, after Chu Tian's arrival, Wang Haoran had to give up halfway and lead Chu Tian away. Whether it was Wang Haoran or Jiang Yuner, they did not feel very good. Now that the trouble was temporarily solved, of course, they had to finish what they had not finished. The next day. In order to save Chu Tian, Wu Xingtian had consumed too much qi and needed to recuperate for a period of time. After Yi Wuhan heard this, he was shocked and also felt very sad. His master did not have much time left. Now that he had consumed so much qi, it was undoubtedly speeding up his time. For a moment, he was naturally worried and sad. Wu Xingtian was more open-minded about this and did not regret doing so. If he had another chance to choose, he would still do the same. However, the only thing that worried Wu Xingtian was the sudden arrival of those foreign races. "Master, I actually have a helper on my side. He might be able to help a lot," Yi Wuhan suddenly said. Previously, with Yi Shantian as a big helper, Yi Wuhan did not deliberately mention Wang Haoran. Moreover, Wu Xingtian had promised Yi Shantian that he would help him find Wang Haoran. If it was not especially necessary, Yi Wuhan did not even want Wang Haoran to appear in front of Wu Xingtian and Yi Shantian. However, the current situation had to be mentioned. Yi Wuhan did not want his master to be worried and recuperate. He also wanted to calm Wu Xingtian down by mentioning Wang Haoran. Although Yi Wuhan did not have much hope for Wang Haoran, Yi Wuhan knew that he had to believe it now. At the very least, he had to let his master believe that Wang Haoran could solve the current situation. "Oh, who is it?" Wu Xingtian's dim eyes brightened as he asked. He is the person I met in the demonic city," Yi Wuhan said with some embarrassment. After Wu Xingtian heard this, he immediately understood. At the same time, he was very curious. What kind of person was this man that made his disciple decide to marry no one else but him? "I want to see him," Wu Xingtian said. Yi Wuhan nodded and left for a while. When he returned, there was an additional person beside him. When Wu Xingtian saw the man that Yi Wuhan brought, his old face was full of shock. He had lived for so long and had seen too many people, but this was the first time he had seen such a good-looking man. Wu Xingtian seemed to understand why his disciple had fallen for him. However, at the same time, Wu Xingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. This was because Wu Xingtian could sense that this person's cultivation was only around the 6th level of the Sage Realm. This was a far cry from Yi Xuantian's 11th level of the Sage Realm. Wu Xingtian experienced the feeling of being given hope only to be met with disappointment once again. "Wuhan, I want to rest. You can leave." Wu Xingtian's heart was incomparably gloomy. He just wanted to be quiet for a while. When Wang Haoran saw Wu Xingtian's reaction, he could roughly guess what he was thinking. In Wu Xingtian's opinion, a 6th heaven Sage Realm cultivation wasn't enough to solve this crisis. However, in Wang Haoran's opinion, this level of cultivation was more than enough. He had a habit of not revealing all his trump cards. The reason why he had only revealed his sixth heaven sage realm cultivation was because he felt that he could completely control the situation. After all, Wang Haoren had already seen the foreign races and knew their background. In Wu Xingtian's opinion, he had never considered the possibility of fighting someone of a higher realm. He only thought that a sixth heaven sage realm was not enough. In this regard, Wang Haoren was too lazy to explain. When he heard Wu Xingtian's words, he prepared to leave with Yi Wuhan and let Wu Xingtian rest. Yi Wuhan also saw through Wu Xingtian's thoughts and stopped in his tracks. In order to ease Wu Xingtian's heart, he braced himself and said, "Master, don't look down on him just because he is a sixth heaven sage realm. His true strength is far beyond that." When he said this, even Yi Wuhan didn't believe it. Not to mention the others, just the second on the heaven ranking, Xianxia, had a cultivation of the 13th heaven sage realm. Wang Haoren was only a 6th heaven sage realm cultivator. If he faced Xianxia alone, he would probably be beaten to the ground, not to mention the other experts of the foreign races. "Master believes you." Wu Xingtian suddenly revealed a kind smile after hearing this. He also understood that he had lost his composure just now. Regardless of whether Wang Haoren could be of great help, it was already very commendable that he was willing to help the Fire Country. After Wu Xingtian responded to Yi Wuhan, he looked at Wang Haoren and revealed a kind smile. "You are so young, but you are already a 6th heaven sage realm cultivator. Among the young geniuses I have met, you can be ranked 3rd. No wonder Wuhan fell in love with you." Wu Xingtian's tone was full of praise. Apart from the danger of the foreign races, Wu Xingtian was very satisfied with Wang Haoren. He was more than enough to match his disciple Yi Wuhan. Without a doubt, the two young geniuses in front of Wang Haoren were Chu Tian and Yi Shantian. Wang Haoren naturally heard the meaning behind the words, but he didn't explain. He just revealed an inexplicable smile. "Thank you, Senior, for the praise." After chatting for a while, Wang Haoren and Yi Wuhan left the room and let Wu Xingtian rest. Yi Wuhan and Wang Haoren walked side by side in the base of the Flame Dragon army. When they sizes groupses and Yi Wuhan's SSIs. Yi Wuhan had never walked side by side with a man before. Everyone seemed to have realized something from this. However, these Yan Dragon army soldiers were even more envious. They felt that Wang Haoren and Yi Wuhan were a match made in heaven. They wished Yi Wuhan well in their hearts. None of them dared to provoke Wang Haoren. After all, Wang Haoren wasn't the main character. This kind of situation where he was looked down upon and then provoked had nothing to do with him. As Yi Wuhan walked, his head drooped. It was obvious that he had something on his mind. When they reached a place where there was no one around, Yi Wuhan suddenly said, If the foreign races really attack and it's a matter of life and death, don't fight them head on. If you can leave, you must leave." "Do I look like such a coward?" Wang Haoren asked with a smile. Yi Wuhan shook his head. "You have Nanji, Su Wen, and that Qin Huaiming. If something happens to you, what will happen to them?" "What about you?" Wang Haoren asked. "I'm the current leader of the Yan Dragon army. I will live and die with the Yan Dragon army." Yi Wuhan's tone was resolute. "Between Nanji, Su Wen, Huaiming, and you, who do you think I care about more?" Wang Haoren suddenly asked, baffled. "How would I know?" Yi Wuhan shook his head. "You're all equally important. No matter which one of you is in danger, I won't abandon her and escape alone. If those experts from other clans come and you die, there's only one possibility, and that's that they've stepped over my corpse," Wang Haoren said slowly. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan was startled. She was extremely touched and couldn't help but throw herself into Wang Haoren's embrace. Ding. Female supporting Li Ji Wuhan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 90, until death. With your words, even if I die now, I won't have come to this world in vain. Yi Wuhan's voice was extremely gentle. No, if that's really the case, I might feel very regretful. Wang Haoren suddenly sighed. Why? Yi Wuhan raised her head slightly and looked at him. Wang Haoren whispered something into Yi Wuhan's ear. Yi Wuhan's face gradually turned red, and the expression in her eyes changed. Not only will you feel regretful, I might also feel regretful. When Yu Wuhan said this, her face turned even redder. There's no need to feel regretful. Since the foreign races haven't come yet, should we make up for this regret in advance? Wang Haoren said. When talking about this topic, Yu Wuhan was no different from a little girl. She was extremely shy. After struggling in her heart for a while, Yu Wuhan said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, when? Tell me. There's no time like the present, Wang Haoren said. Yu Wuhan nodded. Come find me at night. Why at night? Let's do it now, Wang Haoren suggested. It's still daytime. Yu Wuhan said in surprise. Those foreign races are eyeing us covetously. If we're late, there might be changes. Of course, the sooner the better, Wang Haoren persuaded. It's not too late. It's just tonight. There won't be any changes, Yu Wuhan said. It's really so coincidental. Those guys are preparing to come tonight, Wang Haoren muttered in his heart. However, he couldn't tell Yu Wuhan about this. Because once he told Yu Wuhan, she would definitely tell him about impersonating Yagyu Ichiro. If Yu Wuhan knew, Wu Xingtian would also know. Before the battle between Chu Tian and Yi Fan, Wu Xingtian had discovered Yagyu Ichiro's aura, so he chased after him. If Wang Haoren told him about impersonating Yagyu Ichiro, Wu Xingtian would inevitably think that it was a trap. And the person who set this trap was Wang Haoren. Although Wang Haoren was a villain, he still wanted to maintain a glorious and magnificent image as much as possible. Naturally, he didn't want others to know about these shady things. Moreover, the reason why Wang Haoren revealed his qi refining level 6 in front of Wu Xingtian was that he didn't want Wu Xingtian to be suspicious. Because once he revealed his foundation establishment stage or even golden core stage cultivation, Wu Xingtian would easily suspect that Yagyu Ichiro, who had led him away, was an impersonator. Yagyu Ichiro's cultivation was considered very weak compared to other experts on the heaven list. With Wu Xingtian's cultivation, after discovering Yagyu Ichiro's aura, he immediately chased after him. If it was the real Yagyu Ichiro, he would definitely not be able to escape. After Wu Xingtian lost him, he had a puzzled look on his face. At that time, Wang Haoren was in the dark and saw Wu Xingtian's expression. Wu Xingtian already felt that Yagyu Ichiro's escape was very suspicious. Of course, Wang Haoren didn't want to reveal any information and let Wu Xingtian sense something. Seeing that Wang Haoren was silent, Yu Wuhan thought that he was unhappy because of what she had said, so she comforted him. My heart is already yours, and it won't run away. Why do you have to do it now? Let's do it at night. Then I'll do as you say. Wang Haoren didn't insist. It didn't matter if it was earlier or later. You know where I live. I'll leave the door open for you. You can come over then. Yu Wuhan said shyly. She felt that she couldn't be calm in front of Wang Haoren, so she broke free from his arms and ran out of Wang Haoren's sight. At night. Wang Haoren didn't go to see Yu Wuhan as promised. It was not that he didn't want to, but once he went, it wouldn't be over in a short time. Because Xianxia and the others had already started to take action. During this time, Wang Haoren had been in contact with Yu Wuhan, and he had asked her about the defense of the capital. Yu Wuhan was not wary of Wang Haoren at all, so she didn't hide anything from him. Wang Haoren knew how to sneak into the imperial capital without being detected by the imperial capital's defense forces. The defense force of the capital was a combination of modern technology and enchantments. If they didn't have special skills, it was very unlikely for foreign cultivators to sneak in. Xianxia could sneak in with his own ability, but other foreign cultivators couldn't. Relying on the information they got from Wang Haoren, the foreign cultivators successfully sneaked into the capital and came to the base of the Yan Dragon army. Yu Wuhan lived in the base. After Wu Xingtian's mansion turned into ruins, she also lived here. Xianxia and the others hid their breath and waited near the base. It didn't take long for someone to approach. Xianxia and the others sensed that it was Yagyu Ichiro's breath. Soon, Yagyu Ichiro appeared in everyone's sight with a cloth bag in his hand. The cloth bag was round, and there was a faint red light coming out of it. Yagyu Ichiro was undoubtedly Wang Haoren in disguise. Wang Haoren came close to them and threw the cloth bag in his hand. The cloth bag drew a parabola in the air and fell to the ground, then rolled to their feet. Following this tumbling, the item in the cloth bag also emerged from within. Everyone saw a bloody thing. These people weren't easy to deal with. Smith was even more anxious to verify. He squatted down to take a look at his face. After checking, he heaved a sigh of relief and said happily. But Xianxia looked at Yaguichiro with a strange expression. When? He's just a tool. There's no need to be soft-hearted. However, Lord Qianhe, don't forget your promise. Wang Haoran chuckled. Qianhe had no intention of fulfilling his promise, but he still said. Let's talk about it when it's over. Shorty, how long will it take for the poison to take effect? Smith urged. Although Smith was targeting Yaguichiro, Wang Haoran didn't like this white-skinned guy and didn't want to answer him. Wu Xingtian, come out and die. Wang Haoran answered with action. Yaguichiro's voice was amplified by spiritual qi. Xianxia and the others were shocked, but they soon realized that the poison in Wu Xingtian's body had taken effect. Otherwise, Yaguichiro wouldn't have done this. But everyone thought Yaguichiro was crazy. Knowing that Wu Xingtian was poisoned was enough. Why didn't he sneak in and catch Wu Xingtian off guard? Why did he have to make such a big scene? If Yaguichiro hadn't brought Yi Wuhan's head here, everyone would have suspected that he had defected. Yagu, are you crazy? Xianxia frowned and criticized. The other experts also chimed in one after another. A bunch of cowards. Wu Xingtian is weak. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Haoran snorted. Everyone wasn't happy to hear that. If it weren't for the special environment, they would have fought with Yaguichiro. As the voice sounded, Xianxia and the others' positions were exposed. The fire dragon army was gathering here. Wu Xingtian, who was resting in the base, was shocked. Yi Wuhan had just finished washing up and was quietly waiting for someone to come. When he heard the noise, he quickly put on his clothes and came out of the room. The master and disciple quickly bumped into each other. They looked at each other and saw deep worry in each other's eyes. The news of my weakness must have spread. Otherwise, these outsiders wouldn't be so arrogant and come here directly, Wu Xingtian said. Only a few people know about this. How could it spread? Yi Wuhan didn't understand. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. It's just that the news spread too fast. Wu Xingtian looked at Yi Wuhan and said. Master, are you suspecting me? Yi Wuhan was shocked. Why would I suspect you? I just want to ask you, other than you and me, who else knows about this? Wu Xingtian asked. Haoran too, Yi Wuhan replied. Yi Wuhan replied. Then, he said in an affirmative tone, but I believe that this has nothing to do with him. Wu Xingtian sighed and didn't argue with Yi Wuhan. Because this kind of argument was meaningless at this moment. Wuhan, I may not be able to see you get married. Also, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. You have to keep your life, Wu Xingtian said as if he was on his deathbed. Master, you should know me well, Yi Wuhan said with determination. Wu Xingtian sighed and didn't continue to persuade him. He just said, okay. Let's go and see the 7 experts on the heaven list. The fire dragon army quickly gathered. Under the lead of Wu Xingtian and Yi Wuhan, they quickly came to where Qianxia and the others were. Looking at the fire dragon army around them, Qianxia and the others didn't care. The only one who was a threat to them was Wu Xingtian. When Qianxia and the others saw Wu Xingtian, they all felt that Wu Xingtian's spiritual qi was weak. But when they saw Yi Wuhan next to Wu Xingtian, they were shocked. Qianxia and the others subconsciously looked at the ground where the bloody head was. But there was nothing there, not even a trace of blood. Qianxia and the others were stunned. Then they looked to the side and wanted to question Yaguichiro. But Yaguichiro was nowhere to be seen. Qianxia subconsciously felt that something was wrong. An ominous feeling rose in his heart, and he wanted to escape. But Smith and the others didn't want to leave. Although it was strange, Wu Xingtian's spiritual qi was weak. Yaguichiro's cultivation wasn't high, so he couldn't help much. But there were 6 of them. If they worked together to deal with the weak Wu Xingtian and the fire dragon army, they would definitely win. Wu Xingtian looked at Xianxia and the others. He knew that he couldn't get through this tonight, but he still maintained his composure. Everyone, how are you? But why is one person missing? Where is Yaguichiro? Wu Xingtian scanned the group and found that one person was missing. Xianxia and the others couldn't answer this question, nor were they interested in answering. Wu Xingtian, your time is up. We're here to send you off. Smith sneered. I'm honored by your hospitality. Wu Xingtian smiled and looked at Xianxia. Congratulations, Your Excellency Qianhe. What do you mean? Xianxia asked, puzzled. After I die, you will be the first on the heaven list. I believe no one on the heaven list can compete with you. Wu Xingtian said with a smile. Smith and the other experts looked at each other, their eyes shining. I know there's a saying in your fire country, it's called sowing discord. It's very appropriate to describe you now. Xianxia said. Your Excellency seems to be rather knowledgeable about our fire country's culture. I wonder if you would be interested to become our fire country's daughter-in-law. If Your Excellency is willing, this old man can make the introductions for Your Excellency. Wu Xingtian sounded like he was just chatting casually, not feeling like he was facing a great enemy. Wu Xingtian, don't waste time. No one can save you today. The Indian monk said. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's get this over with. Smith urged. Although they were confident in their strength, this was the territory of the fire country. It was better to get rid of Wu Xingtian as soon as possible. Miss Qianhe, I'll work with you to deal with Wu Xingtian. The rest will be left to you. Is that okay? Smith asked. Smith, Xianxia and Wu Xingtian were all above the 10th level Saint Realm. When Wu Xingtian was strong, even if Smith and Xianxia worked together, they couldn't make up for the difference. But now, Wu Xingtian was weak. Smith and Xianxia were more than enough to deal with him. The other four were between the 5th and 10th level Saint Realm. They could easily deal with Yi Wuhan and the Fire Dragon army. No matter how they looked at it, it was a one-sided slaughter. But Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Hijini didn't respond immediately. The others nodded in agreement with Smith's arrangement. Miss Qianhe? Seeing that Xianxia did not answer, Smith asked. I have no objections. Xianxia had a bad feeling about this, but he still nodded reluctantly at this critical moment. Moreover, although Wu Xingtian's words were meant to sow discord, they were also the truth. With Wu Xingtian dead, no one on the heaven list could compete with her. As a cultivator, he yearned for the #1 position very much. Xianxia was no exception. After the discussion, 6 boundless spiritual qi rose up, towering like a god. Everyone present, except for Wu Xingtian, felt their breathing stagnate. The 6 Heaven Road list powerhouses in front of him were all top powerhouses in their respective countries, just like Wu Xingtian in the fire country. Now that they had joined forces, this power was enough to make people tremble. To a certain extent, Xianxia and the others were gods. Just when Xianxia and the others were about to make a move, an object fell from the sky and nailed in front of him. Xianxia and the others paused and looked over, only to see a 3-foot-long sword upside down in the ground. At the same time, Wang Haoran walked out of the crowd on Yi Wuhan's side. Considering that you've all had a hard time cultivating, please turn back, or I'm afraid you'll die here today. Wang Haoran persuaded. Xianxia and the others were stunned by his godlike appearance and temperament. Among them, Xianxia's heart trembled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the supporting female lead Xianxia for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first-class pledge to marry effect. Ding! Xianxia's favorability 4. The host has increased to 80, Undying Love. Wang Haoran received 2 messages, but he did not show it on his face. When he met Xianxia in Yaguichiro's appearance, he did not meet the conditions to trigger the Super Peach Blossom Halo. Now that he met Xianxia with his real appearance, he met the conditions and triggered the first-class effect of the Super Peach Blossom Halo. Everyone present was stunned for a while. Smith was the first to react. He looked at Wang Haoran with jealousy and said disdainfully, "You're just a 6th-level Saint Realm. How dare you talk big like that? You have 1 second to think about it." Wang Haoran said lightly. Now, he had replaced Xu Tian and Yi Fan to confront Xianxia and the others. According to the routine, Smith and the others would definitely mock him. However, Wang Haoren was not interested in listening to them. I quit. Xianxia thought for a while and said suddenly. She already felt that today's matter was strange. When she saw Wang Haoren, she couldn't even muster up the intention to kill him. She was even afraid that Smith and the others would hurt him. When she heard Wang Haoren's words, she took the opportunity to respond. Miss Xianxia? Smith and the others were shocked. You're very wise. It's just that your answer took more than a second, Wang Haoren said lightly. When Smith heard this, he opened his mouth to say something. Wu Xingtian and Yi Wuhan also wanted to say something. Wang Haoren did not want to waste time. He grabbed at the air and the long sword that was stuck in the ground flew into his hand. The long sword looked simple and unadorned. Wang Haoren swung the sword in the direction of Xianxia and the others. These 6 top experts from different countries instantly exploded with blood mist, and then they fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. The square was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Wang Haoren left. The sword that had just been used was also casually stabbed into the ground. It was an ordinary sword that the Flame Dragon army used for training. It was not even sharpened. However, the sword that Wang Haoren swung was not ordinary. Sword intent, this is sword intent. Wu Xingtian cried out in horror after he came back to his senses. Wang Haoren only used the cultivation of the 6th level Sage Realm. It was not arrogance, but it was really enough. After getting Chu Tian's primordial sword, Wang Haoren began to merge it. The speed of merging the primordial sword was linked to the cultivation level. Wang Haoren was now in the golden core stage, so he was much faster than Chu Tian. Now, the merging progress was more than 10%. When the merging progress reached 10%, Wang Haoren gained a lot of benefits. This sword intent was comprehended from it. Although Wang Haoren only used the cultivation of the 6th level Sage Realm to use this sword intent, it was still very terrifying. Not to mention Xianxia and the others, even Wu Xingtian at his peak would not be able to block this sword. After such a big thing happened, Yi Wuhan must have a lot of things to deal with. Wang Haoren knew that she was not free tonight, so he did not look for her. Instead, he went straight to Munanji's place. In the middle of the night, Yi Wuhan contacted Wang Haoren and asked Wang Haoren if he had a Taoist name. Wang Haoren's first reaction was to say Ri, but he felt that this Taoist name was a bit too ridiculous, so he replied with Jitian. The 2 words Jitian came from the Jitian demon emperor, so Wang Haoren just borrowed it. The next day, Wang Haoren woke up between Biansuan and Munanji. The mysterious organization released a message. It was a new heaven list. On the heaven list, the first place was Wang Jitian, the second place was Yi Xiantian, the third place was Chu Tian, the fourth place was Wu Xingtian, the fifth place was Yagyu Ichiro, and the 6th place was Long Qianshan. After the 6th place, there was no one. Xianxia, Smith, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Those who did not know the situation were confused when they heard the news. Not long after the heaven list was updated, the Bai Shaoxing released another message. The title was, Wang Jitian killed the foreign race with a single sword strike. The 6 sages of the imperial capital returned to the Western Paradise. When the news came out, the world was shocked. When Wang Haoren saw this message, he was also a little stunned. Then, he realized the reason behind it. The so-called Wang Haoren on the heaven list was actually Wang Haoren. No wonder Yi Wuhan contacted him last night and asked what his Taoist name was. Wang Haoren answered Yi Wuhan, Jitian. The 2 words Jitian and his surname, wasn't it Wang Jitian, just like Yi Fan's real name, his Taoist name was Xiantian, so he was also called Yi Xiantian. For example, the name Wu Xingtian was actually a Taoist name, not his real name. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why was the word Tian so common among these Taoist names? With Yi Xiantian and Wu Xingtian in front of him, Wang Haoren even inadvertently said Jitian. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that adding the word Tian made more sense. For example, some well-known figures in myths and legends also had the word Tian in their names or titles. For example, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Prime of Tong Tian. Ding. The host has greatly affected the direction of the plot, intercepted the protagonist Yi Fan, and became famous. The reward is 20,000 villain points, Yi Fan protagonist aura minus 1,000, host villain aura plus 1,000. Ding. The host has greatly affected the direction of the plot, intercepted the protagonist Chu Tian, and became famous. The reward is 20,000 villain points, Yi Fan protagonist aura minus 1,000, host villain aura plus 1,000. While Wang Haoren was thinking, he suddenly received 2 messages. Wang Haoren wasn't surprised at all. In fact, he had expected it. With his golden core cultivation, he could easily get rid of Qian Hezhen and the others. However, it didn't make much sense to do so. Wang Haoren spent so much effort to lure Qian Hezhen and the others to the imperial capital. Wasn't it just to replace Chu Tian and Yi Fan to show off in front of others and get these rewards? Qian Hezhen and the others should have been dealt with by Chu Tian or Yi Fan, but the 2 of them were tricked by Wang Haoren. The plot that belonged to them was replaced by Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's attention returned to the New Heaven list. There were 2 mistakes in the New Heaven list. The first one was that Yagyu Ichiro had been annihilated and should be erased from the Heaven list. In the second place, a person was missing from the New Heaven list, a person that everyone thought was dead. However, Wang Haoren was not interested in correcting these mistakes. After the crisis of the foreign races was resolved, the imperial capital also relaxed a lot. Munanji and Bian Suwen did not have to hide in the house anymore. The 2 of them excitedly dragged Wang Haoren to visit the famous places in the capital. Wang Haoren strolled around with the 2 of them for a whole day, and only returned when night fell. At the door, Yi Wuhan was waiting. Bian Suwen and Munanji greeted Yi Wuhan warmly. Their tone and attitude were much friendlier than before. Wang Haoren had already told them about his relationship with Yi Wuhan. The 2 of them did not object to it. In fact, they were quite happy. Munanji and Bian Suwen had been worried about their best friend. They were afraid that she would be alone for the rest of her life. Now, this worry was finally gone. Yi Wuhan chatted with Munanji and Bian Suwen for a while. Then, she said to Wang Haoren worriedly, "Something happened." Wang Haoren looked at her in confusion. Yi Wuhan continued, "Qian Hezhen and the others were all powerful experts of the Saint Realm. Although they are dead, my master and I think that we should give them the dignity they deserve. So, we are going to arrange for their bodies to be sent back to their hometowns." But somehow, Qian Hezhen's body disappeared. I went to check the place where Qian Hezhen's body was placed, and I didn't find any traces of it being moved. In other words, Qian Hezhen's body was not stolen. Do you suspect that Qian Hezhen is still alive? Wang Haoren asked. Yi Wuhan nodded. I know the severity of my actions. Don't worry, Qian Hezhen is already dead. Wang Haoren smiled inexplicably. When Yi Wuhan heard this, he firmly believed Wang Haoren's words and heaved a sigh of relief. You two, let's not talk about such a serious topic. The moon is so beautiful. Let's go for a walk, Munanji said with a smile. Yes, Sister Yi, we've taken him for a day. He's yours tonight. Bian Suwen also smiled. Yi Wuhan's face flushed red, but he didn't say anything to refuse. Munanji and Bian Suwen watched her for a while before leaving. After Yi Wuhan was embarrassed for a while, the redness on her face faded a little. Then, she walked with Wang Haoren under the moon. After that, they returned to Yi Wuhan's residence. The 2 of them had talked about it before, and they wanted to succeed. Now that the crisis of the foreign race had been resolved, everything was logical. However, at the critical moment, Wang Haoren suddenly stopped. Come out, Wang Haoren said to the air. Yi Wuhan, who was waiting nervously and expectantly for something, was pulled back to reality. She hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover herself. In the dark corner of the room, a figure slowly appeared. The figure's curves were amazing, and it was obvious that it was a woman. When the woman's appearance entered her sight, Yi Wuhan was shocked. Because the woman was none other than Qian Hezhen. Yi Wuhan was on guard, but she soon realized that with Wang Haoren by her side, there was no need to be afraid of Qian Hezhen. Didn't you say that Qian Hezhen is dead? Yi Wuhan asked Wang Haoren in confusion. Qian Hezhen is indeed dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask her what her name is, Wang Haoren said playfully. Yi Wuhan looked at Qian Hezhen suspiciously. Under Yi Wuhan's surprised gaze, Xianxia suddenly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Master and mistress, I may he." "What? What's going on?" Yi Wuhan was astonished. "I told you that Xianxia is dead. I didn't lie to you." Wang Haoren winked at Yi Wuhan. At that time, in order to solve the problem as soon as possible, he gave Xianxia 1 second to think. Although Xianxia chose to withdraw, his answer was a little late. Wang Haoren didn't want to go back on his words, at least not in front of others. Therefore, he hurt Xianxia and caused her to fake her death. Besides, he also told her something through voice transmission. Now that Xianxia took the initiative to come here, he obviously agreed. The fact that she called herself a servant was the best proof. But she is Xianxia. Yi Wuhan stared at the woman for a while to confirm her identity. But after saying that, she suddenly realized something. She changed her words to Wang Haoren. "You're right. Xianxia is dead. Don't worry about it. Let's continue," Wang Haoren said. Yi Wuhan was very happy, but looking at Xianxia kneeling on the ground, she felt very strange. "You can leave now," Wang Haoren said to Xianxia. "Yes." Xianxia responded respectfully, then moved back a distance on his knees and humbly stepped back. Looking at Xianxia, Yi Wuhan sighed with emotion. Xianxia was ranked second on the heaven list, and he was respected wherever he went. If Yi Wuhan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Xianxia could be so humble. He asked Wang Haoren in surprise, "How did you make Xianxia submit to you?" "She's afraid of my power," Wang Haoren said. Yi Wuhan felt that it wasn't convincing enough. The strong had their dignity. Yi Wuhan didn't believe that Xianxia was so humble because she was afraid of Wang Haoren's power. In fact, the real reason was more than that. Xianxia was Yi Fan's maid in the plot. In her character setting, she was eager to be controlled. With this character setting, it made sense for her to be Yi Fan's maid. However, Yi Fan hadn't even seen Xianxia yet. Wang Haoren replaced him and became Xianxia's master. "Is she really just afraid of your power?" Yi Wuhan asked. "Maybe she's convinced by my charm," Wang Haoren said with a smile. Yi Wuhan couldn't help smiling. But to be honest, Yi Wuhan also felt that it was more believable that Xianxia submitted to Wang Haoren because of his charm. She's an outsider after all. What if she's disloyal? Yi Wuhan said worriedly. "Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I've put a restriction on her. She won't do anything to harm me unless she wants to die," Wang Haoren said. Of course, Wang Haoren had already considered Yi Wuhan's worries. Besides, apart from this restriction, Xianxia's favorability toward Wang Haoren would not do anything to threaten him. A good night is short. Let's not talk about this. Wang Haoren ended the topic. Hearing this, Yi Wuhan didn't ask any more questions. The anticipation and nervousness in his heart rose again. This time, there was no one to disturb them. Everything went smoothly. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Yi Wuhan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. "Wu Heng, are you inside?" Wu Xingtian's voice came from outside the door. Yi Wuhan looked out of the window and realized that the sky was already bright. She hurriedly got dressed and went to open the door. "How did you sleep until now?" Wu Xingtian felt a little strange. Because it was almost impossible for something like sleeping in to happen to Yi Wuhan. "Last night, I was too tired, so I woke up a little late." Yi Wuhan blocked the door, not letting Wu Xingtian in. Wu Xingtian felt that something was wrong. After carefully sizing up this disciple, he found that she seemed to be different from usual, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Although Wu Xingtian was old and experienced, he wasn't proficient in everything. Yi Wuhan's subtle changes had touched Wu Xingtian's blind spot. This was because Wu Xingtian was an old bachelor who had lived for hundreds of years. "Go find Haoren and ask him to come over." Wu Xingtian didn't pursue the matter any further and got down to business. Seeing Wu Xingtian's serious look, Yi Wuhan hurriedly asked, "Master, what happened?" "Chu Tian woke up once last night. I even chatted with him and found out his name and background. At that time, his condition was not bad. But I don't know why, but today, his condition suddenly worsened. He is on the verge of death. Wu Xingtian explained with a face full of worry. My spirit energy is weak, and I really can't heal Chu Tian. So I want to ask Haoran if he has any ideas. Chu Tian is going to die? Hearing the conversation at the door, Wang Haoran was shocked and lost his voice. Yi Wuhan's face turned red. Wu Xingtian's face was stunned, but he quickly understood something. No wonder Yi Wuhan woke up so late, master. Yi Wuhan was like a child who made a mistake at this moment. Wu Xingtian didn't mean to blame her because he was now very satisfied with Wang Haoran. He was even afraid that Wang Haoran would run away. Yi Wuhan and Wang Haoran's development was so fast that Wu Xingtian was actually quite happy. So Haoran is also here. That's good, it saves me a trip. Wu Xingtian said with a smile. Wang Haoran walked out of the room and came to the door. Senior, did you just say that Chu Tian is going to die? Wang Haoran felt that he had heard wrongly, so he asked again. When he took Chu Tian's Hongmeng sword, he also went to see Chu Tian. At that time, Chu Tian's injuries were stabilized by Wu Xingtian, and the possibility of it worsening was not big. This Chu Tian is so young and already has such a cultivation. If he dies, it would be a pity. But I really can't do anything now, so I want to ask Haoran if you have any way to save him. Wu Xingtian said. Senior, you must be joking. How can I save him? Wang Haoran shrugged. Haoran, you're too humble. With your 6th level Sage Realm cultivation, you killed 6 sages on the heaven list with one sword. I believe it won't be difficult for you to save Chu Tian. Wu Xingtian said. Wang Haoran couldn't help but be a little speechless. Wu Xingtian had underestimated him before, but now he trusted him so much. It seemed like killing 6 sages on the heaven list with one sword had a big impact on Wu Xingtian. But to be precise, Wu Xingtian had actually underestimated Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran didn't reject immediately, but said that he would go and take a look first. Under Wu Xingtian's lead, Wang Haoran came to Chu Tian's room. Chu Tian was in a coma, completely unconscious. Wang Haoran sat by the bed and took Chu Tian's pulse. Soon, he found that the backlash from the Hongmeng sword in his body had erupted again. Originally, Wu Xingtian had already suppressed the power of the backlash. Logically speaking, the possibility of it erupting again was very small. Chu Tian's situation was obviously bad luck. It seemed that after Chu Tian lost the protagonist's halo, he didn't have the protection of luck. He was really unlucky. In other words, Chu Tian was suffering from the backlash of luck. Haoran, can you save him? Wu Xingtian asked. Wang Haoran sighed and shook his head. In fact, he could save him, but he didn't want to. As a natural enemy, after Wang Haoran seized the Hongmeng sword, he didn't go crazy and kill Chu Tian. It was already very kind of him. How could he save Chu Tian? Wang Haoran was not a kind person. Wu Xingtian saw Wang Haoran shaking his head and couldn't help but sigh. He mourned for Chu Tian. But it didn't take long for this feeling to dissipate. Wu Xingtian and Chu Tian were just strangers. When he saved Chu Tian, he wanted to leave a glimmer of hope for the Fire Country. But now that Wang Haoran was here, the worry in Wu Xingtian's heart was completely gone. Now for Wu Xingtian, the most important thing was to go into seclusion to break through the limit. On the other side, after Yi Fan went into seclusion for a while, his injuries had improved a lot. Remembering the agreement with Wu Xingtian, he came out to check on the situation. When he learned that the 6 sages on the heaven list were dead and the updated heaven list, he frowned. The main reason why Yi Fan had agreed to Wu Xingtian's request was that he wanted to make a name for himself by stepping on the heaven roll. But now, his plan was completely ruined. Wang Jitian had accomplished what Yi Fan had wanted to do. Yi Fan sighed and wanted to do something else. He wanted to find the lunatic who had fought him. Yi Fan wanted to do 2 things. First, he wanted to find out why the lunatic wanted to kill him. Second, he wanted to steal the lunatic's connate cardinal treasure. Even if Yi Fan was a tribulation-passing celestial venerable, he would be tempted by the connate cardinal treasure. When Yi Fan saw Chu Tian's primordial sword, he wanted to steal it. However, although he had defeated Chu Tian, he did not have the strength to steal the primordial sword. More importantly, he guessed that he had been tricked. After getting injured, he naturally wanted to leave quickly and get out of danger. Now that Yi Fan's injuries were much better, he had this idea again. Yi Fan sneaked into the imperial capital to find out about Chu Tian. But he heard that Chu Tian was dead. He was sent to Chu Tian's house by Wu Xingtian's men. Yi Fan went to check Chu Tian's body and was very disappointed. The Khanate cardinal treasure was gone. Obviously, it had been stolen. Yi Fan was even more convinced that he had been tricked. Then, Yi Fan asked for other information. Wang Jitian, 6th Heaven Sage Realm, killed 6 sages with 1 sword. These information were quickly obtained by Yi Fan. Moreover, Yi Fan quickly determined that Wang Jitian was Wang Haoren, the person he was looking for, based on the information he gathered. Yi Fan had fought with Wang Haoren when he was on Fragrant Island. At that time, Yi Fan had determined that Wang Haoren's cultivation was between the 9th level of the Qi Refining Realm and the 10th level of the True Saint Realm. The so-called 6th Heaven Sage Realm was definitely a cover. Yi Fan could completely determine that he was no match for Wang Haoren. According to Yi Fan's estimation, Wang Haoren's true combat strength was probably comparable to a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment. Yi Fan knew that he was far from being able to do that. Moreover, Yi Fan even suspected that Chu Tian's Khanate cardinal treasure had been taken by Wang Haoren. Taking everything into consideration, Yi Fan temporarily dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Wang Haoren. Isn't this person's cultivation speed a little too fast? Yi Fan was bewildered. The current environment of the cerulean planet was not suitable for training. Yi Fan knew that his cultivation speed was pretty fast. However, this Wang Haoren's cultivation speed was even faster than his. Could it be that Wang Haoren was also the reincarnation of an immortal venerable? However, even if Wang Haoren was the reincarnation of an immortal venerable, his cultivation speed shouldn't be so much faster than his, right? Wang Haoren, Wang Jitian. Jitian. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he searched through his memories for an immortal lord that matched Wang Haoren's name. When he muttered the 2 words Jitian, he suddenly broke out in cold sweat. This was because Yi Fan suddenly thought of an immortal venerable, the Jitian Demon Emperor. The Jitian Demon Emperor's cultivation method was special. His cultivation speed was not limited by the thin spirit qi on the cerulean planet. If this Wang Haoren was the reincarnation of the Jitian Demon Emperor, then his cultivation speed could be explained completely. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan immediately felt pressured. In his previous life, he and the other 4 immortal venerables worked together to besiege the Jitian Demon Emperor and paid a heavy price. Even if they were at the same level, Yi Fan knew that it would be difficult for him to defeat the Jitian Demon Emperor, let alone if his cultivation was lower. Judging from the speed of Wang Haoren's cultivation speed, he must have started cultivating the Demon Emperor's inner scripture a long time ago. Yi Fan was only cultivating the ordinary qi drawing art. In the environment of the cerulean planet, his cultivation speed was very slow. It was far slower than the Demon Emperor's inner scripture. Yi Fan immediately had the thought of cultivating the Azure Thearka's secret art of longevity. Only by cultivating the Azure Thearka's secret art of longevity could he stand a chance against his opponent. According to Yi Fan's original plan, he would cultivate it only when he had completed the Foundation establishment stage. But now, he had to bring the time forward. However, cultivating the Azure Thearka's secret art of longevity was not that simple. It required some very precious cultivation resources as support. In his previous life, Yi Fan only found these resources after leaving the cerulean planet. But Yi Fan knew that there was an alternate space on the cerulean planet. The size of the area was even bigger than the cerulean planet. There was a cultivation civilization with a long history there. In his previous life, Yi Fan discovered it when he was about to leave the cerulean planet. But he was in a hurry to leave the cerulean planet, so he just took a look and left. He did not explore it. Looks like I'll have to go to the holy region. But before that, I'll go and see Yorua first. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He had thought that it would be easy to make a name for himself in the world. But he did not expect to encounter so many setbacks, which delayed his original plan of meeting Feng Yorua. To be honest, Yi Fan really missed Feng Yorua. This trip to the holy region would take a long time. Yi Fan missed her so much that he naturally wanted to see her. Of course, Yi Fan did not plan to officially meet Fang Yorua. He wanted to use another method. Fang Yorua, who was far away in Xianxia, also missed him so much. It was just that Fang Yorua was not thinking about Yi Fan. On this day, after class in the evening, Fang Yorua was worried. She left the school and prepared to go to the nearby river to relax. Not long after she left the school, she saw an old man in a Taoist robe. The old man held a bamboo pole in his hand. There was a white cloth hanging from the bamboo pole. For words were written on it, "Immortal guides the way." Fang Yorua could tell that this was a fortune teller. This old man had the demeanor of an immortal. He really did look like a fortune teller. Although there were many scammers these days, Fang Yorua was not afraid of being bullied. "Fortune teller, are you accurate?" Fang Yorua asked the old man. "Why don't you give it a try?" "You'll know," said the old man with a smile. "Can you predict everything?" Fang Yorua was skeptical. "I wouldn't dare, but I can still predict most things." "For example, your marriage," said the old man meaningfully. Hearing this, Fang Yorua's eyes lit up. She was worried about this matter. However, Fang Yorua was not so stupid as to believe whatever others said. After thinking for a while, she decided to test the old man's ability. "Fortune teller, tell me, what kind of person is my future husband?" Fang Yorua asked. The old man pinched his fingers and said after a while, "Your future husband is the most dazzling person in the world. He is definitely not an ordinary person." After hearing this, Fang Yorua believed the old man a little. She mustered up her courage and continued to ask, "Then tell me, when will my future husband marry me?" The old man revealed an unfathomable smile and then slowly said, "The day he becomes famous will be the day he marries you." Yes. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Fang Yorua was left behind with a dumbfounded expression. After flying for a distance, the stream of light landed in a deserted place. The stream of light landed and turned into the figure of an old man. However, the wrinkles on the old man's face were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, he turned into a young man. Immediately after, the old man pulled off the white beard on his mouth, revealing his full appearance. This old man was none other than Yi Fan. With his current cultivation base, he could only change his appearance slightly, but it was still very different from his original appearance. Yi Fan believed that the next time he saw Fang Yorua with his true appearance, she would definitely not recognize him. It's time to go to the holy region. After Yi Fan saw Fang Yorua, the yearning in his heart finally eased a lot as he muttered to himself. On the other side, Fang Yorua looked in the direction where the stream of light disappeared and was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she muttered to herself with some joy. "So this old man is a cultivator. Will his words really come true?" Yes. After Fang Yorua tested the old man with a question, she believed him a little, so she asked a real question. In other words, when would her future husband marry her? It was not without reason that she asked that question. Fang Yorua's worries were also related to this. "I hope this old man's prediction is accurate. However, when will he become famous in the world? I hope it's soon. Otherwise..." Fang Yorua's heart was filled with anticipation. She subconsciously touched her lower abdomen with her white and tender little hand, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. In the imperial capital. After the crisis of the foreign race was resolved, Wang Haoren was free for a long time. During this time, Wang Haoren learned that Chu Tian's body was robbed by a mysterious person on the way back to the Seven Stars sect. However, after the mysterious person knocked him out, he did not take anything away. Wang Haoren could roughly guess that the mysterious person was Yi Fan. A connate cardinal treasure like the primordial sword was also extremely tempting to immortal venerables. It was enough to make two immortal venerables fight to the death. It would be strange if Yi Fan had the primordial sword's idea. However, Yi Fan could only think about it. The primordial sword was now Wang Haoren's. All in all, the harvest from this trip to the imperial capital was extremely bountiful. Now that Chu Tian was dead, the show in the imperial capital had come to an end. Yi Fan should have left the imperial capital. There was no need for Wang Haoren to continue staying in the imperial capital. Wang Haoren also had a plan for the next step. The spiritual chi in the secular world was really too thin. He had an innate spirit body that could automatically absorb spirit chi and convert it into cultivation. However, in the secular world, this innate spirit body was equivalent to a cripple. Only in the holy domain, where spiritual energy was abundant, could the innate spirit body be of use. Wang Haoren planned to go to the saint domain. Calculating the time, Su Xian should have been in the sacred region for some time, and his cultivation should have improved greatly. Compared to the secular world, there were many more opportunities in the holy region. Of course, Wang Haoren was not afraid that Su Xian would escape his control. After all, Su Xian's blood source was still with him. As long as he had the blood source, Wang Haoren could use the blood source curse to kill Su Xian at any time. In fact, Wang Haoren was more concerned about how many materials Gu Hongyi and Su Xian had found to reconstruct the body. After making up his mind, Wang Haoren, Mu Nanji, Bian Suwen, and Qian Hezhani set off for Qing Lingyi. Wuhan also wanted to go, but her identity was special and she could not leave the imperial capital at will. The female lead who was with Wang Haoren was basically in Qingling now. After Wang Haoren returned to Qingling, he spent some time with the female lead who was in Qingling. Then, he went to Chongzhou alone. It was midnight now. Wang Haoren quietly went to Fang Yorua's house. There was still light in Fang Yorua's bedroom. She was not asleep at the moment and was staring at a book in a daze. Wang Haoren deliberately exposed some of his qi and peeped at her through the window. Fang Yorua sensed it and immediately came back to her senses. She looked out of the window vigilantly and subconsciously circulated her spirit qi. Normally, Fang Yorua would deliberately hide her cultivation level. Now that she found a suspicious person spying on her, she inadvertently revealed some of her cultivation level. However, Fang Yorua's vigilance did not last for more than a few seconds and quickly dissipated. Because Fang Yorua found that the qi was very familiar. Wang Haoren turned into a stream of light and flew into Fang Yorua's bedroom. Fang Yorua immediately threw herself into his arms. After not seeing each other for a long time, the two of them had a small interaction to relieve their longing. After their lips parted, Wang Haoren looked at Fang Yorua in surprise. Fang Yorua was indeed the only female lead in Yifan's plot. Her cultivation aptitude was really extraordinary. Now, she was already in the 6th level of the qi refinement realm. Compared to Wang Haoren and Yifan's speed, this was not considered fast. However, Fang Yorua had been staying in Xiongzhou all this time and did not have any opportunities. She only cultivated normally. Thus, reaching the 6th level of the qi refinement realm could be considered a rapid improvement. Furthermore, because Fang Yorua cultivated the 9 heavens ethereal mantra, she had an ethereal aura like an immortal if she did not hide her cultivation level. The future fairy Yorua's elegance could already be seen in a corner of iceberg. Wang Haoren's heart was moved, and he wanted to experience it for himself. However, Fang Yorua did not seem to be interested. What's wrong? Wang Haoren was puzzled. Fang Yorua blushed and whispered something into Wang Haoren's ear. Wang Haoren was stunned speechless for a moment. When he reacted, he immediately sensed it and realized that there were 2 heartbeats on Fang Yorua's body. One was strong and powerful, while the other was subtle and difficult to detect. The former undoubtedly belonged to Fang Yorua, while the latter, although Wang Haoren had been looking forward to it, he was still a little dumbfounded when it really happened. Do you not like it? Seeing Wang Haoren remain silent for a long time, Fang Yorua touched her belly and said with a melancholic expression. No, it's just too sudden. Wang Haoren smiled bitterly. When I first learned of it, I found it very sudden too, but I accepted it later. Fang Yorua's face revealed a motherly glow as she asked nervously, will you accept it? Our love has blossomed. How can I not accept it? Wang Haoren immediately expressed his stance, but he soon realized a problem. Due to the difference in age, there was no way he could give Fang Yorua a public ceremony in the mortal world. After some thought, Wang Haoren decided to go somewhere that was legal. And the place that was legal was naturally the holy region. After all, he had planned on going to the holy region anyway. There, it was very normal for a woman of Fang Yorua's age to have a few children. Then, what do you think? Fang Yorua asked with some joy and anticipation. Wang Haoren took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yorua's beautiful face. I'll marry you. Although it was just 3 simple words, Fang Yorua was so touched that her heart almost melted. Under such emotions, Fang Yorua could not care less and used the most passionate way to express her love. After the storm, everything calmed down. A few days ago, I met a fortune teller who was also a cultivator. He told me that when you become famous in the world, it will be the time for you to marry me. Fang Yorua leaned her face against Wang Haoren's chest and said gently. A fortune teller? Wang Haoren was surprised. Tell me in detail. Fang Yorua told Wang Haoren everything about her encounter with the old man a few days ago, including what the two of them had said. After hearing this, Wang Haoren could easily guess that the old man was Yi Fan in disguise. Fang Yorua described that when the old man left, he turned into a stream of light and flew away. With such means, he was already in the foundation establishment realm. In the secular world, there were not many cultivators like him. Yi Fan was in this realm. Before the old man left, he said, when I become famous in the world, it will be the time for me to marry you. This tone was exactly the same as what Yi Fan had said when he came to Xianxia and secretly looked at Fang Yorua at the school gate. However, Yi Fan was really a little careless. He actually did not notice Fang Yorua's abnormality. With Yi Fan's perception, if he checked Fang Yorua, he would definitely find that Fang Yorua was no longer a virgin and was pregnant with a little life. Or to be more precise, Yi Fan was not careless. When he saw Fang Yorua, he was a little dizzy and lost his normal judgment and perception. The reason why Wang Haoren felt this way was because he felt the same way. Fang Yorua was a femme fatale who was too lethal to men. When they were with her, they only looked at her appearance and figure and did not pay attention to anything else. If Fang Yorua had not taken the initiative to say it, Wang Haoren would not have realized that she had won the lottery. This fortune teller is really accurate. Wang Haoren suddenly laughed strangely. Of course, he knew that Yi Fan did not calculate Fang Yorua's future marriage. It was not that Yi Fan did not want to, but that he could not. There were many types of people in the world. Some of them had very simple fates that could be easily calculated. Fang Yorua, on the other hand, had great luck and limitless possibilities in the future. The trajectory of fate had too many branches and was very complicated. Tianji's ordinary fortune-telling technique would not work. Even the immortal cultivators who were adept at the great prophecy technique could not figure out the real trajectory of Fang Yorua's fate. Yi Fan, on the other hand, didn't know any great divination techniques, so there was no way he could divine Fang Yorua's future marriage. The prediction that Yi Fan and Fang Yorua were talking about was actually himself. However, to a certain extent, Yi Fan was right. Wang Jitian had killed 6 sages with a single strike in the imperial capital, and his name had already spread far and wide. Now that Fang Yorua was pregnant, Wang Haoren decided to marry her. Didn't this mean that Yi Fan's prediction came true? However, the man who married Fang Yorua was not Yi Fan. The next day, Fang Yorua led Wang Haoren to meet her parents. When her parents found out about Fang Yorua, they couldn't accept it at all. Fang Yorua also had to prove that she wasn't an ordinary person. Fang Yorua's parents' worldview was refreshed. They looked at this matter in a new light and accepted it. After staying at the Fang family for a few days, Wang Haoren took Fang Yorua and her parents to Qingling to meet Wang Xiang and Zhenli. When Wang Xiang and Zhenli learned that Fang Yorua was pregnant, they were overjoyed. Wang Haoren mentioned going to the Wang family of the sacred region to marry Fang Yorua. Wang Xiang, Zhenli, and Fang Yorua's parents naturally didn't object. After discussing, Wang Haoren set a departure date, but then he began to have a headache. However, no matter how much he had a headache, he still had to face what had to be faced. Wang Haoren took Fang Yorua to meet the female leads in Qingling Tan Taiyaoyue, Feng Xuansu, and the others warmly welcomed Fang Yorua. When Wang Haoren mentioned his plans with Fang Yorua in the near future, many vinegar jars were overturned. But fortunately, everyone was still very reasonable. Fang Yorua's situation was special, so it was right for Wang Haoren to marry Fang Yorua first. However, after Fang Yorua made such a start, everyone had the same idea. Wang Haoren could understand something from the eyes of Tan Taiyaoyue, Feng Xuansu, and the others. Don't think about using the box of safety pills in the room in the future. After staying in Qingling for a few days, Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua set off. They first went to the sacred region to make arrangements. They planned to pick up Wang Xiang, Zhenli, and Fang Yorua's parents after everything was settled. It was impossible for the close relatives of both sides to be absent for such a big event. And not to mention the close relatives of both sides, Tantai Yaoyue, Feng Xuanzu, and the others had made it clear that they would also join in the fun. Wang Haoran, Fang Yorua, and the maidservants Qianhe Zhini and Yun Churan successfully arrived at the Wang family. Wang Haoran told Wang Wanli about marrying Fang Yorua. Wang Wanli had long been looking forward to Wang Haoran producing offspring for the Wang family. Naturally, Wang Wanli was in favor of it. Wang Wanli hurriedly went to choose the nearest auspicious day for Wang Haoran and Fang Yorua to get married. However, there were no particularly good days recently. The best wedding date was a month later. A month later was indeed a little slow. Because counting the days, there might be some changes in Fang Yorua's stomach a month later. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. She could only start with the wedding dress when she got married. She could choose something that was looser. After the wedding date was set, Wang Wanli couldn't wait to announce the news to many forces in the sacred region. He announced that the young master of the Wang family would be marrying his wife a month later and invited all the major forces to attend the ceremony. Wang Haoran couldn't be bothered with the wedding and left it to Wang Wanli. Fang Yorua was taken care of and accompanied by Yun Churan and Qianhe Zhini, so Wang Haoran didn't have to worry about anything. Wang Haoran asked Wang Tong to inquire about Su Xian's whereabouts. A day later, Wang Tong sent back news. Su Xian had appeared in a place called Lingzhou Prefecture in the central region. There was a pagoda in Lingzhou Prefecture that was left behind from ancient times. The environment in the pagoda was extremely special and had the effect of tempering the body. It opened once a year and allowed 3 people to enter to temper their bodies. There were 3 floors in the pagoda, and the effect of each floor was different. It was divided into 3 levels. The effect of the highest floor was undoubtedly the best. The pagoda didn't belong to any of the 4 major forces because no one had the strength to monopolize it. The 4 major forces had quarreled about this before, but no one gained any benefits. Instead, they lost many people. In the end, the 4 major forces discussed and decided to have a martial arts competition every year. Each major force would send out outstanding young talents to participate in a martial arts competition. The first 3 could undergo body tempering in the pagoda. Somehow, Su Xian obtained a spot in a force and stood out in the martial arts competition, winning first place. After Su Xian won first place, he was qualified to enter the highest level of the pagoda. Now, there were only 3 days left until the pagoda opened. After listening to Wang Tong's narration, Wang Haoran's expression remained calm the entire time. The reason was simple, because Wang Haoran had seen too many similar plots. What is the level of the Spirit State Prefecture in the central region? How do the 4 major factions of the Spirit State Prefecture compare to the Wang family? Wang Haoran asked Wang Tong. Young master, there are 9 prefectures in the central region, and the Spirit State Prefecture is the weakest among them. Wang Tong suddenly paused and continued. But this is relatively speaking, the 4 major factions of the Spirit State Prefecture are not weaker than the Wang family. In other words, among these factions, there is at least one that is comparable to the Wang family patriarch? Wang Haoran asked in a different way. That's right. Wang Tong nodded. Wang Haoran fell into deep thought after hearing this. Although Su Xian had obtained a spot to enter the pagoda, it was still a few days later. Wang Haoran could completely guess that there must be some twists and turns in the process. And the source of the twists and turns, Wang Haoran could even guess. Apart from the faction that gave the spot to Su Xian, the other 3 factions must be quite repulsed by Su Xian. After all, Su Xian was an outsider. Why would they let an outsider obtain the great opportunity of the Spirit State Prefecture? When Su Xian entered the pagoda, the other 3 factions would definitely stop him. But according to the plot, Su Xian could still enter the pagoda. But, what did Su Xian have? With Su Xian's ability, it was impossible. He had to rely on external help. And this external help, Wang Haoran's first thought was undoubtedly Gu Hongyi. But Gu Hongyi was in soul form, and her true combat strength was only about the same as the Wang family patriarch, and she couldn't fight for long. The other three factions each had at least the same level of combat strength as the Wang family patriarch, so how could Gu Hongyi handle them? But it was definitely a good plan. Wang Haoran could only guess that Su Xian had a stronger helper. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoran felt that it was necessary to make a trip to Spirit State Prefecture in the central region. Although the water there might be very deep, they still had to go. Wang Haoran had already advanced from Golden Core Stage Level 1 to Level 3. Yi Wuhan and Qianhe Zhini had contributed a lot to this progress. However, in terms of true combat strength, it was far more than that. Wang Haoran had many powerful cultivation arts and immortal spells, the primordial sword, and the spiritual liquid in the chaos bottle to recover his MP. These factors allowed Wang Haoran to kill cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core stage in seconds. He could even fight with cultivators at the first level of the nascent soul stage for a while. Furthermore, if things went wrong, Xiaoqian could just hide in the heaven-splitting pagoda. No one could do anything to him. Not to mention the strongest cultivator in the central region, even if a tribulation-passing stage immortal venerable at the top of the universe pyramid came, as long as Wang Haoran hid in the heaven-splitting pagoda, the tribulation-passing stage immortal venerable would not be able to do anything to him. With these safeguards, Wang Haoran was naturally not afraid. Just as Wang Haoran was making a decision, something was happening somewhere in Spirit State Prefecture in the central region. Master, in 3 days, I can enter the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate my body. At that time, I can also find materials to reconstruct your body in the pagoda. In the room, Su Xian took a sip of tea leisurely and seemed to be talking to the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring on Su Xian's finger flashed, and then a red stream of light flew out and condensed into Gu Hongyi's beautiful figure in the void. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Gu Hongyi said. Master, you mean, they will go back on their words? Su Xian's leisurely expression became a little less relaxed. You're still an outsider. The other 3 forces won't be so generous, Gu Hongyi said. But I must enter the pagoda to cultivate my body. Su Xian's tone was firm. Entering the pagoda to cultivate his body could speed up the regeneration of his severed limbs, and he could also obtain important materials for his beautiful master to reconstruct her body. Of course, Su Xian wouldn't give up. You must enter the pagoda, but with my ability, I can't give you that guarantee. Gu Hongyi wanted to reconstruct her body as soon as possible, so she couldn't persuade Su Xian to retreat. Is there any other way? Su Xian asked. I don't have any other way, but don't worry too much, Gu Hongyi said. What do you mean? Su Xian didn't understand. Have you forgotten about your little girlfriend in the central region? Gu Hongyi reminded. Su Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. That little girlfriend came from a top force with a long history in the central region. As long as she was willing to help, the 3 opposing forces in the Spirit State Prefecture wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, Su Xian had a concern. Back then, she was forcefully taken away from me by her clansmen. Her clansmen looked down on me, so how could they allow her to help me? Su Xian sighed. Her clan members do not approve of the 2 of you being together, but you have underestimated her standing in the clan. If she insists on doing certain things, even her father, the clan leader, will not be able to restrict her, said Gu Hongyi in a mysterious manner. But what's the use if we can't reach her ears? Su Xian said. Actually, after we entered the central region, there was an expert secretly watching our movements. I was very worried at first, but gradually, I realized that he didn't have any ill intentions. Gu Hongyi didn't answer his question. But when Su Xian heard these words, Su Xian somewhat understood. Central Region, Sovereign Manor. As the #1 prefecture in the central region, the supreme residence was the largest in terms of both size and density of spiritual energy among the 9 prefectures in the Holy Region. The cultivation environment here could be said to be the best in the entire sacred region. The force that occupied the Sovereign Manor wasn't simple either. The Sovereign Manor had 9 clans, all of which had been passed down since ancient times. The founders of the 9 clans were all cultivators who had reached the 60th level of the Saint Realm. In terms of cultivation realm, they were Dongshu stage cultivators. The people who had opened up the sacred region were the founders of the 9 clans who had reached the Dongshu stage. After the sacred region was successfully opened, the 9 founders chose the best cultivation place in the sacred region to establish their clans and spread their branches and leaves. After countless years of development, they evolved into the 9 clans. The 9 clans of the central region's sovereign manor came from this. The 9 clans were very simple in terms of their surname and the word clan. Jiang clan. On a divine mountain. A girl in a light purple dress with wide sleeves was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. The girl's face was a little immature, but from the contours of her face and facial features, she already had the potential to bring disaster to the world. It wasn't hard to imagine that in a year or two, the world would have another beauty who could bring disaster to the world. At this moment, the girl in the middle of cultivation suddenly opened her eyes. The depths of her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, a little inconsistent with her temperament. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb my cultivation?" the girl said inexplicably. The air shook slightly, and a man in black appeared out of thin air. "Please forgive me, young master. If there was nothing important, how would I dare to disturb your cultivation?" The man half knelt on the ground and explained respectfully. Hearing this, the girl's calm eyes rippled a little, and some joy appeared on her pretty face. "Is there news of Brother Su Xian?" "Not long ago, young master ordered me to find young master Su Xian. Fortunately, I didn't fail you and found him in the Central Region Spirit State Prefecture. At that time, young master Su Xian was still injured and hadn't fully recovered." The man in black reported and suddenly stopped, not daring to continue. "Brother Su Xian was injured?" The girl's face showed obvious coldness. "How did Brother Su Xian get injured?" "Young master Su Xian came from the eastern region. I went there to inquire." Young master Su Xian was injured by the young master of the eastern region's Wang family, the man in black said. "The young master of the Wang family." The girl's eyes surged with terrifying killing intent. The black-cloaked man, who was about 10 feet away from the young girl, could even feel this almost tangible killing intent. Although the man in black knew that the girl's killing intent was not directed at him, he still felt his scalp go numb. Although the girl's cultivation was far below his, the pressure from her aura was too terrifying. This was due to the pure Paragon bloodline that she possessed. The Paragon bloodline meant that she had the potential to become a 60th Heaven Sage Realm expert. The 60th Heaven Sage Realm was the level of the ancestor who founded the Jiang clan. Therefore, the clan had high hopes for the girl. The girl did not disappoint. After awakening the Paragon bloodline, her cultivation progressed at an astonishing speed. She was now at the 19th Heaven Sage Realm. Among the younger generation of the 9 clans of the Supreme Residence, no one could compare to her. Go to the clan and find 3 experts above the 20th Heaven Sage Realm. "I want to go to the East region," the girl said coldly. The man in black understood what the girl meant, but he still tried to dissuade her. "Young lord, you better slow down if you want to destroy the Wang clan. Young master Su Xian is in trouble in the state capital of Qing." "What trouble is brother Su Xian in?" the girl asked. The man in black told the girl what had happened to Su Xian in the state capital of Qing. The girl was smart and immediately understood Su Xian's difficulties. "Find 10 experts between the 20th Heaven Sage Realm and the 29th Heaven Sage Realm. I want to go to the state capital of Qing." The girl changed her mind. Hearing this, the man in black clicked his tongue. 10 experts between the 20th Heaven Sage Realm and the 29th Heaven Sage Realm were enough to flatten the state capital of Qing. On the other side, after Wang Haoran found out that Su Xian was in the state capital of Qing, he left the East region and rushed to the state capital of Qing as fast as he could. Su Xian had won first place in the martial arts competition and was now a popular figure. It was easy to find Su Xian. Su Xian was currently living in the force that had given him a spot in the martial arts competition. This force was the weakest of the 4 major forces in the state capital of Qing. There were few talents in the younger generation, and there was not a single young genius that could be brought to the stage. Otherwise, Su Xian would not have been given a spot in the martial arts competition. Of course, the most important reason for this move was that the leader of this force saw Su Xian's potential and wanted to bet on him. As long as Su Xian could grow, the future of this force would naturally be guaranteed. At the very least, it would not be swallowed up by the other 3 forces. It had to be said that the leader of this force had a good eye. Under normal circumstances, betting on the protagonist would definitely bring great benefits in the future. However, with the existence of an overly powerful villain, it was impossible for Su Xian to grow up normally. Wang Haoren came to a place near Su Xian's residence, where there was no one, and deliberately revealed a small amount of qi. With Su Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to discover it. Only Gu Hongyi could sense it. Wang Haoren waited for a while, and soon, he saw a red stream of light flying over. "Monarch, it really is you." Gu Hongyi's figure appeared, a look of joy on her face as she asked, "Why are you here?" Of course, Wang Haoren would not say that he was here to punish Su Xian. Thus, he said, "I heard about what happened to Su Xian in the state capital of Qing. I was afraid that the other three forces would deal with Su Xian and implicate you, which would cause you harm, so I came to take a look." "Thank you for your concern, monarch." Gu Hongyi was touched. She hated that she was in her soul state and could not even give him a hug. "You are my concubine. How can I sit by and do nothing when something happens to you?" Wang Haoren said. "I've troubled you, monarch." "Actually, nothing would have happened even if you didn't come." Gu Hongyi smiled. "Oh, what's the matter?" Wang Haoren asked. Gu Hongyi explained, "Su Xian has a little girlfriend from the Jiang clan, one of the 9 clans of the supreme residents of the central region. Su Xian's little girlfriend specially sent someone to secretly protect Su Xian, but that person has left. If I'm not wrong, he must have reported to Su Xian's little girlfriend. Once Su Xian's little girlfriend knows, she will definitely bring someone to help Su Xian." Wang Haoren nodded in understanding. He understood that Su Xian's helper was the female lead. "What's the name of Su Xian's little girlfriend?" Wang Haoren asked. "Xianxia." Gu Hongyi replied. "Xianxia." Wang Haoren muttered to himself as he memorized the name of his future concubine. Wang Haoren understood Su Xian's situation. Su Xian had not even touched Su Qingtong, who he had first met, so he definitely had not touched Xianxia. Wang Haoren naturally did not mind. It's great that Xianxia can help Su Xian solve his problem. Wang Haoren pretended to be happy. He then noticed that Gu Hongyi's figure was a little dim. "What did you do? Why did you consume so much spiritual energy again?" During the tournament, Su Xian's cultivation was slightly insufficient. "I used spiritual energy to help him raise his cultivation." Gu Hongyi explained. "Sigh, Su Xian's life is really good to have a master like you." Wang Haoren sighed, then continued, "Enter my immortal emperor pagoda to recuperate for a while. Seeing your spiritual energy so weak makes my heart ache." "Many thanks, your majesty." Gu Hongyi was delighted and naturally did not object. Last time, her spiritual energy was weak, so she had entered the pagoda to recuperate. Spiritual energy recovered much faster in the pagoda than in the outside world. After chatting for a while, Wang Haoren sent Gu Hongyi into the heaven-splitting pagoda. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Haoren's lips. Besides letting Gu Hongyi enter the heaven-splitting pagoda to recover her spiritual energy, he also wanted her to temporarily leave Su Xian's side. Because only then could Wang Haoren carry out his plan better. After Su Xian entered the pagoda, his battle strength would definitely increase. Wang Haoren naturally had to stop him. Of course, Wang Haoren did not intend to stop Su Xian from the front. There were 3 factions in the state capital of Qing. With them around, Su Xian would not be able to do as he wished. What Wang Haoren needed to do was to stop Su Xian's helpers and help him. Gu Hongyi was one of them, and the other was Jiang Qingkui of the Jiang clan. There were still 2 days before the pagoda opened. There was plenty of time. Usually, the helpers of the protagonist would arrive at the crucial moment to solve the protagonist's problem. If Jiang Qingkui wanted to come to the state capital of Qing to solve Su Xian's problem, it would definitely be 2 days later when Su Xian was about to enter the pagoda. In other words, Wang Haoren had 2 days to stop Jiang Qingkui from arriving in time. Of course, Wang Haoren was not so foolish to use force to stop him. Although there was a high chance of success if he used force, it would be too strenuous. The central region was very large. The fastest way to come from the supreme residence was undoubtedly through the teleportation formation connected to the 9 prefectures. There were 3 teleportation formations in the state capital of Qing, and only one was connected to the supreme residence. To stop Jiang Qingkue from arriving in time to solve Su Xian's problem, tampering with the teleportation formation was undoubtedly the easiest way. After Wang Haoren decided to tamper with the teleportation portal, he quickly came up with an idea. However, that was not enough. To Wang Haoren, stopping Su Xian from entering the pagoda was secondary. More importantly, he had to remove Su Xian as a great help. Jiang Qingkue had a powerful background. If she continued to like Su Xian and protect him, Wang Haoren would be in big trouble. Wang Haoren did not forget that he had hurt Su Xian at the Flying Cloud Pavilion. If Jiang Qingkue knew about it, Wang Haoren could imagine the consequences. Wang Haoren did not think that he could take on the Jiang clan alone. It was necessary to remove Jiang Qingkue as a great help from Su Xian. Wang Haoren also thought of a way to do it. That was to take Jiang Qingkue away from Su Xian. This was the method that Wang Haoren used the most. It was also the method that he was most adept at. Moreover, he also had the qualifications to do so. Jiang Qingkue was already in love with Su Xian. The Super Peach Blossom Halo was not effective. However, the active skill of the Charm Halo could make Jiang Qingkue fall in love with someone else. However, the 30% probability was not very high. The probability of failure was much higher. However, it was not a big problem. He just had to spend more villain points. Wang Haoren communicated with the system and spent 100,000 villain points in the store to exchange for a luck amplification card. After using the luck amplification card, Wang Haoren could become God of Luck. As long as it was something related to luck, Wang Haoren could get the best results. The amplification card only lasted for a minute, but it was enough. He just had to use it when the time came. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Haoren secretly tampered with the teleportation portal that was connected to the supreme residence in the state capital of Qing. At the teleportation array, there were powerful guards who maintained the normal operation of the teleportation array. But the strength of these guards was far worse than Wang Haoren's. If Wang Haoren wanted to do something, they wouldn't be able to find out. Time quietly passed, and 2 days later, within the borders of the supreme residence, at the teleportation portal that connected to the state capital of Qing, 10 experts from the 20th heaven to the 29th heaven true saint realm were gathered here. The auras of these 10 saint realm experts were so deep that it made one's heart tremble. In front of the 10 saint realm experts was a young woman in purple. Inside the supreme residence, there were many other forces. Most of these forces were vassals of the 9 clans. The city that was connected to the teleportation formation of the state capital of Qing was managed by a force that was attached to the Jiang clan. With the arrival of this group of people, the surrounding people all looked over and discussed in low voices. 10 experts in the 20th level of the Sage Realm. What a big move. Which clan do they belong to? Do you see the girl at the front? That's the young master of the Jiang clan, Jiang Qingkue. Oh, it's the Jiang clan. Someone suddenly realized. I've heard that the young master of the Jiang clan, Jiang Qingkue, has the talent to cause the downfall of a city. Shallow. Jiang Qingkue's most dazzling aspect is not her appearance. Haven't you heard? She has awakened the bloodline of the Supreme Being. Her potential is limitless. The bloodline of the Supreme Being. That's something from the legends. I wonder which man will benefit from a girl like Jiang Qingkue in the future. Needless to say, it must be the son of the heavens in the vast land of the holy region. He can't be an ordinary person. Speaking of which, why are they here? Who knows? But if they want to use the teleportation formation to get to the state capital of Qing, they won't be able to get there anytime soon. Many people around were sizing up Jiang Qingkue. Jiang Qingkue was already used to the feeling of being the center of attention. She didn't care at all. She only wanted to get to the state capital of Qing to save brother Su Xian. She didn't care about anything else. However, after waiting for a while near the teleportation formation, her subordinate came to report. Young master, there seems to be a problem with the teleportation formation in the state capital of Qing. It's currently under repair. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while. How long do we have to wait? Jiang Qingkue frowned and asked. This depends on how long it will take for the teleportation formation in the state capital of Qing to be repaired, her subordinate said nervously. Hearing this, Jiang Qingkui's face turned cold. The teleportation formation was connected to the node of the void space. If there was a problem with the teleportation formation, it was very likely that one would be sucked into the void space during the teleportation. There was turbulence in the void space. Even a powerhouse in the 30s of the Sage Realm would be in great danger if he was sucked in, let alone a powerhouse in the 20s of the Sage Realm. If there was a problem with the teleportation formation, they could only wait. Originally, it would take less than 2 days to get here from the Jiang clan. However, when she was gathering the powerhouses in the clan, some of the old-fashioned elders in the clan found out. These elders stopped Jiang Qingkui many times and wasted a lot of her time. Otherwise, she would have reached the state capital of Qing by now. Contact the people in the state capital of Qing and ask them to repair the teleportation formation as soon as possible. If they delay my rescue of brother Su Xian, I'll kill them all, Jiang Qingkui said in a low voice. Seeing Jiang Qingkui's expression, the other powerhouses were a little surprised. Jiang Qingkui's personality was very calm, and there were very few things that could affect her emotions. However, when it came to Su Xian, Jiang Qingkui's behavior seemed to be a little abnormal. The reason was that Jiang Qingkui cared too much about Su Xian. These powerhouses looked at each other and sighed inwardly. That kid named Su Xian was so lucky to be favored by Jiang Qingkui. Yes, young master. The subordinate trembled as he received the order and immediately went to carry it out. In a bustling ancient city in the state capital of Qing, some of the more powerful powerhouses were repairing the teleportation formation. Wang Haoren, the instigator of this, pretended to be a bystander and watched. When there were signs that the formation was being repaired, he secretly added fuel to the fire. It took a long time for the teleportation formation to be repaired. As a result, Jiang Qingkui was delayed for a long time. Wang Haoren knew when the pagoda would open and estimated that Jiang Qingkui would not be able to help Su Xian in time, so he stopped. Without Wang Haoren secretly causing trouble, the teleportation formation was repaired quickly. Not long after, the powerhouses of the Jiang clan, led by Jiang Qingkui, appeared in the ancient city. Wang Haoren looked into the distance and sized up Jiang Qingkui's appearance. He could not help but drool. Jiang Qingkui's appearance were at the level of Fang Yorua, Feng Xuansu, and Tan Tai Yaoyue. She could not be more perfect. However, compared to Fang Yorua and the other two, Jiang Qingkui was a little immature. This was because Jiang Qingkui was younger than Fang Yorua. However, it was this kind of youthful appearance that added a different kind of attractiveness. Wang Haoren could not wait to use the luck amplification card and pretended to walk casually. He slowly blocked the path of Jiang Qingkui and the rest. Kid, get lost. If you delay our young master, I'll take your life. One of Jiang Qingkui's subordinates shouted at Wang Haoren's back. Hearing that, Wang Haoren stopped in his tracks, opened the fan in his hand, and looked back slowly. Wang Haoren had put in a lot of effort to meet Jiang Qingkui for the first time. He deliberately used spiritual energy to grow his hair. Now, he had long hair, was dressed in white, and held a fan in his hand. With his image, temperament, and dressing, it would not be enough to describe him as unparalleled in the world. The moment Wang Haoren turned his head, he communicated with the system. At the same time, a message came. Ding! The host has successfully used Charm Halo on the female lead, Jiang Qingkui, causing her to fall in love with someone else. Jiang Qingkui's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, unchanging feelings, ding. The host has influenced the plot and gained 18,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist Halo -900. The host's villain Halo +900. Jiang Qingkui's subordinate, who questioned Wang Haoren, was also stunned when he saw Wang Haoren's appearance. However, he was a man and had a normal sexual orientation. Naturally, he would not be bewitched. After being stunned for a while, he quickly came back to his senses and wanted to continue yelling at Wang Haoren to get out of the way. Kid, let me, don't be rude. Before Jiang Qingkui's subordinate could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Qingkui. The subordinate was dumbfounded. Wasn't the young master in a hurry to go to the state house of Qingzhou? She looked like she would kill anyone who stood in her way. What was going on? Did the young master know this person? He was not the only one who was puzzled. Jiang Qingkui's other subordinates were also puzzled. Everyone looked at Jiang Qingkui. Jiang Qingkui looked at Wang Haoren. She wanted to know Wang Haoren, but she was not good at dealing with people and did not know what to say to strike up a conversation. She only said to the subordinate who questioned Wang Haoren just now, "This road is not yours. If we can walk it, why can't others walk it? We can just take a detour." "Yes, young master." The subordinate nodded strangely. Jiang Qingkui paused for a while, looked at Wang Haoren, and left reluctantly. When Wang Haoren saw Jiang Qingkui's reaction, he could roughly guess that she was a shy and introverted girl. Since Jiang Qingkui didn't strike up a conversation with him, he could only strike up a conversation with her. "Miss, where are you going?" Wang Haoren asked. "We're going to the Heavenly Fire City in the state capital of Qing," Jiang Qingkui answered honestly. Wang Haoren had expected Jiang Qingkui's answer. Because the pagoda was in Skyfire City, if Jiang Qingkui wanted to help Su Xian, she had to go to Skyfire City. What a coincidence. So we're going the same way. I'm also going to Skyfire City. Wang Haoren laughed. When Jiang Qingkui heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face. She wanted to say that they should travel together, but she was too shy to say it. Wang Haoren could only say, "It is fate that brought us together. If Miss is willing, why don't we travel together?" "Brat, do you know who our young master is?" "How dare you?" The subordinate wanted to stop Wang Haoren. "Don't be rude," Jiang Qingkui interrupted the subordinate again. "Yes, young master," the subordinate replied sullenly. "Young master, we need to fly to Skyfire City immediately." "I'm afraid we can't bring you along," Jiang Qingkui said regretfully. "Although my cultivation isn't high, I shouldn't be too far behind." Wang Haoren smiled and deliberately revealed some spiritual chi fluctuations. Jiang Qingkui and her subordinates immediately sensed it. 20th level Sage Realm. The subordinate of Jiang Qingkui who had questioned Wang Haoren earlier was shocked speechless. The 20th level Sage Realm corresponded to the Great Circle of Foundation Establishment. It was one level higher than Jiang Qingkui. Everyone in the Jiang clan thought that Jiang Qingkui was the most powerful person in the younger generation of the 9 clans. When they sensed Wang Haoren's cultivation, they were naturally shocked. When Jiang Qingkui sensed Wang Haoren's cultivation, she didn't feel jealous at all. Instead, she looked at Wang Haoren with a gentler gaze. "Young master, which of the 9 clans are you from?" Jiang Qingkui asked. "Oh, I'm not from the 9 clans," Wang Haoren replied. Jiang Qingkui and her subordinates were even more surprised. The 9 clans occupied the most cultivation resources and had the best cultivation environment. This person in front of them was not from the 9 clans, but his cultivation was so high. If he was from the 9 clans, what would happen? "Young master, where are you from?" Jiang Qingkui asked curiously. "Young master, there's no time to lose. We still need to go to Skyfire City to save young master Su Xian," a subordinate reminded. Jiang Qingkui suddenly realized, but for some reason, she wasn't so worried about Su Xian anymore. Of course, Jiang Qingkui still wanted to help Su Xian. However, the motive that drove her to help Su Xian was no longer love, but friendship. After being reminded by her subordinate, the group immediately set off. Wang Haoren, Jiang Qingkui, and the others went together. In the air, Wang Haoren pretended to be confused and asked, "What's your relationship with Su Xian?" Hearing this question, Jiang Qingkui was a little speechless and didn't know how to answer. "Su Xian is our young master's." One of Jiang Qingkui's subordinates wanted to tell the truth. Jiang Qingkui suddenly panicked and said, "Friend. Su Xian is my friend." When these words fell into the ears of these subordinates, they were so shocked that they couldn't circulate their spirit chi normally and almost fell from the sky. Jiang Qingkui's resolute look in the face of the elders in the 9 clans was still fresh in their minds. That attitude was as if she would fight anyone who tried to stop her from helping Su Xian. Everyone could see how much Jiang Qingkui cared about Su Xian. But what was the situation now? Jiang Qingkui's subordinates looked at Wang Haoren strangely and soon understood. The young master seemed to have fallen in love with someone else, and the speed of this change was terrifying. Sure enough, women were fickle, and even young girls were no exception. However, Jiang Qingkui's subordinates thought that this was a good thing. Su Xian came from a humble background and his cultivation wasn't high. Being together with Jiang Qingkui was like a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Wang Haoren was different. He was young and his cultivation was higher than Jiang Qingkui's. As for Wang Haoren's background, they didn't know for now. But judging from his noble temperament, he was definitely from an extraordinary background. If Jiang Qingkui and Wang Haoren got together, the elders in the 9 clans would not only not object, but would also raise both hands in approval. After all, among the younger generation of the 9 clans, who was at the 20th level of the Sage Realm, it was a good thing for Jiang Qingkui to have such a partner. Everyone was happy. On the way to Skyfire City, Wang Haoren and Jiang Qingkui found topics to talk about with Jiang Qingkui. But Su Xian, who was in Skyfire City, was currently in an abyss of suffering. The other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing had joined forces to cancel Su Xian's quota and forbade him from entering the pagoda to cultivate his body. Su Xian was obviously not convinced and argued with them. He even fought with them. The result was obvious. Su Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and held on, not letting himself fall. Master is nowhere to be seen and Qingkui is not here. What is going on? Su Xian roared in his heart. Su Xian, are you still not convinced? In the open space in front of the pagoda, one of the leaders of the state capital of Qing looked at Su Xian with a cold smile. Su Xian, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Forget it. The leader of the faction who had bet on Su Xian tried to persuade Su Xian. Su Xian was not stupid. He knew that if he continued, he would die. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the other 3 leaders. Su Xian took out a token from his body. This was the pass to enter the pagoda. He was heavily injured. Even if he could enter the pagoda, he would not be able to train his body normally. There was no point in holding on to this token. I, Su Xian, will remember your kindness. The pagoda entry. I can return it to you, but who should I give it to? Su Xian decided to hand over the token, but he deliberately provoked them. When the 3 leaders heard this, they exchanged glances. The 3 of them were very tempted. They wanted to snatch the token and let an outstanding young disciple of their force obtain the best opportunity in the pagoda. Looking at their faces, Su Xian sneered secretly and suddenly said, "You're right." He suddenly said, "The token is here. Who wants it? Take it." With that, Su Xian threw the token in his hand. The eyes of the 3 leaders shone. Ding! The host manipulated the plot and caused Su Xian to miss the opportunity. Gained 10,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura -500, host villain aura +500. Wang Haoren, who was traveling with Jiang Qingkui and the others, received a message. Wang Haoren was relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Jiang Qingkui kept sneaking glances at Wang Haoren. Seeing his expression, she found it strange and asked softly, "Why are you smiling, young master?" "I'm happy to be traveling with you." "I can't help but smile," Wang Haoren said calmly. Jiang Qingkui was shy. "Right, I almost forgot. Your name is?" Wang Haoren wanted to get closer to Jiang Qingkui, so he took the opportunity to ask. Although he knew Jiang Qingkui's name, if he said it out loud, it would make people suspect that he had ulterior motives. "I'm Jiang Qingkui." "What's your name, young master?" Jiang Qingkui said. "Wang Haoren." "What did you say your name was?" Jiang Qingkui asked in astonishment. "Wang Haoren." "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Wang Haoren asked in surprise. "Is young master Wang from the Wang family of the eastern region?" Jiang Qingkui asked. "Exactly." Hearing this exact answer, Jiang Qingkui was finally completely certain that this was the person who had injured Su Xian in the Flying Cloud Pavilion. However, Jiang Qingkui did not show any signs of wanting to kill him. Instead, she seemed to be at a loss. Looking at Jiang Qingkui's continuous reactions, Wang Haoren roughly guessed the reason. "Miss Jiang said just now that she and Su Xian are friends." I once had a conflict with Su Xian in the Flying Cloud Pavilion and injured him. Wang Haoren looked deeply at Jiang Qingkui. Miss Jiang, you must know about this, right? Okay. Jiang Qingkui nodded. Then, Miss Jiang, are you going to avenge Su Xian? Wang Haoren asked a more pointed question. Jiang Qingkui could not help but feel a little anxious when she heard this. She hurriedly replied, Young Master Wang, please don't misunderstand. Although Su Xian and I are friends, this is a grudge between you and Su Xian. How can I interfere? Oh, with Miss Jiang's words, I am relieved. If Miss Jiang really wants to attack me, then I will definitely die at Miss Jiang's hands, Wang Haoren said. Young Master Wang, you must be joking. My cultivation is not as good as yours. I am no match for you at all. Jiang Qingkui said. This has nothing to do with cultivation. If Miss Jiang really attacks me, I can only wait for death for fear of hurting a hair on Miss Jiang's head. Isn't that certain death? Wang Haoren said with a smile. Jiang Qingkui was stunned. Looking at Wang Haoren's handsome smiling face, she only felt her heart pounding. For a moment, she even forgot to circulate her spirit qi. Her body suddenly descended. Wang Haoren's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He flew down and grabbed Jiang Qingkui's waist in midair. Miss Jiang, what's wrong? Wang Haoren pretended not to understand and asked. Thank you for saving me, young master. Jiang Qingkui said gratefully. She hurriedly hid her emotions and lied. I've been on the road for too long. I've used up too much spirit qi. I see. Then let me bring Miss Jiang along, Wang Haoren said. It's still not troublesome. Out of modesty, Jiang Qingkui instinctively wanted to refuse. But before Jiang Qingkui could finish, Wang Haoren circulated his spirit qi to the maximum. Their flying speed suddenly increased by several times. Su Xian should have missed the opportunity, but Wang Haoren was still somewhat interested in the opportunity in the spirit pagoda. Moreover, there was something Gu Hongyi needed in the spirit pagoda. Wang Haoren naturally wanted to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, the spirit pagoda would close. Jiang Qingkui's subordinates listened to the conversation between Wang Haoren and Jiang Qingkui. The expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. Jiang Qingkui had previously planned to flatten the Wang family and tear Wang Haoren to pieces. But now, she was whispering sweet nothings to Wang Haoren, but they did not dare to interfere with their young master's relationship problems. They were only curious and expectant to see how Su Xian would react when he found out. Seeing Wang Haoren carrying Jiang Qingkui and speeding towards Skyfire City, these subordinates also sped up to catch up. In the sky, streaks of light flew past rapidly. Haha, I've won by a small margin. The best spot for the body-tempering pagoda will belong to me. After a series of battles, the leader of a force had successfully obtained the token to enter the spirit pagoda. Just as he was about to express his joy, he suddenly sensed something and the smile on his face froze. In front of the spirit pagoda, a powerful expert with a strong cultivation base looked up at the sky. After a few breaths, more than 10 streaks of light appeared in his field of vision. Each streak of light carried an extremely strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. When Su Xian saw this scene, he seemed to have sensed something. His face, pale from his injuries, could not help but reveal an excited smile. The streaks of light drew closer and closer. Finally, in everyone's vision, they landed in front of the spirit pagoda and turned into more than 10 figures. The leader of the forces in the state capital of Qing could clearly sense how powerful this group of people was. Not knowing the purpose of their arrival, he felt a little uneasy. At the front of the group was a young man and a young girl. When Su Xian saw the young girl, he immediately wanted to call out her name. But after saying the word Qing, he suddenly fell silent. This was because Su Xian clearly saw the appearance of the young man beside the young girl. This young man was like an immortal who had fallen into the mortal world. When ordinary people saw him, they would easily have a good impression of him. But when Su Xian saw him, he could not wait to kill him. Su Xian, long time no see, Jiang Qingkui said with a complicated expression. Seeing Jiang Qingkui's reaction, Su Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. This was because in the past, Jiang Qingkui would affectionately call him Brother Su Xian. Su Xian was originally quite confident in himself. However, ever since Wang Haoren stole his woman, this confidence was no longer there. Su Xian could still clearly remember the scene of the three beautiful figures squeezing into Wang Haoren's arms in the main hall of the Inua sect. After such an incident, when Su Xian saw Jiang Qingkue and Wang Haoren walking together, and Jiang Qingkue's attitude of distancing herself from him, how could Su Xian not think about it? However, Su Xian still had some hope. He had been separated from Jiang Qingkue for quite some time. Perhaps Jiang Qingkue was a little stunned to suddenly see him, which was why she was like this. Moreover, Jiang Qingkue was embarrassed to call him brother Su Xian out of shyness in public. This was understandable. As for why Wang Haoren would appear beside Jiang Qingkue, Su Xian also had sufficient reasons to explain. This Wang Haoren must have seen Qingkue because he was attracted to her, so he shamelessly followed her. After sorting out his thoughts, the paleness on Su Xian's face faded slightly. Long time no see, Qingkue. Su Xian also said with emotion. Then, he reminded her, the person beside you has a grudge with me. Why are you with him? We met by chance on the road. Jiang Qingkue explained. I don't think it was a chance meeting. He deliberately approached you. He has ulterior motives for you. Su Xian exposed Wang Haoren's true colors in front of Jiang Qingkue. He paused for a moment, then continued. There are some things that you may not know. He has already taken Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu away from me. Jiang Qingkue knew about Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu's existence. After hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. She could not help but look at Wang Haoren, her eyes asking for confirmation. Qingtong and Jieyu are with me now. However, the word taken is a little narrow-minded. The relationship between a man and a woman is purely consensual. Moreover, you are not married. Wang Haoren explained faintly. Then, he pretended to be suddenly enlightened. He remembered something and revealed, also, your fifth limb is missing. Which woman would be happy with you? Isn't it normal to leave you? Su Xian's body trembled. He never thought that Wang Haoren would say such words in front of others. Her face instantly turned red. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 8,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400, the host's villain aura plus 400. When the people around heard Wang Haoren's words, they all looked at Su Xian with strange expressions. Jiang Qingkue was a little stunned. She didn't understand what it meant. Out of curiosity, she asked Wang Haoren foolishly. Don't humans only have 4 limbs? Where did the 5th limb come from? Some people do. Wang Haoren whispered into Jiang Qingkue's ear as he explained. Jiang Qingkue's face gradually reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Su Xian gritted his teeth. He was afraid that Jiang Qingkue would hold a grudge against him, so he immediately reminded her. We cultivators can still regrow a severed arm. This injury is nothing. It's nothing, but it will take at least 1.5 years to fully recover. Don't you feel embarrassed to let a beauty suffer for 1.5 years? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. Many people around them snickered. Some people seemed to understand why Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu left Su Xian. Su Xian didn't look at their expressions, but he could imagine how they were mocking and ridiculing him in their hearts just by listening to their laughter. In anger, he retorted to Wang Haoren. If Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu are willing to follow you, then so be it. I don't care about what I've used. If you're willing to take over, then take over. I'm clearly the first one. If this counts as taking over, then so be it. Wang Haoren shrugged. Su Xian's face stiffened. When he saw how clingy Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, and Hua Feishuan were in the Inua sect, he guessed that something must have happened between them. But at this moment, when Wang Haoren mentioned it, Su Xian had a different feeling. Ding, the host caused the protagonist Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Gained 8,000 villain points, Su Xian protagonist aura minus 400, host villain aura plus 400. Wang Haoren smiled and said to Jiang Qingkue, listen to what this person is saying. He actually described women as things. Qingkue, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't mean that. Su Xian was anxious just now and didn't notice the loophole in his words. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, He came back to his senses and quickly explained to Jiang Qingkue. Jiang Qingkue's face darkened slightly, but she didn't say anything. Su Xian continued, Qingkue, other than Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu, there are many women around this person. You'd better stay away from such a lecherous person. Hearing this, Jiang Qingkue was very indifferent. You also seem to have many women around you. Su Xian was speechless, and his face was a little ugly. Wang Haoren saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Su Xian was really too naive to use this point to attack him. Jiang Qingkue was the female lead of a harem. Her awareness was terrifyingly high, and she had no intention of monopolizing him. Jiang Qingkue clearly knew that Su Xian had many women. If she minded this, she wouldn't like Su Xian. Su Xian was a little exasperated after failing to attack Wang Haoren so many times, so he said, Qingkue, you're my woman, and the man beside you has quite a bit of enmity with me. I hope you can stay away from him. Su Xian's words were equivalent to forcing Jiang Qingkue to make a choice. Su Xian was a little traumatized by the previous incident where he was poached. Su Xian was very worried that if Wang Haoren and Jiang Qingkue continued to interact, Jiang Qingkue would end up like Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Wang Haoren and Jiang Qingkue had just met, it was best for Jiang Qingkue and Wang Haoren to draw a line. If it was any later, it would be very bad. Su Xian asked himself. As of now, his relationship with Jiang Qingkue was definitely much closer than Wang Haoren and Jiang Qingkue. It was undoubtedly the best time for Jiang Qingkue to make the decision. However, this was only Su Xian's wishful thinking. Miss Jiang, didn't you say that you and Su Xian are just friends? Wang Haoren seemed to have suffered a great blow. He looked pained as he asked Jiang Qingkue. Jiang Qingkue couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She hurriedly said, Su Xian and I are really just friends, not lovers. Qingkue, what did you say? Su Xian thought that he had misheard. Jiang Qingkue's gaze left Wang Haoren's face. She felt a little conflicted, but it wasn't difficult for her to make a choice. Jiang Qingkue originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to talk to Su Xian about this. However, now that Su Xian had said it in advance, Jiang Qingkue had to make a choice in advance. Although doing so made Jiang Qingkue feel a little guilty and felt that she was a bad woman. Jiang Qingkue couldn't care less. What she cared about now was that Wang Haoren wouldn't feel sad for being deceived by her and even ignore her in the future. Su Xian, it seems like you've misunderstood something. We've never promised each other anything. I've only treated you as a friend, Jiang Qingkue stated. Su Xian wanted to refute her, but he realized that he couldn't. Both of them had a tacit understanding and had never said that they liked each other, let alone that they were together. If they had to say that they were a couple, they could say yes, and if they weren't, they could also say no. It all depended on their attitudes towards each other. Jiang Qingkue's point of view that both of them were friends was valid. However, Su Xian was dumbfounded when he heard what she said. Ding. Host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Received 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 500, host's villain aura plus 500. Qingkue, you must be joking, right? Su Xian refused to believe it. Su Xian, I've heard that you're in trouble, so I've brought people to help you. I'm only doing this because we're friends. If you slander my innocence, then we can't even be friends anymore, Jiang Qingkue said coldly. Hearing this, Su Xian finally gave up, but his hatred for Wang Haoren deepened by another level. Su Xian was unwilling to face the truth, but he knew what was important. Qingkue, you're right. We're friends, Su Xian said with a choked voice. Jiang Qingkue's expression softened a little when she heard that. She stole a glance at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's expression was normal, and he didn't look like he was in pain anymore. Jiang Qingkue heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding people maintained the attitude of an onlooker, watching the dispute between these three young people. When the dispute was over, everyone came back to their senses. The three leaders of the state capital of Qing who oppressed Su Xian couldn't help but panic. Jiang Qingkue's group was too powerful. Jiang Qingkue had already said that she was friends with Su Xian. They had bullied Su Xian just now, so of course they were worried that Jiang Qingkue would take revenge. It's all a misunderstanding. This token is the proof to enter the pagoda. I'll hand it over to you now. The leader of the force who was holding the token hurriedly threw the hot potato to Jiang Qingkui. Jiang Qingkui took the token and looked at Su Xian subconsciously. Su Xian's eyes revealed a trace of longing. Although he was injured now and the benefits of entering the spirit pagoda to train his body were minimal, it was still better than nothing. However, before Su Xian could speak, Wang Haoren spoke first to Jiang Qingkui. Su Xian is injured now, so it's not suitable for him to temper his body. However, this token cannot be wasted. Why don't you enter the pagoda? My clan has another body tempering method. This item is not of much use to me. Jiang Qingkui slowly shook her head. Wang Haoren had already expected Jiang Qingkui's answer. As one of the 9 clans of the Supreme Residence, the Jiang clan had plenty of cultivation resources. How could they be lacking in body tempering techniques? Moreover, the Jiang clan's body tempering technique was probably even more powerful than the one in the Spirit Pagoda. Does the Wang clan of the eastern region have a stronger body tempering technique? Jiang Qingkui asked. I'm ashamed. The Wang clan of the eastern region does not have a body tempering technique, Wang Haoren said. When Su Xian heard this, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Jiang Qingkui immediately said, then I'll give you this token. How can I accept this? Wang Haoren looked stunned. You're right. This body tempering quota cannot be wasted. I don't need it. You're the most suitable one here, Jiang Qingkui said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I will remember Miss Jiang's kindness in my heart. If Miss Jiang needs my help in the future, even if it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will definitely not frown, Wang Haoren said solemnly. Who asked you to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames? Jiang Qingkui muttered to herself shyly. Young Master Wang, you're exaggerating. After that, she handed the token to Wang Haoren. Ding. The host has damaged the protagonist Su Xian's mentality. Gained 8,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 400. Host's villain aura plus 400. Su Xian saw this scene and was very upset, but he did not object. He was not stupid. Judging from Jiang Qingkui's attitude just now, even if he objected, it would have no effect. After thinking about it, Su Xian could only fight for other things. Qingkui, these people hurt me. I can't let them go so easily, Su Xian said. How do you want to deal with them? From the perspective of a friend, Jiang Qingkui was still willing to avenge Su Xian. Let them compensate for resources and treasures, Su Xian said. Okay. Jiang Qingkui nodded. The other 3 leaders were ashen-faced. Looking at Jiang Qingkui and the others, they could not raise the thought of resisting. Since the 3 of you are not speaking, it seems that you have no objections. I'll make a list for you. Within 3 days, prepare everything on the list, Su Xian said. The leaders of the 3 forces reluctantly agreed. Wang Haoren stood to the side and did not object. He understood Su Xian's motive for doing this. Rebuilding Gu Hongyi's body would require a lot of materials. God knows how long it would take to find them. Now that there were 3 fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, Su Xian naturally would not let them go so easily. As one of the 9 prefectures of the central region, the state capital of Qing still had a very deep foundation even though it was at the bottom. The 3 forces had been in the state capital of Qing for many years, and must have collected a lot of treasures and resources. They most likely had materials to rebuild Gu Hongyi's body. Su Xian's actions were to help Gu Hongyi. Wang Haoren also hoped that Gu Hongyi could rebuild her body as soon as possible. Of course, he would not stop Su Xian. After chatting with Jiang Qingkui for a while, Wang Haoren entered the 3rd level of the pagoda. Wang Haoren's current cultivation was already at level 3 of the Oris core stage, but increasing the strength of his physique was still very beneficial. Once his physique was strong, his battle strength would also increase by quite a bit. The most direct change was the increase in his resistance and physical strength. In the world of immortal cultivation, there was a type of body cultivator that specialized in cultivating the physique. The strongest body cultivator could even fight against a tribulation stage immortal supremacy. The 5 words, "One strength breaks all techniques," could be said to be a perfect representation of the core of body cultivation. Of course, this did not mean that cultivating the physique was more powerful than cultivating spirit chi. In fact, regardless of whether it was cultivating the physique or spirit chi, each had its own advantages. The best way was undoubtedly to cultivate both simultaneously. However, for most cultivators, cultivating both simultaneously would cause them to divide their energy. Thus, if they were not proficient in both, it would be more harmful than beneficial. However, Wang Haoren knew that there was a type of creature that could cultivate both simultaneously. This creature was the main character. Cultivating the physique and spirit chi could be understood as cultivating both physical and spiritual techniques. This cultivating both physical and spiritual techniques was actually one of the plots in novels. Wang Haoren could completely guess that Su Xian had taken this path. However, Su Xian's opportunity had been snatched away by him. However, one had to admit that cultivating both physical and spiritual techniques was indeed very beneficial. Wang Haoren decided to imitate the main character. The so-called body tempering in the pagoda could be understood as forging iron, using the body as the iron to temper it. As such, the process was extremely painful. Wang Haoren spent 3 full days tempering his body on the 3rd floor of the pagoda. He almost collapsed, but in the end, he managed to hold on. Fortunately, the pain was not in vain. The improvement of Wang Haoren's physique was also very obvious. Even if Wang Haoren did not use spirit energy, his body alone was enough to fight against a Foundation Establishment Level 1 cultivator. With his powerful body and vast spirit chi complementing each other, his battle prowess also increased greatly. Because of the strength of his body, Wang Haoren's endurance had also increased. His endurance was not the same as when he was fighting with others. Instead, Wang Haoren was able to maximize the power of the primordial sword. If Chu Tian had such a body in the imperial capital, with the primordial sword, he would definitely be able to beat Yi Fan to the ground. Before Wang Haoren entered the pagoda, he could only hold his own against a nascent soul level 1 cultivator. After tempering his body in the pagoda, he could easily beat a nascent soul level 1 cultivator. This improvement did not seem very big, but in reality, it was very terrifying. After all, Wang Haoren's spirit energy cultivation was only at Golden Core level 3. If news of a Golden Core level 3 cultivator beating a nascent soul level 1 cultivator spread, it would definitely shock countless cultivators. There were still 2 days before the pagoda closed. Wang Haoren took advantage of this time to find what Gu Hongyi needed. After some effort, he finally found it. There was a soul calming pearl in the pagoda. If he wanted to reconstruct Gu Hongyi's body, this was essential. The soul calming pearl was the core of the pagoda. Without the soul calming pearl, the pagoda's body tempering effect would be greatly reduced. However, Wang Haoren could not be bothered with that. Not to mention that he was a villain, he should be unscrupulous when doing things. Even if he was the protagonist, Su Xian, he would do the same. After Wang Haoren came out of the pagoda, he went to inquire about what Su Xian had extorted from the 3 major forces. After learning about the situation, Wang Haoren couldn't help but rejoice. From what Su Xian had obtained so far, there was only one material left to reconstruct Gu Hongyi's body. He was very close to Gu Hongyi's rebirth. However, the last item was extremely difficult to find. Wang Haoren didn't know much about the situation in the sanctuary, so he wasn't sure if such a thing existed in the sanctuary. After giving it some thought, Wang Haoren went to look for Jiang Qingkue. Jiang Qingkue was still staying in an inn in Heaven Fire City, waiting for Wang Haoren to come out of the pagoda. When he saw Wang Haoren, he was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Wang Haoren how much he had benefited. Wang Haoren gave a simple description, before asking about serious matters. Miss Jiang, do you know where I can find extreme fire essence in the sanctuary? Gu Hongyi was a fire cultivator, and extreme fire essence was essential to reconstruct her body and restore her former strength. What does young Master Wang need extreme fire essence for? Jiang Qingkue asked curiously. A friend of mine needs it. Wang Haoren said vaguely. Extreme fire essence is a legendary item, and not even the Jiang clan has it. Jiang Qingkue pondered for a moment, before quickly continuing. I don't know where to find extreme fire essence, but if there is a place in this sanctuary that has it, it would be the Golden Flame Manor of the Central Region's 9 manors. Wang Haoren fell into thought after hearing this. Jiang Qingkui's words were filled with uncertainty. However, Wang Haoren knew the plot well. If he didn't exist, Su Xian's plot would progress smoothly. Su Xian would still extort the three major factions to obtain what Gu Hongyi needed. After Su Xian successfully refined his body and obtained the soul calming pearl, only the extreme fire essence was left. Wang Haoren could completely guess that Su Xian would ask Jiang Qingkui about the extreme fire essence. Jiang Qingkui's words to Wang Haoren were most likely meant for Su Xian. Wang Haoren wanted to verify it, so he suddenly asked. After Su Xian extorted the three major factions and obtained the items on the list, did he come to find you? He did, saying that he wanted to ask me some questions, but I was afraid that he would pester me, so I didn't meet him and sent him away. Jiang Qingkui said. Hearing this, Wang Haoren was almost certain of his guess. It seemed that the next step would be for Su Xian, the coolie, to find the extreme fire essence. According to the plot, the extreme fire essence would definitely be found in the Golden Flame Manor. However, there was a problem at the moment. The Golden Flame Manor was only below the Supreme Manor in the Central Region's 9 manors. The Golden Flame Manor had many factions and countless geniuses. Su Xian had missed the opportunity to refine his body in the pagoda, so his cultivation progress was limited. Going to the Golden Flame Manor was just asking for trouble. In this case, it was very likely that he would not be able to obtain the extreme fire essence according to the plot. Wang Haoren pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. Although this plan required him to pay a price, it was all he could do for Gu Hongyi's rebirth. Wang Haoren continued to chat with Jiang Qingkui for a while, then took his leave. After leaving the inn, Wang Haoren went to a secluded place and entered the sky-splitting tower. About 7 days had passed outside, but in the sky-splitting tower, this time was multiplied by 10. Gu Hongyi's soul had already recovered to its peak state. However, without Wang Haoren, Gu Hongyi could not leave at all, so she could only wait. Gu Hongyi did not blame Wang Haoren, but was worried that Wang Haoren had encountered some trouble. After seeing Wang Haoren, she asked for the reason. Wang Haoren explained that he had gone to the pagoda in Su Xian's place and gave the soul calming pearl to Gu Hongyi. After hearing this, Gu Hongyi was first overjoyed, but then she sighed for Su Xian. She felt a little regretful that Su Xian had missed the opportunity. Take this to Su Xian. Wang Haoren took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Gu Hongyi. Gu Hongyi was confused for a moment, but when she opened the bottle, she immediately recognized the contents. So many foundation establishment pills, and all of them are of perfect quality. Gu Hongyi exclaimed. They were all refined by me. Take them to Su Xian. Although there is some enmity between Su Xian and I will not bicker with him on your account. You are my concubine, so Su Xian is also half a disciple of mine. Wang Haoren said seriously. Thank you for your magnanimity, your majesty. I thank your majesty on behalf of Su Xian. Gu Hongyi bowed. Apart from the soul calming pearl, Su Xian also obtained many things from the 3 great factions of the state capital of Qing. Now, the only thing left to reconstruct your body is the essence of extreme fire. Wang Haoren said. I've already asked around. One of the 9 prefectures of the central region, the Golden Flame Prefecture, most likely has the essence of extreme fire. However, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you and Su Xian to find it. I have other matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I can't go with you. Your Majesty's matter is more important. Su Xian and I can handle the search for the supreme fire essence, Gu Hongyi said. Wang Haoren nodded and handed a jade slip to Gu Hongyi. If you encounter any trouble that you can't deal with, crush the jade slip and send me a message. I will immediately rush over to help. Gu Hongyi received the jade slip and remained silent, as if she was in a daze. Ding. Gu Hongyi's favorability towards host has increased to 90, until death, ding. Host has influenced the plot. Obtained 12,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist Halo -600. Host's villain Halo +600. Wang Haoren inwardly rejoiced when he received the news, but feigned ignorance and asked Gu Hongyi, what's wrong? No one has ever treated me so well before. Your Majesty treats this concubine so well, and this concubine really doesn't know how to repay you, Gu Hongyi said emotionally. You're my concubine. It's only right that I treat you well, Wang Haoren said warmly. That's true, but if this concubine doesn't do anything, I'll always feel guilty, Gu Hongyi said. Do something? Wang Haoren was rather curious. Although this concubine is just a soul, there are still some things that I can do to repay your majesty. Gu Hongyi shyly lowered her head. Such as? Wang Haoren was even more curious. Gu Hongyi was too embarrassed to say it directly, so she only said, Your Majesty, please close your eyes and rest. You'll know soon. Wang Haoren nodded and did as he was told. In any case, Gu Hongyi's favorability had reached 90, and she would not harm him. No one disturbed him in Heaven-Splitting Tower. Wang Haoren lay down to rest, and he quickly understood what Gu Hongyi wanted to do. Although Gu Hongyi did not have a physical body and was only a soul, she could still fuse with Wang Haoren's soul. Wang Haoren had a very novel experience. The pleasure this experience brought was no less than some other things. Moreover, after it was over, Wang Haoren could clearly sense that his soul had grown much stronger. This change was undoubtedly brought about by Gu Hongyi. The power of Wang Haoren's divine soul had reached the level of the peak of the gold core stage. The strength of one's soul brought about many benefits, the most direct of which was the improvement of one's perception ability. This kind of perception was extremely useful in battle. When Yi Fan fought Chu Tian back then, the reason why he was able to win was because of his soul perception. Wang Haoren was overjoyed. He really wanted to use this method to continue cultivating with Gu Hongyi. However, he soon realized from Yi Fan's memories that he would not be able to improve so much if he continued to cultivate with Gu Hongyi like this. It was because it was Gu Hongyi's first time that she had improved so much. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Wang Haoren open his eyes and look at her, Gu Hongyi was so embarrassed that she did not dare to face him. Wang Haoren did not immediately reply. Instead, he looked at her with a smile on his face, causing Gu Hongyi to feel so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Your Majesty, I will be leaving now, Gu Hongyi said in embarrassment. Wang Haoren withdrew his smile and warned, Be careful. Seeing this, Gu Hongyi's embarrassment gradually faded as she said reluctantly, I will. Please take good care of yourself, Your Majesty. Right, Su Xian extorted a lot of resources from the three great factions. I need some things to refine pills. Wang Haoren suddenly thought of something. Whatever Your Majesty needs, feel free to tell me. I will get it for you, Gu Hongyi said. Wang Haoren told Gu Hongyi what he needed, before leaving the Heaven-Splitting Tower with her. Gu Hongyi stopped to look at Wang Haoren for a while, before turning into a streak of red light and flying away. On Su Xian's finger was the ring that Gu Hongyi resided in, which contained her spirit imprint. Using the guidance of the ring, Gu Hongyi soon found Su Xian in the territory of one of the four great factions of the state of Qing in Skyfire City. Master, where have you been these past few days? Su Xian hurriedly asked upon seeing Gu Hongyi's figure. I met an old friend and went to catch up with him. Gu Hongyi gave a perfunctory answer. She knew that Su Xian was biased against Wang Haoren, and did not wish to argue with him. Hence, she avoided talking about Wang Haoren. Gu Hongyi's plan was to wait until she reconstructed her body before bringing Wang Haoren to formally meet Su Xian. At that time, if Su Xian was still unfriendly towards Wang Haoren, Gu Hongyi would have to display her master's authority. Regardless of how biased Su Xian was towards Wang Haoren, Su Xian should respect his master's husband. Master's old friend should be very strong, right? Su Xian asked in astonishment. Of course he is. Gu Hongyi gave a simple response, before tossing the small jade bottle to Su Xian. This is a top-grade foundation establishment pill that my old friend gave to you. After you consume it, it will greatly increase your cultivation. There's such a thing? Su Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the jade bottle and took a light sniff, immediately feeling refreshed. After a brief moment of joy, Su Xian's smile suddenly vanished. Master, a lot of things have happened while you were away. That Wang Haoren snatched Qingkue away from me. Su Xian began to complain. Are you serious? Gu Hongyi was surprised. How could I lie to master? It's the absolute truth. Su Xian's eyes were filled with resentment. This Wang Haoren has snatched away my love time and time again. I have an irreconcilable enmity with him. What's yours will always be yours. If it's not yours, you won't be able to keep it. Gu Hongyi sighed. After the matter of Su Qingtong and Hua Jieyu, Gu Hongyi guessed that Jiang Qingkue was most likely one of the emperor's concubines from his previous life. Naturally, she would not blame Wang Haoren in the slightest. Instead, she would advise Su Xian, hoping that he would be more open-minded. The reason why Su Xian had said this was because he hoped that his master would see Wang Haoren clearly, and even scold him. Gu Hongyi's reaction made Su Xian somewhat disappointed. However, Su Xian looked at the jade bottle containing the Foundation establishment pill in his hand, feeling extremely grateful to his master, and did not dare to argue with her. Su Xian tossed these thoughts aside for the moment, and told Gu Hongyi about the things he had extorted from the three great factions. Gu Hongyi had already known about it, but she still pretended to be surprised. Soon after, she said, "All that's missing now is the extreme fire essence. It's extremely difficult to find. Thankfully, when I met that old friend of mine, he told me that one of the 9 prefectures, Golden Flame Prefecture, might have the extreme fire essence. Master, let's hurry to Golden Flame Prefecture," Su Xian impatiently said. "Are you in a hurry to see that bad-tempered girlfriend of yours? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Seeing Su Xian's anxious appearance, Gu Hongyi seemed to have seen through him. "Heh, I really can't hide anything from Master. However, finding the materials to reconstruct Master's body is also very, very important. As long as Master has even a fraction of your former cultivation, I will not have to fear anyone in the Saint region." Su Xian began to look forward to the future. As he spoke, the image of a little beauty's irritable face surfaced in Su Xian's mind. Su Xian's heart burned at the thought of this irritable beauty. Back then, Su Xian had spent a lot of effort to woo her. Because of this, Su Xian had suffered countless beatings. However, these beatings had not been in vain. More importantly, it was difficult to get close to her. Even if Wang Haoren wanted to get close to her, it was just wishful thinking. She was different from Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, and Jiang Qingkue, the 3 women who fell in love easily. "Master, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately," Su Xian urged. "There's no need to rush." Gu Hongyi stopped him and said, "I need the resources you got from the 3 forces. They are all in the ring. Master, feel free to take them," Su Xian said generously. Gu Hongyi's ring could be used to store items and the space was not small. The resources that Su Xian obtained from the 3 forces were all in the ring. Gu Hongyi went to search and found the materials that Wang Haoren needed. Then, she found an excuse to leave Su Xian's sight and delivered the items to Wang Haoren. After Wang Haoren obtained the resources, he refined them into elixirs. After entering the golden core stage, Wang Haoren's spirit energy cultivation had increased tremendously and the speed at which he refined elixirs was much faster. In less than a day in the outside world, Wang Haoren had finished refining the elixirs. That morning, Su Xian prepared to leave Sky Fire City in the state capital of Qing for the Golden Flame Prefecture. As he passed by a road in Sky Fire City, Jiang Qingkue and the rest came out of the inn. Su Xian and Jiang Qingkue met face to face. Su Xian's expression was extremely complicated when he saw Jiang Qingkue. At this moment, Wang Haoren had also arrived at the inn. Su Xian's eyes burned with anger. Wang Haoren pretended not to see Su Xian and said to Jiang Qingkue, "Miss Jiang, are you leaving?" "Yes, young Master Wang. I've been away for a long time and I'm going back to the Jiang family." Jiang Qingkue was very reluctant. In fact, after solving Su Xian's problem, his subordinates had suggested returning to the Jiang clan. Jiang Qingkue was the future hope of the Jiang clan. Nothing could happen to her. If anything happened to her, none of them would be able to bear the consequences. However, Jiang Qingkue insisted on staying. The elders of the clan and Jiang Qingkue's father were extremely worried when they saw that Jiang Qingkue had stayed outside for too long. If Jiang Qingkue still refused to go, they might have to come personally. Jiang Qingkue had no choice but to leave. "Alas, I originally wanted to invite you to play in the eastern region, but it seems that this wish will not come true," Wang Haoren said regretfully. He handed a small bottle he had prepared to Jiang Qingkue. "It's my honor to know Miss Jiang. Let me give this to Miss Jiang." Jiang Qingkue thought it was just an ordinary item, but she still solemnly took the small bottle and treated it like a treasure. Her pretty face flushed a little. "Thank you, young Master Wang." After saying that, she removed the jade pendant from her waist belt and gave it to Wang Haoran. "This is for you, young master," Jiang Qingkui whispered. Ding. The host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 9,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist Halo -450, host's villain Halo plus 450. Young master, this is the only piece of supreme grade spiritual jade in the Jiang clan. You can't give it away so easily. Jiang Qingkui's subordinates all became anxious when they saw it. What a scheming person. He exchanged a broken bottle for a supreme grade spiritual jade, Su Xian said sarcastically. When Jiang Qingkui's subordinates heard this and saw Wang Haoran's expression, they all changed a little. "Shut up, all of you." Jiang Qingkui reprimanded her subordinates with a cold expression. Jiang Qingkui was a little protective of her husband. Of course, she would not allow others to slander Wang Haoran. Seeing Jiang Qingkui's attitude, her subordinates did not dare to say anything for a while. "Don't listen to their nonsense." "I believe you," Jiang Qingkui said to Wang Haoran seriously. "Thank you for your trust, Miss Jiang." Wang Haoran smiled and continued, "But, Miss Jiang, don't you want to open the bottle and see what's inside?" Jiang Qingkui's beautiful eyes lit up. She originally thought that the small bottle contained something very ordinary, such as women's powder or makeup powder. But judging from Wang Haoran's tone, it seemed that the thing in the bottle was not ordinary. With doubts and anticipation, Jiang Qingkui opened the bottle. A whiff of elixir fragrance wafted out and instantly filled the area within a few miles. Above the mouth of the bottle, there was even a vision of 9 golden dragons formed by spirit qi. "This is a high-grade elixir?" Jiang Qingkui immediately identified it and could not help but be shocked. Jiang Qingkui's subordinates, who had higher cultivation and stronger senses, also identified it. Although they did not understand the use of this elixir, from the fragrance and vision of the elixir, there was no doubt that it was a high-grade elixir. In the cultivation world, high-grade elixirs referred to 7th, 8th, and 9th grade elixirs. But it was a little different in the holy region. Perhaps the most powerful expert in the saint level was only at the 7th stage of immortal cultivation, the Dongshu stage. Therefore, in the knowledge of the people in the holy region, high-grade elixirs referred to 7th grade elixirs, which were also the highest quality elixirs in the holy region. Moreover, such 7th grade elixirs were not available in 8 of the 9 clans. Among the 9 clans of the supreme residence, there was the Yao clan. This clan specialized in producing alchemists. Only the Yao clan had high-grade elixirs. Moreover, this high-grade elixir was refined by the ancestors of the past, not the current members of the Yao clan. The importance of elixirs to cultivators was self-evident. Jiang Qingkui and her subordinates were naturally shocked when they suddenly saw the high-grade elixir. This elixir is called the 9-dragon elixir. Cultivators above the 50th level of the Saint Realm can obtain the power of 9 dragons after consuming it. Wang Haoran gave a brief introduction. Although it was only a few words, Jiang Qingkui and her subordinates understood how precious this elixir was. Dragons were terrifying creatures in the legends. The power of 1 dragon was terrifying enough. The power of 9 dragons was unimaginable. Jiang Qingkui's father was a cultivator of the 50th level of the Saint Realm. If he consumed the 9-dragon elixir, no one in the supreme residence of the central region would be a match for him. And the Jiang clan would become the number 1 clan in a single leap. Jiang Qingkui hurriedly sealed the mouth of the bottle to prevent the phenomenon from attracting more people's attention. "Where did you get this?" Jiang Qingkui asked in surprise. "I refined it myself." Wang Haoran replied. "You're an alchemist?" Jiang Qingkui found it hard to believe. "Don't I look like one?" Wang Haoran asked with a smile. Jiang Qingkui couldn't help but smile. In her impression, alchemists were mostly old men. Wang Haoran's image really didn't match that of an alchemist. However, Jiang Qingkui didn't doubt Wang Haoran's words. Because that was the only high-grade elixir in the Yao clan. The other 8 clans roughly knew that it wasn't the 9-dragon elixir. If it wasn't from the Yao clan, who else could it be other than Wang Haoran? This guy is an alchemist. Su Xian's eyes were filled with jealousy. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. Received 12,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist aura minus 600. Host's villain aura plus 600. Young Master Wang, we're just friends. This is too precious. I really can't accept it. Jiang Qingkue said firmly. If I only treated you as a friend, why would I give you such a precious gift? Wang Haoran sighed and laid his cards on the table. If I say that this is a betrothal gift for the Jiang clan, will you accept it? Jiang Qingkue's eyes widened when she heard Wang Haoran's words. She looked at him in disbelief as if she had misheard. However, Jiang Qingkue's subordinates heard it clearly. In other words, they had long known that Wang Haoran was interested in Jiang Qingkue. If it had been before, they would not have expressed their opinions. However, when they saw Jiang Qingkue standing there in a daze without replying, they could not help but feel anxious. Young master, say yes. Say yes. Young master, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. One by one, they urged her. The Yao clan was the weakest among the 9 clans. This was because the Yao clan members were not good at fighting. They were only good at refining pills. However, the Yao clan's status was the highest among the 9 clans. Pills were extremely beneficial to cultivators. Everyone wanted to curry favor with an alchemist. Because of this, the 8 clans maintained a good relationship with the Yao clan and dared not offend them. However, even in the Yao clan, there were no high-ranking alchemists. However, there was one before them. Moreover, he was very young. This kind of high-level alchemist, no matter to any of the 9 clans, was an absolutely delicious cake. These subordinates could imagine that if the other 8 clans knew that Wang Haoran was a high-ranking alchemist, the clan leaders of the 8 clans would fight to push their daughters into Wang Haoran's arms. However, Wang Haoran had clearly expressed his interest in Jiang Qingkue. He was even going to give her betrothal gifts. How could they miss such a great opportunity? If the other 8 clans were to rope Wang Haoran in, the Jiang clan would definitely regret it. Although the Jiang clan was on good terms with the Yao clan, they would have to pay if they wanted the Yao clan to refine pills. Moreover, the payment would not be cheap. If Wang Haoran really became the Jiang clan's son-in-law, he would be one of them. Everyone in the Jiang clan would benefit from it. Jiang Qingkue's subordinates were, of course, anxious. Jiang Qingkue's face turned red when she heard her subordinates urging. Miss Jiang, you mean? Wang Haoran asked. Jiang Qingkue was extremely willing, but due to her reserved nature as a young girl, she said, I need to go back and ask my parents about such an important matter. Young master, there's no need to ask. The patriarch and his wife will definitely agree to it. Exactly. That's right. His subordinates said one after another. Jiang Qingkue's face turned even redder. I'll listen to my parents. If my parents have no objections, then I have no objections either. Young master, how about this? A few of us will report back to the clan, and the rest of us will protect you. Young master, you and young master Wang can go to the eastern domain to have fun. One of Jiang Qingkue's subordinates, who had a higher prestige, suggested. Jiang Qingkue was outside. Although there was a little risk, they were more afraid. If Jiang Qingkue returned to the clan, Wang Haoran would be taken away by the women of the other 8 clans. Letting Jiang Qingkue stay by Wang Haoran's side was the best way. Moreover, ordinary people would not dare to touch the young master of the Jiang clan. With someone protecting her, there should not be any mishap. After one of them suggested this, Jiang Qingkue's other subordinates all agreed. They did not even ask for Jiang Qingkue's opinion. It was not that they disrespected Jiang Qingkue, the young master, but they were afraid that if they did not do so, they would be punished by the patriarch. The patriarch of the Jiang clan knew the importance of an alchemist. Moreover, Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue were both interested in each other. If the patriarch was here, he would definitely betroth Jiang Qingkue to Wang Haoran on the spot. After the discussion, 2 of them took the 9-dragon pill back to the clan to report. The remaining 8 continued to protect Jiang Qingkue. The old faces of Jiang Qingkue's subordinates were blooming with smiles. Jiang Qingkue stood in front of Wang Haoran. Although she insisted that she would listen to her parents, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was very happy with it. When Su Xian saw this scene, he felt very upset. Ding. Host caused Su Xian's mentality to be damaged. Received 12,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -600, host's villain aura +600. After looking angrily for a while, Su Xian could not stand this scene and left. Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue also left Skyfire City and went to the East region. Jiang Qingkue's 8 subordinates followed at a distance and did not disturb the young man and woman. Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue did not deliberately rush. They went sightseeing all the way from Qingzhou Prefecture of the Central Region to the East region. When they arrived at the Wang family of the East region, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the relationship between Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue also improved day by day. Wang Haoran's cultivation also increased from level 3 of the Golden Core stage to level 4 of the Golden Core stage. At first, Jiang Qingkue was very reserved and did not agree to this matter. However, she could not resist Wang Haoran's sweet words and gave in. In this half a month, the Wang family had been preparing for the wedding. Although it was not time for the wedding, the whole Wang family was full of jubilation. On the second day after Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue arrived at the Wang family, the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Qingkue's parents, came in person. After seeing Wang Haoran, they were very satisfied and agreed to the marriage between Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue. They even urged Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue to get married as soon as possible. It was as if they were afraid that Wang Haoran would run away. The status of the Jiang family patriarch was very low. Wang Wanli had to treat him seriously. Therefore, he discussed the wedding schedule of Wang Haoran and Jiang Qingkue with Jiang Qingkue's parents. After discussion, they finally decided to let Jiang Qingkue and Fang Yorua marry Wang Haoran on the same day. Wang Wanli had this intention, but he was afraid that Jiang Qingkue would be wronged. After hearing Jiang Qingkue's parents say so, he naturally did not object. After the parents of both sides discussed it, Wang Haoran, Jiang Qingkue, and Fang Yorua knew about it. Fang Yorua and Jiang Qingkue did not have any objections, but Wang Haoran suddenly had a headache. Feng Xuanzu, Tan Taoyue, and the others had talked to Wang Haoran before and made it clear that they would attend the wedding with Fang Yorua. Fang Yorua was more special. If Wang Haoran married her first, Feng Xuanzu, Tan Taoyue, and the others would naturally not have any objections. But Jiang Qingkue was different. She was not in love. If Feng Xuanzu, Tan Taoyue, and the others came, wouldn't they be jealous? After thinking hard, Wang Haoran came up with a bold idea. Both were his own flesh and blood. It was not good to be biased. Since that was the case, he could only treat them equally. Marrying one was marrying two was also marrying. He might as well marry all of them together. After making up his mind, Wang Haoran told Wang Wanli about this bold idea. Wang Wanli could not wait for Wang Haoran to marry all the women in the world so that the Wang family would have a better chance of flourishing. After hearing Wang Haoran's idea, he agreed wholeheartedly. It was just that the original wedding date might have to be postponed. The scale of the wedding between marrying multiple wives and marrying one wife would definitely be much larger. There were many things to prepare, and naturally, it would take more time. The original wedding date would not be enough to handle all these things. No matter how busy the wedding preparations were, Wang Haoran did not have to worry about it. Wang Haoran went to the secular world to inform Tan Taoyue and Feng Xuanzu about the wedding. Then, he brought Tan Taoyue, Feng Xuanzu, and the rest to the Wang family in the eastern region. After that, Wang Haoran turned his attention to the Golden Flame Manor. Wang Haoran asked Wang Tong to go to the Golden Flame Manor to find out if there were any young geniuses who had suddenly risen. To be more precise, Wang Haoran wanted to find out about Su Xian's situation in the Golden Flame Manor. However, Wang Tong did not find out about Su Xian, but he did. There was a young expert in the limelight in the Golden Flame Manor recently. For some reason, this young expert had a conflict with a family in the Golden Flame Manor. That family wanted to exterminate this young expert and sent many people to hunt him down, but to no avail. In the end, the young expert used a strange and terrifying art to wipe out the entire family. And this young expert's name was very interesting. His surname was Yi, and his name was Yi Shantian. Now, he had another nickname, Killing God Yi. Yi Fan came to the divine region too. Wang Haoren was surprised when he heard the news, but soon found it to be reasonable. After Yi Fan suffered in the imperial capital, he must be eager to improve his strength. It was normal for him to come to the divine region. From Yi Fan's experience in the divine region, his strength had increased greatly. Otherwise, Yi Fan would not have been able to go from being hunted to killing the other party's entire clan. Wang Haoren could even guess what the terrifying art that wiped out the family was. This art was the blood origin curse. There were too many opportunities in the divine region. If Yi Fan was allowed to continue growing, it would not be good. He had to punish Yi Fan. Emperor, Su Xian and I have found traces of the extreme fire essence, but we're in trouble. Wang Haoren had just made his decision when he suddenly received a voice transmission. The voice belonged to Gu Hongyi. Wang Haoren had already decided to go to the Golden Flame Manor. After receiving Gu Hongyi's voice transmission, he immediately set off with a group of powerful bodyguards. These bodyguards were not from the Wang family. Instead, they were top-notch experts from the Jiang family. As a high-level alchemist, Wang Haoren was also the future son-in-law of the Jiang clan. Jiang Qingkui's father was afraid that someone would harm Wang Haoren, so he had specially sent the top experts of the Jiang clan to protect Wang Haoren. If Wang Haoren wanted to go out, they would naturally follow. The group traveled at full speed. After about half a day, they arrived at the Golden Flame Mansion in the central region. Wang Haoren found Gu Hongyi and Su Xian at a place called Crimson Flame Island in the Golden Flame Mansion. When Su Xian saw Wang Haoren, he was stunned for a while. "Master, so the old friend you spoke of is him?" Su Xian said to Gu Hongyi. When Gu Hongyi said that she wanted to seek help from an old friend, Su Xian had thought that it was some other expert. Who would have thought that it was actually Wang Haoren? Yes. Gu Hongyi gave a simple reply to Su Xian, then said to Wang Haoren. The lava at the top of Crimson Flame Mountain contains the supreme fire essence. However, there are simply too many people who have their eyes on the supreme fire essence. Who are they? Wang Haoren asked. Most of them are first-rate factions of the Golden Flame Mansion. They are Impermanence Hall, Shanming Temple. Gu Hongyi listed a long list of factions. When Wang Haoren heard this, he directly ignored these factions. These local factions of the Golden Flame Mansion seemed powerful, but an opportunity prepared for the main character was not something that they could get their hands on. No matter how powerful these factions were, they were nothing more than bystanders. In fact, they would even be slapped in the face by the main character. However, due to Wang Haoren's intervention, Su Xian's storyline had undergone a huge change. The current Su Xian was still not strong enough to deal with the problem before him. Right, besides these factions, there is another person who is not simple. Gu Hongyi suddenly thought of something and said. Who is it? Wang Haoren asked. This person is young and has an ordinary appearance. His spiritual chi cultivation is not very high, but his spirit is very strange. When I used my spirit to spy on him, he easily discovered me and fought with my spirit. When I used my spirit to attack him, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely useless. Gu Hongyi said. When Wang Haoren heard Gu Hongyi's description, he immediately suspected that this person was the main character. He even thought of someone else. Is this person called Ji Shantian? Wang Haoren asked. You know him? Gu Hongyi was surprised. Of course I know him. He's an old rival. Wang Haoren's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Gu Hongyi could vaguely tell. To be called an old rival by an emperor, he was probably the reincarnation of an immortal venerable. It was no wonder that her spirit attack was ineffective against him. This Yi Shantian has extraordinary means. Not long ago, he used a terrifying art to eliminate a relatively strong clan in the Golden Flame Manor. From the information I received, this terrifying art should be a terrifying curse art. The attack is related to one's bloodline, Gu Hongyi said. It's his signature move, Wang Haoren replied indifferently. Wang Haoren already knew that Su Xian was here for the supreme fire essence. For Yi Fan to appear here, Wang Haoren could roughly guess his motive. Yi Fan had a very powerful immortal art called the Flaming Golden Eyes. When the Flaming Golden Eyes were cultivated to the peak, the eyes could turn into two giant stars that could burn all the living beings in a star zone to death. The first thing to cultivate the flaming golden eyes was the supreme fire essence. Yifan wanted the supreme fire essence, so did Su Xian. It was obvious that the two main characters, Yifan and Su Xian, had clashed. This was the second time Yifan had clashed with the main character. Last time it was Zhu Tian, and this time it was Su Xian. The last time Wang Haoren faced this kind of situation, he had tricked Yifan and Zhu Tian, making them fight to the death. The effect was very good. Now that Yifan and Su Xian had clashed, Wang Haoren was thinking of doing something. However, it seemed like he was missing a catalyst. Zhu Tian had lost control because of Jiang Yun'er. Who would be the catalyst to make Su Xian lose control? Gu Hongyi. However, Gu Hongyi's strength was not weak, and she was not a weak woman like Jiang Yun'er. It was unlikely that she would be forced to do something. Most importantly, Gu Hongyi was in the form of a spirit. She did not have a physical body. Su Xian, you came to the Golden Flame Manor, but you didn't greet me. Are you itching for a beating again? Wang Haoren suddenly heard a woman yelling while he was in deep thought. He collected his thoughts and looked at the source of the voice. He saw a beautiful woman with a whip on her waist leading a group of people toward him. The beautiful woman had crimson eyes and crimson hair. She was wearing a crimson dress and looked like a flame spirit with a different kind of charm. Although the beautiful woman's tone sounded nasty, it had a different kind of intimacy. Wang Haoren immediately labeled this beautiful woman as the female lead. At the same time, he chuckled to himself. He was just worried that he did not have a catalyst, but now he had one. Su Xian was overjoyed when he saw the girl. Her name was Xianxia. One of the reasons he came to Golden Flame Mansion was to meet Xianxia. However, he soon learned about the Supreme Fire Essence after coming to Golden Flame Mansion. That was why he was delayed. He didn't expect to see Xianxia here. But speaking of which, Su Xian had expected Xianxia to appear here. The Supreme Fire Essence was of great help to those who practiced fire-based cultivation techniques. Most of the sects and families in Golden Flame Mansion practiced fire-based cultivation techniques. That was why many forces in Golden Flame Mansion wanted to fight for the Supreme Fire Essence. Xianxia also practiced fire-based cultivation techniques. She would definitely come when the news of the Supreme Fire Essence spread. Moreover, from Xianxia's tone, she seemed to have learned that he was here. Ling Su Xian waved at Xianxia excitedly. Xianxia quickly came over with a group of people. Crack. Xianxia took out the red whip from her waist and swung it at Su Xian. She was about to say something to him. However, just as she was about to open her mouth, a handsome youth in the middle of the field attracted her attention. Xianxia glanced at him and felt like she had fallen for him. Ding. The host successfully used the charm halo on the female lead Xianxia. Xianxia has fallen in love with the host. Her affinity with the host has increased to 80. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Received 16,000 villain points. Su Xian's protagonist halo -800. The host's villain halo +800. Wang Haoren received the message and thought that he was lucky today. He had hit the jackpot with a 30% chance. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and quickly regained her senses. She naturally looked away from Wang Haoren. Hey, why didn't you come to find me for so long? Xianxia asked Su Xian. Aren't I here now? Su Xian smiled. Humph, it's too late. You ignored me for so long. I'm officially telling you that you've been dumped, Xianxia said. Su Xian only chuckled when he heard that. He had heard Xianxia say similar things too many times. However, every time Xianxia mentioned it, she would quickly forget about it. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was just joking. Su Xian would not take it seriously. As time passed, more and more forces gathered on Crimson Flame. The magma at the peak of the Scarlet Flame Mountain contained the power of the Scarlet Flame. The temperature within it was abnormally terrifying. Even powerful cultivators did not dare to enter the magma. However, the Scarlet Flame Mountain would erupt periodically. After the eruption, a large amount of Scarlet Flame power would be released. At that time, the power of the Scarlet Flames would not be so strong, and he would be able to enter the magma to seize the extreme fire essence. There were only 2 days left until the eruption. 2 days later, there would definitely be a fight. There were many forces here, but none of their leaders had come. In other words, there was no such powerful cultivator here. The leaders of these forces must have their own reasons for not coming. But in short, it was all a trap. These forces did not come because the plot deliberately arranged it to give the main character an opportunity. Otherwise, how could the main character obtain this opportunity? Of course, if the main character could obtain the opportunity, it would be under the condition that the plot went smoothly. The bodyguards that Wang Haoren brought this time were the top experts of the Jiang clan. Not to mention that the leaders of those forces did not come, even if they did, no one would be able to snatch it from them. There was no suspense at all as to who would obtain the extreme fire essence. What Wang Haoren cared more about was how to instigate the two main characters to fight. On this night, Wang Haoren came to the camp where Yan Ling-er and the others were resting. Stop. Yan Ling-er's subordinate came to stop him. Impudent. Yan Ling-er happened to pass by and heard it. She immediately reprimanded. The subordinate did not dare to talk nonsense and quickly walked away. Hey, young master of the Wang clan of the eastern region, what are you doing here? Yan Ling-er asked. I came here to look for you, Wang Haoren said. Yan Ling-er laughed. You want to chase me? Wang Haoren was stunned. He did not expect her to be so direct. However, what shocked Wang Haoren even more was that before he could answer, Yan Ling-er quickly continued. You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today, so I agree. You're not joking, right? Wang Haoren asked. I'm not joking. You're mine from now on. If anyone bullies you, tell them my name. I'll protect you. Yan Ling-er looked like a female overlord. Wang Haoren could not help but smile. It seemed that Yan Ling-er had asked around about him and knew about his background. However, Yan Ling-er was wrong about some things. Wang Haoren's bodyguards were all hiding their aura. It was impossible to tell that they were from the Jiang clan. Yan Ling-er must have thought that Wang Haoren's bodyguards were from the Wang clan. Although the Wang clan was strong enough in the eastern region, it was not strong enough in the Golden Flame Mansion. The force that Yan Ling-er belonged to was at the top of the pyramid of forces in the Golden Flame Mansion. When Yan Ling-er said these words, she was naturally very confident. Since you're so straightforward, I won't waste any more time. Please guide me in the future. Wang Haoren looked up at the moon and said. Let's go out for a walk. Okay. Yan Ling-er nodded. The two strolled on the Red Flame Mountain. Yan Ling-er was arrogant and used the whip to scare people. When they were at the camp, Wang Haoren did not want to make a scene, so he kept a low profile. Now that he and Yan Ling-er were at a place where there was no one, Wang Haoren stopped pretending. With Wang Haoren's strength, Yan Ling-er was far from being his match. Yan Ling-er failed to teach him a lesson. Instead, she was taught a lesson. After being beaten, Yan Ling-er was surprisingly obedient. Wang Haoren saw this and thought it was a trick again. Because according to the normal plot, this was what Su Xian experienced. When Su Xian was weak, he was bullied by Yan Ling-er. When Su Xian grew up, he would be able to experience Yan Ling-er's charm. However, before Su Xian could grow up, Yan Ling-er was taken away. After Yan Ling-er was subdued, she was obedient. Wang Haoren directly revealed his evil claws. Everything happened naturally. After it was done, Wang Haoren told Yan Ling-er some things. Yan Ling-er agreed without hesitation. Su Xian was in the camp. Before Yan Ling-er came to find him, he couldn't help but take the initiative to find Yan Ling-er. Su Xian, I've already dumped you. Why are you still looking for me? Yan Ling-er said. Ling-er, don't mess around. Su Xian smiled. I'm not joking with you. I like someone else. I don't want him to be unhappy. Stay away from me, or I'll whip you. Yan Ling-er put her hand on the whip at her waist and warned seriously. Su Xian was dumbfounded. Because he could see that Yan Ling-er was serious. He originally thought that Yan Ling-er was different from Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, and Jiang Qingkue. Who knew that Yan Ling-er was even more ruthless? Who do you like? Su Xian asked angrily. Have you heard of Yi Shantian? That's him. If you want to be beaten, go find him. Yan Ling suddenly threw a piece of jade to Su Xian as she spoke. Since we've known each other for a while, this is for you. Take it as a souvenir. Su Xian subconsciously reached out and caught it. This was a piece of spiritual jade. Although it was not the best, it was still very valuable. Su Xian wanted to throw it away, but he couldn't bear to. Since he was gone, it was good to take something as a compensation. There was no need to make things difficult for this piece of spiritual jade. Su Xian left angrily and returned to the camp. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to fight with Yi Shantian. However, when he arrived near Yi Shantian's camp, he calmed down. Although Su Xian was angry, he was still rational. With his current strength, he was far from being a match for God of Slaughter Yi. Su Xian was about to leave sullenly. But at this moment, Yi Fan, who was meditating in the camp, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Fan found that Su Xian was spying on him, but he didn't want to talk to him. However, Yi Fan found that Su Xian had Fan Yorua's aura. Or to be more precise, Su Xian had something that belonged to Fan Yorua. Yi Fan's face darkened, and he instantly disappeared from the camp. Su Xian left Yi Fan's camp with a sullen expression. However, a young man appeared in front of him after a few steps. The man looked ordinary, but his aura was shocking. Su Xian had not been in Golden Flame Mansion for long, but he had heard of Yi Shantian's name. He had even met him once when he came to Red Flame Mountain. This man was Yi Shantian, nicknamed Killing God Yi. Su Xian thought that Yi Shantian had found out that he was spying on him, so he chased after him. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Shantian, he could only say, I didn't mean to offend you. Take it out, Yi Fan said coldly. Take what out? Su Xian did not understand. Take it out? Yi Fan's voice was filled with coldness. Su Xian thought for a while and seemed to have thought of something. He took out the jade that Yan Ling gave him. You mean this? Su Xian asked. Why do you have her thing? Yi Fan asked coldly. She gave it to me, Su Xian replied. This jade is a family heirloom. Why would she give it to you so easily? Tell me, did you snatch it? Yi Fan stared at Su Xian coldly and clenched his fists. She gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Su Xian looked at Yi Fan with displeasure. It was this pair of bitches who had wronged him. How could they be so self-righteous? After replying to Yi Fan's words, the more he thought about it, the more he was unconvinced. He added, maybe she still cares about me, so she gave me the family heirloom. You're courting death. Yi Fan was already on the verge of exploding. Su Xian's words completely enraged him. Yi Fan circulated his spiritual qi to the extreme and attacked Su Xian. Su Xian was shocked and could only bite the bullet. The two of them began to fight. Wang Haoren, who was hiding his presence nearby and spying on the situation, almost laughed out loud. The jade on Su Xian's body was actually the engagement token that Fan Yorua gave to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren had made up his mind to provoke Yi Fan and Su Xian, so he gave the jade to Yan Ling and asked her to give it to Su Xian. His intention was to cause a conflict between the two of them. However, Wang Haoren didn't have much hope. After all, Yi Fan had been tricked once before, and Su Xianxiang was much more rational than Chu Tian, this hot-blooded youth. At least at the critical moment, Su Xian knew how to retreat. However, Yi Fan and Su Xian were not on the same wavelength. Furthermore, Yi Fan did not mention the girl's name. Yi Fan was referring to Fan Yorua, while Su Xian thought Yi Fan was referring to Yan Ling. As long as he made things clear, this fight probably wouldn't have happened. Wang Haoren happily watched the show for a while. Su Xian was not Yi Fan's match. In just a short while, he was heavily injured and his life was at stake. However, the commotion caused by the two of them fighting was truly a bit too big, and it attracted quite a few people. Among them was Gu Hongyi. Seeing that her disciple Su Xian was in trouble, Gu Hongyi joined the battle. However, although Gu Hongyi's spirit was powerful, Yi Fan's immortal exalted spirit was able to suppress her. Not only would Gu Hongyi not benefit from it, she would even be in danger. Wang Haoren did not care about Su Xian's life or death, but he could not ignore Gu Hongyi. Wang Haoren pretended to rush over after hearing the commotion and attacked Yi Fan. In just one move, Yi Fan was forced back. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Haoren's current cultivation was far superior to Yi Fan's. Yi Fan was not his match at all. However, Wang Haoren did not continue attacking after forcing Yi Fan back. If he forced Yi Fan into a corner, Yi Fan could die together with him. When Yi Fan saw Wang Haoren, he was shocked for a moment, but then he quickly fled into the distance. Wang Haoren originally wanted to say, "How have you been?" but when he saw Yi Fan running away, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As expected of an old monster that had lived for 1,000 years. His awareness was too strong. When he realized that he was far from being Yi Fan's match, he immediately made the decision to flee. He did not even want the supreme fire essence. Wang Haoren retracted his gaze from the direction Yi Fan left and looked at Su Xian gloatingly. Although Yi Fan did not kill Su Xian was heavily injured. It was enough for Su Xian to suffer. Yi Fan fled while Su Xian was heavily injured. The two main characters could not fight for the supreme fire essence. After the eruption of Scarlet Flame Mountain, they could enter the lava to fight for the supreme fire essence. Wang Haoren did not even have to do anything. The bodyguards of the Jiang clan obtained the supreme fire essence. At this point, the materials needed to reconstruct Gu Hongyi's body were finally complete. Wang Haoren brought Gu Hongyi into the heaven-splitting tower and began to reconstruct her body. With the help of a cheat like the heaven-splitting tower, things progressed very smoothly. After spending 3 days in the heaven-splitting tower, Gu Hongyi was no longer a soul, but a physical body with a physical body. The reborn Gu Hongyi was overjoyed. The first thing she wanted to do was to repay Wang Haoren and fulfill her responsibilities as a concubine. Wang Haoren experienced extreme gentleness and did not tire of it. When Wang Haoren and Gu Hongyi appeared in the outside world, 10 days had already passed. After 10 days of recuperation, Su Xian's injuries had improved significantly and his mood had also improved slightly. Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, Jiangqing Kue, and Yan Ling had left one after another. The blow that had accumulated made Su Xian very uncomfortable. But after this period of recuperation, Su Xian gradually accepted it. Although they had left his side, at least he still had his master. Su Xian knew that his master, Gu Hongyi, would definitely not leave him. During this period of recuperation, his master was not around. Su Xian asked Wang Haoren's bodyguards and learned that his master had gone to find medicine to treat his injuries. Su Xian was very moved. Outside the camp, Wang Haoren and Gu Hongyi arrived. "Young master, you're back." One of the Jiang clan's bodyguards hurriedly came forward and bowed. "Did Su Xian make a fuss?" Wang Haoren asked. "Young master, according to your instructions, we told him that Miss Gu had gone to find medicine to treat his injuries. Su Xian did not make a fuss." The bodyguard replied. Wang Haoren slowly nodded. "Husband, let's go see Su Xian." Gu Hongyi hooked her arm around Wang Haoren's and smiled like a spring breeze. The two of them came to the tent where Su Xian was resting. "Moss." Su Xian saw that Gu Hongyi had a physical body and was immediately overjoyed. He could not help but call out, but his voice suddenly stopped. This was because Su Xian saw Gu Hongyi intimately hooking her arm around Wang Haoren, her face full of sweetness and happiness. "Master, you." Su Xian was extremely stunned. "Little Xian, let me formally introduce you. He is my husband. I know that you are prejudiced against him, but no matter what, he is still your senior. I hope that you will respect him in the future." Gu Hongyi directly laid her cards on the table. "Little Xian, I have a pill to treat your injuries. I have specially refined it for you." Wang Haoren looked very friendly. Su Xian felt his scalp go numb. It was one thing for Wang Haoren to steal his girlfriends, but now he was so crazy as to lay his hands on his beloved master. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mental state. Gained 18,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist Halo -900, Su Xian's villain Halo +900. "Master, you can't be with him." "I object," Su Xian said frantically. "Little Xian, what's done is done. Your objection is useless." Your master and I have already discussed it, and we will hold our wedding soon. You must come to the Wang family's wedding banquet. Wang Haoran said. When the words "what's done is done" rang out, Gu Hongyi blushed, while Su Xian was on the verge of collapse. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mental state. Gain 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist Halo -500, Su Xian's villain Halo +500. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mental state. Gain 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist Halo -500, Su Xian's villain Halo +500. Ding. Host has damaged Su Xian's mental state. Gain 10,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist Halo -500, Su Xian's villain Halo +500. Master, I will never agree to you marrying him. Su Xian roared. Little Xian. Gu Hongyi frowned, feeling that Su Xian's reaction was a little too big. Wang Haoran directly pointed out, Little Xian, I know you have feelings for your master, but she is your master. How can you be so rebellious? Gu Hongyi was stunned as she looked at Su Xian. Su Xian gritted his teeth and did not speak, as if he had silently agreed. Gu Hongyi frowned even more, feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. She had treated Su Xian as her disciple, but she had not expected him to have such feelings for her. Little Xian, I have always had high hopes for you. I hope that you will grow up in the future. Although you have bad thoughts, if you can wake up in time, Master will not blame you. Our relationship as master and disciple will still be the same as before. Gu Hongyi said earnestly. Back to the past? Sure, but master, you cannot marry him. Su Xian pointed at Wang Haoran and said to Gu Hongyi. This matter has already been decided, and will not change because of you. Although Gu Hongyi had a good temper and was gentle, she naturally would not back down on such a major matter. Master, I won't change my mind. Su Xian said firmly. Is there really no room for negotiation? Gu Hongyi sighed. It's either me or him. Su Xian declared. Gu Hongyi's face paled slightly. After a brief internal struggle, she spoke resolutely. All right, then our relationship as master and disciple is severed. Su Xian froze on the spot. Her master actually wanted to sever all ties with her for a man who had stolen several of her girlfriends? Su Xian had always felt that even if all his girlfriends had left him, he had never thought that his master would leave him as well. Su Xian's face twisted with anger as his anger grew. Ding. The host has damaged Su Xian's mentality. The host has gained 20,000 villain points, Su Xian's protagonist aura -1,000, and the host's villain aura +1,000. Ding. Su Xian has been corrupted. He has lost his identity as the protagonist. The anger and unwillingness that she had been suppressing exploded at this moment. Gu Hongyi, you took me as your disciple out of selfishness. You wanted to use me to reconstruct your body. Now that you've been reborn, you want to get rid of me? Good, very good. Su Xian roared. You. Gu Hongyi only felt pain in her heart. She had indeed placed her hopes in Su Xian by taking him as her disciple. But if she asked herself honestly, she had always treated Su Xian as her disciple. She had never thought that she would receive such slander in return. What? You have nothing to say now that I've hit the nail on the head? Su Xian reprimanded. Gu Hongyi sighed. She knew that there was no point in saying anything, so she chose to remain silent. Su Xian continued to vent his anger, slandering Gu Hongyi. With extreme anger and unhealed injuries, he flicked his sleeves and left. Gu Hongyi was truly too gentle. After being slandered by Su Xian, she did not even say a word. If it were someone with a bigger temper, they would have already sent Su Xian flying with a slap. After all, Gu Hongyi had recovered a lot of her cultivation after reconstructing her body. She was now at the first level of the unity stage. This was the 6th major realm of the immortal cultivation realm. The patriarchs of the 9 clans of the supreme residence were at this level. Gu Hongyi could turn Su Xian into ashes with a single slap. Gu Hongyi watched Su Xian leave with a pained heart. Wang Haoran hugged her and comforted her for a while. Gu Hongyi's mood improved a lot. After doing this, Wang Haoran left Gu Hongyi's field of vision and took out Su Xian's bloodline that he had previously collected. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Su Xian had already darkened and lost his identity as the main character. He no longer had any value. Moreover, the darkened Su Xian would seek revenge by hook or by crook in the future. Wang Haoren would not let Su Xian grow. If not for Gu Hongyi's presence, Wang Haoren would have already killed Su Xian. After leaving Scarlet Flame Mountain, Su Xian's only thought was to cultivate properly. Once he was strong enough, he would kill all these bastards. Wang Haoren, Su Qingtong, Hua Jieyu, Jiangqing Kuei, Yan Ling Gu Hongyi, just you wait. Su Xian roared into the air, venting his emotions. However, before he could finish venting, Su Xian died suddenly, his corpse lying in the wilderness. Wang Haoren sensed Su Xian's death and smiled coldly. The reason why he used the blood origin curse was, firstly, to make it convenient to kill invisibly, and secondly, to shift the blame. The battle at Scarlet Flame Mountain had ended long ago, and Wang Haoren's business was also done. It was time to leave. Wang Haoren left Scarlet Flame Mountain with Gu Hongyi and the Jiang clan bodyguards. On the way, Wang Haoren deliberately approached the place where Su Xian died. Gu Hongyi found Su Xian's corpse and was stunned. Although she had cut ties with Su Xian, she could not help but feel sad to see Su Xian dead. Gu Hongyi investigated Su Xian's cause of death and quickly determined that he died from a terrifying curse. Not long ago, a family of the Golden Flame Manor was also killed by this terrifying curse. The one who destroyed that family was Yi Shantian. Su Xian had fought with Yi Shantian at Scarlet Flame Mountain and had a grudge against him. Then the murder was obvious. Su Xian was killed by Yi Shantian. Gu Hongyi had no intention of avenging Su Xian. She only wanted to dig a hole and bury Su Xian for the sake of their last friendship. So she asked for Wang Haoren's opinion. Wang Haoren did not object. Su Xian was already dead. He would not be so crazy as to let Su Xian be eaten by wild beasts. Wang Haoren even dug a hole and buried Su Xian himself. In the meantime, he also secretly took back Feng Yorua's jade. This was the engagement token that Feng Yorua gave him. If Feng Yorua suddenly asked about it in the future and he could not take it out, it would be very awkward. After burying Su Xian, Wang Haoren and Gu Hongyi went straight back to the Wang family of the eastern region. There was still half a month before the wedding. The newlyweds who were about to be married had all returned to their respective homes. Feng Xuanzu returned to Fengxi Mountain, Suoqiu Qinyu and Suoqiu Luoyan returned to Cangzhou. When the wedding was near, Wang Haoren went to welcome them. According to the procedure, Feng Yorua should also return to Cheongzhou. However, Wang Haoren did not let her go back. Instead, he planned to let Feng Yorua go to the Jiang clan and marry Jiangqing Kuei. There was a reason why Wang Haoren chose to do this. When he was trying to sow discord between Yi Fan and Su Xian, Wang Haoren did not consider everything. Feng Yorua's family treasure had indeed messed up Yi Fan's state of mind, but at the same time, it reminded Yi Fan that Feng Yorua might have something to do with another man. Yi Fan would definitely go to Cheongzhou to find Feng Yorua to verify it. Although Yi Fan could not find Feng Yorua, but there were still some clues over there. For example, Wang Haoren had appeared at Feng Yorua's school. Another example was that Wang Haoren had spent some time with Feng Yorua in the hospital. With Yi Fan's ability, he could directly read the memories of the relevant personnel and determine that Feng Yorua was related to Wang Haoren. However, Wang Haoren judged that Yi Fan would not be so stupid as to come over to kill him. Back at Red Flame Mountain, he had attacked Yi Fan. Yi Fan knew that he was no match for him, so he would not recklessly clash with Wang Haoren head-on. Yi Fan was a brainless protagonist. Wang Haoren guessed that Yi Fan would think of a way to take Feng Yorua away to a place where Wang Haoren could not find him. Wang Haoren naturally wanted to avoid this. It was safest to let Feng Yorua go to the Jiang clan. There were many experts in the Jiang clan, so it was impossible for Yi Fan to take Feng Yorua away. Wang Haoren thought from Yi Fan's point of view, and the only opportunity he could think of was during the wedding. On the day of the wedding, countless forces of the Holy Region would come to congratulate him. There were too many people from the various forces, so Yi Fan could definitely blend in with the guests. As expected, the wedding would not be peaceful. Wang Haoren only needed to prepare in advance. It was time to end his grudge with Yi Fan. This was because Wang Haoren no longer needed to fear Yi Fan. With Gu Hongyi by his side, Yi Fan would not be a match for her even if he burned his immortal venerate soul. Moreover, Jiang Qingkui's father would also be present at the wedding. Yi Fan was even more unable to be impudent. On the other side, Yi Fan, who had been injured by Wang Haoren, was recuperating in a secret place in the Golden Flame Manor. After that, he could not wait to leave the holy region and head to the Jade Prefecture in the secular world. Fang Yorua's parents and Fang Yorua were not in Xianxia. Yi Fan inquired about the residents around the Fang family and learned that Fang Yorua's family of 3 had gone on a long trip. As for where they had gone, he had no idea. After that, Yi Fan went to Fang Yorua's school. He wanted to know what had happened to Fang Yorua. Yi Fan read the memories of close to 1,000 people and finally obtained the relevant information. And the most important person in this information was Wang Haoren. When Yi Fan learned that Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua seemed to have something going on, some of his previous doubts were resolved. Back at Scarlet Flame Mountain, Yi Fan was too concerned about Fang Yorua, so much so that he lost his normal judgment. After that, Yi Fan immediately figured it out. His conflict with Su Xian was also because he had been tricked. This was because Su Xian could not have known about his relationship with Fang Yorua. The only person who knew about his relationship with Fang Yorua was the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor. This was because in his previous life, the Profound Heaven Immortal Lord had caused a huge commotion when he avenged Fairy Yorua. Hence, the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor knew about Fang Yorua's existence. Wang Haoren was the reincarnation of the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor, so he had used Fang Yorua to deal with him. Yi Fan even recalled how he had disguised himself as a fortune teller to read Fang Yorua's fortune. At that time, Fang Yorua was probably already with Wang Haoren. She was even looking forward to Wang Haoren marrying her, otherwise, she would not have asked those questions. Thinking of this, Yi Fan completely understood. At the same time, a monstrous rage rose in his heart. Ding! The host has damaged Yi Fan's mentality. Obtain 12,000 villain points, Yi Fan's protagonist aura -600, host's villain aura +600. Ding! The host has damaged Yi Fan's mentality. Obtain 12,000 villain points, Yi Fan's protagonist aura -600, host's villain aura +600. Ding! The host has damaged Yi Fan's mentality. Obtain 12,000 villain points, Yi Fan's protagonist aura -600, host's villain aura +600. Far away in the eastern region's Wang family, Wang Haoren received a series of messages. Wang Haoren could completely guess that Yi Fan knew about him and Fang Yorua. Otherwise, with the Profound Heaven Immortal Lord's steadiness, he would not have lost control. It was only when it came to Fang Yorua that Yi Fan would be so abnormal. Time slowly passed, and soon, the day of the wedding arrived. Wang Haoren successfully brought the newlyweds to the eastern region's Wang family. Guests gathered from all directions to congratulate them. The 8 great clans of the Supreme Residence had heard the news that Wang Haoren was a high-level alchemist. The clan leaders of the 8 great clans of the Supreme Residence had even personally come to congratulate them. In fact, each of the clan leaders had even brought their unmarried and beautiful daughters with them. These daughters of the clan leaders were all dressed up. Those who did not know would think that they were also newlyweds. Their intentions were clear as day. The wedding ceremony was imminent. In a room of the Wang family, a few maidservants were touching up Fang Yorua's makeup. Yi Fan, who was disguised as a guest of a certain faction, came to the room. He could sense Fang Yorua's aura here. Yi Fan entered the room and used his spiritual energy to restrain the maidservants and Fang Yorua, making them unable to move or speak. I know you don't know me now, but don't worry, I won't hurt you. Come with me, and I'll explain it to you slowly in the future. Yi Fan looked at Fang Yorua affectionately and briefly explained before preparing to leave with Fang Yorua. However, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Fang Yorua's lips. Yi Fan was shocked to see Fang Yorua's face distort for a while before turning into the appearance of an old man. Sir, where are you taking me? The Jiang clan leader asked with a smile. Yi Fan turned pale with fright. Outside the door, there were many powerful auras that were approaching. The Jiang clan leader sneered and grabbed Yi Fan's neck with his large hand wrapped in spiritual energy. However, Yi Fan's figure suddenly became illusory and turned into a ball of spiritual energy. A fake body? The Jiang clan leader was stunned. With his perception, he actually did not notice it just now, outside a room somewhere in the Wang family. Yi Fan's real body gently pushed the door open and walked in. There was only one woman in the room. The woman was dressed in a red wedding dress and had her back facing the door. She was meticulously putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Although it was only her back view, Yi Fan could not help but stare blankly for a moment. With Yi Fan's perception, he could confirm that this woman was Fang Yorua. Thousands of emotions instantly surged in his heart. Yi Fan wanted to speak and call out softly. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly revealed a look of great shock. It was because Yi Fan sensed a tiny heartbeat from Fang Yorua that did not belong to her. Ding! Host has damaged Yi Fan's mental state. Obtain 20,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 1,000. Host's villain aura plus 1,000. Ding! Host has damaged Yi Fan's mental state. Obtain 20,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura minus 1,000. Host's villain aura plus 1,000. After Yi Fan asked around and found out about Wang Haoren and Fang Yorua's wedding, he was already prepared for Fang Yorua to be raped by Wang Haoren. However, he did not expect that Fang Yorua would not only be raped, but she was also pregnant. Judging from this small heartbeat, it seemed to be 3 or 4 months old. In other words, when he first went to Xianxia to secretly visit Fang Yorua, Wang Haoren was most likely also in Xianxia and had designs on Fang Yorua. Yi Fan suddenly hated himself. Why did he have to wait until his name shook the world before he officially met Fang Yorua? If he had met Fang Yorua immediately when he left Sangzhou for Xianxia, Yi Fan was confident that with his understanding of Fang Yorua, he would have been able to woo her. However, it was too late now. However, Yi Fan still wanted to take Fang Yorua away. Fang Yorua was his deepest obsession. He wanted to make up for the fate that he missed with Fang Yorua in his previous life. Time was of the essence. Yi Fan made a prompt decision to take Fang Yorua away by force. However, just as he approached Fang Yorua, she suddenly turned around and slapped Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan retreated a few steps in shock. Fang Yorua's cultivation base was not strong, so this palm could not hurt him. Yi Fan was shocked because this was the spiritual chi of the 9 heaven ethereal technique. Logically speaking, Fang Yorua should not have met her master yet. Where did Fang Yorua get the 9 heaven ethereal technique? Could it be that Fang Yorua has been reborn? Yi Fan guessed. However, the moment this thought appeared, Yi Fan rejected it. If Fang Yorua also had the memories of her previous life, she would not have hurt him, let alone marry Wang Haoren. Seeing that she could not hurt her great enemy, Fang Yorua could not help but feel afraid and immediately called out, My husband, save me." Before he finished speaking, Wang Haoren's figure appeared beside Fang Yorua. He asked the patriarch of the Jiang clan to disguise himself as Fang Yorua and lure Yi Fan out. However, with Wang Haoren's understanding of Yi Fan, he knew that Yi Fan would easily fall into a trap. Thus, Wang Haoren hid inside the heaven-splitting pagoda and stayed by Fang Yorua's side. Even Yi Fan could not detect the dust particles that the heaven-splitting pagoda had turned into. No matter how strong Yi Fan's perception was, he only thought that Fang Yorua was here. However, he did not know that Wang Haoren had been here all along. "Don't be afraid. Your husband is here." Wang Haoren comforted Fang Yorua as he shielded her. Fang Yorua heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Fan with hatred. When Yi Fan saw Fang Yorua's expression, he knew that Wang Haoren was lying to Fang Yorua, making her think that he was an enemy. "Profound Heaven Celestial Venerable, how have you been?" Wang Haoren greeted. "Extreme Heaven. It's really you. You didn't turn into ashes." Hearing Wang Haoren's tone, Yi Fan was completely certain of his previous guess. "Are you disappointed?" Wang Haoren smiled. This was equivalent to admitting that he was the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor. "It's time to end the grudge between you and me," Wang Haoren said again. "Your cultivation is higher than mine, but what price do you think you'll pay to turn me into ashes?" Yi Fan sneered. "Did I say that I'm going to fight you one-on-one?" Wang Haoren could not help but find it a little funny. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he sensed a tyrannical spiritual energy fluctuation approaching. A peerless figure in a red wedding dress appeared at the door of the room. Unity. Body realm? Yi Fan's eyes widened when he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from this peerless beauty. Moreover, this wave of spirit chi contained the power of extreme fire. This woman's cultivation technique was obviously not simple. Her true combat strength was probably far superior to ordinary Unity Realm and Unity Realm cultivators. In my previous life, the 5 of you shameless fellows bullied me with your numbers. Now, an eye for an eye. This is very fair. Wang Haoran said. Good, very good. I, Yi Shantian, am deeply honored to be killed by the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor. Yi Fan suddenly laughed wildly. Judging from his tone and expression, it seemed that he was about to give up resisting. However, Wang Haoran had copied Yi Fan's memory and knew him too well. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, Wang Haoran already knew what he was going to do. Yi Fan's strength suddenly skyrocketed and reached the soul formation realm. He wanted to kill Wang Haoran quickly. However, just as Yi Fan was about to attack, Wang Haoran and Fang Yarua's figures disappeared into thin air. Yi Fan's ultimate move, which was burning the spiritual energy of a celestial prime, also lost its target. This made Yi Fan extremely shocked. Without waiting for Yi Fan to think too much, Gu Hongyi's anger burned. The difference between the soul formation realm and the unity and unity realm was a whole realm. If Gu Hongyi only cultivated an ordinary cultivation technique, Yi Fan might still be able to fight. Unfortunately, Gu Hongyi's cultivation technique was very powerful, especially the extreme fire power in her spiritual energy. Yi Fan was burned to ashes by the extreme fire power before the spiritual energy provided by burning the celestial prime was exhausted. In the sky-splitting tower, Wang Haoran and Fang Yarua only came out when they sensed that Yi Fan's aura had completely disappeared. The house had been reduced to nothingness. Everything within a 20-meter radius had disappeared. As far as the eye could see, it was all ashes. One could imagine that a terrifying battle had taken place here just now. This was also because Gu Hongyi was afraid of hurting others and had set up a barrier around the area to prevent the residual spiritual energy from spreading out. Otherwise, everything within 100 miles would have been reduced to ruins. My wife, are you hurt? Wang Haoran asked with concern. Husband, I'm not hurt. It's just that, my clothes are a little tattered. Gu Hongyi waved her tattered sleeves and said with some resentment, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have worn my wedding dress to fight. Wang Haoran and Fang Yarua both smiled. After Yi Fan's incident, the wedding proceeded as usual. Wen Jing, Su Muyan, Qin Yunhan, Mu Zhaozhao, Song Jinyu, Tang Bingyun, Yang Jingwan, Chiu Qianwei, Ji Shui Yao, Bu Fian, Lu Yu, Bian Suwen, Xiao Wanwan, Luo Qingqian, Suiqiu Qinyu, Suiqiu Luo Yan, Feng Xuansu, Ning Yaoxue, Lu Yan, Tantai Yaoyue, Yusher Qing, Song Zhihui, Mu Nanji, Lucini, Jiang Yun Fang Yarua, Yang Zhixia, Qin Huaiming, Yi Wuhan, Gu Hongyi, Su Qingtong, Su Qingxian, Hua Jieyu, Hua Feishuan, Jiang Qingkue, and Yan Ling wore different red wedding dresses and bowed to heaven and earth with Wang Haoran. Feng Anna, Feng Lanhui, Yun Churan, Yun Xian, Yu Ning, Chen Linlin, Lucini, Cui Yutong, Qian Baobao, Gu Yuro, and Qian Hezhini were maids and were not part of the wedding ceremony. While Xiao Wanwan was looking after Gu Yuro, she kept solving problems for Gu Yuro. Gu Yuro's villains in the main plot were all dead and the plot had come to an end. Gu Yuro had lost her identity as the main character and her halo. Wang Haoran asked Gu Yuro to be his maid and Gu Yuro did not complain at all. Instead, she happily agreed. To Gu Yuro, being able to be by Wang Haoran's side was already a blessing and she did not expect anything else. In fact, there was still one person missing from the wedding list. That person was Feng Rao. Wang Haoran actually said that he was willing to marry her, but Feng Rao refused. Of course, it wasn't that Feng Rao didn't love Wang Haoran. It was because she loved Wang Haoran too much that she didn't want to marry Wang Haoran. Because Feng Rao still cared about her past. After the ceremony, Wang Haoran was busy sending the newlyweds to their rooms. After Wang Haoran got married, he was free and unfettered for a few months. He hadn't heard any news of a young man rising in the sacred region. Without the main character Hammer, it was a little less interesting. But the wives around him all had their own charm. Wang Haoren wasn't lonely at all. And more importantly, he could improve his cultivation. 3 years later, Wang Haoren reached the level where his body could travel across the void. There must be other main characters in the vast universe outside the cerulean planet. However, Wang Haoren wasn't interested in going there. Going to the great world outside the cerulean planet was like starting over, and he had to stay away from his wives. And it would be accompanied by risks. After all, there were too many cultivation civilizations in the universe. Wang Haoren's strength hadn't reached the level where he could ignore everything. The cerulean planet was different. For Wang Haoren now, there was no danger. He could do whatever he wanted. During this period, Wang Haoren also won Ling Duanya's heart without much effort. 100 years passed quietly. With the terrifying cultivation speed of the demon Thearka's internal sutra, the help of the chaos bottle, the Hong Mang sword, and the heaven-splitting pagoda, Wang Haoren successfully reached the Dao integration stage on the blue planet. On this day, Feng Xuanzu suddenly came to Wang Haoren with a sad look. "Husband, Sister Rao." Feng Xuanzu's eyes were red as if she had just cried. She also stopped talking. What happened to Feng Rao? Wang Haoren had a bad feeling. Feng Xuanzu did not know how to tell Wang Haoren, so she handed a letter to Wang Haoren. This letter was written by Feng Rao. After Wang Haoren saw it, he was stunned. After a long while, he suddenly let out a long sigh. Why are you doing this? 16 years later. In the limitless galaxy, in a certain room of a super sect. I can't forget, I definitely can't forget, in the starry night, a beautiful girl woke up from her dream. This was not the first time she had this dream. Ever since he was sensible, he had been having this strange dream. In her dream, her other self kept telling her, don't forget, don't forget. She vaguely saw the figure of a man in her dream, but his appearance was very blurry. Perhaps this voice was reminding her not to forget this man. But who was this man? The beautiful girl sighed and felt disappointed. She got up from the bed and leaned against the window to look at the stars in the sky. Before she knew it, the sky gradually brightened. Young mistress? A maidservant called out from outside the door. Come in. 2 maidservants pushed the door open and entered. They helped the beautiful girl wash up and change her clothes. Young mistress is so beautiful. I'm afraid all the young geniuses in the limitless galaxy will be mesmerized by you today, the maidservant praised. That's right. The title of the #1 beauty in the limitless galaxy is not just for show, the other maidservant echoed with a smile. Although the 2 maidservants seemed to be trying to please her, they were speaking the truth. Although the girl was only 16 years old, she was extremely charming. Even a 20-year-old woman would feel inferior and ashamed when looking at her. Of course, the title of the #1 beauty in the limitless galaxy was not just because of her beauty. In the immortal cultivation world, one would not be able to obtain such a title based on appearance alone. This girl's identity and cultivation talent were not simple. She was the daughter of the sect leader of the Wuji sect, the most powerful force in the limitless galaxy. She was also ranked 5th on the prodigy roll in the limitless galaxy. To be able to be ranked on the prodigy roll in the limitless galaxy at the age of 16, her cultivation talent could only be described as terrifying. Today, the girl was 16 years old. According to the customs here, she was going to have a coming-of-age ceremony. Many forces in the limitless galaxy would come to watch the ceremony. After the coming-of-age ceremony, they could consider marriage. Without a doubt, some of the forces that came to watch the ceremony today would definitely propose marriage. And those young geniuses who wanted to win the girl's favor would also try their best to show off. Anyway, today was not going to be peaceful. Thinking of this, the girl felt a bit irritated. And the reality was just as she had expected. After the complicated coming-of-age ceremony, many forces fought to be the first to propose marriage to the Wuji sect. Those young geniuses all tried their best to promote themselves. Rao, is there anyone you like? Sect leader Qin of the Wuji sect, who was the girl's father, asked his daughter through voice transmission. A bunch of good-for-nothings want to marry me? What a fantasy, the girl replied to her father through voice transmission. Then, she put her hands on her hips and said to the young geniuses present. If you don't want to die, scram. Seeing that the girl was angry, the young geniuses immediately had the intention to retreat. The girl's father said gently, "Thank you all for coming to watch the ceremony. My daughter's coming-of-age ceremony is over. Please go back." These words were obviously asking the guests to leave. Many people sighed and prepared to leave. "Wait, you come here," the girl pointed at a figure in the crowd and suddenly said in a sweet voice. The young geniuses that the girl pointed at were all overjoyed. They thought that the girl had changed her mind and had taken a liking to one of them. They all rushed in front of the girl. "It's not you. Go away," the girl said in a sweet voice. The young geniuses that walked over were all disappointed. "Stop looking. It's you. Come here." The girl pointed in the direction that she had just pointed. Everyone couldn't help but look back. At this moment, there was only one person in that direction. Whoosh. The white-clothed Wang Haoren waved his folding fan and slowly walked over. He stopped a few meters in front of the girl. Wang Haoren looked at Feng Rao. No, after reincarnating, she was called Xianxia Rao. Xianxia Rao also looked at Wang Haoren. "You can't forget. You must not forget." The voice in Xianxia Rao's dream sounded in her mind again. But this time it was the only time Xianxia Rao was awake that she heard this voice. Along with this voice, the blurry face of the man in her dream gradually overlapped with the person in front of her. "Xiao Rao, what's wrong?" Xianxia Rao's father noticed that his daughter was a little strange, so he asked. Xianxia Rao came back to her senses. She pointed at Wang Haoren and said to her father without hiding anything. "Father, I like him." After replying to her father, Xianxia Rao looked at Wang Haoren and said, "Marry me." "Okay. Now, here. Whatever you say." After a simple conversation, the two looked at each other and smiled. End of chapter 755. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.